Bewitching Prince Spoils His Wife, Genius Doctor Unscrupulous Consort Chapter 179 to Chapter 356. If it's destroyed, then it's destroyed. What can you do about it? Bailey Hongzhuang's expression was indifferent. Even though her actions were so ruthless, her expression was still indifferent. I've never liked to provoke others. But the next time someone tries to cause trouble for me, don't blame me for being impolite. Bailey Hongzhuang's expression suddenly turned cold. Her eyes were filled with a trace of coldness as she swept her gaze across the crowd. Everyone's expression slightly changed. For a long time, everyone had been immersed in the fact that Bailey Hongzhuang was a waste. Even though Bailey Hongzhuang had already cleared her name, no one took it to heart. This was because the image of Bailey Hongzhuang was deeply ingrained in their hearts. But at this moment, looking at the frosty expression on her face, everyone knew that Bailey Hongzhuang was no longer a waste that could be bullied by anyone. She was a true genius. Whoever dared to provoke her would have to face her wrath. At this moment, another figure walked into the Xianxia auction hall. The man wore a dark green brocade robe. After seeing Daijimon, his face revealed a smile. But when the man saw Daijimon's face, his expression suddenly changed. Jimon, what happened to you? When Daijimon saw the man, it was as if she had found her backbone. She immediately cried out, "Brother Lu, you have to help me get revenge." Lu Jingquan was also a student of the Azure Water School. He had always admired Daijimon. This time, when he saw Daijimon return to the Imperial City, he also followed her back. Now that he saw the beauty in trouble, Lu Jingquan was duty-bound to protect her. Who did it? Lu Jingquan angrily roared. I did it. Bailey Hongzhuang indifferently said. You want to help her get revenge? Lu Jingquan was extremely angry. He immediately wanted to make a move on Bailey Hongzhuang. But when he saw Bailey Hongzhuang's appearance, his hands couldn't help but stop. What a stunning beauty! He had always thought that Daijimon was very beautiful. But compared to this woman in front of him, Daijimon was overshadowed. You did it? Lu Jingquan asked, who are you? Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes flashed with impatience. If you want to do it, then do it. I don't have so much time to waste. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's tone, everyone was even more speechless. This Bailey Hongzhuang was really amazing. Lu Jingquan was a real middle-stage mysterious Ian expert. Not only did Bailey Hongzhuang refuse to back down, she even took the initiative to provoke her. Brother Lu, what are you waiting for? Help me ruin her face. Daijimon urged. Oh. Okay. Lu Jingquan hesitated. He didn't know whether he should attack or not. In the face of such a beauty, he believed that no man could bear to be ruthless. Just as Lu Jingquan was hesitating, the manager of the Tianxiang auction house arrived. Looking at the scene in front of him, the shopkeeper had already heard the whole story from others. He never thought that Daijimon would actually make a move in Tianxiang auction house. Their Tianxiang auction house had branches all over the Xianxia continent. There was no need to talk about their background. No matter who it was, they would have to give face to their Tianxiang auction house. Even if they had grudges, they would have to wait until after they left. Otherwise, it would be the same as not giving them any face. All these years, any cultivator who dared to do such a thing had been blacklisted by the Tianxiang auction house. They never thought that trouble would come today. Although Tianxiang Trading Company had always kept a low profile, everyone knew that Tianxiang Trading Company was not to be trifled with. Even the royal family had to give Tianxiang Trading Company some face. This was because the royal family only had absolute power in Fengbo country, while Tianxiang Trading Company had a considerable influence in the entire Xianxia continent. In comparison, Tianxiang Trading Company's background was even more shocking. Daijimon and Bailey Hongzhuang had caused trouble at Tianxiang Trading Company, so it was very likely that they would be blacklisted by Tianxiang Trading Company. This was not a joke. How many shops did Tianxiang Trading Company have? How many cultivators needed to buy things from these shops? Without Tianxiang Trading Company, their choices were too narrow. Miss Dai, Chen Wangfei, the auction is about to begin. I hope that the two of you can give me some face and temporarily put aside your differences. How about it? Shopkeeper Su Xingchuan said with a light smile. His amiable face did not reveal the slightest trace of anger. Bailey Hongzhuang retracted the coldness in her eyes and said with a light smile, "I'm truly sorry for affecting Tianxiang Trading Company's auction." Hearing this, Su Xingchuan glanced at Bailey Hongzhuang again. In an instant, Bailey Hongzhuang was able to retract her sharpness, change her expression, and freely control her emotions. Just based on this point, Bailey Hongzhuang was a character. Not only that, he already knew that Bailey Hongzhuang was not the one who caused trouble, but Dai Jimon who provoked her. Even so, Bailey Hongzhuang still apologized. From this, one could see how magnanimous she was. "Chen Wangfei is too serious. For you to participate in our Tianxiang Trading Company's auction is our honor." Bailey Hongzhuang smiled but did not speak. From the moment Su Xingchuan appeared, she knew that this person was not simple. This person's cultivation was stronger than all of them present. Such a cultivation was worthy of respect. However, this Su Xingchuan was only the shopkeeper of Tianxiang Trading Company. It seemed that she had underestimated Tianxiang Trading Company. Dai Jimon did not have such a good temper. "Bailey Hongzhuang injured me to this extent. If you want me to let her go, you must be dreaming." As soon as these words were spoken, Su Xingchuan's smile lost some of its warmth. "So you're saying that Miss Dai is unwilling to give our Tianxiang Trading Company face?" Following Su Xingchuan's words, everyone felt the pressure in the entire hall drop. Everyone broke out in cold sweat for Dai Jimon. This girl was the one who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Dai Jimon didn't know, but Lu Jingkuan knew the meaning behind Su Xingchuan's words. Once they were blacklisted by Su Xingchuan, they would be rejected by all the shops under Tianxiang. At that time, the word miserable would not be enough to describe it. "Shopkeeper Su, we were in the wrong. We apologize," Lu Jingkuan said. Looking at Lu Jingkuan's expression, Dai Jimon became even angrier. She had been bullied to this extent, and he still wanted her to restrain herself. In Dai Jimon's dictionary, there was no such thing. She knew of Tianxiang Trading Company's influence, but so what? She didn't believe that Tianxiang Trading Company would blacklist her over such a small matter. "Lu Jingkuan, if you don't help me kill Bailey Hongzhuang, don't even think about being together with me in the future," Dai Jimon angrily said. Su Xingchuan frowned. This Dai Jimon was too arrogant. She didn't even put Tianxiang Trading Company in her eyes. Hearing this, Su Xingchun coldly looked at the two of them and nodded, "That's good." After Su Xingchun left, Lu Jingkuan whispered into Dai Jimon's ear, "Jimon, don't worry, I will definitely avenge you. But we have to wait until the auction is over, how about it?" Dai Jimon, who was originally dissatisfied, calmed down after hearing this. She nodded, "Okay. When the time comes, you have to help me kill her." "No problem." Through the conversation between Bailey Hongzhuang and Su Xingchun, Lu Jingkuan knew that Bailey Hongzhuang was already married and had nothing to do with him. Since that was the case, he had to kill her. "Master, these two bastards are talking about killing you after the auction," Xiao He angrily said. Bailey Hongzhuang's mouth hooked up into a sneer, "With just them? This pair of villains colluding with each other, I feel annoyed just by looking at them." Xiao Bai disdainfully said, "Master doesn't need to do anything, I'll deal with them myself. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Since they don't have eyes, I'll send them to hell." Xiao He and Xiao Bai's eyes flashed with excitement. These bastards were too much. Until now, their master had always been low-key, so they really thought that their master was easy to bully. This time, they would let these scum know the price of blood. "Jimon, don't be angry. As students of Azure Water School, we can sit in first class while some people can only sit in second class," Lu Jingkuan said with a smile. Tianxiang auction seating arrangements were also very particular. They were divided into first class, second class, and third class. This arrangement was based on each family's status. The first-class seats were the most comfortable and had a larger area. Even the auction items could be seen more clearly. The second-class seats were slightly worse, and the third-class seats were even more crowded. Although one could participate in the auction regardless of their seating arrangement, the seating arrangement was a symbol of status. "That's true." Dai Jimon's face revealed a smile. As she spoke, she glanced at Bailey Hongzhuang. "Some people should only be able to sit in second class. I don't know why they are so arrogant." Bailey Hongzhuang was puzzled. She really didn't know that there was such a difference in the auction house. Xiao Zifan whispered beside Bailey Hongzhuang, juniors like us can only sit in the second-class seats, ordinary people sit in the third-class seats, and powerful elders can sit in the first-class seats. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. She didn't really care about this. A first-class seat is enough to make you guys so proud. There's really nothing to be proud of, Xianxia couldn't help but say. She suddenly felt that Li Yuyue wasn't as hateful as she thought, because there was someone who was even more arrogant than Li Yuyue in the past. Daijimon's eyes narrowed. She raised her chin and said, if you have the ability, why don't you get one too? Bailey Hongzhuang didn't think that Zhao Yunqi would suddenly speak up for her. Just as she was about to speak, the attendant of Tianxiang auction house suddenly walked in front of her and said, Chen Wangfei, the shopkeeper said that VIP box number 2 has been prepared for you. When these words came out, the proud expression on Daijimon's face froze. What, did he say, VIP box number 3 has been prepared for Bailey Hongzhuang? What qualifications does Bailey Hongzhuang have to enter VIP box number 3? Bailey Hongzhuang was also puzzled. From Daijimon and Xianziheng's expressions, she could tell that this VIP box was not ordinary. It was clearly much better than the first-class seats. Prepared for me? Why? Her clear eyes were filled with shock and confusion. She had no relationship with Tianxiang Trading Company. If it was only because of what happened just now, then it was too far-fetched. The attendant's face was filled with a courteous smile as he gently explained, Chen Wangye is our Tianxiang Trading Company's VIP. You are Chen Wangfei, so naturally you can enter the VIP box. Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly understood. She never thought that she would be able to bask in Bewitching's glory. That fellow, with his status, he indeed has the qualifications to become Tianxiang Trading Company's VIP. After the attendant left, Bailey Hongzhuang's lips slowly curved into an elegant smile. I only have a VIP box, not a first-class seat. I really envy you guys. Daijimon and Xianziheng's faces instantly turned ugly. Everyone looked at them with ridicule in their eyes. Shen Yuanhuan looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in shock. He really didn't know that. That trash Bewitching would be Tianxiang Trading Company's VIP. Even he had to rely on his status as a member of the imperial family to be able to get a VIP box. Even Shen Yuanjing couldn't enter. Just what kind of ability does Bewitching have? The auction is about to start. Let's go in together. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Xiao Zifan and Xianziheng. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Zhao Yunqi's eyes filled with surprise. I can also go? Bailey Hongzhuang lightly smiled and nodded. Of course. Zhao Yunqi's smile was brilliant. She was really curious about this legendary VIP box. She never thought that she would have the opportunity to sit in one today. The three of them no longer hesitated and directly walked towards the VIP box. At the same time the three of them left, the other people in the hall also slowly walked towards the auction. Daijimon looked at the direction Bailey Hongzhuang left and fiercely stomped her foot. She originally wanted to use today's opportunity to ruthlessly stomp on Bailey Hongzhuang. She never thought that she would actually lose face. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two were led into the VIP box by the waiter. The square box was located on the second floor of the auction hall. From above, one could clearly see the entire auction hall. The private room was very spacious and comfortable. The seats were soft, making it very comfortable to sit on. On the table in the middle of the room, high-quality tea and exquisite snacks had already been prepared. 3 brochures were placed on the table, waiting for people to flip through. Sizing up the environment in the box, Zhao Yunqi's face was filled with a trace of amazement. The treatment in this VIP box is indeed different. Compared to the environment below, who knows how many times better. She had been to auctions before, but she had always sat in the second-class seats. Originally, she didn't think there was anything wrong with the second-class seats, but after seeing the VIP rooms, she deeply felt the difference between the two. Xiao Zifan nodded in agreement. This VIP box is extremely well decorated. It's elegant and comfortable. Sitting in the lobby is always a bit hot. Bailey Hongzhuang lightly smiled. Tianxiang Commerce's number of VIPs is already very small. This VIP box naturally has to be decorated to perfection. She couldn't help but admit that for Tianxiang Commerce to have such influence in the Xinjiang continent, they really had a business mind. With such a clear distribution of ranks, it successfully aroused everyone's desire to compete. They only hoped to have a higher position in Tianxiang commerce. Daijimon sat in her seat. This was the first time she was sitting in Tianxiang's first-class auction. She was originally very happy, but when she thought about how Bailey Hongzhuang was actually sitting in the VIP box, she felt a burst of anger. Why was that woman able to sit in the VIP box? Thinking back, she was one of the few chosen cultivators in the Imperial City to participate in the Azure Water School's examination and become a student. It could be said that she had limitless glory. This time, she wanted to be the focus of everyone's attention, but everyone's attention was on Bailey Hongzhuang. After asking around, she was surprised to find out that Bailey Hongzhuang actually had the Azure Water School's invitation letter. As a student of the Azure Water School, she was very clear about the importance of this invitation letter. This undoubtedly made her jealous. What she couldn't bear the most was that Bailey Hongzhuang was actually married to Bewitching. How could this be? Bailey Hongzhuang picked up an auction catalog. She hadn't looked at it before, so she wanted to see if there was anything she needed in this auction. At this time, Xianxia looked at Bailey Hongzhuang's face and suddenly said, "Bailey Hongzhuang, do you know why Daijimon is looking for trouble with you?" Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. "Because I received the Azure Water School's invitation letter?" Xianxia nodded, then shook her head. "This is only one of the reasons. The other reason should be that she is holding a grudge." Her deep black eyes were filled with some doubts. Other than this, she didn't seem to have any conflicts with Daijimon. Xiao Zifan immediately understood the meaning of Xianxia's words and a trace of helplessness appeared on his face. "Because of what?" Bailey Hongzhuang asked. In the past, Daijimon was in love with Prince Chen. When these words came out, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes widened. She had thought of many possibilities, but this was the only one she hadn't thought of. Bewitching. Daijimon actually liked Bewitching? Although Prince Chen's legs are disabled, there are many women who admire him in the Imperial City. After all, such a handsome man is rare in the world. At that time, the emperor intended to betroth Daijimon to Prince Chen. Coincidentally, Daijimon had always been in love with Prince Chen. Many people knew at that time, but Prince Chen refused. In the past 3 years, His Majesty has mentioned many times to arrange a marriage for Prince Chen, but Prince Chen has never agreed. As she spoke, Xianxia looked at Bailey Hongzhuang strangely. "Until you appeared, Prime Minister Li proposed to marry you to Prince Chen, and Prince Chen actually agreed." This was something that no one could believe. For a long time, Prince Chen had refused to get married, but the emperor didn't care. When facing Bailey Hongzhuang, Bewitching chose to agree. What's more, for Bailey Hongzhuang, he offended the general's mansion and gave Bailey Hongzhuang a grand and perfect wedding. It could be seen that Bewitching really liked Bailey Hongzhuang. How could Daijimon be convinced by such a big gap between them? Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes flashed with surprise. When she saw Xiao Zifan nodding in agreement, she realized that all this was true. It seemed that she had underestimated Bewitching's charm. There were so many women who admired him in the Imperial City. "I see." Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. "But now it proves that Prince Chen really has good taste." Now she understood. Out of all the people in the Imperial City, only Prince Chen had a good eye. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled but didn't say anything. She didn't know that Xianxia was also paying attention to Bewitching. Speaking of Bewitching, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes changed. She didn't know how he was doing right now. Looking at the auction catalog in her hand, Bailey Hongzhuang found that there were quite a few treasures in this auction. Weapons, medicinal ingredients, cultivation methods, martial skills, and other things that cultivators needed. It seemed that Tianxiang Auction House had prepared quite a bit of time for this auction. She came this time for a weapon, but after looking through the catalog for half a day, she still couldn't find anything that suited her. She naturally wouldn't be interested in a normal weapon. If there wasn't anything suitable, she could only look for it later. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang was about to give up, her gaze suddenly froze on the last page of the catalog. It was a completely blue sword. Ice sword, it was incomparably sharp and filled with cold chi. During battle, it could increase the damage caused by the cold chi. It was a pretty good treasure. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled into a faint smile. It seemed that she had finally found a pretty good treasure. While Bailey Hongzhuang was looking for a treasure that suited her, Xiao Zifan and Zhao Yunqi were also looking for something. Since they had come here, they naturally hoped that this trip wouldn't be in vain. A moment later, a black-robed old man appeared on the auction stage. The old man was about 50 years old. His eyes were bright as he looked at the guests below the stage with a smile on his face. Thank you everyone for taking the time out of your busy schedules to participate in Tianxiang Auction House's auction. I am the auctioneer, Su Jin. Everyone's gaze fell on Su Jin. This person was the head auctioneer of Tianxiang Auction House. There was almost no chance of an item being auctioned off by him. Let's not talk too much. I'm sure that everyone doesn't like to talk too much. Now, let's begin the auction of the first item. Hearing the old man's words, the crowd below the stage clapped. The old man's straightforward opening made it easy for everyone to have a good impression of him. The old man raised his left hand slightly, and a woman in a red dress slowly walked up with a tray of auction items in her hands. The woman's figure was excellent and curvaceous. When she walked, her charm was obvious and she attracted everyone's attention. Even when the woman walked down the stage, many men were still looking in the direction the woman had left. Next, we'll introduce the first auction item, the Savage Blood Blade. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man lifted the red silk and the incomplete blood blade appeared in front of everyone. The Savage Blood Blade is a bloody weapon. It's extremely sharp and can be used for sneak attacks or self-defense. That's not all. It's light and easy to carry around. It's not easy to discover. It's a good choice. The old man raised the severed blood blade so that the guests below could see it more clearly. The silver-white blade of the severed blood blade had a few traces of blood red on it. Sure enough, it complemented the name Severed Blood Blade. Sitting in the VIP box, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others could clearly see the appearance of the incomplete blood blade. The Tianxiang Auction House's VIP box seemed to have used a mysterious method to zoom in on the stage. Thus, even though they were far away, they could still see it clearly. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the severed blood blade. It was indeed a good weapon. Severed blood blade, the starting bid is 4,000 gold coins. Each bid must be at least 1,000 gold coins. The auction begins now. As soon as Su Jin's voice fell, the sound of a bid rang out in the hall. 5,000 gold coins, 6,000 gold coins. As soon as the first bid was called out, the next bid had already drowned out the previous one. The hall was very lively. 9,000 gold coins, 10,000 gold coins. In a short time, the price of the severed blood blade had already risen to 10,000 gold coins. However, after the price had reached this point, the cultivators that were competing for the severed blood blade stopped bidding. For the severed blood blade to reach such a price was already pretty good. 11,000 gold coins. Another voice called out. Su Jin's face revealed a smile as he said, another guest has bid 11,000 gold coins. 11,000 gold coins, is there anyone who wants to go higher? After hearing Su Jin's words, another voice rang out, 12,000 gold coins, 12,000 gold coins. Is there anyone who wants to go higher? The hall was silent. For the severed blood blade to reach such a price was already very high. The owner of the severed blood blade below the stage, seeing that his item had reached such a price, revealed a smile. This price was much higher than if he had directly sold it to a shop. 12,000 gold coins, sold. Su Jin raised the small hammer in his hand and heavily slammed it down. The dull and loud sound of the hammer fell into everyone's ears, announcing the end of the first auction item. Congratulations to the guest who has won the severed blood blade. Tianxiang Auction House's staff took the lead in applauding. The guests in the hall also followed suit. On Su Jin's right-hand side, an enchanting woman in a red dress walked towards the guests below the stage with a tray in her hand. That person received the severed blood blade under the applause of the crowd and the beautiful woman's smile. His face blossomed into a wide smile. No wonder Tianxiang commerce is so amazing. Just from the auction itself, you can see it. Xiao Bai sighed. Tianxiang commerce's grasp of people's hearts was truly amazing. Bailey Hongzhuang slightly nodded, Tianxiang commerce's methods are truly amazing. The severed blood blade's price wasn't 12,000 gold coins, but after Tianxiang auction house's performance, even if that person had paid more, he would still be extremely happy. He believed that the next time that person participated in an auction, he would definitely choose Tianxiang auction house as his first choice. After the first item was auctioned off, several other items were auctioned off one after another. However, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two did not bid. The next item is called Mysterious Star Sword. Su Jin lifted the red silk, and a silver sword appeared in everyone's line of sight. This sword can cut through iron like mud, and it can even cut through hair with a blow. It's truly an excellent weapon. Guests who use swords as weapons, don't miss this opportunity. Xiao Zifen, who had been quietly watching the auction, suddenly sat up and stared at the mysterious star sword. Seeing the change in Xiao Zifen, Bailey Hongzhuang said, "You've taken a fancy to this mysterious star sword?" Xiao Zifen smiled and nodded, "This mysterious star sword is very good. I'm about to go to the Azure Water School to find a suitable weapon. Come on. Buy it." Zhao Yunqi said with a smile. The starting price for the mysterious star sword is 30,000 gold coins. Each bid must be at least 1,000 gold coins. Let the auction begin. 31,000 gold coins, 32,000 gold coins. The price of this kind of auction was beyond their ability. If they wanted to go far on the road of cultivation, it was impossible to do so without enough money. 40,000 gold coins. The bidding was very fast. In just a short time, the price of the mysterious star sword had already broken through the 50,000 mark. After reaching 50,000, the number of cultivators participating in the auction decreased by a lot. 51,000 gold coins. Xiao Zifen began to bid. He was very clear that it was impossible to win the mysterious star sword by bidding at the beginning. It was better to wait until there were fewer competitors before bidding. Dai Jimon, who was sitting in the first-class seat, was originally bored. However, when she heard the bidding from Bailey Hongzhuang's box, her eyes lit up. A sly and sinister smile appeared on Dai Jimon's face as she said, "Offending me, I'll make you pay a price first, 52,000 gold coins." Dai Jimon's voice rang out in the hall. Hearing this voice, Bailey Hongzhuang narrowed her eyes. Dai Jimon's weapon was a whip and not a sword. It was clear that she was deliberately playing tricks. 53,000 gold coins. Xiao Zifen called out again. 54,000 gold coins. Dai Jimon immediately shouted. No matter how Xiao Zifen called out the price, Dai Jimon always added 1,000 gold coins. Although she and Xiao Zifen had no conflict before, since Xiao Zifen was with Bailey Hongzhuang, then he was her target. Seeing Dai Jimon so unyielding, Xiao Zifen's heart also surged with anger. The other competitors had already given up. If it wasn't for Dai Jimon playing tricks, then the mysterious star sword would have already been won by him. 60,000 gold coins. Xiao Zifen increased the price by 5,000 gold coins. It was clear that he was angry. Seeing Xiao Zifen angry, Dai Jimon's smile became even wider. 61,000 gold coins. Seeing the competition between Dai Jimon and Xiao Zifen, everyone understood that Dai Jimon was deliberately raising the price. Previously, Dai Jimon and Bailey Hongzhuang's conflict was so conspicuous, who didn't know? It was just that Dai Jimon's malicious way of raising the price was really disgusting. When participating in an auction, what everyone hated the most was meeting this kind of person. Wasting so much money for no reason. After all, no one's money came from the wind. This kind of behavior was too despicable. Su Jin also noticed this scene. As the auctioneer of the auction house, it was his responsibility to get the highest price. Thus, he was happy to see this scene. No matter who got the mysterious star sword in the end, the auction house, 70,000 gold coins. Xiao Zifen's words. 71,000 gold coins. Dai Jimon was still smiling, but in her heart, she was a bit surprised. The mysterious star sword being auctioned for over 50,000 was already pretty good, but now she had actually raised the price to such a high price. It was clear that Xiao Zifen really liked this sword. When Dai Jimon called out the price of 71,000 gold coins, Xiao Zifen let out a sigh of relief. This time, he had prepared a total of 70,000 gold coins. He originally thought that 70,000 gold coins would be enough to buy the weapon he wanted. He never thought that Dai Jimon would ruin everything, Not shooting? Bailey Hongzhuang asked aloud. Zhao Yunqi's face was filled with anger. This Daijimon is too much. Simply shameless. Daijimon was waiting for Xiao Zifan to continue bidding, but was surprised to find that after waiting for a long time, Xiao Zifan did not speak again. Her face could not help but change. Xiao Zifan could not have just given up like this, right? She did not need the mysterious star sword at all. If she bid for the item and did not want it, it would be the same as breaking the auction house's rules. This was not what she wanted to see. 71,000 gold coins going once. 71,000 gold coins going twice. Everyone's face revealed a bit of ridicule. They were very clear that Xiao Zifan really wanted to bid for the mysterious star sword. If the mysterious star sword fell into Daijimon's hands, Daijimon really wanted to cry but had no tears. 71,000 gold coins going thrice. At this moment, Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly opened her mouth. 72,000 gold coins. The moment Bailey Hongzhuang opened her mouth, Daijimon's entire body relaxed. Fortunately, the weapon did not fall into her hands. She looked at the mysterious star sword with lingering fear. Her face was very ugly. This. Xiao Zifan looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in surprise. He only brought a total of 70,000 gold coins. Bailey Hongzhuang faintly smiled. The reason why Daijimon did this was all because of me. You were dragged down by me, so I'll give you this mysterious star sword. If it was not for her, Xiao Zifan would have no problem bidding for the mysterious star sword and would not have suffered so much injustice. To be honest, she felt very sorry in her heart. How can that be? Xiao Zifan quickly refused. This weapon is for me. How can I let you give it to me? It's okay, we are friends. Giving a gift is normal. No. Xiao Zifan firmly shook his head. Lend me 2,000 gold coins first, I'll return it to you when I go back. Seeing Xiao Zifan firmly refuse, Bailey Hongzhuang laughed involuntarily. How about this? Since you are so determined, then you pay the original price of the mysterious star sword, 50,000 gold coins. As for the rest, I'll pay. Xiao Zifan was startled. Just as he was about to speak again, Bailey Hongzhuang spoke first. If you refuse again, then you want me to feel sorry in my heart. Hearing this, Xiao Zifan nodded. Thank you. This is what I should do. There's no need to thank me. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curved into a smile, but her eyes were cold and frosty. It was one thing for Daijimon to cause trouble for her, but she even dared to cause trouble for her friend. Once the auction was over, she would definitely make Daijimon pay the price. The auction was still going on. From the beginning to the end, Daijimon and Lu Jingquan had not bid for anything. Just now, they treated Xiao Zifan like that. Wouldn't Bailey Hongzhuang wait for an opportunity to retaliate? They would not give Bailey Hongzhuang this chance. The next item to be auctioned is a soaring snake leather armor for women. It has a strong defense, and wearing it will undoubtedly increase the chances of survival. As cultivators, we will often encounter danger. This leather armor is definitely the best choice. Everyone, there is no need to hesitate. The starting price is 40,000 gold coins. The auction starts now. Zhao Yunqi's gaze froze on the bright red leather armor. She really wanted this armor. 50,000 gold coins. Zhao Yunqi called out. Following Zhao Yunqi's words, the cultivators below the stage were shocked. She directly raised the price by 10,000 gold coins. From this, it could be seen that this person was determined to get this armor. Daijimon's face once again revealed a smile. This was Zhao Yunqi's voice. When everyone heard that Daijimon was using the same trick again, they all gave up on the idea of bidding for the leather armor. With this shit stirrer in the middle, unless they were idiots, there was no way they could bid for the leather armor. The thing that Zhao Yunqi didn't want to happen the most still happened. Daijimon used the same trick again. 65,000 gold coins. Zhao Yunqi said. 66,000 gold coins. Daijimon smiled proudly. This feeling of bullying people was too good. Seeing that Daijimon was not going to give up, Zhao Yunqi's face turned red with anger. She suddenly shouted, Daijimon, don't go too far. Daijimon also didn't think that Zhao Yunqi would suddenly shout her name. However, she didn't care. Instead, the smile on her face became even more proud. So what if I bid for something? Do you have the right to not let me bid? You're deliberately causing trouble. Everyone knows this. So what? What can you do to me? Daijimon's smile was still the same. It was just Xianxia. She could bully her however she wanted. At this moment, a cold voice came from the private room. A person who is shameless is invincible. You've used this rule to the point of perfection. Hearing this, Daijimon's expression changed. She could no longer maintain the smile on her face. Everyone was stunned. A person who is shameless is invincible. This was the first time they heard of this, but they felt that it made sense. Daijimon's current actions could be described with these words perfectly. You dare to call me shameless? Daijimon stood up and angrily glared at the private room above. Bailey Hongshuang's lips curled up. Some people are naturally shameless. Do you think I should give her face? Bailey Hongshuang, you're courting death. Daijimon was furious. This Bailey Hongshuang's words were simply a slap to her face. Bailey Hongshuang's eyes narrowed. Her gaze was as cold as a knife. Looks like the lesson I gave you just now wasn't enough. If you have the guts to say another word, I'll make you regret being born into this world. The chilling words were filled with an incomparably domineering aura, and a frightening aura erupted. This was no longer a threat, but a final warning. Everyone's expression changed. They had never seen this side of Bailey Hongshuang. From these words, everyone felt a strong pressure, as if a superior had issued an ultimatum to his subordinates. It was reasonable to say that they would find these words somewhat funny. Although Bailey Hongshuang's talent was strong, Daijimon had already studied at the Azure Water School for a year. With their current strength, Daijimon was probably even stronger than her. How could she take Daijimon's life? But under such circumstances, hearing Bailey Hongshuang's cold tone, no one thought that she was overestimating herself. Daijimon was stunned. In this short period of time, she had been overwhelmed by Bailey Hongshuang's aura. Bailey Hongshuang, who do you think you are? Daijimon sneered, you only have a bit of potential, yet you're already so lawless. If I want to deal with you, I have plenty of ways to do so. Bailey Hongshuang's mouth slowly hooked up into a smile. Daijimon, tomorrow at noon, on the life and death stage, do you dare to fight? In the Xianxia continent, there were many conflicts between cultivators. When some conflicts were too big to be resolved, some cultivators would choose to step onto the life and death stage. Once on the life and death stage, life and death would be up to fate. No matter who died, the other party could not pursue the matter. After all, both sides had good family backgrounds. Even if there were conflicts, they could think of ways to deal with it. No one was willing to pay the price with their lives. When Bailey Hongshuang spoke about the life and death battle, the audience all gasped at the same time. Life and death arena? Bailey Hongshuang actually wants to fight in the life and death arena? It seems like this Bailey Hongshuang isn't just arrogant. The life and death arena isn't a joke. Daijimon's repeated provocations have already angered Bailey Hongshuang. However, Bailey Hongshuang's choice is really unexpected. Daijimon never thought that Bailey Hongshuang would want to fight in the life and death arena. After a short moment of surprise, her mouth hooked up into a cold smile. Originally, she wanted to wait until after the auction to make a move on Bailey Hongshuang. Since Bailey Hongshuang wanted to die, then she would send Bailey Hongshuang to heaven. She knew that Bailey Hongshuang was at the early stage of Mysterious Ian, but she was already at the middle stage of Mysterious Ian. Tomorrow, she would let Bailey Hongshuang see the difference between the early stage and middle stage of Mysterious Ian. Good. Daijimon's tone was still proud. Bailey Hongshuang, when the time comes, you will have to beg me to show mercy. Bailey Hongshuang smiled coldly, tomorrow will be the day you die. Humph. Seeing that Bailey Hongshuang wasn't backing down, Daijimon coldly snorted. Today, she would let Bailey Hongshuang be as arrogant as she wanted. Tomorrow, she would make Bailey Hongshuang lose all face in front of everyone. Xianyuanhuan looked at the conflict between Bailey Hongshuang and Daijimon in shock. He never thought that the two would fight to the death the first time they met. The current Bailey Hongshuang was like a completely different person from before. Zhao Yunqi's eyes widened. She even forgot to close her mouth. She just couldn't stand Daijimon's actions and started arguing with her. She had never thought that things would be so serious. Bailey Hongshuang, I was only speaking out of anger. How could you challenge me to a duel in the life and death arena? If we lose, then wouldn't. Zhao Yunqi said anxiously. Seeing the anxiety on Zhao Yunqi's face, Bailey Hongzhuang's smile became gentler. Just as Xiao Zifan had said, although Zhao Yunqi's temper was a bit impatient, her heart wasn't bad. Before today, there was still some estrangement between Zhao Yunqi and her. Who would have thought that because of Dai Jimon's appearance, Zhao Yunqi would side with her against a common enemy? Xiao Zifan also had a worried expression. You're too impulsive. I heard that Dai Jimon has already broken through to the middle stage of Mysterious Ian. Coupled with her year of studying in Azure Water School, I'm afraid you're not her opponent. Bailey Hongzhuang faintly smiled and waved her hand. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. When Bailey Hongzhuang first met Dai Jimon, she already knew Dai Jimon's strength. Although she was only at the early stage of Mysterious Ian, her true battle strength was something that even a middle-stage Mysterious Ian cultivator wouldn't be able to contend against. This was her confidence. Dai Jimon had only studied in Azure Water School for a year. In her previous life, she had roamed Jianghu for many years. No matter if it was cultivation experience or battle experience, no one in the same age group could compare to her. She didn't even put Dai Jimon in her eyes. She only chose the life and death arena because she wanted to reduce the trouble Dai Jimon's family would have. Otherwise, she would have directly taken Dai Jimon's life today. Because of this, Zhao Yunqi no longer had any interest in bidding for the leather armor. However, Dai Jimon was even less interested. Thus, under everyone's astonishment, Zhao Yunqi was able to obtain the leather armor at a low price. Jimon, you have to be careful against Bailey Hongzhuang tomorrow. Lu Jingquan said. Dai Jimon raised her eyebrows indifferently. With just her? Once I use my full strength, she definitely won't be my opponent. Lu Jingquan frowned. From what I see, this Bailey Hongzhuang isn't simple. If you were stronger than her, your face wouldn't have become like this. Hearing this, Dai Jimon's expression changed and she hurriedly said, that was just a moment of carelessness. How could she be my opponent? Jimon, Lu Jingquan still wanted to advise Dai Jimon to be more careful. Although he had only met Bailey Hongzhuang once, he could feel that Bailey Hongzhuang wasn't an impulsive person. If she dared to propose a life and death battle, then she must have her own confidence. However, Dai Jimon wasn't willing to listen. She waved her hand in disgust and said, don't say such nonsense. How could I not know my own strength? Seeing that Dai Jimon was already angry, Lu Jingquan sighed and shut his mouth. Perhaps Dai Jimon had already thought of how to deal with Bailey Hongzhuang tomorrow, so she didn't play any tricks when Bailey Hongzhuang bid for the ice blue sword. However, many cultivators present were very interested in the ice blue sword. Just from the high starting price, they could see the value of the ice blue sword. However, the ice blue sword was still obtained by Bailey Hongzhuang in the end. The auction items were auctioned off one by one. The closer it got to the end, the higher the atmosphere of the auction became. The value of the final item naturally didn't need to be mentioned. However, most of the people present were immersed in the life and death battle between Bailey Hongzhuang and Dai Jimon. They didn't have much enthusiasm for the auction. After the last item was successfully auctioned off, the guests all stood up and prepared to leave. However, at this moment, Su Jin's words attracted everyone's attention. Before the auction starts, the auction house has received another item as the final item of the auction. I believe everyone will be very interested. Su Jin's face was filled with a confident smile. When he found out about the new item, he knew that this auction would reach a new height. Hearing Su Jin's words, everyone was stunned. They looked at the stage. There was a final item to be auctioned off's final item? The guests who were originally preparing to leave all sat back down. To be able to be the finale item of Tianxiang's auction, its value would definitely not be low. I wonder what kind of treasure item to be added to the auction's auction house last minute. To be the final item to be the final to be the final auction. Last to be the final item in the auction last. Everyone discussed animatedly, and their faces were filled with curiosity. Zhao Yunqi was also very curious. I wonder what kind of treasure it is for the auction house to accept at last minute. Following Zhao Yunqi's words, Zhao Yunqi and Xiao Zifan were both stunned. Their gazes immediately fell on Bailey Hongzhuang. This final item, it shouldn't be yours, right? Zhao Yunqi asked. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and nodded. She had no intention of hiding it. That's right, it's mine. Seeing Bailey Hongshuang admit it, Xiao Zifan and Zhao Yunqi were even more surprised. From the previous auctioned items, they knew how precious this item was. Bailey Hongshuang had already taken it out. I wonder what this auction item is? Xiao Zifan asked. A pill. On the stage, the red-dressed lady raised the tray and placed the auction item in front of Su Jin. Su Jin's smile became even more brilliant. I believe everyone is very curious about what this final auction item is. I won't keep you in suspense. This auction item is something that every young cultivator needs, the bone-cleansing pill. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere in the auction hall froze for a moment. Immediately after, a series of surprised discussions came from all directions, and the hall was bustling with noise and excitement. Bone-cleansing pill. Tianxiang auction actually has a bone-cleansing pill for auction. I didn't think that the auction would give us such a surprise. Normally, if I wanted to buy a bone-cleansing pill, I would have no way to do so. If I knew that there was a bone-cleansing pill for auction, I would have brought more money. No, I have to quickly send the news back and have someone send the money over. You're right, I have to do the same. Dai Jimon was also stunned after hearing about the bone-cleansing pill. She didn't think that Tianxiang auction would give her such a surprise. Bone-cleansing pill, that was something that every cultivator yearned for in their dreams. It was even more so for her. No, I have to immediately send the news back and have someone send the money over. Dai Jimon hurriedly stood up. She had already looked through the auction catalog and there wasn't anything she wanted. Therefore, she came to the auction today just to watch the fun. She didn't bring much money with her. Dai Jimon quickly walked out of the auction. Lu Jingquan's heart was also burning. Even at the Azure Water School, it wasn't easy to get a bone-cleansing pill. If he could get it, that would be the best. Master, Dai Jimon has walked out of the auction. Xiao He said as she watched Dai Jimon leave. Bailey Hongshuang smiled confidently. She just went back to get the money. She'll be back soon, but it's useless even if she comes back with the money. Xiao Zifan and Zhao Yunqi were looking at Bailey Hongshuang in amazement. They already knew that Godly Doctor Square sold medicinal pills, but they only sold Peiyuan pills and detoxification pills. They never thought that Bailey Hongshuang would also have baptizing bone pills. Although the baptizing bone pill and the Peiyuan pill were both tier 2 medicinal pills, the Peiyuan pill's pill formula was widely circulated, and the vast majority of alchemists would guide it. Because of this, even though the foundation strengthening pill was hard to come by, as long as one put in the effort to find one, it would not be too difficult. The baptizing bone pill was different. There were very few alchemists who had mastered the baptizing bone pill's pill recipe. In the entire imperial city, there was only one alchemist who had mastered the pill recipe. For Bailey Hongshuang to be able to take out a baptizing bone pill, it could be seen that she wasn't simple. Xiao Zifan and Zhao Yunqi looked at each other. They really didn't understand why Bailey Hongshuang was so different. According to her original identity, she was just an unloved daughter of the general's household. Why was she so mysterious? Bailey Hongshuang noticed the change in their expressions, but the corner of her mouth still had a trace of a smile. She wasn't Bailey Jintao's biological daughter. She wanted to find her biological parents. So what if others suspected her identity? She was no longer the Bailey Hongshuang that everyone could pinch. After a short moment of shock, Xiao Zifan and Zhao Yunqi no longer bothered about this matter. Bailey Hongshuang was their friend. Seeing how amazing Bailey Hongshuang was, they felt happy. Xianyuan Huan, who was in the first VIP box, was also shocked. Although he had already obtained a bone-cleansing pill, there were many members of the royal family. It would be great if he could get one more. There are a total of 3 bone-cleansing pills in this auction. In order to give everyone more opportunities, we have decided to auction them separately. Su Jin's voice echoed in the auction hall. Everyone became even more excited when they heard the news of 3 bone-cleansing pills. If there was only one pill, it would be hard to get it. However, with 3 pills, the chances were much higher. Li Qingqian, who was in the first-class seat, was also very excited when he heard the news. His mood today was extremely irritable, so he wanted to take a look at the auction. He didn't think that he would encounter such a good thing. The matter on Li Yuyue's face was already known. The only thing he could do now was to increase Li Yuyue's strength. no matter what, he must get this bone cleansing pill. The first bone cleansing pill will now be auctioned. Everyone knows that the bone cleansing pill is priceless. Normally, it is very difficult to find a bone cleansing pill. Therefore, this bone cleansing pill will not have a base price. Everyone can bid as they wish. Bailey Hongshuang's phoenix eyes narrowed. Su Jin's move was really good. If there was a base price, everyone would be able to estimate the value of the item. The final price would not be too high. Without a base price, everyone would not know where to start and it would be auctioned off at a high price. Master, it seems that Tianxiang auction will be able to get a high price for the bone cleansing pill. Xiao He said with a smile. Xiao Bai nodded slightly. This time, the choice was not wrong. Everyone here is completely attracted by the bone cleansing pill. Bailey Hongshuang smiled but did not say anything. Tianxiang auction's methods were indeed better than she had imagined. 10,000 gold coins. A man from a third-class seat was the first to bid. Hearing this price, everyone felt a burst of disdain. Not to mention the auction, even if the bone cleansing pill was sold in the shops, it would be worth far more. This guy was really shameless to ask for such a price. Feeling everyone's disdain, the man also felt embarrassed. As an ordinary citizen, it was not easy to have 10,000 gold coins. How could he forget that there were so many officials and dignitaries present? However, as soon as the man made his bid, a voice came from room number 1. 100,000 gold coins. As soon as Shan Yuanhuan opened his mouth, he directly raised the price from 10,000 gold coins to 100,000 gold coins. Everyone's expression changed. During the previous auction, the Crown Prince hadn't said a word, so they had almost forgotten that he was there. The Crown Prince's status was extremely noble, and no one dared to compete with him for the baptizing bone pill. Thus, the auction hall became silent for a moment. Su Jin was also somewhat startled. After seeing that no one else continued to bid, he could only say, 100,000 gold coins going once, 100,000 gold coins going twice. 100,000 gold coins going thrice. Congratulations to Your Highness the Crown Prince for winning the bone cleansing pill. Everyone secretly sighed. The first pill had been won by the Crown Prince. If it wasn't for the Crown Prince's bid, the price of the first bone cleansing pill wouldn't have been this high. Xiao Zifan sighed. This was the reason why alchemists had such a high status in Xianxia continent. Just a single pill they refined was enough to make many cultivators go crazy. Zhao Yunqi nodded. Since the Crown Prince has spoken, who would dare to bid? Do you think His Highness the Crown Prince wants to buy all 3 pills? Xiao Zifan pondered for a moment and said, he won't. The second pill will be auctioned. Su Jin's voice sounded again. 100,000 gold coins. Another bid of 100,000 gold coins shocked everyone in the hall. However, the person who bid this time wasn't Shan Yuanhuan, but Prime Minister Li Qingqian. Seeing Li Qingqian, Bailey Hongshuang's mouth slowly curved into a faint smile. This feeling of enemies meeting on a narrow road was really interesting. After everyone saw that it wasn't the Crown Prince who bid, they relaxed a bit. Although the Prime Minister's position was quite high, there were still many people present who weren't afraid. 110,000 gold coins, 120,000 gold coins. Seeing that everyone was silent for a moment and began to shout out bids, Li Qingqian's face couldn't help but become a bit ugly. When Daijimon returned, she saw that the second pill had already been auctioned. She immediately joined the auction. 150,000 gold coins, 160,000 gold coins. Li Qingqian said. 170,000 gold coins. Daijimon frowned. This price was almost twice the price of the first pill. However, Li Qingqian was determined to win this bone cleansing pill. He didn't hesitate to raise the price again. With the experience of participating in many auctions, he knew that the third pill's price would definitely be higher, so he couldn't give up on the second pill, 200,000 gold coins. When Li Qingqian shouted out this price, Daijimon also gave up competing. With Li Yuyua's current situation, she could understand why Li Qingqian was so determined to win. However, she believed that the third pill would definitely be hers. The second bone cleansing pill was successfully won by Li Qingqian, and the auction for the third bone cleansing pill also began. 150,000 gold coins. The moment she opened her mouth, Daijimon raised the price to 150,000 gold coins, causing many cultivators who were preparing to bid to give up. Everyone looked at Daijimon and sighed in their hearts. These pills could only be bought by the rich. As for the commoners, they could only watch. Just the price alone was enough for them to look up to. Seeing everyone's shocked gazes, Daijimon's face was filled with pride. She wanted to see who would dare to fight with her. However, at this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded, causing the smile on his face to fade a little. 150,001. Everyone was stunned. Everyone was raising the price by 1,000, 1,000. Just now, everyone was raising the price by 10,000. But now, Bailey Hongshuang was only raising the price by 1 gold coin. This was no longer an auction, but a blatant provocation to Daijimon. Daijimon's face was ashen. This damned Bailey Hongshuang. 160,000 gold coins, 16,001, 170,000 gold coins, 17,001. No matter how Daijimon raised the price, Bailey Hongshuang always raised the price by 1 gold coin. That mocking tone was clearly telling Daijimon that she was playing with Daijimon. Bailey Hongshuang, don't go too far. Daijimon angrily said. This was the first time in her life that she hated someone so much. Tomorrow, she will personally kill Bailey Hongshuang. Bailey Hongshuang raised her eyebrows and smiled charmingly. I'm just giving you a taste of your own medicine. What's wrong? Do you also feel that this kind of behavior is very shameful? With these words, Daijimon's face stiffened to the extreme. Bailey Hongshuang's question made it so that no matter how she answered, it would be wrong. 200,000 gold coins. 200,001. Everyone present exclaimed as they looked at this scene. They originally thought that Daijimon had already gone too far, but they never thought that Bailey Hongshuang would be so merciless when slapping her face. This increment of 1 gold coin by 1 gold coin was enough to drive Daijimon crazy. 250,000 gold coins. 250,001. Daijimon's voice had already reached its peak, but Bailey Hongshuang was still calm and collected. In reality, she didn't need to worry at all because this medicinal pill was originally hers. No matter how high the price was, it would still belong to her in the end. Moreover, Xianxia auction house didn't charge any handling fees. She simply wouldn't sell the bone-cleansing pill to Daijimon. 300,000 gold coins. Daijimon was completely driven mad by Bailey Hongshuang. She didn't believe that Bailey Hongshuang would dare to raise the price at this price. See? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This price was simply too crazy. 300,000 gold coins for a single bone-cleansing pill. This price was even higher than the previous 2 bone-cleansing pills. 300,001. Seeing Bailey Hongshuang call out again, everyone was stunned. Bailey Hongshuang was simply too ruthless. With such a price, Daijimon could only look up to it. Her entire body immediately went limp. Jimon, it's fine. Just let Bailey Hongshuang win this pill. Such a high price is enough for her to suffer. Lu Jingkuan comforted her. Daijimon nodded slightly. This was her only consolation. She did not dare to continue bidding because the price had already exceeded her limit. If she continued bidding and Bailey Hongshuang chose to give up, then she would really be finished. Congratulations to Chen Wangfei for winning the 3rd bone-cleansing pill. Su Jin's small hammer struck, announcing the auction result of this bone-cleansing pill. When the bone-cleansing pill was returned to Bailey Hongshuang, Xiao Zifen and Zhao Yunqi looked at it. Their eyes couldn't help but reveal a bit of envy. This was a pill that all cultivators yearned for even in their dreams. They didn't bid because they knew that with their financial resources, they wouldn't be able to obtain this pill. Seeing their appearance, Bailey Hongshuang took out a white porcelain bottle from her Qiankuan bag and handed it to the 2 of them. These are 2 bone-cleansing pills. I'll give them to you. Hearing this, Xiao Zifen and Zhao Yunqi were stunned. Looking at the smiling Bailey Hongshuang, they didn't come back to their senses for a long time. Give them to us? Zhao Yunqi said in a daze. Bailey Hongshuang nodded. That's right. I'll give them to you. She had refined a total of 5 bone-cleansing pills. She sold 2 of them, gave 2 to Xiao Zifen and Zhao Yunqi, and left 1 for herself. After Xiao Zifan reacted, he hurriedly refused. This is too expensive. I can't accept it. What kind of joke was this? This was the bone-cleansing pill that had just been sold for 200,000 gold coins. Zhao Yunqi's eyes flashed with surprise, but after seeing Xiao Zifan refuse, she also hurriedly refused. Bailey Hongzhuang waved her hand, since we are friends, you don't need to care about this. The bone-cleansing pill will be of great help to you, especially since Zifan still has to work hard for the Azure Water School's exam. Don't refuse it. Xiao Zifan's heart trembled. Indeed, he must pass the Azure Water School's exam. In fact, he understood that his strength was not strong enough and he did not have enough confidence in the exam. With this bone-cleansing pill, his strength would be able to improve a bit. Even the slightest difference could change the result of the exam. After a moment of silence, Xiao Zifan looked deeply at Bailey Hongzhuang and said, "Thank you. If you need me in the future, I will not refuse." From the time he met Bailey Hongzhuang, it was always Bailey Hongzhuang who helped him. He only helped her to deal with the Hell Wolf that night. He was very clear in his heart that his appearance did not help Bailey Hongzhuang much. But because of this, Bailey Hongzhuang treated him as a friend. He did not deserve it. To be able to make a friend like Bailey Hongzhuang, he felt lucky from the bottom of his heart. Right now, he could not help Bailey Hongzhuang much, but he believed that in the future, he would be able to do it. Looking at the determination and seriousness in Xiao Zifan's eyes, Bailey Hongzhuang's smile became more warm. Okay. Zhao Yunqi also said, wait for me. I can't enter the Azure Water School this year, but I will try my best to enter next year. The three of them looked at each other and smiled, then walked out of the VIP box. Bailey Hongzhuang took the lead to go to the appraisal room. Su Hongyuan was already waiting for her. What surprised Bailey Hongzhuang was that Su Xingchuan was also in the appraisal room. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang come, Su Hongyuan's face showed a kind smile. Chen Wangfei, you came. Bailey Hongzhuang's face showed a faint smile. Old Su, shopkeeper Su. I didn't think that the person auctioning the bone-cleansing pill would actually be Princess Chen. Su Xingchuan said with a smile. Originally, he only admired Bailey Hongzhuang's way of dealing with people. After knowing that the baptizing bone pill was brought by Bailey Hongzhuang, his opinion of Bailey Hongzhuang increased by a few points. Bailey Hongzhuang's medical skills, strength, potential, and background were all extraordinary. Among the younger generation, other than Bailey Hongzhuang, no one else could compare to her. In the past, he hadn't paid enough attention to Bailey Hongzhuang. Now, it seemed that he had to change his mind. The money from the auction of the bone-cleansing pill has been transferred to your money card. You can check it. Su Hongyuan smiled. No need, I believe in Tianxiang Commerce. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled sweetly. With Tianxiang Commerce's financial and material resources, it was impossible for them to be greedy for such a small amount of money. If she really checked it, she would be a little petty. Su Hongyuan's smile deepened. This Bailey Hongzhuang was only 15 years old, but her way of dealing with people was flawless. Chen Wangfei, this is my Tianxiang Commerce's VIP card. I hope you can accept it. Su Xingchuan handed a black card to Bailey Hongzhuang. Tianxiang Commerce's VIP card and money card were connected. The black gold embossed money card was low-key and luxurious. With a single glance, one could tell that this card was not simple. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes showed some surprise. Even if she took out 3 bone-cleansing pills to auction, it was still far from enough to obtain a VIP card from Tianxiang Commerce. Tianxiang Commerce's VIP card was very hard to obtain. She had heard a little about it. Why would Su Xingchuan give her a VIP card so easily? This VIP card was not light. Just the processing fee for the auction would be reduced by a lot. It was truly a good item. Thank you, shopkeeper Su. After Bailey Hongzhuang left, Su Hongyuan asked, why did you decide to give her a VIP card? The alchemist behind Bailey Hongzhuang made them want to form a good relationship with her, but that alone was not enough. Su Xingchuan smiled deeply, this girl is not ordinary. Her achievements in the future will not be low. Just her medical skills alone are worthy of this VIP card. In the Xingxian continent, there were not many alchemists with excellent alchemy skills. However, there were very few doctors who could compare with Bailey Hongzhuang. Just this point alone showed that Bailey Hongzhuang was not simple. Su Hongyuan nodded slightly. I also admire this girl. I wonder how far she will grow in the future. Bailey Hongzhuang returned to the Qin Palace. At the same time, the news of Bailey Hongzhuang and Dai Jimon's battle on the life and death arena had spread throughout the imperial city. Chen Wangfei is going to have a life and death battle with Miss Dai? Miss Dai has been cultivating in the Azure Water School for a year. I heard that her cultivation has already reached the middle stage of the mysterious Ian realm. She is even stronger than Chen Wangfei. Then why did Chen Wangfei take the initiative to challenge her? Isn't she courting death? I heard that Miss Dai's words were too harsh. That's why Chen Wangfei challenged her to a life and death arena. Too impulsive. Almost no one thought that Bailey Hongzhuang and Dai Jimon would win because of the difference in strength. Everyone knew that challenging someone with a higher cultivation level was not easy. Not many cultivators were able to do it. Bailey Hongzhuang did not care about other people's opinions. After eating dinner, she returned to her room to cultivate. Looking at the bone cleansing pill in her hand, Bailey Hongzhuang did not hesitate to consume it. The bone cleansing pill was taken as early as possible in the early stages of cultivation. After cleansing the marrow and meridians, not only would it increase one's affinity with elemental energy, it would also increase one's cultivation speed. However, when a practitioner broke through from the Hotian realm to the Xiantian realm, they would undergo a marrow cleansing and meridians cleansing. The effect of the marrow and meridian cleansing technique was even better than the bone cleansing pill. It would expel all the impurities in the body, turning an ordinary mortal into an immortal, and greatly increase the speed of cultivation. This was the reason why the cultivation in the early stages of cultivation was relatively slow. After Bailey Hongzhuang took the bone cleansing pill, Xiao He and Xiao Bai guarded Bailey Hongzhuang outside the house. The process of marrow and meridian cleansing was extremely painful. The longer one could endure, the more impurities would be expelled, and the better the effects would be. Very quickly, Bailey Hongzhuang felt a wave of pain assaulting her. Every inch of her body felt like it was being bitten by ants. Waves of pain came from her meridians. Her charming face quickly turned pale, and her body, which was lying on the bed, curled up like a shrimp. Large beads of sweat dripped from her forehead. She bit her lips and endured the intense pain, but did not make a single sound. Time passed very slowly during this process. Bailey Hongzhuang clenched her fists, and blue veins popped out. She looked to be in extreme pain. After experiencing it again after being reborn, this feeling is still as unpleasant as before. Bailey Hongzhuang was speechless. In her previous life, she had taken the bone cleansing pill. Now that she had taken it again, this feeling was truly unforgettable. Xiao He and Xiao Bai looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in this state, and their eyes were filled with admiration and appreciation. They understood the pain of taking the bone cleansing pill. Many practitioners were unable to endure it, and thus, the bone cleansing pill could not be used to its best effect. The Chaos Ring has indeed chosen its master for a reason. Xiao He sighed. Xiao Bai nodded in agreement. How could it be so easy for a divine weapon to recognize its master? In the past few years, there have also been a few cultivators who had the opportunity to come into contact with the Chaos Ring, but they were unable to make it recognize them as its master. In my opinion, only cultivators with master's aptitude can make the Chaos Ring recognize them as its master. That's right, I believe that master will definitely be able to make waves in the Xingxian continent. When that time comes, we will be the black and white demons, ha ha ha. The next day, when Bailey Hongzhuang woke up, her body was already covered in filth. She immediately took a bath and sat down to eat, feeling refreshed. Master, how are the effects after you took the bone cleansing pill? Xiao He scurried in front of Bailey Hongzhuang and asked. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. Not bad, I have already maximized the effects of the pill. With her previous experience, she knew what to do after taking the bone cleansing pill, so there was no problem at all. After the cleansing, she felt that her body was much lighter than before, and it was easier for her to cultivate. Although it did not increase her cultivation by much, the benefits would become more obvious in the future. We will be heading to the life and death arena in a while. Master, are you ready? Xiao He revealed a worried expression. This competition was ultimately risky, and it was a life and death battle, so it could not help but be worried. Bailey. Hongzhuang patted Xiao Hei's head. The furry feeling was very comfortable. Don't worry, one Daijimon is not my opponent. Baisher, who was eating, scurried in front of Bailey Hongzhuang and said softly, Master, do your best. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. These three little guys were really cute. She did not know if it was because Baisher had not eaten for a long time after being sealed in the egg, or if it was just a big eater, but it had already eaten a lot today. At the same time, Bailey Hongzhuang felt that Baisher's body seemed to have grown a little. This change was not very obvious, but she was very sure. Demonic beasts grew at different speeds. She also hoped that White Lion could grow up as soon as possible. After all, White Lion could also become her right-hand man. At noon, the scorching sun was high up in the sky, revealing a bit of scorching heat and anxiety. The vicinity of the life and death arena was already crowded with people. Almost everyone in the city who had nothing to do had come to watch the show. The surrounding restaurants were filled with people. At noon, it was naturally the most comfortable to sit in a restaurant and watch the competition while drinking tea. When Bailey Hongzhuang arrived at the martial arts stage, she saw such a lively scene and the corners of her mouth curled into a playful smile. There were indeed many people in the imperial city who liked to watch a lively scene. Bailey Hongzhuang, you're here. When Xiao Zifan and Zhao Yunqi saw Bailey Hongzhuang appear, they immediately rushed over. Now that they saw Bailey Hongzhuang appear here, their feelings were really complicated. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. You guys came very early. Bailey Hongzhuang, the competition hasn't started yet. If you regret it, you can still change your words. You must not gamble your life because of a moment of anger. Zhao Yunqi advised. In her opinion, face was not the most important thing. Life was the most important thing. Seeing the sincere concern in Zhao Yunqi's eyes, Bailey Hongzhuang patted her hand and said, Trust me, I'm not an impulsive person. Are you really confident? Xiao Zifan asked. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang so determined, Xiao Zifan was relieved. He had seen Bailey Hongzhuang's strength and knew that her battle strength was not weak. Since Bailey Hongzhuang had made her decision, then he would support it. Bailey Hongzhuang, I didn't think that you would have the guts to come. A sharp voice of ridicule came from the crowd. The person who spoke was, without a doubt, Daijimon. Bailey Hongzhuang walked up the stage under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Her gaze fell on Daijimon. Daijimon was wearing a red dress as usual. She was like a blooming peony with a noble aura. Just by standing there, her noble arrogance was obvious. The arrogance that was deeply engraved between her eyebrows was not concealed at all. Do you think that everyone is a cowardly rat like you? Bailey Hongzhuang said indifferently. Her voice was like the tinkling of spring water, sweet and clear. It was not as overbearing as Daijimon's, but it was enough to anger people to death. Bailey Hongzhuang, you really are unrepentant. Even now, you're still so stubborn. Daijimon angrily said. She thought that after a night of thinking, Bailey Hongzhuang would understand how stupid her challenge was. She did not think that Bailey Hongzhuang would not change at all. You haven't even fought yet, and you're already saying that I will lose. Isn't it too early? Bailey Hongzhuang indifferently glanced at Daijimon. Compared to Daijimon's overbearing attitude, Bailey Hongzhuang seemed indifferent. Comparing the two, Bailey Hongzhuang was clearly superior. Bailey Hongzhuang's father, Dai Tianxiong, sized up the indifferent Bailey Hongzhuang. Yesterday, after he heard about the conflict between Daijimon and Bailey Hongzhuang, he felt that the situation was a bit troublesome. He originally did not want to get involved in the conflict between the younger generation. This was because the matters between the younger generation could only be called a fight between the younger generation. Once he got involved, the situation became a lot more complicated. It was only a life and death battle, this was a matter of life and death. If it was just an ordinary person, then it would be fine. But Bailey Hongzhuang's current status was very sensitive. Chen Wangfei, godly doctor, Azure Water School's teacher personally invited student, plus she was the daughter of Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang was definitely not a person who could be easily moved. Although Bailey Zhentao and Bailey Hongzhuang's relationship wasn't good, now that Bailey Yuyan was dead, Bailey Hongzhuang was the most outstanding junior in the general's household. He believed that Bailey Zhentao's attitude had also changed. They had always valued the strength of their juniors. If Bailey Hongshuang had shown such strength at the beginning, presumably her status would not have fallen to such a state. Was it you? Yesterday's rights? This was what he was most dissatisfied with. How rare was the bone cleansing pill? If Jimon had won the bone cleansing pill yesterday, then her cultivation talent would have increased by a bit. Her performance in the Azure Water School would also be better. But all of this was ruined by Bailey Hongshuang. Hearing this, Bailey Hongshuang's lips hooked up into an unruly smile. In the auction, the highest bidder wins. She didn't bid as high as me, so she lost. How can you say I harmed her? General Dai's logic is really hard to understand. Even if that's the case, you increased the price by 1 gold coin. Aren't you deliberately humiliating Jimon? Bailey Hongshuang raised her eyebrows, as if she didn't feel the threat in Dai Tianxiong's words. If you want to know why I'm doing this, you might as well ask your precious daughter. Once these words were spoken, everyone below the stage nodded. Yesterday at the auction, it was clearly Dai Jimon who provoked Bailey Hongshuang's friend first. Bailey Hongshuang was only giving her a taste of her own medicine. However, Bailey Hongshuang was even more ruthless. This 1 gold coin increase really made people gasp in admiration. In short, what you're doing is wrong. Dai Tianxiong coldly said, I want you to immediately apologize to Jimon. In your dreams. Bailey Hongshuang straightforwardly replied with 2 words, as if she didn't even think about it. It's your own daughter's fault, and you want me to apologize? General Dai, are you still dreaming? Dai Tianxiong's eyebrows were tightly knitted. At this moment, he finally saw the sharp-tongued side of Bailey Hongshuang. Her words didn't leave anyone with a chance to refute. Since you're General Bailey's daughter, as long as you apologize to Jimon and hand over the bone cleansing pill as compensation, I'll make the decision to let you go and cancel today's battle. Dai Tianxiong's voice was filled with an irresistible flavor. If it weren't for Bailey Hongshuang's identity, he wouldn't even be bothered to say these words. Dai Jimon's heart was also somewhat unwilling. She originally wanted to take advantage of today's situation to kill Bailey Hongshuang, but her father didn't allow her to do so. As long as Bailey Hongshuang was willing to hand over the bone cleansing pill, then everything would be fine. After entering the academy, she had plenty of ways to kill Bailey Hongshuang. When everyone heard Dai Tianxiong's words, their gazes fell on Bailey Hongshuang's body. This was a good opportunity. As long as Bailey Hongshuang handed over the bone cleansing pill, although she would lose some face, she would still be able to keep her life. In the restaurant, Xianyuan Huan and Xianyuan Jing's eyes were locked onto Bailey Hongshuang. They wanted to know what Bailey Hongshuang would choose. In my opinion, this. Bailey Hongshuang will definitely agree. It's just a bone cleansing pill. Although it's expensive, it's not as important as her life. Xianyuan Jing said slowly. Xianyuan Huan shook his head slightly. That's not Bailey Hongshuang's personality. She definitely won't agree. During these days, he had a certain understanding of Bailey Hongshuang's character. The more others forced her, the more she would do the opposite. Bailey Hongshuang exuded arrogance from the bottom of her heart. This Bailey Hongshuang is really lucky. General Dai is actually willing to cancel the life and death battle. Bailey Hongshuang gnashed his teeth. Although Xianyuan Huan said that Bailey Yuyan died at the hands of the Storm Wolf, he didn't believe it. He felt that Bailey Yuyan's death must have something to do with Bailey Hongshuang. When he thought of the trash that he had trampled on in the past, now shining in all directions, he couldn't bear it from the bottom of his heart. Su Wanjing's eyes were full of viciousness. That damned Bailey Hongshuang, she was really lucky. It doesn't matter. The assassins I found have already arrived. Even if Dai Jimon didn't kill Bailey Hongshuang on the life and death stage today, Bailey Hongshuang definitely won't live past tonight. Su Wanjing's voice was gloomy. I must avenge Yuyan. Bailey Yuyan, her most beloved daughter, was now dead, and Bailey Hongshuang, this trash, was still alive and well. She had stolen all of Yuyan's glory. How could she be worthy? Bailey Hongshuang raised her chin slightly. Her smile was as beautiful as a flower, but her eyes were as sharp as a sword. Her unbridled and arrogant words were filled with an indomitable arrogance and domineering aura. Even if Dai Tianxiong was in front of her, Bailey Hongshuang still did not give him any face. Everyone present sucked in a breath of cold air. They did not think that Bailey Hongshuang would be so savage, facing Dai Jimon who was stronger than her. She actually dared to say such arrogant words and wanted Dai Jimon to beg for mercy. Dai Tianxiong's face instantly turned ashen. Bailey Hongzhuang's words were without a doubt not giving him any face. Father, people like her won't shed tears until they see the coffin. Why are you talking so much to her? Let me just kill her. Dai Jimon angrily said. At this moment, Dai Tianxiong no longer objected. He was only worried about Bailey Hongzhuang's identity, which was why he made such a suggestion. Since Bailey Hongzhuang refused a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, he did not need to worry about anything else. Dai Tianxiong waved his sleeves and walked down the stage. He said, Jimon, perform well. Hearing this, Dai Jimon's expression shook. She looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with a gaze filled with pride. All of this was thanks to Bailey Hongzhuang being blind. Today, he will personally deal with Bailey Hongzhuang in front of everyone. Bailey Hongzhuang, accept your death. Dai Jimon pulled out a long whip from her waist and smiled malevolently at Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang's expression did not change. The ice blue sword appeared in her hand. The sparkling blue sword emitted traces of cold air. This was the ice blue sword that she had spent hundreds of thousands of gold coins to buy from the auction. There was no need to say much about its sharpness. It also had an ice attribute, making it even more powerful in battle. After a careful examination, she found that the ice blue sword's ability to enter the body was extremely good. It was truly a handy weapon. Xianyuan Jing stared at the scene in a daze and looked at Xianyuan Huan in surprise. You're right. Bailey Hongzhuang really refused. Xianyuan Huan smiled faintly. This Bailey Hongzhuang is not as simple as we expected. Although everyone believed that this competition was proposed by Bailey Hongzhuang on impulse, in my opinion, she has long been prepared. You mean Bailey Hongzhuang can defeat Dai Jimon? Xianyuan Jing's eyes widened, his face full of doubt. Is she that powerful? She was calm and fierce when facing the Gale Wolf. You can't judge a book by its cover. Seeing Xianyuan Huan speak so confidently, Xianyuan Jing also believed him a little, and looked forward to this competition even more. Bailey Hongzhuang's face revealed a smile. Bailey Hongzhuang is really looking for death. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Dai Jimon with a teasing smile. Dai Jimon, I'll give you one last chance. As long as you kowtow and beg for mercy, I'll let you go. Otherwise, don't blame me for not giving you a chance later. Dai Jimon coldly snorted and looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with disdain. Bailey Hongzhuang, you really are arrogant and conceited. Why don't you take a look at your own strength? If you want me to kowtow and beg for mercy, I'll send you to heaven. Saying this, Dai Jimon no longer hesitated. She waved her whip and attacked Bailey Hongzhuang. She wanted to tear Bailey Hongzhuang's mouth apart. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes sharpened and a cold light quietly flashed past. Holding the ice blue sword, she rushed at Dai Jimon. Pa! Dai Jimon swung her whip at Bailey Hongzhuang, but Bailey Hongzhuang bent down and dodged Dai Jimon's attack. At the same time, Bailey Hongzhuang's figure quickly approached Dai Jimon. Dai Jimon had also discovered Bailey Hongzhuang's intentions and the whip in her hand danced even faster. Countless whip shadows covered the sky and covered the earth, completely blocking Bailey Hongzhuang's advance. Bailey Hongzhuang did not mind and directly used her long sword to meet the whip. Pong, pong, pong. The sound of weapons colliding was endless. Neither of them retreated and they were evenly matched. Seeing this scene, everyone's faces were filled with surprise. Isn't Princess Chen weaker than Dai Jimon by a bit? How come the two of them are evenly matched? Could it be that Princess Chen has broken through again? I already said that Princess Chen might not lose. Maybe you all guessed wrong this time. A man's face was filled with pride. All along, everyone had thought that Princess Chen would not succeed. Only he thought that Princess Chen would win. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. This situation had exceeded all their expectations. Dai Jimon was also very shocked. She could clearly feel that Bailey Hongzhuang's strength was at the early stage of Mysterious Aeon Realm while the former's strength was comparable to the middle stage of Mysterious Aeon Realm. It was precisely because of this that the two of them were evenly matched in this collision. Impossible. Dai Jimon was displeased. She wanted to defeat Bailey Hongzhuang in front of everyone and not fight like this. Thinking of this, Dai Jimon's eyes narrowed. The spirit energy in her body whistled and poured into the whip. Snake Shadow Whip. Dai Jimon coldly shouted and the long whip suddenly had a trace of spirituality. It was as if it had turned into a spirit snake. The long whip speed was extremely fast. Countless strands of the whip hardened and turned into countless spirit snakes that pounced at Bailey Hongzhuang. If she was not careful, Bailey Hongzhuang would be seriously injured. Seeing this stunning snake shadow whip, everyone gasped in surprise. Azure Sea School's cultivators were indeed extraordinary. Just this martial skill's power was extraordinary. It actually gave people a feeling that it was impossible to resist. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes were tinged with a trace of coldness. The essence force in her dantian surged into the azure ice sword, the blue ice sword's brilliance blossomed, and the dazzling blue light dazzled everyone's eyes. Shadowless kill. Bailey Hongzhuang shouted coldly in her heart. She suddenly swung her long sword. Everyone only saw a bright blue light flash past, cutting through heaven and earth. Bang! The spirit snakes that filled the sky instantly disappeared, and Daijimon's whip was actually cut in half by Bailey Hongzhuang's attack. High yellow ranked martial skill. Daijimon looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in astonishment. When Bailey Hongzhuang used this martial skill, she was able to determine the rank of this martial skill. A cultivator's battle prowess was not only affected by their cultivation, but also by their cultivation techniques and martial techniques. Her snake shadow whip was a mid-grade yellow-ranked martial skill, while Bailey Hongzhuang's martial skill was a high-grade yellow-ranked martial skill. It was because of this that her attack was broken by Bailey Hongzhuang. How was this possible? Bailey Hongzhuang had yet to enter Azure Water School, so how could she have a high-grade yellow-ranked martial skill? Although martial skills in the Xianxia continent were divided into heaven, earth, black, and yellow ranks, the most common ones were yellow rank martial skills and profound rank martial skills. Earth rank martial skills were extremely rare, and heaven rank martial skills only existed in legends. As pre-celestial cultivators, the martial skills they practiced were mostly yellow-ranked martial skills. Even yellow-ranked martial skills were very precious, and finding a suitable martial skill was even more difficult. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes were filled with ridicule. She didn't care about Daijimon's shock and attacked again. She had already given Daijimon a chance. This was the life and death arena. Only one person could walk out alive. Daijimon was no longer as proud as before. Her face was pale. Her weapon had already been broken. How could she fight against Bailey Hongzhuang? Wait. Daijimon kept retreating and shouted in a panic. I don't have a weapon, this battle is not fair. When she said this, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes were filled with ridicule. I think you studied in the Azure Water School for a year in vain. On the life and death arena, you still want to ask for fairness. Ridiculous. Not only Bailey Hongzhuang, but everyone in the audience also felt it was funny. Your weapon was broken by the opponent because your strength was not enough. Now you want to say it's not fair. At this time, no one cares if you have a weapon or not. This is not a child's play. Shouting unfair will end the battle. However, Bailey Hongzhuang didn't care. Since you are emphasizing the weapon, I will put away my weapon and let you die convinced. Putting away the ice sword, Bailey Hongzhuang's attack didn't change. Her right hand formed a fist and spirit energy rushed towards Daijimon. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang put away her weapon, Daijimon's face was filled with joy. In this situation, she didn't believe that Bailey Hongzhuang could win against her. Daijimon raised her fist and attacked Bailey Hongzhuang's chest. Bang! Under the shocked eyes of the audience, Bailey Hongzhuang didn't dodge the attack. Her fist didn't block Daijimon's fist and continued to attack Daijimon's chest. Daijimon's face changed. She didn't think that Bailey Hongzhuang would choose to do this. It was really out of her expectations. Since the beginning of the battle, she had been suppressed by Bailey Hongzhuang. This was a great humiliation to her. Thinking of this, Daijimon's eyes were filled with ruthlessness. She wanted to see how much courage Bailey Hongzhuang had. Bang! A dull sound attracted everyone's attention. Everyone's eyes were focused on the two of them, afraid that they would miss the most exciting scene. I wonder who will gain the upper hand in this exchange? Daijimon's cultivation is higher and her spirit energy is stronger. I think Bailey Hongzhuang's injuries will be more serious. Sigh, Princess Consort Chen really doesn't need to put away her weapon. Otherwise, she would definitely win this competition. At this moment, no one doubted Bailey Hongzhuang's strength anymore. Even though she was facing off against Daijimon, who was at the middle stage of the mysterious Yuan stage, She still had the upper hand. Dai Jimon stared at Bailey Hongshuang's face, which was just inches away from her. Her beautiful face was completely pale, and her pitch-black eyes were filled with disbelief. Dai Jimon was in a daze as her face turned pale. She felt a huge force coming from her chest, and her internal organs were burning with pain. She could not believe that she had actually lost this battle. Pooh! Dai Jimon spat out a mouthful of blood, and her aura instantly weakened. The audience looked carefully and realized that Bailey Hongshuang's fist had landed on Dai Jimon's chest. Dai Jimon's right wrist was being held by Bailey Hongshuang's left hand. The fist stopped a few centimeters away from Bailey Hongshuang's chest. Bailey Hongshuang was completely unharmed. From the very beginning, Bailey Hongshuang had already thought of a way to deal with Dai Manman. It was just that no one present was able to see through it. Lu Jingquan's face was very ugly. Since yesterday when Bailey Hongshuang proposed a life-and-death battle, he felt that something was wrong. But Dai Jimon simply didn't listen to his advice. Now it seems that Bailey Hongshuang's fighting strength was not any worse than a mysterious Ian middle-stage cultivator. Presumably, Bailey Hongshuang was not far from breaking through to the middle stage of mysterious Ian. At this moment, he finally understood why Bailey Hongshuang was able to receive an invitation from the Azure Water School. Aside from those abnormal people, who else would be able to fight above their level? Bailey Hongshuang's mouth hooked up into a beautiful smile, but her eyes were cold. Dai. As Bailey Hongshuang's voice fell, her fist once again attacked Dai Jimon. Dai Jimon's pupils dilated as she looked at Bailey Hongshuang in horror. From this fist, she felt a cold killing intent. Bailey Hongshuang really wanted to kill her. You dare! Dai Tianxiong shouted. The situation in front of him was beyond his expectations. Bailey Hongshuang actually had such strength, but no matter what, he couldn't let Bailey Hongshuang kill Jimon. Bailey Hongshuang's phoenix eyes slightly raised as she looked at Dai Tianxiong's fierce face. Her eyes became even colder. She simply ignored Dai Tianxiong's words and ruthlessly punched Dai Jimon's vital point. Dai Tianxiong thought that after he shouted out, Bailey Hongshuang would stop. He didn't expect that not only did Bailey Hongshuang not stop, she actually attacked even faster. By the time Dai Tianxiong wanted to rush out to protect Dai Jimon, it was already too late. Bang! A loud sound rang out. Dai Jimon was directly sent flying by Bailey Hongshuang's fist. She fell heavily on the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Dai Jimon looked at the white figure standing proudly on the high platform. This was the first time she felt regret. She couldn't believe that she would die at the hands of Bailey Hongshuang. Pooh! Dai Jimon spat out a large mouthful of blood, dyeing the ground red. She could only feel the strength in her body slowly disappearing as if death was approaching her. Dai Tianxiong and Lu Jingquan immediately rushed to Dai Jimon's side, their faces filled with worry. Jimon, are you okay? Dai Tianxiong carried Dai Jimon and anxiously asked. Dai Jimon shook her head and said, Father, avenge me. In the next moment, Dai Jimon's neck to death died to death to die to die to die to die to die. Seeing that Dai Jimon was no longer breathing, Dai Tianxiong's face became extremely ugly. When he raised his head again, his pitch-black eyes were already dyed with a few strands of blood. You to you. You to kill, to kill to Hongziman. Dai Tianxiong's voice was filled with danger. Dai Jimon was his most beloved daughter. Now that she was killed in front of him, how could he endure this? Bailey Hongshuang smiled mockingly. Since Dai Jimon stepped onto the life-and-death arena, it was naturally a life-and-death battle. Is this ending so surprising? I already gave you a chance, but you didn't want it. Now you're blaming me? Isn't this too laughable? Bailey Hongshuang waved her sleeves. Her eyes were cold and emotionless. Her aura was even more domineering. Everyone nodded. Bailey Hongshuang did give them a chance, but Dai Tianxiong and Dai Jimon didn't care. Now that Bailey Hongshuang killed Dai Jimon, there was nothing wrong with that. Bailey Hongshuang raised her eyebrows. Now that Dai Jimon is dead, you say that I shouldn't have killed her. Let me ask you, if the person who was defeated was me, would you have asked Dai Jimon to show mercy? Dai Tianxiong's expression changed. He had never thought of this point. Bailey Hongshuang's death had nothing to do with him. In short, Bailey Hongshuang had killed Dai Jimon and that was unforgivable. Looking at Dai Tianxiong's change in expression, the audience had already understood the situation. Before the battle, Dai Jimon had already declared that she would kill Bailey Hongzhuang. If the person who was defeated was Bailey Hongzhuang, this battle would have already ended. Dai Tianxiong would not have asked Dai Jimon to show mercy. Now, to say that Bailey Hongzhuang was not right, it was too laughable. If General Dai has nothing to say, then don't say anything. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes flashed with killing intent. She raised her eyebrows and said arrogantly, "Since you have offended me, Bailey Hongzhuang, then you should have been prepared to pay the price." Her cold and arrogant voice revealed an unparalleled aura. Even if she was facing Dai Tianxiong, Bailey Hongzhuang was not afraid at all. "Bailey Hongzhuang, are you not afraid of my revenge?" Dai Tianxiong's face was extremely gloomy. He must kill Bailey Hongzhuang to avenge Shimon. "I, Bailey Hongzhuang, have never been a person who is afraid of trouble." Bailey Hongzhuang was not afraid, however. "Dai Tianxiong, if you dare to cause trouble for me again, then be prepared to have your whole family destroyed." Bailey Hongzhuang stared into Dai Tianxiong's eyes. "I will do what I say." Hiss. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Bailey Hongzhuang and Dai Jimon had agreed to a life-and-death battle. Now, she even dared to threaten General Bailey. Looking at the pair of cold eyes that were like black holes, Dai Tianxiong was actually stunned by Bailey Hongzhuang for a moment. This kind of domineering aura wasn't just a momentary feeling of pleasure from her words. Instead, it was because she was truly confident. How was this possible? Dai Tianxiong couldn't believe it. How could a 15-year-old girl have such an aura? No longer paying attention to Dai Tianxiong and the others, Bailey Hongzhuang slowly walked down the high platform. Every step she took seemed to be walking on the tip of everyone's heart, but no one dared to make a sound as she walked further and further away under everyone's gaze. Looking at that proud white figure, the shock in everyone's hearts could not be calmed down for a long time. Princess Chen was so domineering, even Dai Tianxiong was intimidated by his words. Dai Tianxiong's face was so gloomy that it could drip water. He wanted to get rid of Bailey Hongzhuang, but Bailey Hongzhuang and Dai Jimon had agreed to fight in the life and death arena first. If he were to make a move now, everyone would think that he was going back on his word. If word got out, his reputation as a great general would be ruined. As for revenge, he could only go back and think about it at length. This Bailey Hongzhuang, when did she become so powerful? Shan Yuanjing was speechless. Wasn't she even more powerful than Shan Yuanhuan? Shan Yuanhuan's expression was gloomy as he shook his head. "I don't know." Looking at Shan Yuanhuan's disappointed expression, Shan Yuanjing directly shut his mouth. As a brother, he understood that Shan Yuanhuan had really fallen in love with Bailey Hongzhuang. However, it was impossible for the two of them to be together now. "Trash!" Bailey Hongzhuang angrily shouted. He didn't think that Dai Jimon couldn't even beat Bailey Hongzhuang. Once again, a storm was set off in the imperial city. Bailey Hongzhuang's battle was spread far and wide. Chen Wangfei's fame quickly spread and the young cultivators all admired Bailey Hongzhuang to the extreme. On the contrary, General Dai's residence was in a state of dismay. They had thought that they would win this battle without any surprises. They never thought that Dai Jimon would not only lose, but lose completely. The female lead that everyone was talking about was unusually calm. Defeating Dai Jimon was not something she was proud of. Returning to the room, Bailey Hongzhuang handed Baishir over to Xiao He and Xiao Bai to take care of. She began to cultivate as usual. She was about to go to the Azure Water School. From the school's reputation, she knew that there would be many strong cultivators there. She needed to quickly increase her strength. Night slowly fell and the imperial city was covered in a thin veil of night. It was quiet and peaceful. Bailey Hongzhuang, who was cultivating, suddenly opened her eyes. Her gaze focused on the roof. There was someone. "Master, someone is coming." Xiao Hei's dignified voice sounded at the same time. "They don't come with good intentions." Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. To climb up to the roof in the middle of the night, who else could it be but an assassin? Could it be that Dai Tianxiong's speed was so fast that he had found an assassin to deal with her in such a short time? "Go out and take a look." Bailey Hongzhuang's face darkened as she spoke coldly. If it really was someone sent by Dai Tianxiong, then she could only say that Dai Tianxiong was not afraid of death. Xiao He and Xiao Bai jumped onto Bailey Hongzhuang's shoulder and followed Bailey Hongzhuang out of the room. Since you're here, just show yourself. Why hide and save yourself the trouble? The cold voice was indifferent and wanton. There was not the slightest bit of nervousness or apprehension from the appearance of the assassin. Xiao Ming, who was on the roof, revealed a surprised expression when he heard Bailey Hongshuang's words. This woman's performance was truly out of the ordinary. Originally, when he found out that the target of the assassination was the princess consort, he had hesitated. However, the other party had given him a very generous price and he could not refuse. As long as he kills Bailey Hongshuang, he will leave the imperial city. The next moment, Xiao Ming jumped down from the roof and stood in front of Bailey Hongshuang. Bailey Hongshuang sized up the man in black and quickly determined his cultivation level, Mystic Ian late stage. Who sent you? Bailey Hongshuang's beautiful face was covered with frost, and her voice was as cold as a thorn. Xiao Ming sneered, I'm only responsible for killing you. As for who sent me, I'm afraid you'll never know in this lifetime. Just as he finished speaking, Xiao Ming's attack had already arrived. This was the prince's mansion, which was heavily guarded. He had to end this quickly. Otherwise, when the others arrived, it would not be easy for him to leave. Ding! Bailey Hongshuang quickly drew her blue ice sword and engaged Xiao Ming in battle. Ding ding ding, the sound of metal clashing could be heard incessantly. Xiao Ming's eyes were filled with shock. This woman's cultivation level was only at the Mystic Ian early stage, but she was actually able to contend against him. He could clearly sense that this woman's power and strength could not be compared to his. However, she had relied on her exquisite swordsmanship to persist in fighting him. How could a 15-year-old young girl possess such rich battle experience? Xiao Ming felt that it was inconceivable. However, this had happened right in front of him. He had no choice but to believe it. When the prince's mansion's guards heard the exchange of metal, they quickly rushed over and surrounded Bailey Hongshuang and Xiao Ming. Princess. Consort. The housekeeper was extremely anxious. He never thought that the other party would be so bold as to come to the prince's mansion to assassinate the princess consort. What are all of you waiting for? Quickly capture this assassin. Xiao Ming's expression changed. Until now, he still did not understand how Bailey Hongshuang had discovered him. It was this step that had ruined all of his plans. Bailey Hongshuang looked at the housekeeper and guards not far away and raised her right hand. It's all right, I can handle it. Hearing this, the guard's movements faltered. Was the princess consort prepared to deal with the assassin herself? Xiao Ming was also panicking at this moment. He had not expected these guards to move so quickly, and he had not expected Bailey Hongshuang to be able to fight with him for so long. Bailey Hongshuang understood that with her current strength, she had to fight with all her might. Otherwise, there would be no outcome between her and Xiao Ming. She immediately took out a packet of poison powder and sprinkled it at Xiao Ming. Under these circumstances, there was no point in continuing the fight. She did not care about Xiao Ming, but the person behind Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming had not expected Bailey Hongshuang to suddenly use poison. By the time he reacted, it was already too late to cover his mouth and nose. The energy in his body instantly dissipated and he turned into a normal person. Bailey Hongshuang pressed the tip of her sword against Xiao Ming's neck. Who sent you? Speak. Xiao Ming looked at Bailey Hongshuang with a stubborn expression. I won't tell you. Even if you don't tell me, I have my own ways to make you talk. Bailey Hongshuang's eyes were cold. As a doctor and a poison master, she was blessed by the heavens when it came to extorting confessions. Bailey Hongshuang said to the housekeeper and the rest, it's all right, you can all leave. Don't spread today's matter. Yes. Everyone understood how powerful their princess consort was and immediately left. With the princess consort's ability, she was able to deal with this. Bailey Hongshuang tied Xiao Ming up and brought him into the room. I'll give you one last chance to avoid physical pain. Speak or not. Give up, I won't talk. He admitted that he had failed this time, but he had been an assassin for many years, and not revealing the identity of his employer was a way to survive. Hearing Xiao Ming's reply, Bailey Hongshuang was not surprised. She pinched Xiao Ming's chin and threw a pill into his mouth. What did you feed me? Xiao Ming asked in a panic. Something to make you tell the truth. Bailey Hongshuang's voice was cold. Call me when you want to tell me. As soon as she finished speaking, Bailey Hongshuang ignored Xiao Ming's shock and returned to her bed to cultivate. He was just an assassin. It was not worth her time. Xiaoming only felt that Bailey Hongzhuang was deliberately mystifying things. At best, it was just poison. It was absolutely impossible for him to reveal the identity of the employer. However, not long after, Xiaoming's expression changed. This was because waves of heart-wrenching pain came from his body, causing his face to distort. How could this be? Xiaoming was shocked. What kind of pill was this? Why had he never heard of it before? Cold sweat trickled down Xiaoming's forehead. The unbearable pain almost caused him to break down. Xiao He and Xiao Bai looked complacently at Xiaoming. Their master's methods were not something an ordinary person could compare to. Ah! Xiaoming could not help but cry out. The pain was getting more and more intense. It was as if 10,000 worms were gnawing at his heart. The pain was unbearable. It was worse than death. Bailey Hongzhuang's expression did not change as she continued to cultivate calmly. I'll talk. Xiaoming's last bit of willpower completely collapsed under the pain. I'll talk. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Xiaoming fell to the ground. I beg you, let me off. I'll tell you everything you want to know. Bailey Hongzhuang opened her eyes, her gaze cold and emotionless. Speak. The person who sent me is the general's wife, Su Wanjing. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang raised her brows. She had thought that it was the general's residence who had sent someone to assassinate her. She didn't expect it to be Su Wanjing. Su Wanjing was really good at playing tricks. She had wanted to cut off all ties with the general's residence, but it looked like someone else didn't think so. Since you're no longer of any value, then die. Bailey Hongzhuang's voice was cold as the long sword sank into Xiaoming's body. Those who killed would be killed by others. Since Xiaoming had taken the money to take her life, he should have been prepared to be killed by her. This world was especially fair on this point. Master, this Su Wanjing is really troublesome. Xiao He couldn't hide the anger on her face. Su Wanjing was really stubborn. Master had already let her off, but she still refused to give up. Bailey Hongzhuang narrowed her eyes. It looked like she hadn't taught her enough of a lesson. She had never had a good impression of Su Wanjing. Ever since they were young, Su Wanjing had always put on a kind face. In reality, she and Xianxia had ended up in such a state in the general's residence because of this woman who looked gentle on the surface but was vicious on the inside. Master, let me and Xiao He settle this matter. Ever since we came here, we haven't shown our skills. Xiao Bai said. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang fell silent for a moment. She didn't want to go to this extent, but if she didn't do this, Su Wanjing would take advantage of her. Since that was the case, then she would settle it all together. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. Then I'll leave it to you. Seeing that Bailey Hongzhuang had agreed, Xiao He and Xiao Bai looked excited and quickly left the general's residence. Su Wanjing was pacing back and forth in the room, looking out the door from time to time. She had hired an assassin at the late stage of Mystic Aeon realm. It shouldn't be a problem for him to deal with Bailey Hongzhuang. Only by killing Bailey Hongzhuang would she be able to vent her anger. Back then, she had angered Qin Yayun to death. Now, Qin Yayun's daughter had actually dared to kill her daughter. How could she swallow this resentment? Damn Qin Yayun, damn Bailey Hongzhuang, both of them should have died long ago. However, the longer she waited, the more unsettled Su Wanjing's heart became. Why isn't he here yet? Are you waiting for an assassin? A voice suddenly broke the silence in the room. Su Wanjing was startled and looked around in horror, but she didn't see a single person. Damn woman, how dare you lay a hand on our master? Then, under Su Wanjing's shocked gaze, two huge fur balls, one black and one white, appeared in front of her. Under such circumstances, Su Wanjing didn't have the energy to figure out what these two fellows were. She said blankly, "You were sent by Bailey Hongzhuang? Bailey Hongzhuang isn't dead? You think you can kill Master with just the assassins you sent? You must be dreaming." Xiao He said coldly. Why waste your breath on this old woman? Just kill her. Xiao He saw that the younger generation had acted so quickly and her eyes were filled with helplessness. I didn't even have a chance to make a move. Xiao Bai stuck out her tongue. I forgot. The next day, a new piece of news swept through the imperial city. The general's madam had been inexplicably killed in her room in the middle of the night and no one in the general's mansion had found a suspicious trace. This was not a trivial matter. The general's madam had a noble status and now she was killed in the general's mansion. The general's mansion's face could be considered to have been completely lost. Bailey Jiantao did not expect that Bailey Yuyan had only been in the coffin for a few days and Su Wanjing had also died. Moreover, her death was so inexplicable that he could not even guess who the culprit was. Bailey Jiantao did not know, but Bailey Haoshuan was very clear in his heart. His mother had clearly told him that she had sent someone to assassinate Bailey Hongshuang. Now Bailey Hongshuang was not dead, but his mother had died. Besides Bailey Hongshuang, who else could it be? However, this news could not be spread. Otherwise, it would be a big scandal for the general's mansion. His father had already told them not to make a move against Bailey Hongshuang. Even if he said this now, he was afraid that his father would not find trouble with Bailey Hongshuang. Bailey Haoshuan's hands clenched under his sleeves. His eyes were full of resentment. If it was not for Bailey Hongshuang, how could his family have become like this? Bailey Jiantao seemed to have aged a lot in just one night. The general's mansion had suffered one blow after another. It was really beyond his tolerance. He did not understand that in such a short period of time, he had lost his daughter and wife. Only he and Bailey Haoshuan were left. Dai Tianxiong originally wanted to find Bailey Jiantao to reason with him, but after knowing that Su Wanjing had fallen, he did not know what to say. The Azure Water School's examination is imminent. If we want to make a move against Bailey Hongshuang, we can only do it in a few days. Otherwise, we will not have a chance. Dai Tianxiong said in a deep voice. This matter had happened too suddenly. He needed to find a suitable assassin to kill Bailey Hongshuang and it would take some time. If he prepared in a hurry, there would be flaws. At this time, Lu Jingkuan said, General, in my opinion, it would be better to wait for Bailey Hongshuang to go to the Azure Water School. Then think of a way to make a move. With Yin Yang will be able to avenge Zhuangzi Man. Dai Tianxiong nodded his head slightly. Azure Water School had a lot of experience. Cultivators could be in mortal danger. Under such circumstances, no one would be able to find fault with killing Bailey Hongshuang. Dai Yin Yang was the son of Dai Tianxiong. He had entered the college a year earlier than Dai Jiman. Now he was quite famous in the college. He was the pride of Dai Tianxiong and the hope of the Dai family. That's right, Dai Dage is very strong. He can easily kill Bailey Hongshuang. Lu Jingkuan replied. Of Tessa of Bailey. Of Bailey of. News. Yes. 3 days later, Bailey Hongshuang packed her things and left the mansion. Azure Water School. It was quite far away. It would take a long time to get there. Since she had promised the two mentors, she could not be late. Xiao Zifan, Shan Huan and Jiang Hanyue went to the Azure Water School together. They had invited her 2 days ago, but she had refused. Her relationship with Shan Huan was not good. If they traveled together, it would be troublesome. It was better to travel alone. Bailey Hongshuang placed Baishir into the primordial chaos ring. The primordial chaos ring was different from other Qiankuan pouches. The Qiankuan pouch could only store inanimate objects, but the primordial chaos ring could store living things. Baishir was still too young to travel with her. However, during this time, Bailey Hongshuang, Xiao He, and Xiao Bai all noticed that Baishir's body was rapidly growing. Especially after eating demon crystals, Baishir grew even faster. After discovering this, Bailey Hongshuang began feeding Baishir demon crystals every day. She believed that Baishir would soon grow up. As for Godly Dr. Square, Bailey Hongshuang handed it over to Du Tianxua and Dong Sairu to manage. The two of them were very talented in medicine. Bailey Hongshuang gave them the medical books she had written. She believed that as long as they focused on learning, they would have no problem dealing with ordinary patients. Before leaving, Bailey Hongshuang also greeted Ji Wenbin. He was the first friend she had made in the Xianxia continent. Just like that, Bailey Hongshuang rode a fine steed out of the imperial city, heading towards her career in the academy. Time slowly passed. Although they inevitably met with some trouble on the way, Bailey Hongshuang was able to resolve it easily with her strength. On this day, Bailey Hongshuang arrived at the border of Windgate City. The dry rations she had brought with her were running low, so she decided to buy some more here. The next part of the mountain road was desolate and uninhabited, so it would not be easy to buy more. However, just as Bailey Hongzhuang finished shopping, a group of people surrounded her. "Take out all the money you have," one of the men shouted. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. The border of the city had always been rife with trouble. She did not expect to encounter a robbery so soon after she arrived. Bailey Hongzhuang slowly turned around and looked at the 5 men in front of her. Robbery? When Huang Jiqing saw Bailey Hongzhuang's face, a trace of desire appeared in his eyes. "Io, I didn't expect you to be such a beauty." The other 4 men also stared at Bailey Hongzhuang. This was the first time they had seen such a beauty. She was much prettier than the tofu beauties here. "Beauty, it's very dangerous for you to be alone outside. Why don't you come home with me? I promise I'll let you have a good life. How about it?" Huang Jiqing had an evil smile on his face as he reached out to touch Bailey Hongzhuang's face. Disgust flashed in Bailey Hongzhuang's black eyes as she stepped back, her voice cold. "I'll give you 3 seconds to disappear from my sight. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences." Hearing the words of Bailey Hongzhuang, Huang Jiqing and the others were stunned for a moment, and then they all laughed. "Haha." Huang Jiqing laughed. "What did I hear? This beauty wants us to bear the consequences? That's right. This beauty looks like a little chili pepper. Huang Jiqing, you have to be careful," another man teased. Huang Jiqing's smile slowly disappeared. He looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and said, "I'm very curious. How are you going to make me bear the consequences?" When the surrounding people saw Huang Jiqing and the other 4 men surrounding Bailey Hongzhuang, they all showed sympathy. How pitiful, another girl is going to be harmed by Huang Jiqing's group of scoundrels. This lady was just passing by. I didn't expect her to be so unlucky. Although the crowd sympathized with Bailey Hongzhuang, but no one stepped out to help because they had no way of dealing with such a scoundrel. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled into a cold arc as she said indifferently, 3. Seeing that Bailey Hongzhuang had really started to count down, Huang Jiqing and the rest's faces turned ugly. This woman obviously didn't give him any face. 2. 1. Scram. The cold voice came out from Bailey Hongzhuang's mouth as a cold light flashed in her deep black eyes. As soon as she said that, a sense of fear rose in everyone's heart. Huang Jiqing was a little surprised. This woman's performance was really different from other women. However, this was Huang Jiqing's territory. Huang Jiqing grabbed Bailey Hongzhuang's hand as a shameless smile appeared on his face. "I'm not leaving, what can you do to me? You're courting death." Bailey Hongzhuang grabbed Huang Jiqing's hand and the energy in her body surged as she struck out with lightning speed. What she hated the most was this kind of hooligan who made a living by harassing others all day long. Looking at the expressions of the people around her, she could predict how many women had been harmed by them. Gotcha! A crisp sound rang out as Huang Jiqing's hand was crippled by Bailey Hongzhuang. Fresh blood dripped onto the ground as Huang Jiqing's blood-curdling screams rang out. "Ah!" Huang Jiqing looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in shock. He never thought that this woman would be so ruthless. He had never suffered such a serious injury before. "Save me!" The 4 men at the side finally reacted and immediately attacked Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang kicked Huang Jiqing to one side and her figure quickly engaged in battle with the 4 men. These 4 people were only at the initial stage of the mysterious Earth realm. They had some ability against ordinary people, but against her, they couldn't even withstand a single blow. Bang bang bang, the sounds of punches and kicks colliding rang out, followed by a series of miserable cries. The bodies of the 5 men had been stacked on top of one another by Bailey Hongzhuang. At this moment, it was struggling like a tortoise, and it was no longer as arrogant as before. Seeing this scene, the surrounding citizens were all stunned. All this time, Huang Jiqing had been acting as their accomplice. They had suffered a lot, but there was nothing they could do. Who would have thought that such a seemingly weak girl would be able to beat them to the point where they couldn't even fight back? Scram! Bailey Hongzhuang snorted coldly. Facing these bugs, killing them would only dirty her hands. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Huang Jiqing and the rest quickly got up from the ground as if they had been pardoned and quickly fled. In the process of escaping, he couldn't help but turn back to see if Bailey Hongzhuang would chase after him. Obviously, he was extremely afraid of Bailey Hongzhuang. trying to take advantage of Master with that little bit of ability. He must have eaten the heart of a leopard. Xiaohei cursed angrily. Xiaobai pursed her lips, this kind of fellow only bullies the weak and fears the strong. There's no need to pay any attention to him. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled calmly. She didn't care about these fellows at all. Just then, a middle-aged woman walked up to Bailey Hongzhuang and said, "Miss, that Huang Jiqing has someone backing him up. You've hit Huang Jiqing so he won't let you off. You'd better leave quickly." The surrounding citizens all nodded in agreement. "Miss, leave quickly. You mustn't stay here any longer." Bailey Hongzhuang didn't find this strange. "Thank you for your reminder, I'll be leaving now." Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. Although she didn't put Huang Jiqing in her eyes, if she continued to stay here, she might drag down the stall owner. Moreover, she didn't need to waste her time on this kind of bug. Bailey Hongzhuang mounted the horse. The evening's red glow shone on Bailey Hongzhuang's body, dyeing her with a touch of red, adding a touch of beauty to her delicate face. Bailey Hongzhuang spurred her horse and left Windgaze City. When Huang Jiqing returned home, the first thing he did was to gather his men to seek revenge. He had always been the one bullying others. When had others ever bullied him? No matter what, he couldn't take this lying down. However, when Huang Jiqing arrived again, he found that Bailey Hongzhuang had already left. His face became even uglier. No matter what, he had to catch that woman and let her know how powerful he was. Bailey Hongzhuang slowly moved forward. Right now, she wasn't far from Azure Water School. She would arrive in 7 days. Night slowly fell. The night in the mountain forest was always filled with a bit of strangeness. No one knew what would happen at night. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the huge canyon in front of her and frowned. The terrain here, in her line of sight, the road was surrounded by canyons, leaving only a passage in the middle. Once a person walked in, as long as there were people on both sides, the person in the middle would have no chance of leaving. This kind of terrain was most suitable for bandits to rob. This kind of terrain is simply the dream of bandits. If you want to walk through, I'm afraid you won't be able to avoid a lot of twists and turns. Xiaobai analyzed. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly, but we will have to walk through this road sooner or later. Since we're already here, let's go. If it was a blessing, it wouldn't be a disaster. If it was a disaster, it couldn't be avoided. If there were bandits here, whether it was day or night, she would eventually encounter them. Master, with us, the black-white demons, there is no need to worry about these bandits. Xiaohei patted her chest and proudly said. With their strength, if the bandits appeared, only death would await them. Bailey Hongzhuang pursed her lips and smiled. Although she hadn't seen Xiaohei and Xiaobai in action, from their tone, she could tell that their strength wasn't simple. Then I'll rely on you. Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled. No problem. Xiaohei and Xiaobai proudly. The sound of the horse's hooves was particularly obvious in this quiet canyon. However, Bailey Hongzhuang had only approached 200 meters when she heard a noise coming from the front. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyebrows rose slightly. Looking at the situation, it seemed like there was already a conflict ahead. As she slowly approached, Bailey Hongzhuang gradually saw the situation in front of her. 2 men on horseback were blocked by a wave of bandits in front of them. At this moment, the bandit leader was negotiating with the 2 men. Hand over your money, and we'll let you pass. The bandit leader looked at the 2 men in embroidered robes with a covetous look in his eyes. One look and one could tell that these 2 men had extraordinary backgrounds. They must have many treasures on them. You want to rob us of our money with just a bunch of ragtag bandits like you? A gentle voice teased. Even in the face of hundreds of bandits, he didn't show the slightest bit of worry. The bandit leader's face darkened. It seems you're not willing to cooperate? You talk too much. Kill. The black-cloaked man on the other side didn't show any expression from beginning to end. It was as if saying another word to the bandit leader was a waste of time. Io, Gong Xiaoqing is already impatient. The white-cloaked man teased. You 2 arrogant brats, I'll let you know the power of us bandits. The bandit leader angrily said. Ta ta ta. The sound of horse hooves gradually became clearer, alarming the bandits and the 2 men. Everyone couldn't help but turn around to see a white-clothed woman slowly approaching on a horse. When the bandit leader saw the woman coming from behind, his eyes lit up, and a covetous look appeared on his face. So there's another one. In their line of sight, a white-clothed woman riding a horse slowly approached. A cool breeze blew, and her clothes fluttered elegantly. It was like a dream. Even though they were far away, they could still see the woman's graceful bearing. Her beauty was unforgettable. Dong Fengyu looked at the approaching Bailey Hongzhuang in astonishment, a trace of interest appearing in his bright eyes. Normally, a woman would run away in such a situation, but this woman actually continued to come. Was she full of confidence, or was she scared silly by the scene before her? She's not with us, Dong Fengyu said. The bandit leader coldly smiled. Do you think I'll believe you just because you say that? Do you take me for a fool? The three of them were all riding horses, not to mention that this woman came alone. No one would believe it. Men. Kill them all. The bandit leader waved his hand, and the bandits immediately rushed over. Bailey Hongzhuang also understood the situation in front of her, but her focus wasn't on the bandits in front of her, but the hurried footsteps behind her. If she guessed correctly, it should be Huang Jijia's helpers. She didn't expect Huang Jijia to be so persistent. She was already so far away from Windgaze City, but Huang Jijia still persisted in chasing after her. Since there was a battlefield in front and behind, she might as well face it together. Soon, Dong Fengyu and the others also noticed the movement behind them and couldn't help but feel puzzled. I didn't expect you bandits to know how to launch a pincer attack. Dong Fengyu chuckled. The bandit leader was also stunned. This situation wasn't right. All of his subordinates were already here, so how could there be people coming from the opposite side? Damn it, could it be other bandits coming to steal business from them? It doesn't matter, we'll strike first. The bandit leader didn't care, leading his men to attack Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two. At the same time, Huang Jiqing's men also arrived. He recognized Bailey Hongzhuang at first glance and immediately shouted, "Kill her!" Huang's was. But before Huang Jiqing and his group could reach Bailey Hongzhuang, they were already swept away by a large wave of bandits. At this moment, the bandits were glaring at Huang Jiqing's group with an ominous glint in their eyes. They had been bandits in Blackwind Gorge for so many years, but someone actually dared to steal business from them. If they didn't teach the other party a lesson, how could they? Seeing Huang Jiqing like this, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes flashed with a smile. This situation was really interesting. Why are you hitting me? Huang Jiqing asked. The bandit said coldly, "You're the one we're hitting." Bang bang bang, a battle broke out in the canyon, and Bailey Hongzhuang had become a member of the battle. Dong Fengyu and Gong Xiaoqing attacked, and the bandits were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Everywhere they went, the bandits were knocked down. Looking at their strength, Bailey Hongzhuang knew that they had at least reached the mystic heaven realm. According to her judgment, they were only 16 or 17 years old, but they had already reached the mystic heaven realm. They were much stronger than a so-called genius like Daijimon. The bandit leader's expression gradually changed. He never thought that these two seemingly foolish youngsters would be so powerful. At the same time, Bailey Hongzhuang sent the bandits flying as she walked closer to Huang Jiqing. Looks like the lesson I taught you today wasn't enough. Bailey Hongzhuang's red lips curled up slightly. Her eyes were cold as she dealt with the bandits while looking at Huang Jiqing provocatively. How dare you offend me? I won't let you off. Huang Jiqing said angrily. He wanted to teach Bailey Hongzhuang a lesson, but he couldn't get close to her. He could only helplessly look at the people who attacked him. Why are you attacking us? The bandit glanced at Huang Jiqing, and his expression became even more ferocious. You came to steal our business, and you're asking us why we attacked you? I think you're stupid. Young master, these are bandits. A thug whispered into Huang Jiqing's ear. Huang Jiqing finally understood. Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang not far away, he secretly sighed in his heart. This woman is really unlucky. He still hasn't found her to settle accounts, but she's already been besieged by bandits? I'm not here to steal your business. I'm here to find that woman, Huang Jiqing explained. Although he had brought a lot of men with him, they couldn't compare to these bandits. If he got into a conflict with the bandits, he wouldn't end up well either, so he could only helplessly explain to the bandits. However, when the bandit heard Huang Jiqing's words, he sneered, "You're trying to steal our business, but do you think we'll believe you?" The bandits looked at Huang Jiqing with contempt. It was one thing for this fellow to be stupid, but how could he use such a lowly trick to fool their eyes? How was that possible? "Brothers, beat them to death." At the bandit leader's command, the bandits immediately surrounded Huang Jiqing and the others. Originally, they could only rob 3 people. Since another group had come, they might as well rob this group of people as well. This would also make them understand that those who dared to steal their Black Wind Stockade's business had to pay the price. Bang bang bang, the sound of fists and feet colliding rang out. Before Huang Jiqing could finish his explanation, the other party had already attacked without hesitation. A group of thugs surrounded Huang Jiqing. They were slightly stronger than the bandits, so although there were more bandits, they were able to hold their own. Bailey Hongshuang's lips curved into a faintly discernible smile, her eyes cold as she looked at Huang Jiqing, who was glaring at her. While sweeping away the surrounding bandits, she approached Huang Jiqing. "Young Master Huang, I didn't expect to meet you again," Bailey Hongshuang said mockingly. Bailey Hongshuang sneered, "In my opinion, it's already not easy for these thugs to protect you. Do you still have the energy to deal with me?" Hearing Bailey Hongshuang's words, Huang Jiqing looked at the people fighting with the bandits. They really couldn't split themselves up. "Since you want to teach me a lesson, I'll give you a chance." Bailey Hongshuang's smile widened. In the next moment, Bailey Hongshuang flipped over and jumped into the air. In this short moment in the air, Bailey Hongshuang grabbed Huang Jiqing's body and jumped down. Huang Jiqing was directly thrown out of the encirclement by the thugs. Bang! Huang Jiqing's body fell heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Cough cough. Huang Jiqing covered his chest and coughed. After the fall, his body was in intense pain. Bailey Hongshuang slowly stood in front of Huang Jiqing, her clear and bright eyes flashing with a cold light. When the surrounding bandits saw Bailey Hongshuang's move, they understood that Bailey Hongshuang wasn't easy to deal with. They immediately focused on attacking the thugs. Huang Jiqing's face was filled with panic. The scene of Bailey Hongshuang teaching him a lesson this afternoon was still vivid in his mind. With his strength, he wasn't a match for Bailey Hongshuang. "Someone come!" Huang Jiqing hurriedly shouted. Not far away, the thugs noticed this scene and immediately wanted to break through the heavy encirclement to save Huang Jiqing. However, there were too many bandits around. Even if they wanted to come over, their path was blocked and they couldn't get over. "Young master, we can't get over," a thug helplessly shouted. Huang Jiqing's face was deathly pale. He originally wanted to lead a group of people to teach Bailey Hongshuang a lesson. He didn't expect that Bailey Hongshuang would set him up and fall into such a predicament. Just as Dongfangyu said, this group of bandits was just a motley crew in front of him. Following Dongfangyu and Gong Xiaoqing's moves, the bandits fell one after another. They weren't a match for them at all. As the two of them attacked, a vacuum zone appeared around them. The other bandits on the ground covered their wounds and wailed. Seeing this scene, the bandit leader immediately realized that they had provoked someone they shouldn't provoke. They weren't a match for such a person. Expert, please have mercy." The bandit leader quickly begged for mercy. Dongfangyu indifferently glanced at the bandit leader but didn't say anything. He didn't look with interest at Bailey Hongshuang at the back. As it turned out, this woman wasn't looking for trouble on purpose, nor was she scared out of her wits. She just happened to be using the bandits to solve her problem. This woman's appearance was outstanding. Even though he had seen many beauties before, seeing Bailey Hongshuang, he couldn't help but praise her. Her exquisite and beautiful face was like the most beautiful piece of art, without the slightest flaw. From all angles, Hongshuang's was a first-class beauty. What made her stand out from the rest was her ethereal temperament. Just a glance was unforgettable. Such a beautiful woman dared to travel alone at night. Her strength shouldn't be weak. Moreover, her intelligence and wisdom had been completely revealed. "Gong Xiaoqing, isn't your woman very interesting?" Dongfangyu turned around and asked teasingly. Gong Xiaoqing's face was still as icy as ever. He lazily glanced at Bailey Hongshuang with an indifferent expression. "What does that have to do with me? It'll also save you a lot of trouble. If you can be like me, your strength will definitely improve again," Gong Xiaoqing coldly said. Hearing this, Dongfeng Yu curled his lips. No matter how strong I am, it's only for myself to live a carefree life. I don't want to be like you and only know how to cultivate. Living a carefree life, playing the game, that's the life he wants. Bailey Hongzhuang stepped on Huang Jiqing's chest, her beautiful face outlined in an enchanting arc. You want to teach me a lesson? Her soft and gentle voice was like the ravings of a lover, but Huang Jiqing's face was full of fear. You. Huang Jiqing opened his mouth to explain, but his words were already very clear, so there was no point in explaining. Since you want to send me to heaven, then tell me, what should I do to you? Bailey Hongzhuang's smile was beautiful, but the coldness in her phoenix eyes became more and more intense. What do you want? Huang Jiqing's face was pale as he asked tentatively. Bailey Hongzhuang narrowed her eyes, a sharp light flashing through them. If someone offends me, I'll cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Originally, the enmity between her and Huang Jiqing wasn't deep, so teaching him a lesson was enough. However, the other party was unwilling to give up, and even repeatedly said that he wanted her life, so she naturally wouldn't let Huang Jiqing go. Hearing this, Huang Jiqing's face was full of horror. You can't kill me. Who do you think you are? Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled. If I want to kill, then I'll kill. After saying this, Bailey Hongzhuang's sword directly pierced Huang Jiqing's skin, causing him to scream miserably. I beg you, let me go, I won't dare to do it again. At the same time, Huang Jiqing's hired thugs had already been defeated by the bandits, and all the money they had on them had been robbed clean. The bandit leader looked at his subordinates, who still didn't understand the situation, and his eyes filled with helplessness. They had already been defeated here, but the other side was still robbing others. How did he raise such a group of idiots? Just as the bandit leader was about to order his subordinates to stop, Dongfeng Yu called out, wait. Hearing this, the bandit leader shut his mouth and said, young hero, please instruct me. Let's watch the show first. There's no rush to end it. Dongfeng Yu smiled. The bandit leader was stunned. They had risked their lives to rob, but now it had become a show in the eyes of others. However, who asked the other party to be so strong? They could only wait. Bailey Hongzhuang completely ignored Huang Jiqing's words as the tip of her sword continued to sink in. Come and save me. Huang Jiqing's blood-curdling screams attracted everyone's attention. When the thugs realized that Huang Jiqing was on the verge of death, their expressions completely changed. Their mission was to protect Huang Jiqing. If Huang Jiqing died, they would not be able to continue living in this world. At the thought of this, the thugs completely erupted. They were no longer limited to punching and kicking like before. Instead, they were fighting with their lives on the line. Ding ding ding, the sound of metal clashing rang out. The thugs' stance of fighting with their lives on the line stunned many of the bandits. However, this scene also aroused the ruthlessness in the hearts of the bandits. They had been robbing and robbing here for a long time. What had they not seen before? Their hands were stained with a lot of blood. Huang Jiqing let out a sigh of relief, but when he saw Bailey Hongzhuang casually swinging her sword, he couldn't help but feel nervous. If Bailey Hongzhuang forgot, the tip of her sword would move and his life would be gone. Bailey Hongzhuang's line of sight fell on Dongfeng Yu and Gong Xiaoqing, who were not too far away. She had already noticed the bandit leader's surrender. With Dongfeng Yu and Gong Xiaoqing's strength, the bandit leader's surrender was within her expectations. However, the other party didn't interrupt all this and instead allowed the other bandits to continue dealing with the hired thugs. This was a bit strange. Feeling Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze, Dongfeng Yu smiled and nodded at Bailey Hongzhuang. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang also nodded. Regardless of whether the other party was just here to watch a good show, at least they had no ill intentions. For her, this was enough. In the blink of an eye, there were several more corpses on the ground. There were bandits and hired thugs. When the other bandits saw that their own brothers had been killed by this group of people who stole their business, they became even angrier and immediately rushed forward. The hired thugs were already exhausted. Facing this continuous battle of attrition, they fell into a deep sense of powerlessness. In the end, under the attacks of the bandits, they all died. At this time, the bandit leader ordered, "Let's go." The bandits on this side only noticed the commotion not too far away. Previously, they had been in a killing frenzy and couldn't divert their attention to the situation on the other side. Although they didn't understand what had happened, since their boss had already given the order, they could only quickly follow. As the bandits quickly left, Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze shifted to Huang Jiqing. It seems that the hired thugs you relied on were useless. Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled. Huang Jiqing's expression was extremely ugly. He was now incomparably regretful. If he had known that the situation would turn out like this, he would rather stay at home and sulk. Now, he was afraid that he couldn't even keep his life. Expert, please spare my life. I won't dare to do it again. Huang Jiping kept begging for mercy. As long as you let me go, I can give you all of my belongings. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. Her indifferent expression did not reveal any change in her emotions. She was not interested in Huang Jiqing's wealth at all. This kind of guy should have gone to hell long ago. However, before Bailey Hongzhuang could make a move, a flying knife suddenly flew through the air and accurately pierced Huang Jiqing's heart. Huang Jiqing's eyes widened. He couldn't believe that his life had ended just like that. Moreover, it was ended by a stranger. Noisy. A cold and impatient voice suddenly sounded. This person actually ended Huang Jiping's life because he felt that Huang Jiping was too noisy. It was a pity that Huang Jiping did not hear those words. Otherwise, he would have vomited 3 liters of blood. Bailey Hongzhuang's line of sight fell on the black figure. It was this guy who had just thrown the knife. Stupid woman. Gong Xiaoqing said coldly. Bailey Hongzhuang frowned and looked at Gong Xiaoqing. Are you talking about me? She had lived for so many years in her previous life. No one had ever dared to call her stupid. N. Gong Xiaoqing said a single syllable. It was as if saying another word was a waste of time. This guy, you're really too rude. Bailey Hongzhuang's voice was cold. Bailey Hongzhuang sized up Gong Xiaoqing. His body was like a jade tree, his appearance was better than Pan An's, especially his pair of peach blossom eyes. This man, at a glance, must be deeply loved by women. This one is Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang replied. Although she didn't have a good impression of the black-robed man, this white-robed man had helped her imperceptibly, so she didn't have any ill feelings. So it's Miss Bailey. Dongfang Yu smiled gently. It's an honor to be acquainted with Mississippi. Dongfang, let's go. Gong Xiaoqing left behind a sentence and took the lead to ride his horse forward. Gong Xiaoqing. Dongfang Yu called out, but Gong Xiaoqing didn't stop and continued to move forward. Seeing this scene, Dongfang Yu felt helpless. Gong Xiaoqing was always so uninteresting. Turning around, Dongfang Yu's face once again rippled with a dazzling smile. Miss Bailey, we have some matters to attend to and will leave first. If fate wills it, we'll meet again in the future. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. Goodbye. How could she not understand such a scene? The so-called important matters were just an excuse. However, she also didn't want to have any contact with Gong Xiaoqing. The two of them had only met by chance, so parting like this was extremely good. Following the departure of Dongfang Yu and Gong Xiaoqing, Bailey Hongzhuang also rode forward. In a few days, they would arrive at Azure Water School, so it was better to arrive early. Dongfang Yu quickly caught up with Gong Xiaoqing. Hey, Gong Xiaoqing, you're not giving us any face. The school's entrance exam is about to begin. The teachers want us to prepare in advance. Do you want to be late? Gong Xiaoqing asked back. Hearing this, Dongfang Yu's face changed a bit. This time, the two of them were also responsible for helping the teachers with the entrance exam. If they were late, they wouldn't be let off. All right. Bailey Hongzhuang headed towards Azure Water School, but found that Dongfang Yu and Gong Xiaoqing weren't far from her. With a thought, she already understood that these two should be students of Azure Water School. Master, these two people are very strong. They shouldn't be new students of Azure Water School. Xiao He analyzed. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. They should be seniors. When the two of them fought with the bandits, she could already see how strong they were. They were really geniuses with such strength at such a young age. The Tsunglan College really lived up to its name. There were definitely a lot of excellent cultivators. Dongfang Yu looked at Bailey Hongzhuang, who had maintained a certain distance from them from beginning to end. His handsome face revealed an astonished expression. This Miss Bailey is actually walking in the same direction as us. Gong Xiaoqing looked at Bailey Hongzhuang coldly and disdainfully. You've provoked so many girls along the way, haven't you? As soon as she said this, Dong Fengyu scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. I think that Miss Bailey just happened to be going the same way as us. With Dong Fengyu's strength and appearance, it was normal for him to attract the admiration of women. Some women were unwilling to give up, so they followed behind Dong Fengyu. Gong Xiaoqing had seen this kind of thing many times before. Gong Xiaoqing sneered. With a pull of his right hand, he stopped. He was waiting for Bailey Hongzhuang to come over. Bailey Hongzhuang saw the two suddenly stop. Her eyes flashed with a trace of doubt, but it had nothing to do with her. She immediately continued forward. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows and sneered, "Idiot. I have no interest in following you." As soon as she finished speaking, Bailey Hongzhuang continued to ride her horse forward. Her deep and bright phoenix eyes were filled with disdain. Ta ta ta, the beauty passed by, leaving behind a wisp of fragrance. Idiot? Gong Xiaoqing was stunned. His mind was completely immersed in Bailey Hongzhuang calling him an idiot. This woman dared to call him an idiot? Dong Fengyu was also shocked by Bailey Hongzhuang's performance. After he reacted, his handsome face revealed a brilliant smile. Haha, idiot. Dong Fengyu laughed. Gong Xiaoqing, I've known you for so many years, but this is the first time I've heard a woman call you that. Gong Xiaoqing's face darkened. This stupid woman dared to call him that. He noticed that his unchanging iceberg face had finally changed. Although it wasn't a good change, Dong Fengyu still felt very happy. This Miss Bailey really has a personality. Gong Xiaoqing coldly glanced at Dong Fengyu. He didn't say anything and continued to ride his horse forward. Gong Xiaoqing and Dong Fengyu originally didn't believe Bailey Hongzhuang's words. After all, many women would feel embarrassed after their intentions were discovered. However, when they found that Bailey Hongzhuang had been walking in front of them and was in the same direction as them, the two completely understood. So this Miss Bailey also wants to go to Azure Water School. Dong Fengyu chuckled. It was rare to meet such an interesting woman. If they separated like this, it would be a pity. However, since Bailey Hongzhuang was going to Azure Water School, then it was very likely that she would become their junior in the future. Dong Fengyu looked at the iceberg face. He was afraid that there would be a good show to watch when the time came. Azure Water School was located in the mountains. Originally, this place was very desolate. Only Azure Water School existed here. But after many years of development, with Azure Water School as the center, Azure Water City had already appeared here. Sunlan City was very prosperous. Most of the students of Sunlan School had a high status. After all, the vast majority of cultivators needed sufficient cultivation resources to grow into a genius that everyone looked up to. Within the city, it could be said that everything was available. In particular, the resources required by cultivators were abnormally plentiful here. When Bailey Hongzhuang arrived, she found that Sunlan City was as lively as the Imperial City. The only difference was that almost all the people walking around here were cultivators with some strength. Even the small merchants and peddlers were also cultivators. Although their talents and strength were not strong enough, they were undoubtedly much better than the peddlers in other places. This was the influence of the Sunlan School. In the entire Sunlan City, there was not a single person who did not cultivate. There were still 3 days left before the recruitment. Bailey Hongzhuang looked around. She could only find an inn to stay in. Glancing around, Bailey Hongzhuang walked towards the Azure Water Inn, which wasn't too far away. After Dong Fengyu saw Bailey Hongzhuang enter the inn, the corner of his mouth lifted into a faint smile. Gong Xiaoqing, let's go report to the teacher first. Gong Xiaoqing nodded slightly. The two immediately spurred on their horses and entered Azure Water School without any obstruction. Bailey Hongzhuang also noticed the actions of the two and raised her eyebrows. It seemed that her judgment was correct. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Bailey Hongzhuang's body. Nowadays, Sunlan City's in business was very popular. All the participating students had come here to wait for the exam to start. Therefore, almost all the students who came to Sunlan City were participating in the exam. Sunlan School's enrollment quota was limited. Therefore, every cultivator who came could be their opponent. In this short period of time, some powerful cultivators who were very likely to become Xianxia school students were already known by everyone. At this moment, seeing another unfamiliar face, everyone naturally paid attention. Only, when everyone saw the outstanding appearance of Bailey Hongzhuang, their faces showed surprise. My goodness, I didn't think that there would be such a great beauty among the cultivators participating in the Academy's recruitment test. I heard that the number one beauty of Xianxia City is Lu Qinyue. This one shouldn't be her, right? I came here a few days ago and was lucky enough to see Lu Qinyue. This woman is not Lu Qinyue, but her beauty is not inferior to Lu Qinyue. All the men present had looks of adoration in their eyes. Such a beauty was truly a scene in their eyes. Miss, do you want to have a meal or stay? The waiter asked with a kind smile. Stay. Miss is really lucky. Recently, there have been too many guests. RN only has one room left. I will handle it for you. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. She also noticed this point. Nowadays, Xianxia City's in business was very popular. She was very lucky to be able to find a room. 100 gold coins a night. How many nights does Miss want to stay? The waiter asked. 3 nights. 100 gold coins a night. The price of this accommodation was very expensive. However, most of the cultivators who came here were rich. 300 gold coins was nothing. Okay. At this moment, a woman in a green dress walked into the inn while being surrounded by several guards like a moon surrounded by a myriad of stars. Arrange 5 rooms for me, the woman said. Listening to the woman's words, the waiter's face showed an apologetic expression. Miss, I am very sorry. Our inn is full. The woman frowned. Full? The waiter nodded again and again. It is full. Miss, why don't you go to other inns and ask? Tang Xingyi was in a very bad mood. She had rushed all the way to Xianxia City and finally had a chance to rest. Now, she was actually told that there were no more rooms? With a glance, Tang Xingyi saw the room card in Bailey Hongzhuang's hand. She said coldly, then why does she have it? This young lady came a step earlier. The last room has already been reserved by this young lady. The attendant explained. Bailey Hongzhuang took the room card and prepared to leave. She had been running around all night these days, so she really needed to freshen up. However, just as Bailey Hongzhuang was about to leave, Tang Xingyi suddenly said, I'll give you 500 gold coins if you let me have your room. She didn't care where the guards were staying. Right now, she just wanted to rest. No. Bailey Hongzhuang said coldly. The arrogance and condescension in this woman's words made her very unhappy. 500 gold coins, she didn't care at all. The other cultivators who were eating in the main hall on the first floor also noticed this scene. 600 gold coins, directly doubled. Bailey Hongzhuang's reaction was within everyone's expectations. They were all cultivators. If she were to give up her room to Tang Xingyi just for 500 gold coins, she would be lacking in backbone. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang reject her without hesitation, Tang Xingyi's face was filled with displeasure. 1,000 gold coins. Bailey Hongzhuang's steps were still moving forward, not stopping even for half a step. 2,000 gold coins. 3,000 gold coins. With every step Bailey Hongzhuang took, Tang Xingyi raised the price. When the crowd saw the increase in price, their faces were filled with astonishment. 3,000 gold coins was not a small sum, even to them. 5,000 gold coins. From the beginning to the end, Bailey Hongzhuang was not moved at all. Suddenly, Tang Xingyi chased after her and placed her hand on Bailey Hongzhuang's shoulder. Her pretty face was filled with anger. As a person, one cannot be too greedy. Bailey Hongzhuang slapped away the hand on her shoulder and slowly turned around. Her exquisite and beautiful face was filled with coldness. I've said it before. No matter how much money you offer, I will not give up this room. Bailey Hongzhuang's cold and sweet-sounding voice was filled with an unquestionable domineering aura. Obviously, Tang Xingyi's actions had caused her dissatisfaction. However, Tang Xingyi didn't feel this and continued to say, 5,000 gold coins is already the limit. When the surrounding cultivators saw this scene, they were all drooling over it. 5,000 gold coins was only enough for 3 days of accommodation. Cultivators without money would usually just rest on the tree for the night. With their abilities, it was completely fine. At this moment, a man walked in front of Xianxia. 5,000 gold coins and I'll give you my room. How about that? With this amount of gold coins, it would be enough to buy some cultivation resources that he needed. Xianxia glanced at the man and coldly said, "No, I want hers." This woman had humiliated her in front of so many people. She had to get back at this woman. Right now, it was no longer an issue of the room. It was an issue of Xianxia's reputation. Bailey Hongzhuang furrowed her brows. This woman was simply unreasonable. The man sat back down helplessly. When the other cultivators saw this, they began to discuss among themselves. These two are at odds with each other. Haha, for the sake of revenge, how interesting. If it were me, I would give up 5,000 gold coins. It's just a room. 5,000 gold coins is too much. You're wrong. This woman in a green dress is so arrogant and despotic. If we give our room to her just like that, wouldn't we lose face? I'll give you 5,000 gold coins. Don't bother me. Bailey Hongzhuang said coldly. She was new here and did not want to cause too much trouble. The next moment, under everyone's astonished gaze, a pile of shiny gold coins was thrown on the counter. Bailey Hongzhuang, on the other hand, had already walked towards the stairs. Such a scene could be said to have blinded everyone's eyes. 5,000 gold coins, just to get the other party to stop bothering her. Previously, they had all thought that Xianxia was rich. Now, it seems that this woman in a white dress was the one who was truly rich. No wonder no matter how much Xianxia increased the price, the woman in a white dress did not respond. It turns out that the woman in a white dress had never placed this little bit of money in her eyes. Sensing the change in everyone's emotions, she felt as if she had been slapped in the face. She had always thought that the woman in white had rejected her because she wanted to raise the amount. Now, it seemed that she was wrong. "Do you think I'm a beggar?" Xianxia shouted, "Take your money back." Ding ding ding, Xianxia casually pushed and the gold coins fell to the ground, making a crisp sound. "So you're saying that you thought I was a beggar?" Eerie and cold words came out of Bailey Hongzhuang's mouth. Her patience had been worn out by Gaoxingyi. A sharp light suddenly appeared. Bailey Hongzhuang's cold eyes stared at Xianxia, the aura of a superior erupting from her body. Xianxia was stunned. It was the first time she had seen such a sharp gaze from a cultivator of the same generation. It was as if she could see through everything and it made her lose the courage to refute. The surrounding cultivators also felt that shocking gaze and Bailey Hongzhuang's image suddenly changed in their hearts. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's questioning words, Xianxia was speechless. Previously, she had indeed thought of Bailey Hongzhuang as a poor person who only wanted to cheat more money. Turning her gaze, Xianxia noticed that the guards beside her were no longer in a weak state. They regained their previous confidence. Even if she really thought of Bailey Hongzhuang as a beggar, so what? Could it be that Bailey Hongzhuang could hurt her? I don't care so much. Anyway, you have to give up this room, even if you don't want to. Xianxia arrogantly raised her chin and her arrogant attitude was fully displayed. Her repeated rudeness had completely ignited Bailey Hongzhuang's anger. In this world, there were always people who were so blind. Who do you think you are? Bailey Hongzhuang's cold eyebrows rose high, her eyes as deep as a serene pool blooming with infinite brilliance. Daring to order me to give up my room, you have to weigh yourself first. Let's see if you are worthy. As soon as he finished speaking, Bailey Hongzhuang struck out with her palm, and the table beside her fell to the ground, splintering into pieces of wood. Everyone was stunned. The white-dressed woman had displayed an extremely good temperament from beginning to end, but under Xianxia's unreasonable pestering, she finally exploded. From the white-dressed woman's behavior, they realized that it wasn't that she was afraid of Xianxia. Rather, she simply couldn't be bothered to bicker with Xianxia. The sudden movement caused Xianxia to involuntarily take 2 steps back. She then sneered, "So what if you have a little bit of strength? Of those who came to Azure Water City, who didn't have strength? Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curved into a teasing smile, but her voice was as cold as ice. "Come at me if you have the guts." It was a simple sentence, but it made people's hearts tremble for no reason. This was the aura. Seeing this scene, the crowd looked to each other in dismay. It would appear that Tong Xingyi had kicked an iron plate. This woman in white was definitely not someone to be trifled with. At this moment, a voice full of sarcasm suddenly rang out. I was wondering who was so rude and unreasonable. So it's Miss Tong from the Tong family. In the crowd's line of sight, a woman in a purple dress slowly strolled over. Seeing this woman, a trace of amazement surfaced in the crowd's eyes. This woman's most outstanding feature wasn't her looks, but her figure. At their age, it was rare to see a person with such a hot figure like the woman in front of them. That slender waist that could not be held in one hand, and that tall and proud place that could be proud of, attracted everyone's attention as she walked. However, the woman's face was like a lowly's, cute and delicate. Compared to that hot figure, it formed two completely different temperaments. It was this combination of inexperience and hot that made it difficult for everyone to forget. Xianxia, what are you doing here? Seeing the woman in the purple dress, Tong Xingyi's face showed a touch of displeasure. Xianxia chuckled, her eyes looking at Tong Xingyi's body. I naturally can't stand some people who rely on their numbers to be tyrannical. What? Can't I? What does it have to do with you? I just don't like you and am willing to interfere. What can you do? Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the interaction between Xianxia and Tong Xingyi and immediately understood that there was a grudge between the two, so at this moment they met, they were fighting. Tong Xingyi's face was filled with anger. Since you insist on interfering, don't blame me for being impolite. The next moment, Tong Xingyi waved her hand, and the 5 guards behind her immediately blocked in front of Tong Xingyi and walked towards Bailey Hongzhuang. Go for me. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes were cold. Since you want to die, don't blame me for being impolite. She had no patience with Tong Xingyi. This kind of woman, if she didn't teach her a lesson, she would never know how to restrain herself. Xianxia was obviously not a master who was afraid of trouble. Seeing the guards coming, she began to rub her fists. Obviously, she couldn't wait to fight immediately. Bang bang bang, the sound of fists and feet colliding resounded in the inn. Everyone had forgotten to eat and concentrated on watching this good show. Bailey Hongzhuang's moves were fast, ruthless, and accurate. Every time she attacked, she would definitely defeat one person. Xianxia's movements were also dissatisfied. After the two of them attacked, the figures of the guards were kicked out of the inn one by one. Now, it's your turn. Bailey Hongzhuang's indifferent gaze fell on Tong Xingyi. Tong Xingyi was completely dumbfounded. Her bodyguard wasn't weak. She didn't expect him to be taken care of by Bailey Hongzhuang in just a single exchange. Xianxia looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in surprise. She didn't expect the strength of this woman in white to be so strong. Even she couldn't compare with Bailey Hongzhuang in terms of strength. It was unknown where this genius had come from. If you dare to touch a single strand of my hair, I'll make you suffer. Tong Xingyi hurriedly said when she saw Bailey Hongzhuang slowly approaching her. In the next moment, Bailey Hongzhuang punched out, directly knocking Tong Xingyi down. She leaped up and kicked with her right foot, sending Tong Xingyi flying out of the inn. I'll wait. There was no trace of worry in her cold and indifferent voice. It was obvious that Tong Xingyi's threat had no effect on her. The weak were not qualified to make the strong fear them. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the waiter on the side and then looked at the gold coins scattered on the ground. She said, "These gold coins are my compensation for breaking the inn's items." As her voice fell, Bailey Hongzhuang walked towards the room on the 2nd floor. This time, no one dared to stop her. That's 5,000 gold coins, not to mention breaking such a small thing. Even if the lobby was torn down, it would be enough. Xianxia followed Bailey Hongzhuang to the 2nd floor and said, "Miss, wait." Bailey Hongzhuang turned her head and looked at Xianxia. "Miss, what's the matter?" The reason why Xianxia acted just now was because of the personal grudge between her and Tong Xingyi, so she didn't care too much. Xianxia's face showed a bright smile. "Hello, my name is Xianxia. How about we be friends?" Looking at the sincerity in Xianxia's eyes, Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. Bailey Hongzhuang. Nice to meet you. Xianxia smiled brightly. Your approach is really to my liking. In the future, let's hang out together. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang's mouth was also filled with a smile. This Xianxia was very strong, but she was not scheming at all. However, Xiao Jiqing was also to her liking. Good. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang agree, Xiao Jiqing's smile became even brighter. But in the next moment, it collapsed. Recently, Azure Water Cities in business is really too good. I came a step late, and all the rooms were gone. I will rest in the tree with the other cultivators these days. I will come to you on the day of the assessment. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang said, in that case, it's better for you to live with me. Although the room is not big, it will be much better than living in the tree. Xiao Jiqing's eyes lit up, then she waved her hand and said, no, I will disturb you. I don't mind. Anyway, my skin is rough and thick, I am not afraid. The curve of Bailey Hongzhuang's mouth gradually widened. With Xiao Jiqing's hot figure, she was afraid that she would attract the attention of many male cultivators. Living outside like this, it was really troublesome. Since we are friends, there is no need to disturb. We can live together. She had seen a lot of people in her previous life and this life. She could see through people like Xiao Jiqing at a glance, so she was not worried that she would have other purposes. Then I will trouble you. Xiao Jiqing said. Bailey Hongzhuang waved her hand. It's no trouble. Xiao Jiqing and Bailey Hongzhuang stayed in the house. Xiao Jiqing's character was very lively, and she proposed to go to the city. However, Bailey Hongzhuang was not interested in this. These days, she had been running around outside. She only wanted to cultivate quietly in the house. Xiao Jiqing did not force Bailey Hongzhuang and went to the city alone. After Xiao Jiqing left, Xiao He and Xiao Bai enlarged their figures and sat in front of Bailey Hongzhuang. Master, we don't know anything about this Xiao Jiqing. If we live with her like this, will it be dangerous? Xiao Bai asked. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head slightly. Xiao Jiqing is an inexperienced little girl. She is very sincere, so don't worry. Xiao He and Xiao Bai looked at each other. Since the master had decided, they could only listen. Perhaps after crossing over, she had been in the general's mansion, a place where there were endless conspiracies. Even her thoughts had become extremely complicated. She even forgot that they were only 15 or 16 years old teenagers. There was no lack of simple-minded people. If she continued to look at all of this with such complicated eyes, it would really be troublesome. Bailey Hongzhuang took Baishar out of the chaos ring. During the journey, Baishar's figure had grown a bit. She took out a demon crystal and gave it to Baishar. This little guy's appetite was amazing. Now he had to eat a demon crystal every day. Now she didn't have many demon crystals left. She had to find a chance to buy some demon crystals. Otherwise, this little guy would be very clingy when he had nothing to eat. She also ordered food for Xiao He, Xiao Bai. Xiao Jiqing lived with her. Xiao He and Xiao Bai didn't want to reveal themselves. They had to put everything into the chaos ring and let them stay with Baishar. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. After 3 days of getting along, the relationship between Bailey Hongzhuang and Xiao Jiqing became more and more familiar. They got along very well. During this time, there were more and more cultivators in Songlan City. Even some cultivators who didn't come to participate in the assessment came here to watch. After all, this was the school that all cultivators dreamed of entering. Bailey Hongzhuang and Xiao Jiqing left the inn early. At the gate of the school, the cultivators had already formed a long line. The number of people was as many as hundreds. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the gate of the Songlan school. In the middle of the arched gate, there were 4 big words written in flamboyant calligraphy, Songlan School. It was said that these words were written by the first-generation principal of the Songlan School. It contained the understanding of Yuanli. At first glance, there would be a sense of shock. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes narrowed. Just these 4 simple words could see the strength of the first principal of the Songlan School. The school assessment will begin today. I don't know what the assessment will be. Xiao Jiqing's eyes were filled with a little tension, but more excitement. Hongzhuang, I hope we can all stay in the Songlan School together. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. I believe that with your strength, you will definitely be able to become a student of the Songlan School. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang and Xiao Jiqing were talking, a surprised voice came from the queue. Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang turned her eyes and saw Xiao Zifan waving to her in the team. Bailey Hongzhuang and Xiao Jiqing walked in front of Xiao Zifan, their elegant and refined faces rippling with an elegant and charming smile. Besides Xiao Zifan, Xianyuan Huan and Jiang Hanyue were both there. Jiang Hanyue's face also showed a smile, but Xianyuan Huan's expression was slightly awkward. Hong Zhuang, have you just arrived at Songlan City? Xiao Zifan asked. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head slightly. I arrived 3 days ago, but I've been staying in the inn. Xiao Zifan's eyes flashed with surprise. He remembered that Bailey Hongzhuang had set off later than them. We just arrived at Songlan City yesterday. I didn't expect you to be faster than us. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled but didn't say anything. This wasn't surprising. 3 people traveling together was always more troublesome than 1 person. Naturally, there would be delays on the road. The school assessment will begin soon. You have to work hard. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. Xiao Zifan nodded seriously. It's not easy to get this opportunity. I will try my best to stay. Oh. A sneer came. Some people don't even look at their own qualifications. A mere mysterious Earth late stage wants to pass the assessment. They really overestimate themselves. Tong Xingyi, you're really haunting me. Why are you everywhere? Xia Jiqing said coldly. With these words, Xia Jiqing did not leave any face and directly compared Tong Xingyi to a ghost. In fact, she really felt that this guy always appeared around her and was really an eyesore. Xia Jiqing, you're the one haunting me. Tong Xingyi raised her voice. She had been fighting with Xia Jiqing since she was a child. With Xia Jiqing's identity, she could not be compared with her. But after coming to the college, without the scruples of her family, Xia Jiqing became more and more excessive. Such a sound suddenly came from the originally quiet team, which undoubtedly attracted the attention of many practitioners. Everyone looked curiously at Tong Xingyi and Xia Jiqing. They were very interested in the dispute between the 2 beauties. Xiao Zifan looked doubtfully at Bailey Hongzhuang, Xia Jiqing and Tong Xingyi. It seemed that there was a conflict between them, and he could be said to be lying down and getting shot. Her deep phoenix eyes flashed with a trace of displeasure. Tong Xingyi, don't look for trouble. Bailey Hongzhuang's voice was cold, and her eyes were frightening. Tong Xingyi could not help but think of the scene when she was kicked out of the inn by Bailey Hongzhuang. It was because of Bailey Hongzhuang's actions that she had lost face for the first time in her life. Thinking of this, Tong Xingyi gritted her teeth. She could only blame her current strength for not being Bailey Hongzhuang's opponent. Once her strength was enhanced, she would definitely get back all of this. Thinking of this, Tong Xingyi could only shut her mouth. Otherwise, if she was taught a lesson again on the day of the college's assessment, it would be really shameful. Seeing Tong Xingyi shut up indignantly, Xia Jiqing's face showed a proud smile. She admired Bailey Hongzhuang even more in her heart. She said so much but could not make Tong Xingyi shut up. Bailey Hongzhuang just casually said a few words to make Tong Xingyi obediently shut up. Bailey Hongzhuang turned around, the coldness on her face dissipated and was replaced by a gentle smile. Come on, I believe you can do it. Hearing this, Xiao Zifan nodded with a smile. I will work hard. Hong Zhuang, let's line up too. Xia Jiqing said. In such a short period of time, the queue was already very long. The earlier one got in line, the earlier one could participate in the assessment. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. Jiqing, I don't need to line up. You go ahead. After hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Tong Xingyi, who had kept her mouth shut, couldn't hold it in anymore. She was too arrogant. Who did she think she was? She didn't even need to line up to participate in the Azure Water School's assessment? Io, your bragging really knows no bounds. Do you think you're a specially enrolled student who received an invitation and don't need to line up? Tong Xingyi sneered. Xia Jiqing sneered. Hey, I told you to shut up. Why are you still talking so much nonsense? Why are you speaking so loudly? Are you afraid that others won't know that you have a foul mouth? Bailey Hongzhuang mocked. Since Tong Xingyi was looking for trouble, she didn't need to give Tong Xingyi face. Tong Xingyi was stunned. What did you say? I have a foul mouth? Don't interrupt when others aren't talking to you. It seems, you have no self-restraint. Bailey Hongzhuang turned around and ignored Tong Xingyi, whose face was red with anger. She turned to Xia Jiqing and said, Jiqing, you go ahead and line up. I'll see you at Azure Water School. Maybe Bailey Hongzhuang had a special identity, or maybe she really was a special enrollment student. Bailey Hongzhuang, you're going too far. Tong Xingyi raised her voice, let everyone tell you, how can you not line up and participate in the exam? If you say you're a special enrollment student, who would believe it? Everyone's face changed slightly. Special enrollment students were a special existence in the Azure Water School. Special enrollment students had an extremely resounding reputation. To be able to become a special enrollment student, one's talent must be very outstanding. To be able to become a student of the Azure Water School, one was a genius. And to be a special enrollment student, one was a genius among geniuses. She admitted that Bailey Hongzhuang's strength was not weak, but she did not believe that Bailey Hongzhuang was a special enrollment student. It's not easy to become a special enrollment student. I heard that there are only 2 special enrollment students. This girl shouldn't be one of them. Yes, which special enrollment student isn't overbearing? It shouldn't be. Listening to everyone's words, Tong Xingyi's face showed a proud smile. 3 days ago, Bailey Hongzhuang humiliated her in front of everyone. Today, she will make Bailey Hongzhuang embarrassed in front of everyone. Miss Bailey is a special enrollment student of the Azure Water School. Jiang Hanyue whispered. Xiao Zifan's face showed a sly smile and made a should gesture to Jiang Hanyue. Don't say it out loud. Let's wait for a while and watch the fun. Jiang Hanyue immediately understood and smiled with a hint of slyness. They could imagine how wonderful Tong Xingyi's expression would be in a while. Bailey Hongzhuang slowly walked forward. There were a total of 5 passages at the entrance of the Azure Water School. 4 of them were lined up like a long dragon. Only 1 passage was empty. Because this passage was for the special enrollment students. Tong Xingyi saw that Bailey Hongzhuang was not afraid of death and was walking towards the special enrollment students' passage. Her eyes were full of ridicule. When Bailey Hongzhuang walked to the passage, she happened to see the seniors recording the names of the examinees. Her eyes flashed with light. Miss Bailey, we meet again. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang again, Dong Fengyu's face blossomed into a friendly and warm smile. His already handsome face instantly became even more charming. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. Yes, we should be seeing each other often in the future. Gong Xiaoqing, who was standing beside Dong Fengyu, naturally also saw Bailey Hongzhuang. However, he wasn't as happy as Dong Fengyu. Stupid woman, you have to line up from the back to take the test. Although he was still scolding Bailey Hongzhuang for being stupid, it was undeniable that he was also reminding Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang glanced at Gong Xiaoqing in disgust. She felt disgusted whenever she saw this guy. Idiot, I'm a specially recruited student. When she said this, Dong Fengyu and Gong Xiaoqing were both startled. None of them had thought that Bailey Hongzhuang was actually a specially recruited student. Miss Bailey, are you a special enrollment student of the Azure Water School? Dong Fengyu asked in astonishment. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. That's right. At this moment, Gong Xiaoqing didn't care about Bailey Hongzhuang calling him an idiot. He was no stranger to specially recruited students. That was because he and Dong Fengyu were both specially recruited students. They just didn't expect that the girl they met on the way here was actually a specially recruited student of the Azure Water School. That's Senior Dongfeng. Senior Dongfeng actually smiled at Bailey Hongzhuang. Who is this Bailey Hongzhuang? Not only Senior Dongfeng, even the always cold Senior Gong also knows Bailey Hongzhuang. I heard that Senior Gong has never paid attention to others, especially women. Apart from the number 1 beauty Lu Qingyue, he has never paid attention to other women. Who is this Bailey Hongzhuang? I envy her. Senior Dongfeng is so handsome and gentle. If he could smile at me, I would be so happy. Voices of envy and jealousy sounded. Everyone had almost forgotten the main point of the matter. Tong Xingyi was also stunned. She didn't expect Bailey Hongzhuang to be so capable. She actually had a friendship with 2 of the most famous seniors of the Azure Water School. However, even so, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't cut the queue. Xia Jiqing's eyes widened. Her face revealed a deep smile. I knew it. Hongzhuang is really extraordinary. Bailey Hongzhuang pretended to take out the invitation from her Chankuan bag. In fact, she put everything in the chaos ring. Once the Chankuan bag was lost, the things could be taken away by others. However, the Chaos Ring had already recognized its owner. Even if it fell into the hands of others, they couldn't open it. However, the secret of the Chaos Ring couldn't be exposed. Therefore, she always had an empty Chankuan bag hanging on her body. Dongfangyu and Gong Xiaoqing recognized the purple and gold invitation at a glance. It was an invitation from the Azure Water School. Lu Huaiyan and Fu Hongba also slowly walked out of the school. This time, the Azure Water School only had 2 special enrollment students. They also had to welcome the special enrollment students they found. As soon as they walked to the school gate, Lu Huaiyan and Fu Hongba noticed Bailey Hongzhuang. After all, that otherworldly white figure was too representative, and it was difficult for them not to notice it. Bailey Hongzhuang, you came. Lu Huaiyan said with a smile. Bailey Hongzhuang bowed. Greetings to the 2 teachers. Fu Hongba helped Bailey Hongzhuang up. They were very happy to see Bailey Hongzhuang here. Seeing this, Fu Hongba's smile deepened. Your strength has improved again. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. I broke through by luck. Previously, she was not far from breaking through to the middle stage of the mysterious Ian realm. After the fight with Daijimon, she had a deeper understanding of it. She had successfully broken through on the road. Since you're already here, you should go and tidy up. See if there's anything you need to add to your house. You can come and watch the recruitment test later. Dongfangyu, you take Bailey Hongzhuang. Lu Huaiyan said. Miss, Dongfangyu said. You nodded. Bailey Hongzhuang bowed again and followed Dongfangyu into the Azure Water School. Tongxingyi, who was waiting to watch a good show, was completely dumbfounded. Bailey Hongzhuang actually didn't need to line up. She just walked in like that. Tongxingyi, did you see that? Hongzhuang is walking through the special enrollment channel. Xia Jiqing's face was full of pride. Now, she wanted to see what Tongxingyi could say. After Xia Jiqing's reminder, the other cultivators noticed this point. The special enrollment channel was a treatment only special enrollment students could have. This white-clothed girl is actually a special enrollment student. Oh my god, no wonder she looks so extraordinary. The cultivators who were originally ridiculing Bailey Hongzhuang changed their direction. Special enrollment students were a special existence in the school. Everyone was too late to curry favor with them. Who would be willing to offend them? I heard that the number of special enrollment students this time is especially small. It seems that the level of special enrollment students is even higher. Tongxingyi's face paled. She didn't think that she would have such good luck. There were only 2 special enrollment students, and the person she offended in Azure Water City was actually a special enrollment student. Xia Jiqing smiled brightly. She also didn't think that Bailey Hongzhuang was a special enrollment student, but, no matter what status Bailey Hongzhuang had, they were still friends. Looking at Xia Jiqing's smile, Tongxingyi became even angrier. Xia Jiqing, don't be too proud. I am proud, what can you do? Xia Jiqing didn't care, but it made Tongxingyi angry to the extreme. Bailey Hongzhuang was led by Dongfangyu as they walked through the school. She couldn't see it from outside, but after walking into the school, she saw the magnificence of the school. Several majestic buildings were located in the school. There was a wide field and a fighting stage. One could imagine how the students usually cultivated. Miss Bailey, the residence of special enrollment students is different from that of ordinary students. This is where the ordinary students live. Dongfangyu pointed to an orange building beside Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. Different residence? Why? Azure Water School's requirements for special enrollment students have always been very strict. To be able to become a special enrollment student, their strength must be stronger than ordinary students. If you let the special enrollment students cultivate together with ordinary students, it will undoubtedly slow down the progress of the special enrollment students. Therefore, not only for accommodation, but even for cultivation, the special enrollment students will not be together with ordinary students. Listening to Dongfangyu's introduction, Bailey Hongzhuang understood a bit. Carefully thinking about it, Azure Water School's approach was not unreasonable. If 2 cultivators of different levels were to cultivate together, there would indeed be many problems. However, if ordinary students have a great improvement in their cultivation, they can also join the specially recruited students to cultivate together. A specially recruited student's house is for one person to live alone, and everything needed can be said to be complete. On the other hand, ordinary students live with their roommates. This can also be considered as a disguised form of encouragement. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. I understand. This year, Songlan College has a total of 2 specially enrolled students. One is you, and the other is called Bai Junyu. He just arrived. He lives in the room next to yours. You can go and get to know him. Under Dong Fengyu's guidance, Bailey Hongzhuang gained a better understanding of the Azure Water School. This is the Azure Water School's most famous cultivation tower. Cultivation Pagoda? There is a barrier under the cultivation tower that gathers all the origin energy here. Cultivating in the cultivation tower has the effect of getting twice the result with half the effort. However, if you want to cultivate in the cultivation tower, you must have enough points. Listening to Dong Fengyu's explanation, Bailey Hongzhuang found that she really didn't understand the Azure Water School at all. Thinking about it, the cultivation tower was the biggest reason why the Azure Water School's students could cultivate faster than ordinary cultivators. This is where we, the special enrollment students, live. Dong Fengyu pointed at the red building in front of them and smiled. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the red building in front of her. Just from the outside, this building looked more gorgeous than the average student's residence. Every room seemed to be much bigger. Azure Water School doesn't have many special enrollment students, so we all live inside. If you need help, you can directly go to the 3rd floor to find me. My name is on the door. Gong Xiaoqing is also on the 3rd floor. Dong Fengyu teased. Thank you, senior. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes sparkled with gratitude. She sincerely thanked him. Dong Fengyu's introduction made her understand a lot more about the Azure Water School, and also saved her the trouble of understanding everything one by one. Bailey Hongzhuang's residence was on the 2nd floor. As she expected, the accommodation of the special enrollment students was very comfortable and could even be called luxurious. Above the door, there was a white wooden plaque with 4 words written on it, Bailey Hongzhuang. The large room had everything she needed. It was obvious that someone had specially cleaned it before she moved in. Before the new students move in, everything in the room has been replaced with new ones. If you don't like it, you can change it yourself. Dong Fengyu smiled. Bailey Hongzhuang's face bloomed with a smile. No need, this place is already very well arranged. The living environment was much better than she had imagined. For someone like her who was used to living in the mountains, this environment was already very satisfactory. It's good that you are satisfied. Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang's happy smile, her delicate and moving face blossomed with infinite brilliance. Her beauty was unparalleled. Dong Fengyu was also stunned at this moment. Before, he had seen Bailey Hongzhuang smile, but it was a polite smile. It couldn't be compared to the smile in front of him. He had seen many beauties, and he was also familiar with the #1 beauty of the Azure Water School. But at this moment, he felt that no woman could compare to Bailey Hongzhuang. At this moment, a clear and mellow voice entered their ears. Senior Dongfeng. Only then did Dong Fengyu recover from his daze. After seeing who it was, he said, Bai Junyu. Bailey Hongzhuang turned around and saw a man dressed in bright yellow robes walking out from the other party's room. The wooden plaque had the words Bai Junyu written on it. The man was tall and had a delicate and handsome appearance. The corners of his mouth curled into a bright smile, revealing a mouthful of white and neat teeth. With just one look, Bailey Hongzhuang knew that this man was pure and cheerful. Bai Junyu, this is the other specially recruited student, Bailey Hongzhuang. Dong Fengyu introduced, then turned to look at Bailey Hongzhuang. Miss Bailey, Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. I understand. Bai Junyu looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and his face stiffened for a moment. He really didn't expect the other specially recruited student to be such a beauty. This was too lucky. Hello, I am Bai Junyu. Nice to meet you. Let's get along well in the future. Bai Junyu's smile became even brighter. His white teeth seemed to reflect the light. Bailey Hongzhuang, nice to meet you. In a moment, the entrance exam will begin. I am going to take a look. Are you interested? Bai Junyu was obviously familiar with her. If you are interested, we can go together. How about it? Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. Xiaojiqing, Xiao Zifan and the others were taking the entrance exam. She wanted to go and cheer for them. Seeing that both of them had such plans, Dong Fengyu said, since that's the case, let's go together. Bailey Hongzhuang already knew where she was going to live. She didn't need to prepare anything and directly went out. The three of them walked towards the school gate together. The golden sunlight shined on the three of them, warm and brilliant. Miss Bailey, since we are classmates, can I call you by your name? Bai Junyu asked with a smile. Yes. Bailey Hongzhuang also had a certain understanding of this. Most of the students of the Azure Water School directly called each other by their names. Because after coming to the Azure Water School, everyone was just a student of the school. No matter what their previous identity was, it was all forgotten here. Where are you from? I'm from Fengbo Country's Huayan City. I'm from Fengbo Country's Imperial City. Bailey Hongzhuang replied. Bai Junyu's eyes lit up, you're from the Imperial City? I've never been to the Imperial City. Is the Imperial City really that prosperous? It's very lively, but Azure Water City is also very lively. Azure Water City is much more lively than our Huayan City. When I came here, I thought I was in the Imperial City, haha. Bailey Hongzhuang, Dong Fengyu saw Bai Junyu's chattering appearance and couldn't help but say, Bai Junyu, we'll be there soon. Bai Junyu heard this and looked ahead, oh, yes, it's really lively. Dong Fengyu helplessly shook his head. This Bai Junyu was good in every way, but he was too long-winded. Fortunately, he was the one who came. If it was Gong Xiaoqing, then the scene, he couldn't imagine. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes were filled with a deep smile. This Bai Junyu was a very unique person. Even Dong Fengyu couldn't handle it. However, she understood why Bai Junyu was a special enrollment student. Usually, this kind of cultivator's mind was clear. No matter what, they would directly say it and not hide it. In their heart. Cultivating in this state, they could achieve excellent results. However, this was easy to say, very few people could do it. Bai Junyu was probably born with such a personality. The Zhonglan School's entrance examination was not complicated. First, it was to understand the age and cultivation of the cultivator, and then judge the talent and potential of the cultivator. The second was to let the cultivator demonstrate a martial skill that they had cultivated. It was not to understand the quality of the cultivator's martial skill, but to understand the cultivator's mastery of the martial skill. If one's cultivation base was largely dependent on the potential of the cultivator, then the mastery of martial techniques was largely dependent on the cultivator's effort. For cultivators, talent was important, but hard work was even more important. The academy could use this to understand how hard the students worked. The third was to let the cultivators spar with the instructors or old students, so that they could understand the combat techniques of the cultivators. When Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two walked out together, all the cultivators' gazes landed on them. Needless to say, they already understood that Bailey Hongzhuang and Bai Junyu were the two special enrollment students of the Azure Water School. Xiaojiqing waved to Bailey Hongzhuang. Her first round of information was over, and it was time for the martial arts demonstration. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled, Jiqing, let me introduce you. This is another special enrollment student, Bai Junyu. Bai Junyu, this is my friend, Xiaojiqing. Bai Junyu looked at Xiaojiqing, such a hot body coupled with a Lolita face, it really made people's hearts burn. Feeling Bai Junyu's gaze, Xiaojiqing's face instantly darkened. She was also deeply helpless about her body. She didn't know what she ate when she was a child, but it made her depressed. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a beauty before? Xiaojiqing said unhappily. Bai Junyu looked at Xiaojiqing and shook his head, I haven't seen a beauty like you. Xiaojiqing's expression froze. Couldn't this guy hear that she was scolding him? She didn't know what to say after hearing such a serious answer. Miss Xia, nice to meet you. Bai Junyu smiled. Looking at Bai Junyu like this, Xiaojiqing was speechless. This image was too different from what she imagined a special enrollment student to be. It completely ruined her fantasy. Xiaojiqing was too lazy to talk to Bai Junyu. She looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and said, Hongzhuang, I heard that the first and second assessments are very simple. The real selection of students is the third assessment. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. The martial arts demonstration is also very important. You just have to show the martial arts that you are best at. Hearing this, Xia Jiqing frowned. Shouldn't I show my strongest martial arts? That's not the case. The martial arts demonstration depends on your mastery of the martial arts. The more proficient you are, the higher the score. If you are only using the strongest martial arts but are not proficient enough, the score will not be high. Bailey Hongzhuang is right. The martial arts demonstration is to show the martial arts that you are best at. Bai Junyu agreed. Xia Jiqing glanced at Bai Junyu. What do you know? I really know. My master explained this to me. Bai Junyu replied seriously, really, I'm not lying to you. Xia Jiqing's mouth twitched. Facing this guy, she really didn't know what to say. Hongzhuang, I will listen to you. It will be my turn soon. I will go and prepare first. Xia Jiqing said. Good luck. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. Xia Jiqing was originally prepared to use her strongest martial arts, but after hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, she changed her mind. She believed that Bailey Hongzhuang would not harm her, so she switched to using her most proficient skill. Bailey Hongzhuang also told Xiao Zifan the same news. Xia Jiqing was already at the early stage of the mysterious Ian realm, so it shouldn't be a problem for her to become a student of the Azure Water School. However, Xiao Zifan was still at the late stage of the mysterious Earth realm, so he had to put in all his effort. Shan Yuanhuan looked at Bailey Hongzhuang. In the past, he always had a high and mighty appearance in front of Bailey Hongzhuang. Now that he was at the Azure Water School, Bailey Hongzhuang had become the focus of everyone's attention. It was really fate that made fools of people. From the beginning to the end, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes never had any contact with Shan Yuanhuan. Even if the original matter had come to an end, her bad impression of Shan Yuanhuan would not dissipate. Not having a conflict was the best situation, so it was best to continue being strangers. Tong Xingyi saw that Xia Jiqing actually used this martial skill, and her eyes were full of ridicule. It was impossible to get a high score with this kind of martial skill. She had just used her strongest martial skill and got 92 points. As for Xia Jiqing, it would be good if she could get 80 points. Xia Jiqing confidently showed her martial skill and looked at the three mentors with expectation. She had a smile on her face, but her palms were sweating under her sleeves. If her score was too low, she might not be able to pass the assessment of the school. The three mentors talked to each other for a while, and then the mentor in the middle said, 98 points. As soon as the words came out, the eyes of many practitioners were fixed on Xia Jiqing's body. This was the highest score so far. Tong Xingyi's smile completely froze, and she looked at Xia Jiqing in disbelief. Xia Jiqing's martial skill was so average, how could she get 98 points? Xia Jiqing was ecstatic, and her lovely face was filled with an excited smile. After bowing to the three mentors, she ran to Bailey Hongzhuang. Listening to Bailey Hongzhuang really wasn't wrong. If she used her strongest martial skill according to her previous idea, the highest score would not be the same as Tong Xingyi's, or even lower. She did not expect that after following Bailey Hongzhuang's words, her score would be so much higher. From the eyes of the three mentors, she knew that the three mentors were very satisfied with her martial skill. Hongzhuang, you are right. I actually got such a high score, even I can't believe it. Xia Jiqing smiled brightly and was very happy. Bailey Hongzhuang's face bloomed with a smile. The third level can only rely on you. Use all your strength, I believe you will succeed. Tong Xingyi looked at Xia Jiqing with jealousy. It turned out that it was all because of Bailey Hongzhuang. When she thought of this, her heart was unhappy. If it was not because of her, Xia Jiqing would not be friends with Bailey Hongzhuang. Xia Jiqing was obviously using her. How could she, Tong Xingyi, be willing to be used by others? She would definitely get her revenge. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bai Junyu observed the cultivators participating in the assessment. Emotions of excitement and loneliness appeared on everyone's faces. Although there were many cultivators who came here, only a small group of cultivators would be able to stay. It was precisely because the Tsung Lan School's enrollment quota was small that the value of the Tsung Lan School students was high. Time slowly passed. With the efficiency of the Azure Water School, the school's assessment speed was extremely fast. The final situation was as expected by Bailey Hongzhuang. Xia Jiqing successfully became a member of the Tsanglan College. Xiao Zifan, after putting in all his efforts, became the last student to enter the Tsanglan College. Xianyuan Huan passed the test without any obstacles. Jiang Hanyua's performance was slightly inferior, so she could only leave in disappointment. Bailey Hongzhuang accompanied Xia Jiqing to the dormitory first. The dormitory was shared by 4 people, so things needed to be sorted out by themselves. Hongzhuang, you live in a single room? Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Xia Jiqing's face showed envy. 4 people sleeping together was naturally not as comfortable as 1 person. There were many inconveniences. The treatment of special enrollment students is really extraordinary. It is really enviable. Xia Jiqing's eyes lit up, and her pretty face was filled with expectation. Really? Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. I heard it from Dongfang Sr., it's definitely not fake. That's great, I will work hard and then go find you. Her dark and bright eyes flashed with determination as Xia Jiqing waved her 2 small fists. Hongzhuang, I don't have anything in this room. Do you have time to accompany me to Tsanglan City to buy everything? Xia Jiqing asked. She currently only had Bailey Hongzhuang as a friend in Tsanglan school. It was really boring for her to go shopping alone. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and nodded. Yes, we will come back after dinner. That's great. Xia Jiqing happily closed the door and walked out of the school with Bailey Hongzhuang. At this time, there were many students in Tsanglan City who were busy buying things in their rooms. After all, if they didn't buy things today, they wouldn't be able to rest at night. The merchants obviously knew that everyone would buy things today, so they had already prepared things for the students to choose from. Bailey Hongzhuang accompanied Xia Jiqing to buy everything one by one. It was already late and the 2 found a restaurant to prepare for dinner. As Bailey Hongzhuang and Xia Jiqing walked into the restaurant, the cultivators who were eating saw the 2 people and their eyes lit up. The woman in the white dress is this year's special enrollment. I don't know her strength, but her appearance is really peerless. I heard that many people are privately discussing whether the number 1 beauty of Tsanglan School is Lu Qingyue or Bailey Hongzhuang. It's really a coincidence that the number 1 beauty of Tsanglan School, Lu Qingyue, just came in and Bailey Hongzhuang also came in. I think that after Bailey Hongzhuang came, Lu Qingyue's position as the number 1 beauty may not be kept. Xia Jiqing listened to everyone's discussion and glanced around the lobby. She did not see Lu Qingyue. She thought that Lu Qingyue had gone to the private room on the 2nd floor. Ladies, the private rooms on the 2nd floor are already full. I wonder if the 2 of you can have a seat in the main hall. The waiter asked with a smile. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Xia Jiqing. After seeing Xia Jiqing nod, she said, yes. The 2 people sat down in the lobby. Xia Jiqing poured a cup of tea for Bailey Hongzhuang and said, I think you are more beautiful than the number 1 beauty of Kanglan, Lu Qingyue. Today, when I was queuing up for the assessment, I heard many cultivators discussing it. Among them, there were quite a number of cultivators who supported you. Xia Jiqing's face was full of excitement. From the first time she saw Bailey Hongzhuang, she felt that Bailey Hongzhuang was the most beautiful woman she had ever seen. Bailey Hongzhuang faintly smiled. Since Lu Qingyue is known by everyone as the number 1 beauty of the Azure Water School, she naturally has her outstanding points. What's wrong with that? Xia Jiqing curled her lips. That's because there was no one more beautiful than her in the last batch of students. Now that you have appeared, the title of the number 1 beauty is likely to change owners. My master is the number 1 beauty of the Imperial City. A proud voice suddenly sounded, startling Xia Jiqing, who was talking happily. She looked around doubtfully. Xia Jiqing was surprised and said, Hongzhuang, did you hear other voices? No, you must have heard wrong. Bailey Hongzhuang said. Really? Xia Jiqing frowned. She clearly heard the voice, but there was no one else around. It was really strange. Xiao Bai slapped Xiao Hei's head and whispered, Master told you not to speak casually, you still dare to speak. Xiao Hei unhappily rubbed her head, aren't I just trying to speak up for Master? If you speak again, you won't be able to eat dinner tonight. Bailey Hongzhuang's voice made Xiao Hei and Xiao Bai quiet down. This was their Achilles heel. Bailey Hongzhuang, what a coincidence, we meet again. A gentle and mellow voice sounded. Dong Fengyu was smiling as he looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and Xia Jiqing. Meeting Dong Fengyu in the restaurant, Bailey Hongzhuang was also a little surprised. It really is a coincidence that Senior Dong Feng is also here to eat. Dong Fengyu nodded slightly. The school has just started, so we came here to eat. We also often come to the Elegant Cloud restaurant. So that's how it is. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. Senior Dong Feng, this is my friend, Xia Jiqing. Senior Dong Feng, nice to meet you. Xia Jiqing's eyes flashed with excitement. She had already heard of Dong Fengyu's name. Among the students of the Azure Water School, Dong Fengyu had the best evaluation. Not only was he strong, but he also didn't put on airs. His personality was gentle and easy to get along with. He was the Prince Charming in the hearts of many girls. She didn't expect that she would have the opportunity to meet the Dong Fengyu that everyone admired. We will be friends in the future. If you need anything, you can find me. Dong Fengyu's smile was charming, his pair of peach blossom eyes were as bright as stars. Listening to Dong Fengyu's words, Xia Jiqing secretly sighed. Everyone was right, Dong Fengyu was indeed easy to approach. Dong Feng. At this time, a soft and sweet voice came from the second floor. Then, a figure came out from the second floor. The woman was wearing a hibiscus-colored dress, which accentuated her already fair skin, making it seem especially alluring. Her fine black hair was combed into a gentle and unique bun. Her exquisite and delicate facial features appeared even more gentle and beautiful. Her every move, frown, and smile emitted a gentleness that was like water. Even if it was Bailey Hongzhuang, when she saw Lu Qingyue, she couldn't help but exclaim, "What a gentle beauty!" "Your friend?" Lu Qingyue slowly walked down the stairs. Her beautiful face was filled with a gentle smile. With her appearance, even the air seemed to have become gentle. Dong Fengyu smiled and nodded. "That's right. Let me introduce you. This is Bailey Hongzhuang, Xia Jiqing. Bailey Hongzhuang, this is Lu Qingyue." Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. "Azure Water School's #1 beauty. I have long heard of you." Seeing that Bailey Hongzhuang already knew, Dong Fengyu couldn't help but laugh. "That's right, Lu Qingyue's name is much more famous than ours. How many men come to Azure Water School just to see Lu Qingyue? Miss Bailey's appearance is outstanding and her temperament is excellent. I will have to give up my position as the #1 beauty." Lu Qingyue smiled. At this moment, Bailey Hongzhuang and Lu Qingyue were standing together. Everyone understood the difference between the temperaments of the two beauties. Lu Qingyue's facial features were soft, her clothes were exquisite, and her temperament was as elegant as water. She was worthy of being called a water-like beauty. A simple sentence from her could make people's hearts soften. However, Bailey Hongzhuang was different. Compared with Lu Qingyue's exquisiteness, Bailey Hongzhuang's dress was very simple. She wore a simple white dress with only a wooden hairpin in her hair. However, such a simple dress made Bailey Hongzhuang look even more elegant, cold, and not like a mortal woman. Her facial features were not as gentle as Lu Qingyue's. Between her eyebrows there was a heroic spirit. A pair of deep eyes seemed to be able to see through people's hearts, shining brightly. Both of them had their own merits and were well-deserved beauties. In my opinion, between the two, Lu Qingyue is still better. A water-like beauty is pleasing to the eye. That's not right. I heard about the conflict between Bailey Hongzhuang and Tong Xingyi at the Tsanglan Inn. I think Lu Qingyue is beautiful, but she lacks a bit of a cultivator's momentum. On the contrary, Bailey Hongzhuang is more admirable. Everyone had different opinions. There were supporters of both sides, but it was impossible to come to a definite answer. Since we are all friends, why don't we sit together? Lu Qingyue suggested. Brother Gong should be here soon. Hearing that Gong Xiaoqing was coming, Bailey Hongzhuang instantly lost interest. Thinking about eating with an iceberg face, no matter how delicious the food was, it was no longer delicious. Thank you for your kindness, but Jiqing and I will just eat in the lobby. Bailey Hongzhuang declined. Since we have met, let's eat together. Dong Fengyu said. We are also very fated. At this time, a black figure walked into the restaurant. Who else could it be other than Gong Xiaoqing? When everyone saw that Gong Xiaoqing had come, their eyes were filled with envy. Everyone was envious of Xia Jiqing. In the Tsunlan school, different cultivators had different circles, and the circle of special enrollment students was the circle that everyone wanted to squeeze into the most. All of the cultivators inside would become great figures in the future. To be able to become friends with such experts, one would be able to meet even more experts in the future and gain a lot of experience and knowledge. Even one's own strength would be greatly improved. Bailey Hongzhuang, as a special enrollment student, already belonged to that circle. However, Xiaojiqing was not a special enrollment student. Because Bailey Hongzhuang knew so many famous people in the school, how could people not be envious? Dong Fengyu, Gong Xiaoqing and Lu Qingyue have always had an excellent relationship. I didn't expect them to invite Bailey Hongzhuang and Xiaojiqing today. It's really enviable. When Gong Xiaoqing saw Bailey Hongzhuang, his gaze froze. Clearly, he did not expect that Bailey Hongzhuang would be here. Gong Xiaoqing, you're here. Dong Fengyu smiled. I've completed the task the teacher gave me. Yes. Gong Xiaoqing was still a man of few words. If he could answer a question with one word, he would not say two. Big brother Gong, I happened to meet junior sister Bailey, so I invited them together. Gong Xiaoqing faintly glanced at Bailey Hongzhuang and did not speak. Let's go, the food and wine are almost all here. Lu Qingyue said. Seeing Lu Qingyue so enthusiastic, Bailey Hongzhuang could not refuse and could only follow Dong Fengyu and the others to the private room on the second floor. Xiaojiqing also understood that Bailey Hongzhuang was not afraid of disturbing Lu Qingyue and the others, but she really did not want to go, so she kept silent. After all, she did not know these people, so it was not appropriate to inexplicably interrupt. Lu Qingyue's voice was gentle and her smile was sweet. She kindly took care of Bailey Hongzhuang's needs. Bailey Hongzhuang waved her hand and said, "These dishes are already very sumptuous. There is no need to order anything else." Bailey Hongzhuang, speaking of which, Gong Xiaoqing and I misunderstood you. I hope you don't take it to heart. Dong Fengyu's face revealed a teasing expression. Now that he thought about it, the situation at the beginning was really funny. Bailey Hongzhuang naturally understood what Dong Fengyu was referring to. She smiled and said, I understand. With Senior Dongfeng's charm, I'm afraid that this kind of thing often happens. I didn't care. Listening to Dong Fengyu and Bailey Hongzhuang's conversation, Lu Qingyue's eyes were filled with curiosity. What happened before? Looking at Lu Qingyue's curious appearance, Dong Fengyu smiled and told them what happened before. Lu Qingyue and Xiaojiqing couldn't help but laugh. Haha, with our Hongzhuang's beauty, there shouldn't be a need to follow you all the way. Xiaojiqing looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and laughed. Dong Fengyu nodded slightly. Bailey Hongzhuang's appearance was so outstanding that there should be no lack of pursuers. He had already told Gong Xiaoqing before, but Gong Xiaoqing didn't believe him. This time, Gong Xiaoqing's judgment was wrong. Gong Xiaoqing's face was cold. Stupid woman, it's not strange for you to do anything. Hearing Gong Xiaoqing's words, Bailey Hongzhuang narrowed her eyes. She knew that meeting this guy would make her lose her appetite. Hey, you idiot, why did you call me stupid? Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows and looked at Gong Xiaoqing. The first time this guy spoke to her, he also said the same thing. She, Bailey Hongzhuang, had lived for so long. There were people who scolded her for being useless, people who scolded her ruthlessly, but no one had ever called her stupid. Who are you calling an idiot? Gong Xiaoqing said coldly. His originally cold face seemed to be covered with a layer of ice. Lu Qingyue and Dong Fengyu were both stunned. They didn't expect that their conversation would turn out like this. Gong Xiaoqing's words were somewhat angry. However, Bailey Hongzhuang replied nonchalantly, other than an idiot like you, who else could it be? Pa. Gong Xiaoqing slapped the table and stood up. Stupid woman, you dare to call me an idiot? Bailey Hongzhuang stood up, not to be outdone. You dare to call me a stupid woman, why wouldn't I dare to call you an idiot? Do you know that you are the first person to call me an idiot? Gong Xiaoqing's eyes flashed with a cold light, his voice as cold as ice. You're also the first person to call me stupid. We're all friends. Let's talk nicely. There's no need to hurt our friendship over such a small matter. Dong Fengyu hurriedly stood up to smooth things over. In his heart, he was amazed by Bailey Hongzhuang's performance. He didn't expect that after seeing such a cold Gong Xiaoqing, Bailey Hongzhuang would still dare to fearlessly challenge him. Young cultivators all had a certain amount of arrogance, but in the Azure Water School, besides Bailey Hongzhuang, there was no one else who dared to challenge Gong Xiaoqing. Gong Xiaoqing coldly looked at Bailey Hongzhuang, and Bailey Hongzhuang didn't back down. Although the two didn't continue to challenge each other, their attitudes had already made everything clear. Xia Jiqing was silent. She didn't understand what had happened for the situation to become like this. Although the two of them were quite unkind, they didn't show any signs of fighting. Instead, it seemed like they were just bickering. Bickering? When this word appeared in Xia Jiqing's mind, even she couldn't believe it. Every student of the Azure Water School knew that the strongest of the special enrollment students, Gong Xiaoqing, had always been cold and harsh. Bickering wasn't something Gong Xiaoqing would do, right? Lu Qingyue looked at Gong Xiaoqing like this, and her clear eyes were also filled with a hint of surprise. She had never seen Gong Xiaoqing like this before. If it was any other time, if someone dared to say such things to Gong Xiaoqing would have already made a move and wouldn't be polite. She was very clear that for Gong Xiaoqing, there was no difference between men and women, except for her. But why did Gong Xiaoqing treat Bailey Hongzhuang differently? The meal ended in such an awkward atmosphere. After leaving the elegant Cloud restaurant, Bailey Hongzhuang and Lu Qingyue didn't walk with Dong Fengyu's group. Hongzhuang, what happened between you and Gong Xiaoqing? Xia Jiqing asked curiously. Although she hadn't known Bailey Hongzhuang for a long time, she knew Bailey Hongzhuang's temperament. Today's behavior wasn't in line with Bailey Hongzhuang's style. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head slightly. That's how it is when you meet that disgusting guy. He was the one who started the fight. Seeing this, Xia Jiqing smiled. Gong Xiaoqing is famous for being cold and poisonous. Everyone knows that. This is why he is clearly the strongest student in the Azure Water School, but his popularity isn't as high as Dong Fengyu's. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. It seemed that everyone had a certain understanding of the influential people of the Azure Water School, but she didn't know anything about them in advance. Don't mention that disgusting guy. What the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. Bailey Hongzhuang said. Hongzhuang, what do you think of Lu Qingyue? With bright eyes, Bailey Hongzhuang faintly said, not bad, a gentle beauty. Xia Jiqing shook her head. She's too gentle, it makes me feel uncomfortable. It's more comfortable to be with you. Bailey Hongzhuang's mouth was filled with a faint smile. These words were really like what Xia Jiqing would say. The morning sun shone into the room through the window and onto Bailey Hongzhuang, who was cultivating. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door, followed by Junyu's voice, Bailey Hongzhuang, gather at the training field at the back of the mountain. Are you up? Bailey Hongzhuang exited her cultivation state. She had already prepared everything. She opened the door and smiled, Junyu, let's go to the martial arts field together. Junyu smiled brightly. Today was their first day at the Azure Water School, so he was in a very good mood. Yesterday, Dong Fengyu had already introduced the location of the martial arts field to the two of them. Ordinary students would train in the academy's martial arts field, while special enrollment students would train in the back of the mountain. The back of the mountain was almost the exclusive territory of special enrollment students. Passing through the ordinary martial arts field, the two of them saw Xia Jiqing smiling and waving at them. Bailey Hongzhuang also waved back, but found that Junyu's waving was even more exaggerated. Master, this guy is waving his hand like that. Is he afraid he won't be able to break his hand? Xiao Bai rolled his eyes and said. Is this guy interested in Xia Jiqing? Xiao Hei touched her chin and thought. Bailey Hongzhuang didn't care about the imagination of the two little guys. In short, she also felt that Junyu was too enthusiastic towards Xia Jiqing, but this wasn't a bad thing. The other students looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and Junyu, who were heading towards the back of the mountain. Their eyes revealed a look of envy. Cultivating in the back of the mountain was their dream. Special enrollment students were a completely special existence in the school. When Bailey Hongzhuang and Junyu arrived at the back of the mountain, they found that Dong Fengyu and the others had already arrived. The training field at the back of the mountain was much wider than the training field of ordinary students, but at a glance, there were only a few students. Dong Fangyu, Gong Xiaoqing, and Lu Qingyue were all here. There were also 3 other people that Bailey Hongshuang didn't know. At this time, Fu Hongbo's figure appeared in everyone's line of sight. Everyone has arrived. Let's welcome the 2 new students this year, Bailey Hongshuang and Bai Junyu. Following Fu Hongbo's words, Dong Fangyu and the others applauded. The loud sound echoed in the back of the mountain. Yesterday, Dong Fangyu should have already introduced the situation of the school to you. Our special enrollment students' cultivation is not limited to the school. Most of the time, it is outside of the school. From Fu Hongbo's words, Bailey Hongshuang understood that most of the special enrollment students' cultivation was carried out outside of the school. Now, not all of the students were here. There were still some students who had not yet returned from their experience outside. Today was the first day of school, so everyone was gathered here. On normal days, there was no need to gather here to report. Everyone's cultivation method was often through going to the mercenary union to choose missions. By completing missions, they could earn points. In the process of completing missions, they could also improve their strength. Points were something that all the cultivators in the Azure Water School needed. This was because if you wanted to cultivate in the cultivation tower, you had to pay points. Without points, you couldn't cultivate. The cultivation tower was a place that all cultivators yearned for. The rich spirit energy allowed them to cultivate with twice the results with half the effort. No one could ignore it. The 2 new students don't know enough about how to earn points. How about this? Fu Hongbo looked at Gong Xiaoqing and the others. Gong Xiaoqing, Bailey Hongshuang will be in one group with you. Bai Junyu and Cui Haoyan will be in the other group. Take care of the new students. Is there any problem? When Gong Xiaoqing heard that Bailey Hongshuang wanted to join their group, a ripple appeared in his dark eyes. His gaze fell on Bailey Hongshuang and he said, "No problem." Cui Haoyan nodded. "No problem. Instructor, you can rest assured that Bai Junyu will follow us." The teasing look in Dong Fangyu's eyes deepened. This was really interesting. Bailey Hongshuang and Gong Xiaoqing were not on the same page, but they were assigned to the same team. It seemed that there would be a good show to watch. When Lu Qingyue heard this news, her face also stiffened for a moment, but in the blink of an eye, she recovered her smile, making people unable to notice. Dong Fangyu walked to Bailey Hongshuang's side and put a hand on Bailey Hongshuang's shoulder. He smiled and said, "Have you registered as a mercenary at the mercenary union?" Bailey Hongshuang was startled. She shook her head and said, "Not yet." Hearing this, everyone's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. The mercenary union was a very large organization in the Xianxia continent. Bailey Hongshuang, I've already registered as a mercenary for 2 years, but you haven't. Bai Junyu said in surprise. Bailey Hongshuang faintly smiled. Previously, she had been ordered not to leave the general's mansion, so how could she have the opportunity to go to the mercenary trade union? Bailey Hongshuang, do you want me to accompany you to the mercenary trade union to register as a mercenary? Dong Fangyu asked. No need, I can go by myself. Seeing Bailey Hongshuang's firm tone, Dong Fangyu nodded, you can register as a mercenary first. We will choose the mission first. You don't have any experience as a mercenary, so this mission will be decided by the 3 of us. What do you think? No problem. After we decide on the mission, we will inform you. You can also take advantage of this time to buy some things you need to do the mission. When the time comes, you will need them. I understand. After leaving the back mountain, Bailey Hongshuang walked out of the Azure Water School. The mercenary trade union had a branch in Azure Water City, and Dong Fangyu had already told her the specific location. The mercenary trade union was the union with the most participants in the Xianxia continent, and being a mercenary was a profession that hovered on the edge of danger. The fur, blood, and monster crystals of demon beasts had all kinds of magical uses for humans. When there was a need, there would naturally be a profession that could satisfy that need. Some cultivators hunted demon beasts for a living, exchanging their corpses for money. The mercenary trade union could issue all kinds of missions. Some people who needed demon beasts would directly issue missions here with bounties. Mercenaries could receive a bounty after completing a mission. This kind of bounty was often much higher than simply selling demon beasts' corpses. Large shops, weapon shops, and alchemists all had different needs for demon beasts. It was under these conditions that the mercenary trade union quickly grew. Now, the mercenary trade union had become the largest organization in the Xianxia continent. It was bigger than any sect or power. Not for other reasons, but because any cultivator could register as a mercenary and leave at any time without any restrictions. Therefore, all cultivators didn't mind registering as a mercenary. The children of rich families also needed to gain experience. Other mercenaries often accept missions as a way to make a living, but the students of Kanglan College don't accept missions as rewards, but as rewards for points. This was something that Songlan College and the mercenary trade union had agreed on. Students would earn points to get the opportunity to enter the cultivation tower, and the reward would be given to Songlan College by the mercenary trade union to make the college stronger. Students didn't need to pay any fees to enter the school, and this method could also alleviate the school's needs. Both sides had benefits. None of the students had any objections to this. The mercenary trade union was unique in Songlan City. When Bailey Hongzhuang saw the building covered with glazed tiles, she knew it was the mercenary trade union. The top of the mercenary union was a triangular structure. The glazed tiles reflected a dazzling light under the sunlight, and this pyramid also showed the level of the mercenary union. A mercenary's rank could be increased through the number of missions completed and the level of the missions. The higher the rank of the mercenary, the lower the commission of the mercenary union. Their ranks were divided into yellow, green, blue, purple, and red, with yellow being the lowest and red being the highest. Looking around, most of the people were male mercenaries. Among them, there was no lack of students, but most of them were rugged men. Scars could be vaguely seen on their exposed skin. They lived a life of licking blood from the tip of a blade. They could lose their lives at any time, so they valued pleasure more. Bailey Hongzhuang was no stranger to this situation. She had seen it many times before. The guild hall was quite large, but there were many practitioners gathered inside, so the space was very narrow. All kinds of missions were hanging on the wall, waiting to be accepted by the people who were there. There was a long queue in front of the counter. The busiest place in Songlan City every day was the Mercenary Guild. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang was lining up, she suddenly felt a gaze staring at her. Frowning, Bailey Hongzhuang looked in the direction of the gaze. Her eyes flashed with a touch of disgust. The owner of this gaze was none other than Lu Jingquan, who had a grudge with her. On the life and death stage, Daijimon died in her hands. Lu Jingquan, as Daijimon's admirer, obviously hated her to the bone. Bailey Hongzhuang, I didn't think you would dare to come to Songlan School. I really admire your courage. Lu Jingquan's face was gloomy and his eyes were full of malice. Bailey Hongzhuang killed Daijimon, whom he had admired for a long time. This hatred, he must avenge her. Bailey Hongzhuang's expression was indifferent. She casually glanced at Lu Jingquan. You dare to come, do you think I will be afraid? Hearing the sarcasm in Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Lu Jingquan's face was cold. Since you came here, only death awaits you. Haha. Bailey Hongzhuang sneered. Her hands crossed over her chest. Her eyes were mixed with sarcasm. Lu Jingquan, with your strength, you want to threaten me? The next moment, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes were cold. If you don't want to die, get out now. Otherwise, you will have to bear the consequences. Seeing that Bailey Hongzhuang didn't give him any face, Lu Jingquan's face darkened. His strength was not much stronger than Daijimon's, and since Bailey Hongzhuang could kill Daijimon, then it was very likely that she could kill him as well. Therefore, he did not dare to confront Bailey Hongzhuang directly. Bailey Hongzhuang, Daijimon is Dai Yunyang's sister. If you kill Daijimon, Dai Yunyang will never let you off. Lu Jingquan said coldly. Although Dai Yunyang was not a special enrollment student of the Azure Water School, he had made great progress after entering the school and was able to cultivate together with the other special enrollment students. In these 2 years, Dai Yunyang's reputation in the Azure Water School was extremely resounding, but he had not yet returned from his experience outside. As long as he came back, he would never let Bailey Hongzhuang off. You don't have to worry about me. Bailey Hongzhuang's expression was indifferent. She did not change her expression because of Lu Jingquan's words. Now, get out. Lu Jingquan looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with resentment, and then angrily left the mercenary trade union. After Lu Jingkuan left, Bailey Hongzhuang frowned. She didn't know that Dai Jimon had a brother. It seemed that trouble was unavoidable. However, she, Bailey Hongzhuang, never regretted what she had done. The mercenary trade union was very noisy. Even if Bailey Hongzhuang and Lu Jingkuan had a conflict, not many people noticed. Dai Yunyang was a famous figure in Azure Water School. Many students wanted to make friends with him. It was said that Dai Yunyang was the son of a general. His future was limitless. Some of Dai Yunyang's underlings had followed him to complete missions and gained a lot of points. After 2 years, those cultivators who were originally mediocre had now made great progress. He had stayed in Azure Water School for 2 years. He had gone out to gain experience and had just returned to Azure Water City today. During this time, he had been looking for an opportunity to get close to Dai Yunyang. As long as he could become Dai Yunyang's follower, he could also gain a lot of benefits. Unfortunately, he never had the chance. He didn't expect that today such an opportunity would appear in front of him, since this woman and Dai Yunyang had a grudge. As long as he helped to fix this woman, Dai Yunyang would certainly appreciate him. At that time, wouldn't he have a meteoric rise? Bailey Hongzhuang was waiting in line. Although the line was long, the mercenary union's efficiency was not slow. After waiting for a while, it was finally her turn. Just as she was about to speak to the girl at the counter, a figure suddenly blocked her. Bailey Hongzhuang frowned. Cutting the line at any time. Why did he wait for her to cut the line? Was this man looking down on her strength, or was he deliberately looking for trouble? I said, you are not allowed to cut the line. Bailey Hongzhuang's voice was cold as ice, slowly saying. Peng Yunxiang turned around. When he saw Bailey Hongzhuang's appearance, his eyes had a momentary change. When did Azure Water School have such a beauty? This kind of appearance was not inferior to the number 1 beauty Lu Qinyue. However, this thought was quickly erased by Peng Yunxiang. For him now, the most important thing was strength. Women, when he had enough strength, he could easily obtain them. I want to cut the line, what can you do? Peng Yunxiang's face lit up with a rogue smile. Even if he wanted to curry favor with Dai Yunyang, he couldn't do it too obviously. Now, get out of here. Bailey Hongzhuang coldly said. This scene of cutting the line attracted everyone's attention. Usually in the mercenary union, this kind of thing was not uncommon. They were all people who lived on the edge of a blade, and their tempers were far more irritable than ordinary people. As long as you had the strength to cut the queue, no one could say anything about it. But if you didn't have the strength, then you could only be taught a lesson. Everyone was happy to see this kind of situation. This place was filled with people who loved to watch a good show. Everyone was most interested in this kind of thing. Peng Yunxiang obviously didn't expect Bailey Hongzhuang to be so arrogant. She didn't even know his strength and directly said such words. You dare to tell me to get out? Peng Yunxiang raised his voice. Looking at your appearance, you should be a new student at the Azure Water School. Truly a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. I have been in the school for 2 years, and I have seen many new students like you. As soon as he finished speaking, a smug look appeared in Peng Yunxiang's eyes. He believed that after Bailey Hongzhuang knew that he was a senior student of the Azure Water School, she would definitely panic. However, Peng Yunxiang was disappointed. Bailey Hongzhuang was still as calm as ever. Not only did she not panic, but she also wanted to see a joke. So? Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang's expression, Peng Yunxiang was a little annoyed. Why didn't this girl play her cards according to common sense? Feeling the surrounding mercenaries' mocking gazes, he definitely couldn't lose face in front of everyone. He immediately ordered, kowtow and apologize to me now. Otherwise, I'll make you suffer the consequences. Kowtow and apologize? Bailey Hongzhuang's expression suddenly turned cold. Her gaze was as sharp as a knife, shooting towards Peng Yunxiang like a bolt of lightning. You think you're worthy? A simple rhetorical question, but it caused Peng Yunxiang's eyes to burn with intense fury. All along, he had always been looked down upon by the students in the same year. Now, a new student actually dared to look down on him? You're courting death. The yuan power in Peng Yunxiang's body instantly surged and a strong fist without hesitation struck towards Bailey Hongzhuang. Seeing this scene, the surrounding mercenaries' eyes all sparkled with excitement. They never thought that there would be such a good show to watch today. They were afraid that this great beauty was going to be unlucky. Pang Yunxiang's strength had reached the middle stage of the mysterious Ian realm, however, just as Pang Yunxiang's fist was about to hit Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly made her move. Her hand directly grabbed onto Pang Yunxiang's wrist, stopping his attack. Pa! A loud slap rang out, and time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Pang Yunxiang felt a burning pain on his face. His face wasn't the most painful part. The most painful part was his heart. Everyone's eyes widened. This scene was really beyond their expectations. They never thought that this outstanding-looking girl's strength was actually so valiant. Moreover, her character was so arrogant. The moment she made her move, it was as fast as lightning. They didn't even have time to react when Bailey Hongzhuang's palm had already greeted Pang Yunxiang's face. In the next moment, Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly kicked out. Pang Yunxiang was unable to defend himself and was kicked several meters away by Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang condescendingly looked down at Pang Yunxiang, her gaze cold and ruthless. Scram back to where you came from, and don't ever appear in front of me again. Otherwise, I'll beat you up every time I see you. Pang Yunxiang stared blankly at Bailey Hongzhuang. Just at the instant they exchanged blows, he clearly sensed that Bailey Hongzhuang was at the middle stage of the mysterious origin realm as well. How could this be? How could a new student reach the middle stage of mysterious Ian? Wow! Whistles rang out as the mercenaries looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with interest. Such a beauty really made people's hearts beat. Useless coward, go back and play in the mud. Don't come out and embarrass yourself. Everyone ridiculed him. He took the initiative to look for trouble, but was instead taught a lesson. This kind of man was really disgusting. Words of ridicule and sarcasm fell into Pang Yunxiang's ears, causing his originally ugly face to turn black. He could only viciously say, when Dai Yunyang comes back, you will definitely die an ugly death. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang sneered, so it's Dai Yunyang's dog again. She was wondering why this person was looking for trouble with her. It turned out that he was looking for trouble for Dai Yunyang. I don't know if my death will be ugly or not, but if you stay here for one more second, I guarantee that you will die an ugly death. As soon as these words came out, Pang Yunxiang's face immediately changed. He didn't dare to stay here for too long and quickly rolled and crawled out of the engineer guild. Everyone sighed as they became more curious about Bailey Hongzhuang. With such an outstanding appearance and strength, how could people not pay attention to her? After this scene, no one dared to find trouble with Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang successfully registered as a mercenary and left the mercenary trade union. Looking at the yellow mercenary medal in her hand, Bailey Hongzhuang's mouth curved into a faint smile. This mercenary life was also something to look forward to. After finishing all of this, Bailey Hongzhuang didn't immediately leave. Instead, she went to the city to buy the things she needed for her training. Life in the mountain range wasn't like normal. Anything could happen. She had to take the initiative to purchase the things she needed in case of emergencies. From Dongfang Yu's words, she understood that they would soon begin their operation. Only by fighting with demonic beasts would she be able to increase her strength faster. After Bailey Hongzhuang returned to her room, she began to refine pills. During a mercenary mission, anything could happen, so she needed to prepare a few things in case of emergencies. The most important thing was the qi returning pill. With their current strength, the amount of spirit energy stored in their dantian was limited. If they were to encounter a very dangerous situation where the spirit energy in their body was exhausted, they would fall into an extremely dangerous situation. The qi returning pill was also the best-selling pill in Songlan City. It was just that the price was quite expensive and many cultivators couldn't afford it. The qi returning pill was a first-grade pill. With Bailey Hongzhuang's current alchemy skills, it wasn't difficult to refine it. She was now a second-grade alchemist. There was still a certain gap between her and a third-grade alchemist. Thus, refining more pills would be very beneficial for her to improve her alchemy skills. Bailey Hongzhuang eliminated all distracting thoughts and concentrated on refining the pill. Refining pills was a very meticulous matter. It required concentration and understanding of every change in the medicinal ingredients. As long as there was a problem, the refining of the pill would fail. The room was unusually quiet. Apart from the sound of medicinal ingredients coming from the furnace, there was no other sound. Bailey Hongzhuang had a serious look in her eyes. She poured her spiritual energy into the alchemy furnace and grasped the situation inside. Time passed slowly, and only a pung sound was heard. Bailey Hongzhuang knocked open the lid of the pill furnace with one hand. Inside the pill furnace, a perfectly round pill was already inside. A serene and intoxicating fragrance emanated from the elixir. Just by smelling it, one could feel the abundant origin energy within it. Bailey Hongzhuang directly placed the pill into the white porcelain bottle. Then, she took out another set of herbs and continued to refine. The next day, when Xianxia came to find Bailey Hongzhuang, she saw such a scene. Her round and lovely face was full of surprise. "Hongzhuang, you also know alchemy?" Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. "A little." "Amazing." Xianxia sighed in her heart. The conditions to become an alchemist were very harsh. Ordinary people simply couldn't do it. This was one of the reasons why alchemists were so respected in the Xianxia continent. Bailey Hongzhuang's strength was already so strong, but she was still an alchemist. This really made her feel amazed. However, since Bailey Hongzhuang had achieved such results in cultivation, her alchemy skills shouldn't be very high. After all, a person's energy was limited. They could only focus on one aspect. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyebrows slightly raised, her black and white phoenix eyes flashed a ray of light. She didn't know about the Alchemist Guild. After 1,000 years, there were many organizations and guilds that didn't exist before, but it seemed good to be certified. I heard that Lu Qingyue is also an alchemist, and her alchemy skills are very strong. Not long ago, she passed the second-level alchemist exam, making countless men fall for her. Lu Qingyue is so respected in the school, she really has some skills. She entered the special enrollment team with her own strength, and is also a second-level alchemist. She is really strong. Her pure and lovely face was full of emotion. Although she didn't like Lu Qingyue's character, she really admired the latter's strength. Her black jade-like eyes were shining like stars. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips bloomed into an elegant and enchanting smile. The #1 beauty of the Azure Water School is really both beautiful and strong. With Lu Qingyue's age, to be able to become a second-level alchemist, this talent was really amazing. But it doesn't matter. Xianxia came to Bailey Hongzhuang's side, her delicate little face filled with a kind smile. "I believe that with Hongzhuang's ability, you will be able to catch up with Lu Qingyue. Come on. I believe in you." Xianxia waved her small fist, excitedly expressing her trust in Bailey Hongzhuang. Seeing that Xianxia's expectations of herself were so high, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but chuckle. "I will do my best." Getting Bailey Hongzhuang's affirmation, the smile on Xianxia's little face became more and more brilliant, but the next moment it collapsed. "Special enrollment is good. I heard that tomorrow you will go out to experience and complete the mercenary mission?" Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. "Yes. It really makes people envious. I now practice with everyone in the class every day. How can it be as exciting as going out to fight and kill?" Bailey Hongzhuang's lips hooked up into a bright smile. Xianxia's appearance and the violent factor in her body were too inconsistent. "It won't be long before you start to accept missions. Now you should practice and improve your strength." Mercenary missions were often very dangerous, so one needed to have enough strength to carry them out. The students of the ordinary classes were not strong enough, so the college arranged for them to cultivate and improve their strength first. When they had the strength to deal with ordinary tasks, they would be organized to go on missions. "I will definitely work hard to improve my strength and cultivate with you in the future. I'll wait. Then be careful when you go out. I'll wait for you at the academy." "All right." Early in the morning, the sun slowly rose from the horizon. The first ray of sunlight broke through the clouds and shone on the earth. Bailey Hongzhuang exited her cultivation state, packed up her things and walked out of the room. Dongfang Yu and the others came down one after another and gathered outside the dormitory. Bai Junyu, Cui Haoyan, and the others also walked out at the same time. Today was the day that their two teams started the mission together. Cui Haoyan's gaze fell on Gong Xiaoqing. "Gong Xiaoqing, how about we have another competition this time?" Last time, their two teams had a mission competition, and they had failed because of a small gap. This time, they had to turn the tables no matter what. How do we compete? Dongfengyu's handsome face had a casual and indifferent smile. He was also very interested in this proposal. This time, our main task is to guide the new students to complete the mission. We will compete to see who can complete the mission faster. When we hunt the monsters, we seniors won't interfere. How about it? Cui Haoyan suggested. Dongfengyu's gaze fell on Bailey Hongzhuang. Hongzhuang, what do you think? This time, our mission is to kill the armored rhinoceros and obtain its leather armor. The armored rhinoceros's strength was equivalent to the middle stage of the mysterious Ian realm. It was similar to Bailey Hongzhuang. The monster's strength and defense were both stronger than humans. Therefore, it was not easy for a middle-stage mysterious Ian realm cultivator to kill an armored rhinoceros. No problem. Bailey Hongzhuang's voice was clear and melodious. She answered without hesitation. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang's straightforward answer, Cui Haoyan's eyes revealed a trace of a smile. The new students always liked to underestimate the strength of the monsters, especially Bailey Hongzhuang. She only registered her mercenary status after coming to the academy. It would not be easy for her to deal with an armored rhinoceros. Our mission is to kill a stone cat beast. Its strength is very similar to the armored rhinoceros. Cui Haoyan looked at Bai Junyu. This was a sudden suggestion and he did not inform Bai Junyu first. I also have no problem. Bai Junyu's handsome and elegant face revealed a sunny smile. He grinned, revealing a row of white and neat teeth. This was a chance to show his strength. If he refused, he was afraid that he would not be able to join this group in the future. Therefore, he could not refuse and did not want to refuse. Cui Haoyan's eyes flashed with a trace of satisfaction. Since it's like this, then this competition is decided. Zhang Yunfeng's eyebrows revealed a trace of interest. She suggested, since it's a competition, then let's add some prizes. How about it? Speak. Gong Xiaoqing's expression was cold. His indifferent gaze glanced at Zhang Yunfeng's face. His handsome face was filled with confidence. He was still a man of few words. It was just a simple word, but it was filled with arrogance and haughtiness, as if the outcome of the battle had already been decided. Zhang Yunfeng clearly understood Gong Xiaoqing's personality. She did not take this impolite attitude to heart. The winner will get 2 sets of points, and each of us seniors will contribute 500 points. How about that? The corners of Zhang Yunfeng's mouth curled up slightly. Her beautiful face was full of interest. This kind of competition was the best way to arouse their passion. They didn't know much about Bailey Hongzhuang's strength, but Bai Junyu's cultivation was at the late stage of the mystic Ian realm, and he was considered one of the top talents among the previous batch of specially recruited students. All right. Gong Xiaoqing did not hesitate at all. His voice was firm and confident. Following Gong Qingyu's decision, Dongfengyu and Lu Qingyue didn't question it in the slightest. It was clear that the team already had an absolute tacit understanding. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. She didn't know that Gong Xiaoqing was so confident in her. From Xiao He and Xiao Bai's words, she already knew that Bai Junyu was at the late stage of the mystic Ian realm. His strength was a bit higher than hers. With the strength of the middle stage of the mystic Ian realm, dealing with the armored rhinoceros wasn't easy. However, with the strength of the late stage of the mystic Ian realm, dealing with the stone cat beast would be much easier. This wasn't an absolutely fair competition to begin with. Apart from her, the other 3 each took out 500 points for a total of 1,500 points. In addition to the points from this mission, the stakes were not small. Then, we will part here. See you after the mission. Cui Haoyan's eyes shone brightly, his handsome and resolute face brimming with confidence. Clearly, he was confident in his victory in this competition. Luoyun Mountain Range was located behind Azure Water School, between Fengbo Country and Yansu Country. It was like a natural moat separating the two countries. Azure Water School was located in the middle of the two countries. Therefore, not only were there students from Fengbo Country, there were also students from Yansu Country, and even students from other countries. Luoyun Mountain Range could be said to be the largest mountain range near Fengbo Country. It covered a wide area and even mercenaries could only walk around the mountain range. After thousands of years of nourishment, the ancient trees were tall and lush and monsters ran rampant everywhere. Although there were dangers everywhere, for cultivators, it was also a place full of opportunities. After separating from Cui Haoyan and the others, Dong Fengyu's peach blossom eyes slightly raised. His handsome face was filled with doubt and confusion. Gong Xiaoqing, that Bai Junyu is at the late stage of mysterious Ian realm. This competition is not fair. Dong Fengyu's voice was warm and mellow, firm and resolute. This was an unfair competition to begin with, so there was no need for them to agree to it. Most importantly, this action undoubtedly added a lot of pressure to Bailey Hongzhuang. Cui Haoyan wants to regain his face. Give him a chance. Gong Xiaoqing's expression was casual and indifferent. Even if we don't agree today, we will find other ways in the future. Troublesome. In this speech, the last two words were the shortest, but it was the real reason why Gong Xiaoqing made this decision. Troublesome, he just didn't want to be troublesome. It wasn't because he was confident in Bailey Hongzhuang's strength. Bailey Hongzhuang's forehead was filled with black lines. This expressionless and unreasonable guy really couldn't be judged with common sense. Dong Fengyu's mouth hooked up in a playful smile. This was something that Gong Xiaoqing could do. However, it was just a competition. To him, it was just a game, so he didn't care. Lu Qingyue pursed her lips and chuckled. She turned to Bailey Hongzhuang and explained, Gong Dage is someone who is afraid of trouble. A beautiful smile blossomed on her beautiful face, like a blooming flower, bright and moving. It was a simple sentence, but the intimacy in it was obvious. Although the meaning was very faint, Bailey Hongzhuang was keenly aware of Lu Qingyue's deep meaning. Obviously, Lu Qingyue loved Gong Xiaoqing, but, when she spoke, she looked at him, which was a bit strange. Could it be that he was treating him as an imaginary enemy? Bailey Hongzhuang pursed her lips when she thought of this. She was a married woman. Bewitching was the best in both appearance and strength. Although they were only working together, they were still husband and wife on the surface. Her eyes that were pitch black like pools were filled with contemplation, and they faintly revealed traces of longing and worry. I wonder how that peerless beauty is doing now. With such a noble status, due to the limitations of his physique, he became a prince of Fengbo country. Now that he's gone back to take back everything, I'm afraid it won't be simple. A demonic and cunning smile appeared in front of Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes. Her mouth also uncurled into a faint smile. Dong Fengyu's bright eyes were as gentle as water, his voice was low and elegant, full of concern and comfort. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. I understand. This was a competition between Gong Xiaoqing and Cui Haoyan. Her agreeing to help was already giving Gong Xiaoqing face. As for winning or losing, it had nothing to do with her. But, she never liked to lose. Stupid woman, if you lose the competition, you just have to admit that you are a stupid woman. Gong Xiaoqing said indifferently, his gaze fixed in front of him. If it wasn't for this strange way of addressing her and the way he spoke, she really wouldn't know who he was talking to. What a rude guy. This guy's every move was filled with arrogance and haughtiness. It was an arrogance that came from his bones. If I win, will you admit that you are an idiot? Her clear eyes were full of cunning ridicule. Although Gong Xiaoqing's words were very annoying, she could hear the comfort in them. In other words, if she lost the competition, she didn't need to care. She just had to accept being called a stupid woman. In fact, whether she admitted it or not, Gong Xiaoqing would still call her that. As a result, it made no difference to her. Gong Xiaoqing coldly glanced at Bailey Hongzhuang. He didn't say anything and just continued to walk forward. Bailey Hongzhuang's mouth curved into a teasing smile. It seemed that this guy wasn't so hateful. Teasing this kind of facial paralysis was quite interesting. Bailey Hongzhuang's cunning and playfulness were seen by Dong Fengyu. His pair of peach blossom eyes were full of smiles. The Bailey Hongzhuang he was familiar with was different from when he first met her. She was more lively and cute. The entrance to the Luoyun mountain range was not far from the Azure Water School. Because many students would go to the Luoyun mountain range to complete missions, the entrance was quite close. There were two entrances on the east and west sides. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others went to the east entrance, while Bai Junyu and the others went to the west entrance. At noon, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others arrived at the entrance to the Luoyun mountain range. This was originally just an ordinary entrance, but as the flow of people gradually increased, it became a small town, selling all kinds of things that cultivators needed. At the same time, there were also some vendors who came here to buy demonic beast hides and the like. The people here all lived a life related to demonic beasts. Gong Xiaoqing and the other two were clearly frequent visitors to the Falling Cloud Mountain range. When they arrived, many gazes of envy and admiration landed on them. However, most of them were looking at Bailey Hongzhuang. Why is there another woman in Gong Xiaoqing's team? Her appearance is comparable to Lu Qinyue's. Could it be the new special enrollment student of the Azure Water College? I didn't expect that the specially recruited students are not only powerful, but their appearances are also exceptionally outstanding. If we can also become students of Sanglan School, how good would that be? Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze swept over the crowd. No wonder Dai Jiman was so arrogant just because she was a student of the Azure Water School. Such an identity was indeed something that many cultivators envied. You've prepared everything you need, right? Do you still need to buy anything here? Dong Fengyu's eyebrows were smiling as he gently looked at Bailey Hongzhuang. No need, I have already prepared everything. There were a lot of inns at the entrance. Many cultivators would rest here for the night and enter the Luoyun mountain range full of energy. Or, exhausted cultivators who came out of the mountain range would rest here and only leave after they had recovered. Because it was a competition, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three obviously wouldn't waste time here. After a simple lunch, the four of them changed into clothes that were convenient for fighting. In the mountain range, thorns grew everywhere. Ordinary long skirts or soft robes were very easy to get caught in and affect one's fighting strength. When Bailey Hongzhuang finished changing and came out, everyone's eyes flashed with a touch of amazement. Bailey Hongzhuang was wearing a tight red dress, revealing her beautiful and perfect figure without a doubt. The extremely bright color made her exquisite face even more enchanting and moving. The heroic spirit and persistence revealed between her eyebrows made people's eyes light up. Her pitch-black phoenix eyes overflowed with color, hiding the momentum and determination in her eyes. Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang, who had changed into a tight outfit, Dong Fengyu and the others couldn't help but have an illusion in their hearts. This kind of her exuded a dangerous and enchanting charm, making people unable to shift their eyes. Even the always cold Gong Xiaoqing's face had a moment of strangeness. But in the blink of an eye, it had already returned to normal, making people unable to notice. Lu Qinyue's gentle and moving eyes were filled with surprise. Bailey Hongzhuang, who had changed into a tight outfit, had a big difference from her usual image. The white clothes were ethereal and the red clothes were enchanting and moving. These two extreme differences were perfectly combined on Bailey Hongzhuang's body. Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze swept over Gong Xiaoqing and the others. Gong Xiaoqing was still wearing a tight black outfit. His handsome face was cold and emotionless. His deep eyes were as cold as ice, and his aquiline nose added a bit of sharpness. Dong Fengyu was wearing a water blue outfit. His temperament was warm and gentle, elegant and charming. Lu Qinyue was wearing a hibiscus pink outfit. Her gentle temperament was without a doubt. Even wearing a tight outfit, she was still gentle and charming. After changing into a tight outfit, everyone lost a bit of their gentleness and gained a bit of handsomeness. It was more in line with the identity of Azure Water School's cultivators. Let's go. Gong Xiaoqing said indifferently. His coldness seemed to come from his bones. Even though he was facing a teammate that he couldn't be more familiar with, his voice was still cold. The four of them walked towards the Falling Cloud Mountain range. Along the way, they encountered many mercenaries and people who were also heading towards the mountain range. Originally, the Falling Cloud Mountain range did not have an entrance. However, as more and more people walked in the same direction, more and more entrances appeared. Because these entrances were occupied by human cultivators, no demonic beasts could be seen in these places. Demonic beasts could only be seen in the depths of the mountains. Dong Fengyu explained to Bailey Hongzhuang as they walked. This was the first time that Bailey Hongzhuang had registered as a mercenary. Presumably, it was also her first time coming to the Falling Cloud Mountain range. Bailey Hongzhuang listened to Dong Fengyu's introduction. She wasn't unfamiliar with this kind of basic knowledge, but she was now Bailey Hongzhuang of Fengbo country. Naturally, she had to act more realistically. Lu Qingyue and Gong Xiaoqing walked in front while Bailey Hongzhuang and Dong Fengyu walked behind them. Along the way, only the voices of Bailey Hongzhuang and Dong Fengyu could be heard. The lush and towering trees towered into the clouds. The scorching sun shone through the gaps between the leaves, leaving only sparse light. It was clear that the Luoyun mountain range had a long history. Suddenly, a subtle sound attracted the attention of Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three. Careful! Gong Xiaoqing's handsome and cold face became cautious and serious. He carefully looked around. There were definitely demon beasts nearby. Whoosh, a subtle sound rang out and a black shadow flashed past. Gong Xiaoqing's hand flashed like lightning and a lightning raccoon died under his sword. Lightning raccoon, late-stage mysterious earth realm. It was small in size, agile in movements, and as fast as lightning. It was good at sneak attacks and often caught people off guard. Lifting his sword, Gong Xiaoqing neatly put away the lightning raccoon's demon crystal. He turned around and walked forward as if nothing had happened. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyebrows slightly raised. Gong Xiaoqing was indeed worthy of being the #1 student of the Azure Water School. His keen observation and strength made it impossible for others to find any flaws. Walking in the Luoyun mountain range, you can encounter demon beasts at any time. Therefore, you must be focused. If you are not careful, you may lose your life. Dong Fengyu reminded. Along the way, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others encountered many demon beasts. Gong Xiaoqing, Dong Fengyu, and Lu Qingyue took turns to deal with them. During this process, Dong Fengyu carefully introduced the weaknesses of each demon beast to Bailey Hongzhuang as well as the areas to pay attention to in battle. Bailey Hongzhuang discovered that the demon beasts of 1,000 years ago were quite different from the demon beasts of 1,000 years ago. After 1,000 years, these demon beasts had evolved a lot. Their minds had become more intelligent and the difficulty of dealing with them had increased by a lot. After such a long time, the demon beasts of the Xianxia continent had been divided into a clear system. Human cultivators also had a very clear understanding of demon beasts. However, Bailey Hongzhuang had learned from Dong Fengyu's mouth that in the thousands of years of history, many demonic beasts had gradually disappeared or rarely appeared in the eyes of human cultivators. Demonic beasts with strong adaptability had become stronger, while the weaker demonic beasts had been eliminated with the passage of time. It could be said that the demonic beasts of today were much stronger than they were 1,000 years ago. The curtain of night slowly descended, and a thick curtain of darkness enveloped the falling cloud mountain range, causing the originally gloomy and damp depths of the mountain range to appear even darker and quieter. It was so dark that one couldn't even see one's own fingers. The roars of demonic beasts and the chirping of insects and birds could be heard from time to time. The entire falling cloud mountain range was shrouded in fear. Creak. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others walked in the mountains, and the sound of the branches under their feet could be heard clearly in this quiet night. Let's go ahead and rest. Gong Xiaoqing's bright eyes were like gems in the dark night, sparkling with light, extremely resplendent. They had been looking for a relatively dry place to rest, but they had passed through a wetland before and had only just come out. Dong Fengyu faintly smiled and nodded. The terrain ahead is quite high. It's very suitable for resting. Very quickly, the four of them arrived at the high ground. Gong Xiaoqing carefully and cautiously looked around. After confirming that there were no demon beasts in the surroundings, he leaned against a thick tree and sat down. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others also sat down in a circle and took out dry rations from their Qianquan bags to eat. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips slightly curved, her eyes as clear as water. Fortunately, I don't feel tired. With her previous cultivation intensity, this kind of running around for a day could only be considered easy. She wouldn't feel tired at all. It's just that this body's current strength wasn't enough. She still needed to continue training. Oh? Dong Fengyu's handsome eyes slightly raised. His cherry blossom-like eyes revealed surprise and a smile. I didn't expect the young miss of the general's manor to be able to endure hardship. They often ran around outside, so they were already used to this degree of exhaustion. Bailey Hongzhuang was just a new student at Azure Water School. She was also the young miss of the general's manor. Presumably, she lived like a princess and couldn't bear this kind of hardship. In fact, Bailey Hongzhuang's performance was already much better than he had imagined. How many arrogant girls would throw tantrums after entering the mountain range? This kind of thing was common, especially in the ordinary class. It was almost everywhere. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curved into a self-deprecating smile. That's because you don't understand my identity well enough. The children of wealthy families had always lived like princes. It's just that she didn't live up to her name. She had always lived a life worse than a pig or a dog. His flower-like pupils were full of doubt. He didn't miss the ridicule in Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes. Was there a story behind this? Gong Xiaoqing's eyes flickered, his expression indifferent. Today, besides walking, she didn't do anything else. If she can't even bear this little bit of hardship, what kind of cultivator is she? The same cold and disdainful tone, the same breath that deserved a beating. Bailey Hongzhuang coldly glanced at Gong Xiaoqing. Not a single word from this guy's mouth was pleasant to hear. Dong Fengyu's lips curved into an interested smile. Our Gong Xiaoqing rarely speaks such a long sentence. So, he's giving me face like this? Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows and asked back. Her eyes revealed a narrow smile. After getting along with each other, she also understood that Gong Xiaoqing's heart was good. It's just that his words were unpleasant. Dong Fengyu's eyebrows slightly raised. He didn't speak, but his smile was very obvious. Lu Qingyue looked at this scene, and tension and worry flashed in the depths of her eyes like spring water, but they were hidden in the blink of an eye. Hongzhuang, you don't mind me calling you that, right? Lu Qingyue's smile was gentle and beautiful, her voice was like the wind, clear and pleasant to the ear. I don't mind. Bailey Hongzhuang responded with a faint smile. Today, Lu Qingyue had been walking beside Gong Xiaoqing, but she didn't have much interaction with her. It's always a little hard to adapt to your first experience. The next few days will be like this. If you're not used to it, you can tell me. Lu Qingyue's smile was tranquil and beautiful. Her amiable appearance was like that of a caring sister. It was easy for people to let down their guard. Thank you for your concern. Her clear and bright phoenix eyes flickered with a resplendent light. I'm not a pampered person. Since I've come here to train, I'm already prepared to endure hardships. You don't have to mind me. She was not a newcomer and did not need such special treatment. The three people's gazes fell on Bailey Hongzhuang's body at the same time. Her deep black eyes revealed determination and persistence, as dazzling as the sun. Dong Fengyu couldn't help but change his opinion. He understood that Bailey Hongzhuang was speaking the truth and not out of politeness. She really didn't need everyone to treat her like a newcomer. He was no stranger to this kind of determined gaze. Gong Xiaoqing stared at Bailey Hongzhuang. His eyes were clear and sharp, piercing through people's hearts. Bailey Hongzhuang met Gong Xiaoqing's gaze squarely. Their gazes met in the air, colliding for an instant. The next moment, Gong Xiaoqing withdrew his gaze, his expression still indifferent. Since that's the case, there's no need to take care of her tomorrow. Let's speed up. Today, because it was Bailey Hongzhuang's first time entering the Luoyun mountain range, they slowed down in order to take care of Bailey Hongzhuang. Since Bailey Hongzhuang was determined, they wouldn't waste any time. Bailey Hongzhuang's mouth hooked up into an enchanting and gorgeous smile. Today, she already had a full understanding of the demonic beasts 1,000 years in the future. Tomorrow, she would be able to keep up with everyone's pace. Dong Fengyu looked at Bailey Hongzhuang's gorgeous and enchanting smile, and his handsome eyes flashed with a strange light. This woman, from the moment he first met her, revealed all kinds of extraordinary qualities, causing people to raise their eyebrows. The night passed peacefully. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others rested for a night. During this time, no demonic beasts or dangers appeared. Obviously, Gong Xiaoqing and the others already had their own experience of living in the mountain range. They understood what kind of place was the safest to rest in. The four people set out on their journey in high spirits. The iron-armored rhinoceros lived in the center of the Luoyun mountain range. From here to its habitat, it would take about 3 days of travel. On this day, the four people's speed was clearly much faster. However, Bailey Hongzhuang didn't feel any pressure at all. Gong Xiaoqing and the others, after seeing that Bailey Hongzhuang didn't feel any pressure, completely let go of their speed. In this competition, they also didn't want to lose. Along the way, most of the demonic beasts that attacked them were dealt with by Gong Xiaoqing and Dong Fengyue. Lu Qingyue, like Bailey Hongzhuang, almost didn't make a move. In this process, everyone's speed was very fast. The journey that originally took 3 days was completed in 2 days. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others crawled on the hill, looking down at the lively iron-armored rhinoceros. The iron-armored rhinoceros's body was completely black. Hard and powerful scales covered its entire body. Under the sunlight, it reflected a strong steel-like aura. His huge body was as big as 2 steeds, and as he walked, there was a loud noise, as if the ground was shaking a little. Iron-armored rhinoceros were demonic beasts that lived in herds. And rarely did they encounter a single demonic beast. Bailey Hongzhuang, do you want me to kill an armored rhinoceros for you to demonstrate? Dong Fengyue's handsome eyes flickered with concern and worry. Dealing with an armored rhinoceros with mysterious middle stage cultivation wasn't easy, especially since Bailey Hongzhuang didn't have much experience fighting demonic beasts. Dongfeng, this is a lone armored rhinoceros. If you demonstrate, it won't be easy for us to find another lone armored rhinoceros. Her S. Huang. Was, her, she. Was, he. Had a. To S and SBs. The other herds of iron-armored rhinoceroses weren't too far away. Once the first one was killed, the other iron-armored rhinoceroses would become cautious. At that time, who knows how long they would have to wait to find another iron-armored rhinoceros. Dong Fengyue was about to say something when Bailey Hongzhuang spoke first. Don't worry, I'm fine. So far, she hadn't made a move. Thus, Dong Fengyue and the others didn't know her strength well enough. Alright then. Be careful. Dong Fengyue warned. Lu Qinyue's beautiful eyes were filled with doubt and surprise. Dong Fengyue seemed to be especially concerned about Bailey Hongzhuang. Was it because they were teammates or something else? She and Dong Fengyue had known each other for a long time. In the past, Dong Fengyue treated everyone very well, but this was the first time she saw him being so caring and considerate. She instinctively felt that something was different. Be careful. A cold and indifferent voice suddenly sounded. Gong Xiaoqing's deep black eyes faintly revealed his concern. This kind of battle was not easy, let alone a newcomer like Bailey Hongzhuang. Her deep phoenix eyes were filled with surprise and a smile. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curved into a confident and playful smile. She did not expect Gong Xiaoqing to warn her. I will. Her delicate and perfect face blossomed into a bright and beautiful smile. In an instant, it was like 100 flowers were blooming, beautiful beyond compare. Bailey Hongzhuang pulled out her ice blue sword. Her figure was like a cheetah as she leapt out with a so sound. In the blink of an eye, she was behind the armored rhinoceros. Gong Xiaoqing's eyes flashed. Bailey Hongzhuang's speed was not simple. Ding! Bailey Hongzhuang did not waste any time. The spirit energy in her body surged and the ice blue sword surged with a fluorescent blue light. The ice blue sword danced and without hesitation, pierced towards the armored rhinoceros's weak abdomen, but every demonic beast had a weakness. The armored rhinoceros's shell was hard, so it was not easy to break through its defense. Only by attacking its weak point could one achieve twice the result with half the effort. Only a subtle piercing sound was heard, followed by the armored rhinoceros's monstrous roar. Roar! The armored rhinoceros did not expect a human to suddenly attack it. A burst of pain came from its abdomen. Before this, it did not even notice a human approaching. Under this intense pain, the armored rhinoceros rushed towards Bailey Hongzhuang as if it had gone mad. Rumble, its huge body was like a cannonball. Its momentum was monstrous. It opened its bloody mouth and its sharp teeth emitted a cold light. It was cruel and bloody. Woo! The armored rhinoceros opened its mouth and bit towards Bailey Hongzhuang. If she was bitten, Bailey Hongzhuang would probably be badly mutilated in an instant. However, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes remained calm. Even in the face of such a crisis, her exquisite face still did not reveal the slightest bit of nervousness or panic. Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly sped up and charged straight at the armored rhinoceros. Seeing this scene, Gong Xiaoqing and the other two's faces were filled with astonishment. What was Bailey Hongzhuang trying to do? Hongzhuang won't be in danger, right? Lu Qinyue's clear eyes flashed with a touch of worry. Bailey Hongzhuang's actions were beyond their expectations. Gong Xiaoqing's brows wrinkled. The spirit power in his body surged. He was ready to rush out and save Bailey Hongzhuang. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang was about to collide with the armored rhinoceros, her body suddenly brushed past the armored rhinoceros like a loach. The armored rhinoceros that was originally full of energy to fight Bailey Hongzhuang missed. Its body continued to charge forward and was unable to stop. Bailey Hongzhuang seized this opportunity. Like a maggot, her body followed closely. The blue ice sword violently stabbed out. An icy blue sword ray streaked across. Another subtle sound of a weapon entering the body sounded. The armored rhinoceros's abdomen was filled with blood. Roar! The armored rhinoceros is enraged. Gong Xiaoqing's voice was low. His cold and indifferent eyes were covered with a layer of mist. Underneath the mist was a deep darkness, making people unable to see through him. Bailey Hongzhuang only used 2 moves to heavily injure the armored rhinoceros. No matter if it's strength or mentality, there's nothing to nitpick about. Dong Fengyu's handsome and elegant face was full of admiration and praise. It was very rare for a new student to have such results during their first training. After the armored rhinoceros is enraged, its strength will explode. It won't be easy to deal with it. Lu Qingyue's voice was as gentle as water. Her delicate face didn't show any emotions. I always feel that Bailey Hongzhuang can handle it. Dong Fengyu's mouth curved into a confident smile. In his line of sight, even when facing the enraged armored rhinoceros, Bailey Hongzhuang was still calm and indifferent. Her eyes were calm and did not lose her composure. Rumble! The armored rhinoceros quickly charged over. Bailey Hongzhuang put away her ice blue sword and once again faced the armored rhinoceros. This time, Bailey Hongzhuang did not move to the side. Instead, she jumped into the air. With a flip, she sat steadily on the armored rhinoceros's back. Her movements were clean and neat. It was as if she had already calculated everything before she made her move. Her meticulous thinking made people gasp in admiration. The armored rhinoceros did not expect that this hateful human would dare to climb onto its back. It crazily twisted, intending to throw Bailey Hongzhuang off its back. However, no matter how the armored rhinoceros twisted, Bailey Hongzhuang remained firmly on its back. In this kind of situation, attacking the armored rhinoceros's back was the fastest way to win. However, their mission this time was to get the armored rhinoceros's intact hide. Therefore, Bailey Hongzhuang did not do that. The spirit energy in her body surged and the aura of a middle-stage mysterious Ian cultivator instantly exploded. Bailey Hongzhuang's spirit energy surged on her right hand, blooming with a dazzling brilliance. Storm break! Bailey Hongzhuang let out a cold shout, and a violent fist mixed with boundless qi jin fiercely smashed into the iron rhino's body. Bang! A dull and hoarse voice sounded, followed by a heavy object falling to the ground. The iron-armored rhinoceros's body collapsed with a loud bang. Its huge eyes that were gradually losing their light showed that its vitality was completely gone. Dong Fengyu and the other 2 were surprised. None of them had thought that Bailey Hongzhuang would be able to kill the armored rhinoceros so cleanly. According to their calculations, even if Bailey Hongzhuang was not weak and could really kill the armored rhinoceros, the process of the battle would definitely be thrilling. However, what Bailey Hongzhuang showed them was like moving clouds and flowing water. They couldn't find the slightest flaw. Gong Xiaoqing's eyes flickered. Bailey Hongzhuang's fighting style did not seem like that of a newbie. She calculated all the reactions of the armored rhinoceros clearly and neatly attacked its weak points. Everything was done in an orderly manner, as if she was an experienced cultivator who had been in the mountains for many years. Bailey Hongzhuang nimbly took out the armored rhinoceros's demon crystal. Without waiting for Dong Fengyu and the other 2 to congratulate her, a huge figure suddenly attacked Bailey Hongzhuang like lightning. A heavy shadow covered Bailey Hongzhuang. Raising her phoenix eyes, Bailey Hongzhuang saw another armored rhinoceros pouncing towards her. Careful! Whoosh! An extremely powerful sword aura flashed by, shocking everyone's eyes. Shadowless kill. Bailey Hongzhuang's body curled up and rolled, directly rolling down from the armored rhinoceros's body. The armored rhinoceros's stomach was directly cut open, and blood sprayed onto the ground. In that split second, Bailey Hongzhuang even took out the armored rhinoceros's demon crystal. Bang! Another armored rhinoceros heavily fell to the ground. From its appearance to its death, only a short moment had passed. Gong Xiaoqing and the other two quickly arrived at Bailey Hongshuang's side. They saw that Bailey Hongshuang's beautiful face was as indifferent as the wind, and her black phoenix eyes were as calm as water, without any ripples. Her delicate and perfect face was stained with a few drops of dark red blood, adding to her coquettish charm. Coupled with her fiery red clothes, she was like a demon dancing in fire, bewitching people's hearts. Dong Fengyu's deep eyes flashed with shock. This kind of Bailey Hongshuang's beauty was soul-stirring, unforgettable. Bailey Hongshuang, this battle of yours was really amazing. Hongshuang, your skills are completely unlike a freshman who is fighting demon beasts for the first time. We were worried for nothing. Lu Qingyue's face revealed a smile, her voice gentle and mellow. Gong Xiaoqing sized up Bailey Hongshuang. He didn't say anything, but his words were meaningful. Bailey Hongshuang's lips curved into a charming smile. She didn't intend to hide anything. After all, in the future, their team would often move together. Even if she displayed battle experience that didn't match her identity, it didn't matter. Because no one would think that she wasn't the real Bailey Hongshuang. This leather armor is in perfect condition. It's more than enough. Gong Xiaoqing looked at Bailey Hongshuang, his voice indifferent and less alienated. Dong Fengyu's eyes rippled with a smile, dazzling and stunning. So our team has gained another tyrannical helper. Bailey Hongshuang had a smile on her face as she helped Dong Fengyu cut the rhinoceros's hide. The most valuable part of the iron-armored rhinoceros was its leather armor. The armor made from this leather armor was very hard and had a strong resistance. It was very popular with cultivators in the market. However, just as the four of them were cutting the leather armor, an untimely voice was heard. Gong Xiaoqing, Dong Fengyu, what a coincidence to meet you again. Evil Chi's frivolous words were filled with provocation and disgust. It was obvious that he did not come with good intentions. When Gong Xiaoqing and Dong Fengyu heard this voice, a ripple appeared in their eyes. Yihuqing. Gong Xiaoqing's handsome face was even colder than before. A black storm swept through his pitch-black eyes, and his expression was even colder. Bailey Hongshuang looked up at the group of people. There were 4 of them and they were all around 18 years old. The man in the lead was wearing a soft yellow robe. His ink-black hair was tied up high with a white jade crown. His appearance was handsome and thin. His pair of eyes were as sharp and ruthless as an eagle's. His slightly curved aquiline nose added a touch of ruthlessness to his appearance. His pale thin lips were slightly raised in a mocking and cruel arc. At a glance, one could tell that this was a cruel and eccentric guy. Not only Yihuqing, but the 3 cultivators behind him were also stained with the smell of blood and murderous intent. With Bailey Hongshuang's rich experience, she could tell at a glance that the hands of these 4 guys were stained with a lot of blood. Enemies really meet on a narrow road, hee. Bailey Hongshuang raised her eyebrows. It seemed that there was a lot of resentment between Gong Xiaoqing and the others. Yihuqing, what do you want to do? Dong Fengyu's usual gentle and elegant demeanor was different. His handsome and elegant face was covered with frost, and his deep black eyes were full of disgust. What do I want to do? Yihuqing's lips were slightly hooked, but his eyes were gradually gloomy. This iron rhinoceros is mine. Dong Fengyu sneered, in your dreams. In your dreams? Yihuqing's smile gradually widened, if you don't hand it over, we will fight. However, there are 2 women in your team. You have to be careful. My brother doesn't mind destroying flowers. Following Yihuqing's words, the 3 men behind him all looked at Bailey Hongshuang and Lu Qingyue with interest. However, Yihuqing's eyes lit up. I didn't expect that Songlan College would have another beauty. I have never seen her before. His arrogant and frivolous eyes looked at Bailey Hongshuang, not hiding the lust in his eyes. Her clear eyes were filled with disgust and contempt. Yihuqing's gaze made her feel disgusted from the bottom of her heart. What are you looking at? Her cold and alienated voice was full of warning. She had always hated this kind of despicable and shameless guy. Listening to Bailey Hongshuang's unceremonious warning, Yihuqing was not angry but laughed. Compared to Lu Qingyue, this little beauty seems to have a more tender personality. As soon as these words came out, Lu Qingyue's beautiful and elegant face was dyed with a touch of paleness. Her body shook slightly as if she had received a great blow. Bailey Hongzhuang was surprised. Anyone who saw Lu Qingyue would regard her as a goddess. But Yi Hucheng calling her like this was really unexpected. Lu Qingyue was so panicked. Obviously, they were old acquaintances. Seeing through this, Bailey Hongzhuang was even more puzzled. With the status of Gong Xiaoqing and the others in Songlan College, who would dare to be so hostile to them, obviously, Yi Hucheng and the others should not be students of Songlan College. So, why were they old acquaintances? Master, this annoying fellow's strength is on par with Gong Xiaoqing's. Little White's reminder rang out. Bailey Hongzhuang's phoenix eyes suddenly narrowed, a wisp of wisdom flashing through them. She seemed to understand something in an instant. A faint conjecture emerged in his mind. He was afraid that these 4 people were once students of the Azure Water School. After all, at such a young age, they were by no means ordinary playboys. Don't look for trouble. Gong Xiaoqing's cold and sinister words came out of his mouth. His dark and gloomy eyes condensed into ice as a trace of killing intent quietly spread out. Look, what can you do? Yi Hucheng's smile suddenly cooled, and his eyes burned with hatred. Gong Xiaoqing, you made me fall into such a situation. Do you think I will let you off easily? You only have yourself to blame for everything that happened back then. You deserve to be expelled from the academy. Dong Fengyu's voice was cold and decisive. His eyes were cold without a trace of warmth. Oh. Yi Hucheng walked to Dong Fengyu's side. I deserve it? Yi Hucheng suddenly raised his voice, his dark and fierce eyes burning with extreme madness. If it weren't for this bitch, would I have become like this? Lu Qinyue's face became paler and paler, and her beautiful little face was drained of blood. Her eyes, which had always been as calm as water, were now filled with panic and fear. A dense mist gradually appeared in her eyes, making her look pitiful and pitiful. Could it be, this is a love triangle? Bailey Hongzhuang rubbed her chin. Although no one had said what exactly happened, she vaguely guessed 1 or 2 things. Femme fatale, the #1 beauty of the Kanglan school, Lu Qinyue had this capital. However, even if Yi Hucheng loved Lu Qinyue and was expelled from the school, this punishment seemed to be too heavy. There must be other things. Xiao He thought and nodded. It is very likely. This kind of good show is the most interesting. Woo-woo, master, look, in the chaos ring, Baisher poked his fluffy little head, and his watery eyes were full of pleading. Xiao He and Xiao Bai were watching the show outside, and he was the only one staying in the chaos ring. He was bored to death. Bailey Hongzhuang held her forehead. Why were her monsters like these guys who loved to watch the fun? Master, you want to see, Baisher choked, and his watery eyes were covered with a layer of mist in an instant. He looked very pitiful. Bailey Hongzhuang was helpless. This little guy had been staying in the chaos ring for almost all these days. It was really pitiful. Now is not the time to come out. You can come out after the matter is resolved. Baisher obviously wanted to come out of the chaos ring immediately, but seeing Bailey Hongzhuang was serious, he could only obediently nod his little head. Either leave the leather armor or fight, but the consequences, you have to think carefully. Yi Hucheng's mouth curved into a cold arc, and his cold eyes condensed on Lu Qinyue's body. Obviously, this was hate born from love. The leather armor is impossible to give to you. Gong Xiaoqing looked indifferent. Yi Hucheng, you leave now, and I will pretend that nothing happened. Gong Xiaoqing, don't put on a high and mighty attitude. In front of others, it is fine, but in front of me, what qualifications do you have? The arrogant tone was full of disdain and disgust. What Yi Hucheng hated the most was Gong Xiaoqing's sanctimonious appearance. He didn't understand what was so attractive about this unapproachable iceberg face. Yi Hucheng, don't go too far. Lu Qinyue's tender body trembled, and a stern look appeared on her beautiful face. Lu Qinyue, I used to regard you as a goddess, but now in my eyes, you are worthless. You better pray that you don't fall into my hands. Otherwise, I will make you beg for death. The words burst out from Yi Hucheng's mouth, and the appearance of gnashing his teeth showed that he hated Lu Qinyue to the bone. Back then, Yi Hucheng, was high-spirited. As a shining star among the specially recruited students, even Gong Xiaoqing could only be on par with him. But because of that bitch Lu Qingyue, she ruined all his future and even made him notorious. How could he not hate him? Since you don't want to give up, then we can only fight. Hu Cheng's lips were slightly raised, and his expression was arrogant. But his eyes gradually became serious, and the fierceness in his bones completely broke out. At this moment, the original ruffian aura disappeared in an instant, and the true attitude of the Tsonglong College was revealed. Gong Xiaoqing's expression remained the same. Holding the long sword in his hand, a biting cold sword chi erupted. In an instant, his whole person seemed to have turned into a sword, sharp and sharp. Ding ding ding, the two did not hesitate at all. The moment they took out their weapons, they attacked each other, flames overflowed, sword chi burst out, and the blade was fierce. The two figures were like a whirlwind. Their moves were fierce, but they were entangled together. It was difficult to separate them. Hu Cheng's three friends also walked towards Bailey Hongshuang's group. Since the battle had already begun, it was a group battle. Dong Fengyu narrowed his peach blossom eyes, and a sharp and dangerous light quietly emerged. Bailey Hongshuang, Lu Qingyue, among the three people in front of us, one is at the early stage of mysterious heaven realm. Leave it to me. The other two are at the late stage of mysterious Eon realm. You two try to delay for a moment. I will finish this quickly. Lu Qingyue was also at the late stage of mysterious Eon realm. She was evenly matched with the other party, but Bailey Hongshuang's strength was weaker. It was easy for her to be in danger. Dongfeng, I understand. Lu Qingyue drew her weapon, and a defensive look appeared on her pretty face. Bailey Hongshuang, you have to be more careful. If you can't fight them head-on, then delay for time. Dongfengyu looked at Bailey Hongshuang and warned her. His handsome face was full of concern and nervousness. The grievances between them and Hu Cheng had been going on for a long time. It was no longer a matter of stopping. This was a real battle. Bailey Hongshuang's lips curved slightly. Her delicate and perfect face did not show any nervousness. You can rest assured. I can deal with it. She was the head of an aristocratic family. What kind of danger had she not seen? A cultivator at the late stage of mysterious Eon realm was not enough to make her raise her eyebrows. Looking at the determination and confidence in her dark and clear phoenix eyes, Dongfengyu nodded slightly. He was relieved and immediately joined the battle. At the same time, Lu Qingyue had already started fighting with another man. Beauty, you are so beautiful that I can't bear to fight you. With a frivolous voice and a wicked smile, Chu Haiqing looked at Bailey Hongshuang with a teasing smile. You are only at the middle stage of mysterious Eon realm. You are not my opponent at all. Why don't you become my woman and suffer physical pain? What do you think? Chu Haiqing was drooling. Lu Qingyue was Hu Cheng's, so he naturally wouldn't think about it. However, this woman was not inferior to Lu Qingyue. Such a beauty was really rare, he could not bear to destroy such a flower. Bailey Hongshuang's bright black eyes were filled with mockery and ridicule. She looked at the complacent guy in front of her with disdain, her eyebrows slightly raised, her voice cold and disdainful. Just you? Bailey Hongshuang's lips curved into an enchanting smile. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? Her indifferent and alienated voice was full of arrogance, and Chu Haiqing's figure was not in Bailey Hongshuang's eyes. It was as if even looking at Chu Haiqing would dirty her eyes. This kind of guy was not worthy of entering her eyes. Her noble and arrogant attitude fell into Chu Haiqing's eyes. He could no longer maintain his smile. His mouth twitched slightly, and his eyes were filled with a storm of anger. Woman, you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. In the face of such a threat, Bailey Hongshuang was indifferent. So what? With a rhetorical question, Bailey Hongshuang's arrogance was obvious. He was just a little bit stronger than her. What qualifications did he have to talk nonsense in front of her? Chu Haiqing suddenly took a step forward, and his vigorous spirit power burst out. His strong and fierce fist exploded the air, fiercely attacking Bailey Hongshuang's face. The neat and swift fist brought a burst of ear-piercing sound. As the chi burst out, Bailey Hongshuang only felt a knife-scraping pain on her face. However, her eyes were resolute. She moved her feet and used the shadow-shifting technique. Bailey Hongshuang's figure was like a ghost. Chu Haiqing saw that his attack was about to fall on Bailey Hongshuang's body. Before the smile on his face faded, he found that Bailey Hongzhuang had disappeared from her place. Storm break. Bailey Hongzhuang acted decisively. She circled behind Chu Haiqing with lightning speed and ruthlessly attacked Chu Haiqing's back. Bang! A muffled sound rang out as Chu Haiqing charged forward like a toad and fell flat on his face. Bailey Hongzhuang stood in the same place. Her cold and beautiful face bloomed with a confident and beautiful smile. The golden sunlight shone on her body, making her look more noble and otherworldly, as if she would fly away with the wind at any time. Chu Haiqing's face was very ugly. He didn't expect that he would be beaten down by a woman whose cultivation was weaker than his. If word of this got out, he would be utterly humiliated. Dong Fengyu and the others who were fighting also saw this scene. Their handsome faces were filled with astonishment. They thought that Bailey Hongzhuang could stall for time and not be injured by Chu Haiqing. They didn't expect that Chu Haiqing would be at a disadvantage in the first fight. Chu Haiqing's face was burning. Being beaten down by a girl who was weaker than him was really a loss of face. Yi Huqing frowned. His black eyes were filled with disdain and disgust. His voice was cold. Trash. Being beaten down by a girl whose cultivation was weaker than him, if he wasn't trash, then what was he? Chu Haiqing's face became ugly. Bailey Hongzhuang's attack just now was not light. A burning pain came from his internal organs. He was injured. You're courting death. Chu Haiqing clenched his teeth so hard that he almost broke his gums. His tenderness for the fairer sex had completely dissipated and was replaced by a desire to crush Bailey Hongzhuang into smithereens. Do you have the strength? Bailey Hongzhuang's voice was cold. From the moment this guy showed the wrong look to her, he was destined to pay the price. Chu Haiqing snorted coldly. He did not waste any more time talking to Bailey Hongzhuang. His figure quickly swept out and a long sword appeared in his hand. He brandished his long sword, and the sword aura filled the air, attacking Bailey Hongzhuang from all directions. Bailey Hongzhuang narrowed her eyes and the ice blue sword danced in her hand. She did not have any intention of retreating and directly faced Chu Haiqing head-on. Seeing that Bailey Hongzhuang wasn't afraid of death and was facing the enemy head-on, Chu Haiqing sneered in his heart. He was just careless just now. Did Bailey Hongzhuang really think that he was useless? Ding ding ding, the two swords clashed and the sound of metal spread out. However, after exchanging blows, Chu Haiqing's face instantly changed. Because Bailey Hongzhuang's strength was actually on par with his, Bailey Hongzhuang narrowed her eyes. She must start cultivating her body's martial arts as soon as possible. Only by increasing her own strength could she not be suppressed by her opponent in a battle of higher cultivation. Shadowless kill. Chu Haiqing's expression changed. From Bailey Hongzhuang's attack, he could clearly feel the threat. This was a high yellow ranked martial art. Bailey Hongzhuang had just entered Azure Water School and had already grasped a high yellow ranked martial art. It was not easy to learn a high yellow ranked martial art with the strength of a middle stage mysterious Ian cultivator. Furthermore, it was not easy to obtain a high yellow ranked martial art. Flaming Cloud Sword. Chu Haiqing did not dare to be negligent. He displayed a middle yellow ranked martial art and welcomed Bailey Hongzhuang's shadowless kill. Ding! The two attacks met in midair and fiercely collided. The red and blue sword rays intertwined and continuously eroded each other's energy. They were evenly matched and Chu Haiqing's face had already turned purple. His strength was stronger than Bailey Hongzhuang by a bit, but Bailey Hongzhuang's martial art was stronger than his by a bit. Thus, when the two collided, it was like this. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled into an enchanting smile. Her red robes made her look like an enchantress, emitting a shocking charm. Chu Haiqing noticed Bailey Hongzhuang's deep smile and did not know why, but a bad premonition surged in his heart. In the next moment, the blue sword ray attacked Chu Haiqing again after consuming all the energy from the red sword ray. Although this energy was far from when it had just been condensed, it was still not to be underestimated. Chu Haiqing did not expect this attack to be so tenacious. He wanted to use another move to block, but it was too late. He could only turn around and escape, intending to dodge this attack. But his speed could not match the speed of the sword ray. His body flew out once again, his left shoulder dripping with blood. A blood-curdling scream came from Chu Haiqing's mouth. His left arm was almost cut in half by this sword ray. Chu Haiqing's face was pale as he looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in horror. He could not believe that this middle-stage mysterious Ian girl could injure him to such an extent. Every move was ruthless, and every move was well thought out. It was clear that he was stronger, but in front of Bailey Hongzhuang, he felt that he was weak. The disdainful look in her eyes made people panic. It was as if she was a natural-born king, and everyone else could only bow before her. Bailey Hongzhuang slowly walked in front of Chu Haiqing. Her quiet and elegant face was filled with mockery and ridicule. "You want to kill me like this?" When Chu Haiqing heard the mocking words, his ink-black face heated up. An indescribable feeling of humiliation spread in his heart. He had actually lost so miserably in front of a new student today. Gong Xiaoqing and Yi Huqing were locked in battle. Their strength was on par with each other. Although Gong Xiaoqing could enjoy the Academy's cultivation resources, Yi Huqing's progress in the Luoyun mountain range was not small. Their strength was on par with each other, and it was impossible to determine the victor in a short period of time. Dong Fengyu was only a step away from breaking through to the middle stage of the mysterious heaven realm, so he completely suppressed his opponent. It was only a matter of time before he finished the battle. Lu Qingyue was in a difficult situation. When a woman fought, her hands and feet were bound. Not to mention, the opponent seemed to be specifically targeting Lu Qingyue's weakness, making her tired to deal with him. Under such circumstances, Lu Qingyue could be said to be retreating in defeat. Her pretty face was sullen, but she was helpless. Yi Huqing's original plan was to capture Bailey Hongzhuang and Lu Qingyue. As a result, Gong Xiaoqing and Dong Fengyu were helpless and the purpose of slapping their faces was achieved. However, Bailey Hongzhuang appeared midway. Not only did Chu Haiqing fail to control Bailey Hongzhuang, but he was also seriously injured by Bailey Hongzhuang. As a result, they fell into a disadvantage. Dong Fengyu's bright and handsome face was full of amazement and appreciation. Bailey Hongzhuang really couldn't be judged by the level of ordinary freshmen. Because even the special enrollment students of Tsanglan College were not as amazing as her. Bailey Hongzhuang didn't stop and went directly to help Lu Qingyue. Since they were a team, they were a group. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang come to help, Lu Qingyue was relieved. In the face of this wretched guy, she was really annoyed. Gong Xiaoqing's eyes were cold and his voice was bone-chilling. "You lost." In this battle, Yi Huqing lost. He didn't lose because of the battle between him and Gong Xiaoqing, but because of the other cultivators. Yi Huqing's face was gloomy like water, his black pupils filled with a cold light. He unwillingly looked at Gong Xiaoqing. "This time, you are lucky." Chu Haiqing, this waste, the original impeccable plan was ruined because of this waste. He actually lost to Gong Xiaoqing again, hateful. Yi Huqing stopped his attack. There was no need to continue the battle because the outcome was already decided. His eyes turned slightly. Yi Huqing looked deeply at Bailey Hongzhuang and waved his hand. "Let's go." After Yi Huqing's group left, Gong Xiaoqing and Dong Fengyu immediately came to Bailey Hongzhuang and Lu Qingyue's side. "How are you?" Gong Xiaoqing's knife-like handsome face lost some of its coldness. His always indifferent and emotionless eyes were full of concern. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head slightly and turned to look at Lu Qingyue. Since Yi Huqing appeared, Lu Qingyue's state was not right. His body was probably unharmed, but his heart was greatly shaken. Gong Xiaoqing stepped forward and walked to the side of Lu Qingyue. His voice was low, but it was more gentle than before. "With me here, you don't have to worry." As soon as these words came out, Lu Qingyue's originally deep eyes instantly blossomed with a bright and dazzling brilliance, as if Gong Xiaoqing was her sun, illuminating her heart that had sunk into darkness. "Brother Gong, thank you." Her palm-sized face was still pale, and her beautiful eyes were misty. Her tear-stained face was really pitiful. Even if Bailey Hongzhuang was a woman, looking at Lu Qingyue like this, her heart softened a bit. The cries of a beauty could always move one's heart. Dong Fengyu blinked his peach blossom eyes, and the slightly red corners of his eyes were full of charm. "Bailey Hongzhuang, I didn't expect your fighting strength to be so strong." It really surprised everyone. To be able to fight above her level and defeat Chu Haiqing in such a short time, her strength was really amazing. He began to wonder how the two mentors found Bailey Hongzhuang, a genius cultivator. Bailey Hongzhuang's beautiful eyes were filled with a trace of slyness and relaxation. Her cherry-red perfect lips outlined an enchanting smile. You flatter me, you flatter me." Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang's mischievous appearance, Dong Fengyu's eyes lit up. This Bailey Hongzhuang was really hard to dislike. Aren't you curious about our relationship with Yihucheng? Dong Fengyu's long eyebrows slanted as he looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with a smile. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes were clear and indifferent. Her mouth was filled with a faint smile. If you want to tell me, I don't mind listening. After all, this was someone else's business. She couldn't just open other people's scars to satisfy her own curiosity. In fact, she was not so curious because she had vaguely guessed the general situation. Dong Fengyu's dark eyes were full of surprise and appreciation. With Bailey Hongzhuang's age, it was not easy for her to be so understanding. When he first met her, he appreciated Bailey Hongzhuang's beauty and wit. With the help of the bandits, she easily solved the pursuers. Now, after the trip to the Luoyun Mountains, he admired Bailey Hongzhuang's courage and maturity. This woman, no matter what aspect, always made people unable to find the slightest flaw. Yihucheng was also a special enrollment student of the Kanglin College. In the end, Dong Fengyu still told Bailey Hongzhuang the whole story, because in the future, they would be working together as a team. It was not the first time that Yihucheng and others had caused trouble. They would still encounter each other in the future. Understanding the past was conducive to the integration of the team. With Dong Fengyu's explanation, Bailey Hongzhuang also understood the whole story. It turned out that Yihucheng and Gong Xiaoqing's strength were equal. They were the most eye-catching figures of the Kanglin College. Gong Xiaoqing was cold and liked to cultivate by himself. Yihucheng was more cheerful and liked to make friends. Lu Qinyue, as the first beauty of the Kanglin College, had long been in love with Gong Xiaoqing, but Yihucheng liked Lu Qinyue. Originally, there was no conflict between Yihucheng and Gong Xiaoqing, but when Yihucheng found that the goddess he admired was tied to Gong Xiaoqing, his heart was filled with unwillingness and anger. He went to find Gong Xiaoqing to compete with him, intending to prove that he was the first in the college, so that Lu Qinyue would understand that he was the best. With Gong Xiaoqing's temperament, he had no interest in this boring competition. One day, Yihucheng sent a note to Lu Qinyue, asking her to meet him in the back mountain. Lu Qinyue mistakenly thought it was Gong Xiaoqing and went to the back mountain. Yihucheng saw Lu Qinyue unexpectedly came and was very happy. Who would have thought that Lu Qinyue would turn around and leave, arousing the anger that Yihucheng had suppressed for a long time. He immediately began to use force on Lu Qinyue. Fortunately, Gong Xiaoqing and Dong Fengyu came to the back mountain to cultivate and saved Lu Qinyue. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Because of this, Yihucheng was punished and was no longer a disciple of Kanglin College. The enmity between the two sides was completely formed. I see. Bailey Hongzhuang's clear and bright eyes were filled with understanding. This situation was roughly the same as what she had guessed before. Lu Qinyue was greatly frightened at that time, and then she was muddle-headed for a period of time. Gong Xiaoqing felt that this matter was caused by him, so he usually took care of Lu Qinyue. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. I didn't expect Gong Xiaoqing to be so benevolent. He is cold, and his words are not pleasant to hear. In fact, he is a good person. Dong Fengyu blinked his bright starry eyes, and his smile was full of jokes and ridicule. Otherwise, I would not be friends with him. Master, Baisher's two small paws kept digging the ground, and his watery eyes were full of expectation. What happened to letting him out? How could she forget about him while chatting? Bailey Hongzhuang finally remembered that there was still a little fellow that was unwilling to be left alone. She immediately took the little fellow out of the primordial chaos ring. Its entire body was white and furry, and it looked extremely cute like a puppy. Baisher continuously tugged at Bailey Hongzhuang's trousers on the ground. Master, Bailey Hongzhuang picked Baisher up and placed it on her shoulder. Only then did the little fellow reveal a satisfied smile, and it continuously rubbed against Bailey Hongzhuang's neck to show its intimacy. Bailey Hongzhuang stroked Baisher's little head. Although she still didn't know what kind of demonic beast Baisher was, she was very fond of it. Dong Fengyu looked at the sudden appearance of Baisher, and his black and bright eyes flashed with astonishment. This little fellow is? My contracted beast. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled into a beautiful smile, then she wrinkled her small and round nose. However, I still don't know what kind of demonic beast it is. Contracted beast? Dong Fengyu was startled, and the astonishment in his eyes deepened. Such a cute contracted beast, could it be a contracted beast raised by a noble lady that was only for viewing purposes? With Bailey Hongshuang's temperament, this didn't seem to be her style. This little fellow, is it a dog? As he spoke, Dongfeng Yu reached out to pet Baisher. However, the previously docile and cute Baisher suddenly bared its teeth and fiercely glared at Dongfeng Yu. Dongfeng Yu withdrew his hand, but his eyes were still smiling. I also don't know what kind of demonic beast it is. Seeing that Dongfeng Yu also thought that Baisher was a dog, Bailey Hongshuang's clear eyes revealed helplessness. Could it be that Baisher was really a dog? She originally wanted to make a name for herself in the Xianxia continent, but just this contracted beast alone was enough to make her a lot weaker. At this time, Gong Xiaoqing and Lu Qingyue had finished chatting. After seeing Baisher on Bailey Hongshuang's shoulder, their faces simultaneously filled with astonishment. This is Bailey Hongshuang's contracted beast. Dongfeng Yu introduced, Gong Xiaoqing, do you know the type of contracted beast? Gong Xiaoqing looked at the cute round thing and then looked at Bailey Hongshuang meaningfully. I don't know it. Bailey Hongshuang rolled her eyes. Gong Xiaoqing's performance just now was clearly mocking her for contracting a useless demonic beast. Forming a contract with a demonic beast was not an easy task. Every cultivator only had one chance to form a contract with a demonic beast. Thus, everyone would grab hold of this opportunity and not waste it. Of course, it wasn't easy to find a contract beast. Many cultivators couldn't even contract a single beast in their entire lives. As special enrollment students of the Azure Water School, their future was limitless. Wanting to contract a demon beast was not an impossible thing. The most important function of a contracted beast was to fight. Bailey Hongshuang's contracted beast obviously only had one function, to act cute. But, it's quite cute. Gong Xiaoqing walked forward, but his voice was carried by the wind into Bailey Hongshuang's ears. Bailey Hongshuang's forehead had 3 black lines. Was this a compliment? Why did it sound different when it came from Gong Xiaoqing's mouth? Dongfeng Yu and Gong Xiaoqing continued to cut the iron-armored rhino's leather armor that they hadn't finished cutting before. Lu Qingyue stood beside Bailey Hongshuang and waited. Bailey Hongshuang glanced at Baisher. Thinking of Baisher's previous attitude towards Dongfeng Yu, she shook her head. This little guy doesn't like to get close to anyone other than me. It might bite you. Oh. Lu Qingyue was a little disappointed, but she still smiled and said, this little guy still recognizes his master. Baisher lazily glanced at Lu Qingyue, then lazily and comfortably lay on Bailey Hongshuang's shoulder, very uncomfortable. Xiao He and Xiao Bai looked at each other. Xiao He angrily said, this guy stole our position. We're both contracted beasts, but why is there such a big difference in treatment? Xiao Bai curled its lips. Baisher could proudly lie on Bailey Hongshuang's shoulder, but the two of them could only pretend to be beads on their master's head. Their hearts hurt. Xiao Bai clutched its chest and stamped its feet. It was too depressing. You're also my contracted beasts? Bailey Hongshuang's clear phoenix eyes revealed surprise. We don't seem to have a contract between us? Although Xiao He and Xiao Bai had always called her master after the Chaos Ring recognized her as its master, there was no signing ceremony between them. Master, when you contracted the Chaos Ring, we already had a contract with you. Xiao He explained. Bailey Hongshuang's eyes were even more puzzled. She didn't doubt Xiao He and Xiao Bai's words, but, wasn't everyone only allowed to contract one demonic beast? I've contracted 3 demonic beasts? Xiao He's eyes curved into crescents. Master, you're the owner of the Chaos Ring. Naturally, you're not an ordinary person. There's no limit to the number of demonic beasts you can contract. The stronger you are, the more demonic beasts you can contract. Bailey Hongshuang's eyes lit up. She only found out about this today, but, having no limit to the number of contracted beasts was really too convenient. Bailey Hongshuang's lips curled into a lotus-like smile. After contracting Baisher, her only regret was that she was afraid of losing a powerful contracted beast. One had to know that once one's strength reached a certain level, having a powerful contracted beast would undoubtedly be a great help. If she lost a great help, she would undoubtedly feel some regret. Now that this regret no longer existed, she was very happy in her heart. Master, when will the two of us be able to meet people? Xiao asked pitifully with a bitter face. Her face. Speaking of which, the two of them were the first to form a contract. Unexpectedly, White Lion beat them to it. She was not willing to bring Xiao and Xiaobai out to meet people, but, who asked her contracted beasts, each one weirder than the other? One after her contracted beasts? Each one was more than the other. Who asked her S's contracted beasts? Until now, she did not know what kind of demon beasts White Lion, Little Black, and Little White were. It was one thing for White Lion to look like a puppy, but these two furballs, what were they trying to do? Wait until I'm a little more powerful. Her ink-black phoenix eyes were filled with seriousness and determination. The White Lion didn't seem to have any attack power. Others wouldn't be envious or fight over it. However, Xiao and Xiaobai looked too special. Others might be tempted. Xiao and Xiaobai saw that Bailey Hongzhuang was so serious and didn't say anything else. They understood what Bailey Hongzhuang was thinking. The armored rhinoceros has been taken care of. Let's go back. Dong Fengyu's voice was gentle. We could have stayed in Luoyun mountain range for a while, but since it's a competition, we shouldn't delay. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded, then let's go back first. The four of them didn't stay any longer and prepared to leave Luoyun mountain range. However, at this moment, the roars of countless demonic beasts suddenly resounded in Luoyun mountain range. Roar. The loud and terrifying roars continued to resound. The demonic beasts seemed to have been greatly stimulated and became restless. The ground began to tremble and an unusual atmosphere spread in the air. The faces of Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three all turned dignified at the same time. They intuitively felt that something unusual had happened. What happened? Lu Qingyue's beautiful eyes revealed surprise and worry. She had been to Luoyun mountain range many times, but this was the first time she had encountered a situation like this. Gong Xiaoqing's face sank. You all wait here. I'll go take a look. Big brother Gong, you have to be careful. The moment Gong Xiaoqing turned and walked towards the mountain range, Lu Qingyue's gentle voice filled with concern rang out. Gong Xiaoqing nodded. I'll be back soon. Dongfeng, take care of them. Don't worry. At this moment, Dongfeng Yu didn't have his usual teasing appearance. His handsome face was filled with caution and seriousness, giving people a completely different feeling. The demonic beast's roars became more and more intense. The roars crisscrossed in the sky and were deafening, almost causing Bailey Hongzhuang and the others' ears to bleed. This kind of sound was also aggressive, especially when so many sounds were mixed together. Coupled with Yuanli, it could be called a demonic sound. Her beautiful and enchanting face was slightly serious. Looking at the scene in front of her, Bailey Hongzhuang had a bad premonition. She had encountered this kind of situation before. It was a demonic beast tide. However, at that time, her strength was relatively strong. Even if the demonic beast tide had a slim chance of survival, she still hadn't been injured. But now, she was just a novice who had just embarked on the path of cultivation. Master, it seems like a demonic beast tide. Xiaobai's heavy words shattered Bailey Hongzhuang's expectations. This is dangerous. We have to leave the Luoyun mountain range as soon as possible. Otherwise, our lives will be in danger. Bailey Hongzhuang's clear eyes were filled with a dense sense of helplessness. It was her first time coming to the Falling Cloud mountain range, and her luck was really too good. A demonic beast frenzy was a rare occurrence in a mountain range where demonic beasts gathered. All the demonic beasts were running in the same direction as if they had gone mad. Everything along the way would be trampled under their feet. It was as if these demonic beasts had lost their intelligence and only knew how to charge forward in a frenzy. Regardless of whether they were birds or beasts, all of them charged forward in unison. How terrifying was the number of demonic beasts in the Falling Cloud mountain range, with so many demonic beasts swarming out of their nests. It was definitely a terrifying sight. Once they were caught by the demonic beast tide, only death would await them. Not long after, Gong Xiaoqing returned. His handsome and cold face was slightly pale. Let's go. It's a demonic beast frenzy. As soon as these words came out, Dongfeng Yu and Lu Qingyue's faces instantly turned deathly pale. With their cultivation, there was simply no possibility of survival if they encountered a demonic beast tide. The four of them didn't even have time to communicate as they frantically rushed towards the exit. At this time, every second faster meant a sliver of a chance to survive. Rumble, the ground constantly trembled as the surging and terrifying movements came from behind. This movement became more and more intense and the trembling of the ground became more and more terrifying. This was comparable to a destructive earthquake. If they weren't careful, they might even directly fall to the ground. The four of them pushed their speed to the limit. Bailey Hongzhuang used shadow-shifting technique. Her footsteps were light and quick like a ghost. Gong Xiaoqing and the other two's speed wasn't bad. As specially recruited students, they all had their own trump cards. They were currently in the depths of Luoyun mountain range. They had rushed for several days to reach here. How could it be easy to immediately leave Luoyun mountain range? Quickly run. There's a demonic beast tied. Exclamations continued to spread. As Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were leaving, they encountered many cultivators along the way. After everyone knew that there was a demonic beast tied, they put down everything in their hands and turned around to rush towards the exit in horror. Demonic beasts were most proficient in strength and speed. Thus, their speed was also very terrifying. Wherever the tide passed, the trees were all broken. This was a huge disaster. Gong Xiaoqing poured his spirit power into his legs, using this method to increase his speed. However, he discovered that Bailey Hongzhuang's speed was actually a bit faster than his. Dongfang Yu was also surprised. When Bailey Hongzhuang was fighting the armored rhinoceros, he had noticed her outstanding movement technique. It seemed that her movement technique was indeed unusual. Bailey Hongzhuang, who had the weakest cultivation, walked at the front while Lu Qingyue walked at the back. That beautiful and outstanding face had already lost its color. Gong Xiaoqing directly grabbed Lu Qingyue's hand and used this method to increase Lu Qingyue's speed. Feeling the warmth from her hand, Lu Qingyue's eyes flashed with joy. Big brother Gong was actually holding her hand. However, in this critical situation, Lu Qingyue couldn't immerse herself in this joy. Only by surviving would everything be possible. Running at such high speeds, everyone's essence energy consumption rate was also extremely fast. Before long, everyone started swallowing energy-returning pills. At this critical moment, the chi recovery pill was exceptionally important. Night slowly fell. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were still running away, because the demonic beasts behind them seemed to be tireless, crazily closing in on them. Waves of pain came from his body. During the journey, he was inevitably cut by the thorns. Wounds appeared on his body and face. After traveling for an entire day without rest, his body was about to reach its limit, and the energy recovery pills were also being consumed at an extremely terrifying rate. Lu Qingyue only had 4 chi returning pills left. She understood that Gong Xiaoqing and Dongfang Yu's chi returning pills had been used up, and the remaining 4 pills wouldn't last much longer. Passing the medicinal pills to Gong Xiaoqing and the other 2 one by one, Lu Qingyue's clear eyes that were like water couldn't help but flash a trace of sadness. Gong Xiaoqing and Dongfang Yu's expressions were extremely ugly. From their point of view, this mission wasn't difficult, so they didn't replenish too many supplies. Who would have thought that they would encounter a demonic beast tied this time? It was completely beyond their expectations. Right now, their chances of survival were getting smaller and smaller. If the pills were to be distributed, then no one would be able to survive. If it was given to one person, then that person might have a chance of survival. Dongfang Yu also didn't accept the pills. His thoughts were the same as Gong Xiaoqing's. Yes. Big brother Gong, Dongfang, with my speed, it's even more impossible for me to survive. You guys keep them. Lu Qingyue's eyes were firm and resolute. She directly gave all the pills to Gong Xiaoqing and Dongfang Yu. Among the 4 people, her speed was the slowest. If it wasn't for her, everyone's speed would be a bit faster. She didn't want to drag everyone down. Just as everyone was rejecting the chi returning pills, Bailey Hongzhuang's light and sweet voice rang out. I still have chi returning pills on me. You guys don't need to worry. She never liked to fight unprepared battles. Although this time's mission wasn't dangerous, she still prepared a lot of things in case of an emergency. She didn't expect that this time, she would actually encounter it. Following Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Gong Xiaoqing and the other two's gazes fell on her body. Bailey Hongzhuang's expression was as indifferent as the wind. As a pill master, she didn't lack pills that she could refine. The ingredients to refine qi-returning pills weren't expensive and the refining process wasn't complicated. Bailey Hongzhuang had already prepared a lot of them. Bailey Hongzhuang took out 3 white porcelain bottles from her Qianquan bag and handed them to Gong Xiaoqing and the other 2. Dongfang Yu opened the white porcelain bottle to take a look. Inside, there were 10 qi-returning pills. 1 bottle for each person. Didn't this mean that Bailey Hongzhuang had 40 qi-returning pills on her body? Did you come out to gain experience? Did you come out to sell pills? Dongfang Yu really wanted to ask. Up until now, he had met a lot of cultivators. However, it was the first time he met someone like Bailey Hongzhuang who brought so many pills on a trip. She was too rich, although the qi-returning pill was only a first-grade pill, because cultivators had a huge demand for it, the price wasn't cheap. Bailey Hongzhuang took out so many pills in one breath. That was true heroism. Lu Qingyue's beautiful face was filled with astonishment. Even though she was a pill master, she didn't bring so many pills on her body. This amount of pills, it was to make people gasp. Gong Xiaoqing's face as cold as ice. At such a dangerous time, with these pills, they would have a little more hope of survival. Her beautiful and refined face rippled with a brilliant smile. It's okay, I have more here if it's not enough. To say to speak. To be. Only Lu Qinyue's eyes had a deeper meaning. As a pill master, she was very familiar with the pill market. Qi-returning pills were almost sold out by cultivators as soon as they appeared. To be able to grab so many qi-returning pills, what kind of background did one need to be able to grab them, or perhaps Bailey Hongzhuang herself was a pill master. Everyone rushed forward as if their lives depended on it. Behind them, the screams of human cultivators could be heard from time to time. Most of the cultivators did not prepare enough elixirs, and their original essence energy had already been completely depleted during the journey. At this critical juncture, the moment they slowed down, they would die. Everyone's heart was filled with fear, afraid that the next one to die would be themselves. However, no matter how hard Bailey Hongzhuang and the others tried, the distance between them and the demonic beast frenzy was constantly shrinking. Rumble, the loud noise spread. In the blink of an eye, the demonic beast frenzy was only a few dozen meters away from Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. Moreover, it was approaching at a terrifying speed. It's over, this thought appeared in everyone's mind. Wherever the demonic beast frenzy passed, they had no way to hide. However, at this moment, 2 paths appeared in front of Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. Take the left path. Gong Xiaoqing immediately determined the direction because in the middle of the 2 paths was a mountain peak. Even the demonic beast frenzy would not be able to flatten this mountain peak. The left path had a hidden cave. As long as they could hide in the cave, they might have a chance to survive. Gong Xiaoqing pulled Lu Qinyue's hand and quickly rushed to the left. The other cultivators who did not know them had already lost their backbone. After hearing Gong Xiaoqing's words, they all rushed to the left path. When the demonic beasts saw the cultivators in front of them, it was as if they had been injected with chicken blood and increased their speed even more. The distance of a few dozen meters was shortened in an instant. Everyone could even feel the demonic beast's breath. Dongfang Yu stretched out his hand and tried to pull Bailey Hongzhuang over. Because the 4 of them were running forward together, in order to avoid the thorns and trees, the distance between them was a bit wide. Now, Bailey Hongzhuang was closer to the right path. In this situation, she had no way to change direction. Because if she was slow, she would be trampled under the feet of all the demonic beasts. Bailey Hongzhuang also extended her hand. As long as she borrowed Dongfang Yu's strength, she would be able to turn to the left. However, the other cultivators rushed over like crazy and separated Dongfang Yu and Bailey Hongzhuang's hands. Bailey Hongzhuang. Dongfang Yu's handsome face paled. That was their only chance, but they had missed it. If he missed it, he might be separated by life and death. Damn it. Bailey Hongzhuang gritted her teeth. This group of hateful cultivators, now that the situation was irreversible, she could only rush to the right without looking back. After the demonic beast frenzy encountered the mountain peak, it split into 2 huge groups and continued to charge forward. Master, the situation is very dangerous. Xiao Hei's expression was grave. They were only 5 meters away from the demonic beasts, and behind them was the terrifying demonic beast frenzy. At this point, even they found it difficult to think of a solution. Is there no other way? Her delicate and beautiful face revealed helplessness and unwillingness. She was absolutely unwilling to die like this. There's a cliff in front, Xiaobai said. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang's phoenix eyes narrowed. Her gaze fell on the cliff not far away, and her heart faintly made a decision. At this moment, Bailey Hongzhuang's speed increased by another notch. Under her will to live, all of her powers were unleashed. The distance between them, which had been constantly closing, now showed signs of being pulled apart. Almost all the cultivators had listened to Gong Xiaoqing's instructions and charged towards the left path. Everyone else had died in the demonic beast stampede, so only Bailey Hongzhuang was left on the right path, struggling bitterly. In front of the cliff, Bailey Hongzhuang's deep, black, phoenix-like eyes were filled with determination. Now, she had no other choice. Behind her, a demonic beast opened its bloody mouth and charged towards Bailey Hongzhuang. Its sharp teeth reflected an eerily cold light under the sunlight. However, just as the teeth were about to reach Bailey Hongzhuang's neck, a demonic beast roared. Roar! The white lion's immature yet vicious roar sounded from its mouth. Its small and weak figure was a stark contrast to the demonic beast behind it, which was the size of 3 people. It was simply overestimating its own abilities. However, the white lion's roar caused the demonic beast which had been attacking to stop. It stared at the white lion, trembling. The demonic beast stampede, which had been in a frenzy, miraculously stopped at the sound of the roar. Roar! The white lion roared again. The demonic beasts, who had been in a daze, all crawled on the ground. Their thick and terrifying figures were actually trembling. Her pitch-black phoenix-like eyes were filled with shock and astonishment. She, who had been about to jump off the cliff, immediately stopped. Bailey Hongzhuang sized up the demonic beasts who were crawling on the ground. Based on their reactions, she could tell that they were instinctively afraid of the fire lion. What kind of joke was this? Such a large and terrifying group of fellows would actually be afraid of the little fellow on her shoulder. Xiao He and Xiaobai stared at the white lion in astonishment. They never thought that this little fellow would have such abilities. The white lion stretched lazily, then changed into a more comfortable position and sat on Bailey Hongzhuang's shoulder. Previously, it had slept for a while, but when it woke up, it saw these hateful fellows. Bailey Hongzhuang was shocked. It seemed that their previous judgment was not wrong. The white lion was indeed not a simple demonic beast. However, its cute appearance was too deceiving. A single roar was able to stop the demonic beast stampede. What kind of power was this? Aside from the demonic beasts on the pyramid, there was no other possibility. Demonic beasts were different from human cultivators. No matter how strong their parents were, their descendants had to cultivate from the beginning. Demonic beasts, on the other hand, had a very strong sense of hierarchy. The stronger the demonic beast, the more powerful its descendants would be. Even if it was a newly born little demonic beast, it would still be able to intimidate other demonic beasts with its level of deterrence. Clearly, the white lion's race was not simple. But no demonic beasts. However, no matter what kind of demonic beast it was, as long as she knew that the white lion was not simple, that was enough. The demonic beast stampede had miraculously stopped. Bailey Hongzhuang did not need to jump off the cliff to survive. She could not help but sigh in relief. White lion, make these fellows leave. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled into a flower-like smile. This feeling of commanding 10,000 beasts was not bad at all. Roar! In the blink of an eye, it had completely disappeared in front of Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang carried Baishar down from her shoulder. Baishar was looking at Bailey Hongzhuang with a face full of smiles, happily rubbing against Bailey Hongzhuang, obviously wanting a reward. However, Bailey Hongzhuang slapped Baishar's head and said fiercely, "Something that could be solved with a roar, almost made me jump off the cliff to commit suicide." Now that she thought about it, what kind of despair and entanglement did she go through just now? This little fellow had a way but didn't use it earlier. Baishar, who had wanted to ask for a reward, suddenly escaped a beating. Instantly, its little mouth twitched and its big watery eyes became misty again. Its little body curled up in Bailey Hongzhuang's arms. That look was as pitiful as it could be. Although she knew that this fellow was pretending to be pitiful, but Bailey Hongzhuang still couldn't bear it and passed the iron-armored rhino's demon crystal to Baisher. The moment Baisher saw the demon crystal, the misty metal in its eyes dissipated and its entire eye sparkled. Receiving the demon crystal, it excitedly chewed on it. Indeed, this fellow was pretending to be pitiful. Bailey Hongzhuang placed Baisher on her shoulder. Her crisis had been resolved, but she didn't know how Gong Xiaoqing and the rest were doing. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang was preparing to leave, suddenly, a slight sound entered her ears. Her deep phoenix eyes were filled with a cold light. There was actually someone here. The energy in her body surged. Bailey Hongzhuang was prepared for battle and walked towards the direction of the sound. Right behind this mountain peak, a huge rock blocked her line of sight. Obviously, the other party was hiding behind this rock. "Who's there?" A clear and cold voice was filled with warning. Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze fell on the huge rock. "Miss, I'm only here to hide from the demonic beast frenzy." A low and hoarse voice came from behind the huge rock. Bailey Hongzhuang's brows raised slightly. From this voice, she could hear a bit of weakness. It seemed that the other party was injured, and his injuries were not light. There was a hidden sharpness in her ink-black eyes. She was unwilling to expose White Lion's secret in front of others. With the azure eye sword in hand, Bailey Hongzhuang slowly circled to the back of the boulder. Within her line of sight, a man was leaning against a boulder. His jet-black hair poured down in torrents, and his handsome face that seemed as if it was carved by a knife was like a work of art carefully carved by God. His eyebrows were long like willows, sword-like eyebrows slanted upwards, and his handsome eyes that were as deep as a black hole revealed indifference and decisiveness. He wore a soft black robe that was as dark as ink. Silver threads were woven into auspicious clouds, making him look luxurious yet low-key. The man's robe was slightly open, revealing his exquisite collarbone and sexy chin. Looking down slightly, the robe was already stained red by fresh blood on his chest. With just one look, Bailey Hongzhuang knew that the man's chest injury was very serious. However, under such circumstances, the corners of the man's lips were still curled into a smile. This smile was grim, ruthless, and sinister. However, it was undeniable that this handsome face was filled with a different kind of charm. Anyway, this man was very dangerous. Bailey Hongzhuang instinctively knew that this man was not simple. She was not prepared to avoid any contact with him, so it was better to leave. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang turned to leave, a grim and icy voice rang out, "Woman, how about we make a deal?" A beast king had recognized a woman in the middle stage of Arcanian as his master. More interestingly, this woman did not seem to know that her contracted beast was a beast king. When Bailey Hongzhuang sized him up, he did not miss the flash of viciousness and murderous intent in her eyes. It seemed that this woman was not as simple as she appeared to be. His injuries were very serious now. If he could obtain the Beast King's blood, he would be able to recover quickly. Not interested. Bailey Hongzhuang did not hesitate to continue walking forward. She was completely uninterested. "What if I know the identity of the little fellow on your shoulder?" Bailey Hongzhuang paused. Her gaze slowly fell on Mo Yunjue. Her clear eyes flashed with intelligence. Her voice was cold and crisp. "What are your conditions?" "A drop of the little fellow's blood," Mo Yunjue said coldly. Then he added, "to heal my injuries." When Mo Yunjue had asked for Baisher's blood, Bailey Hongzhuang had wanted to refuse without hesitation. However, after knowing that Mo Yunjue only wanted to heal his injuries, she relaxed. "Tell me Baisher's identity and I'll heal your injuries." "How about that?" Mo Yunjue's eyes flickered. "Woman, aren't you afraid that I'll kill you after my injuries are healed? Don't forget that I'm the one who will heal your injuries." Bailey Hongzhuang's expression was as calm as the wind. Her clear and bright eyes were filled with wisdom and certainty. In terms of strength, she was no match for this man. However, in terms of medical and poison skills, this man was definitely no match for her. It was a simple answer, but it was actually cold. Mo Yunjue looked deeply at Bailey Hongzhuang. "Deal." Bailey Hongzhuang slowly walked to Mo Yunjue's side and sat down. Her voice was cold and calm. "Speak." Mo Yunjue's eyes brightened. Until now, no woman had dared to come so close to him. The most interesting thing was that this woman was clearly so weak, but she was able to face him with such confidence. He had always been an existence that struck fear into the hearts of the people. Being able to speak to a woman at such a close distance gave him a different feeling. The thing in your arms is a beast king. As soon as these words were spoken, Bailey Hongzhuang's beautiful eyes flickered, and a wisp of indescribable shock surged into her heart. Looking at the word king on Baisher's forehead, she had the same guess. The beast king was the king of the demonic beasts, and belonged to the ranks of divine beasts. The beast king was different from other divine beasts. It was the most mysterious and possessed the power to make all demonic beasts submit to it. Furthermore, there was only one beast king. The next beast king would only be born after the previous one had fallen. Even she had never seen a beast king before. Who would have thought that this seemingly harmless little fellow who only knew how to act cute was actually a beast king? She did not doubt Mo Yunjua's words, because that was the most likely possibility. Mo Yunjua sized up Bailey Hongzhuang's constantly changing expression. It seemed that she had already predicted this. Gong Xiaoqing and the other two successfully hid in the cave. Looking at the demonic beasts outside, the three of them were horrified. The demonic beast rampage was simply too terrifying. Even though they had previously heard of how terrifying it was, when they actually faced it, they realized that they had underestimated it. Facing such a terrifying demon beast tide, if they hadn't been lucky enough to hide in the cave, they would have been turned into meat paste. Dongfang Yu's expression was extremely hard to describe. His peach blossom eyes were filled with suppressed anger. Bailey Hongzhuang, if he could have pulled Bailey Hongzhuang over, then things wouldn't have turned out like this. Gong Xiaoqing's starry eyes also flashed with self-blame and resentment. If it weren't for these guys, how could Bailey Hongzhuang have fallen into such a dangerous situation? Although they still didn't know what the situation on the right side of the road was, from the situation at that time, they could determine that Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't have survived. This was the first time they brought Bailey Hongzhuang out on a mission. The instructor gave them the task of taking care of Bailey Hongzhuang. However, they let Bailey Hongzhuang lose her life. Lu Qinyue's complexion was pale. Her slender white jade hand covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes were moist. Previously, they were still hunting demon beasts together. They didn't expect that in such a short period of time, Bailey Hongzhuang would leave them forever. Dongfang Yu only felt an indescribable pain and anger in his chest that he couldn't vent. He had never felt this kind of feeling before. It was unfamiliar, but suffocating. Damn it! Dongfang Yu grabbed the collar of the man next to him who was rejoicing and lifted him into the air. If it weren't for this guy who interfered midway, Bailey Hongzhuang wouldn't have lost her life. Bang! Dongfang Yu's fist mercilessly struck the man's face, sending him flying several meters away. A trace of panic appeared on the man's face. He immediately understood why Dongfang Yu had hit him. Although he was somewhat sullen, he didn't dare to say anything. After all, Dongfang Yu's strength was there. Moreover, he was indeed in the wrong. In such a dangerous situation, he only wanted to survive. Even if he had to do it all over again, he would still make the same choice. Bang, bang. Bang, Dongfang Yu's fists continuously landed on the man's body, treating him like a sandbag. Even so, he still couldn't vent the pain and anger in his heart. The man's nose was bruised and his face was swollen. Blood was spurting out of his mouth, but he could only take the beating passively. Gong Xiaoqing's gaze was cold and sharp as he looked at the man on the ground. Then, with the same kick, he sent the man flying into the interior of the cave. He crashed into a rock before falling down. Obviously, Gong Xiaoqing was not feeling well either. When Lu Qinyue saw Gong Xiaoqing's action, her clear eyes were filled with surprise and doubt. She had never seen Gong Xiaoqing do this before. As for Dongfang Yu, he was simply too excited. As cultivators, it wasn't as if they had never experienced the death of their teammates. However, Dongfang Yu had never been as angry as he was today. Big brother Gong, Dongfang, Hongzhuang's accident, none of us wanted it to happen. Lu Qinyue comforted. However, Gong Xiaoqing and Dongfang Yu didn't say anything. Clearly, they weren't interested in Lu Qinyue's comforting words. I hope Bailey Hongzhuang will be fine. Dongfang Yu's eyes were sincere and earnest. Even though he knew that the possibility was very small, he still held a glimmer of hope. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the wound on Mo Yunjue's chest that almost went through half of his body. A trace of horror appeared in her eyes. If this wound was just a bit deeper, Mo Yunjue definitely wouldn't have survived. However, even so, if Mo Yunjue continued to waste time, he would still lose his life. However, with such a serious injury, this man could still sit there indifferently and watch the play. This kind of temperament was really amazing. Does it hurt? Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but ask. This kind of injury was really shocking. Mo Yunjue's cold face stiffened for a moment. He looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in astonishment, as if he couldn't believe what he had just heard. Does it hurt? No one had ever asked him this question before. In his world, there was only success and failure. There was no process and no pain. No one had ever asked him how he felt, but when this strange woman asked him, his heart trembled for a moment. Seeing that Mo Yunjue didn't answer, Bailey Hongzhuang didn't delay any longer. If she continued to delay, Mo Yunjue's life would really be lost here. Opening the needle bag, Bailey Hongzhuang began to focus on helping Mo Yunjue detoxify the poison. She had to detoxify the poison before she could bandage his wound. Mo Yunjue looked at Bailey Hongzhuang's constantly busy movements. His deep black eyes were filled with doubt. What kind of treatment was this? Could it be the long-lost acupuncture technique? If it was someone else, he would think that the other side was deliberately stalling for time so that he would die. But seeing Bailey Hongzhuang's forehead faintly oozing sweat, he understood that this woman was really treating his wound. She was really an interesting woman. She really did what she said. With Bailey Hongzhuang's acupuncture, the black color on the wound gradually faded, returning to its original bright red color. Mo Yunjue's eyes gradually changed. He seemed to have found an amazing girl. This was the cloud-swallowing python's poison. Ordinary people couldn't cure it, but this girl could cure it for him. Bailey Hongzhuang meticulously completed all of this. Her movements were familiar and nimble. She sprinkled the wound with the best medicine and bandaged it for Mo Yunjue. All right. Bailey Hongzhuang lifted her almond-shaped eyes and handed a white porcelain bottle to Mo Yunjue. Take one of these 3 pills a day. It will completely eradicate the poison in your body. Bailey Hongzhuang stood up and said, I'm leaving. She still didn't know what was going on with Dong Fangyu and the others, so she had to join them as soon as possible. What's your name? Mo Yunjue's voice was low and hoarse, his eyes sparkling. Bailey Hongzhuang hesitated for a second and said, Bailey Hongzhuang. Mo Yunjue. After remembering this name, Bailey Hongzhuang quickly rushed in the direction of Dong Fangyu and the others. She only hoped that the 3 of them were safe. From Gong Xiaoqing's previous words, she understood that Gong Xiaoqing must have some kind of evasive strategy. If nothing unexpected happened, the 3 of them shouldn't be in any danger. Dong Fangyu and the others waited in the cave for the demonic beast tide to leave. However, the army was too large. They waited for a long time, but it still didn't end. This deepened the helplessness in their hearts. When will this damned demonic beast tide completely pass? Dong Fangyu changed his usual gentle and elegant appearance. His pair of eyes were as deep as the sea, and there was a surging tsunami inside. Gong Xiaoqing was silent. His eyes were also as dark as water. The atmosphere was oppressive and suffocating. The cultivators in the cave looked at Gong Xiaoqing and Gong Xiaoqing's faces. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Azure Water School's special enrollment students were strong and had unlimited potential. They weren't a match for Gong Xiaoqing and the others. The demonic beast tide rushed past, causing the ground to tremble violently. Under this force, the rocks on top of the cave also fell down. The cave was on the verge of collapse, as if it could collapse at any time. Everyone was on tenterhooks, only hoping that the demonic beast tide would pass quickly. Finally, the trembling of the ground gradually decreased, and the demonic beast army had already rushed forward. Dong Fangyu quickly walked out of the cave, and without hesitation rushed towards Bailey Hongzhuang's direction. His handsome jade-like face was expressionless, but his mood was even more complicated. He wholeheartedly hoped that Bailey Hongzhuang would be fine, but he was also worried that he would see a scene that even he couldn't bear. Gong Xiaoqing and Lu Qingyue followed closely behind, their footsteps fast, hoping to quickly reach Bailey Hongzhuang's location. After Dong Fangyu's group left, everyone in the cave let out a sigh of relief and sat down on the ground, their expressions relaxed. Bailey Hongzhuang walked on the left side of the path. The place where the demonic beasts had wreaked havoc was simply a mess. The trees that had lived for hundreds of years had collapsed and shattered into powder. No matter when, the demonic beast tide was so terrifying. After this demonic beast tide, whether it was the Azure Water School or the mercenary trade union, it would be greatly shaken. Master, there are 3 auras rapidly approaching. Xiaobai reminded. Her clear and bright phoenix eyes were filled with a faint smile. If she guessed correctly, it should be Dong Fengyu's group of 3 coming to find her. In her line of sight, 3 small figures rapidly enlarged, revealing the figures of Dong Fengyu's group. Dong Fengyu's group of 3 were full of worry. Along the way, everything had been destroyed. The air was filled with the smell of blood. Many cultivators exploring the Luoyun mountain range had been crushed under the feet of the demonic beasts. While they were hurrying, a dazzling fiery red light suddenly appeared in their line of sight. In such an empty and messy environment, the extremely enchanting red figure was extremely eye-catching. Bailey Hongzhuang? Dong Fengyu rubbed his eyes, looking at the smiling face in front of him. His eyes were filled with disbelief. What? Is it strange to see me? Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curved into a lotus-like smile. Under the golden sunlight, her smile was intoxicating and enchanting. She didn't miss the worry and ecstasy in Dong Fengyu's eyes. Although they hadn't known each other for a long time, Dong Fengyu truly treated her as a good friend. Otherwise, he wouldn't have rushed over to find him the moment the demonic beast rampage ended. Are you okay? Dong Fengyu's voice was full of suspicion. He sized up Bailey Hongzhuang and found that she didn't have any serious injuries. Gong Xiaoqing and Lu Qingyue looked at the safe and sound Bailey Hongzhuang. Their eyes were filled with a trace of surprise, and then they revealed a relaxed smile. Of course I'm fine. A bright smile appeared on her beautiful and refined face. Her beautiful eyes that were as deep as a serene pool were blooming with infinite brilliance. One who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune in the future. Dong Fengyu let out a deep sigh of relief. He had almost been scared to death before, but now that he knew that Bailey Hongzhuang was fine, his mood instantly returned to normal. How did you escape the demonic beast rampage? Gong Xiaoqing's eyes were filled with curiosity and doubt. He was very familiar with the surrounding terrain. It's a secret. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled but didn't explain. Even if she explained, Gong Xiaoqing and the others would find it hard to believe. Dong Fengyu put a hand on Bailey Hongzhuang's shoulder and smiled. It doesn't matter how you dodged it. As long as you're still alive, that's enough. Seeing this, Gong Xiaoqing didn't continue to ask. It's just that this new junior sister was not simple. Facing the demonic beast tide and stepping on the path of death, she was still able to come out safe and sound. This was really unimaginable. Lu Qingyue looked at Bailey Hongzhuang, her clear and gentle eyes flashing with doubt. In the end, she swallowed all her doubts back into her stomach. Let's go back. Gong Xiaoqing slowly said, I'm afraid it's impossible to go out from the entrance. We'll go back from here. After going through so many twists and turns, they were exhausted to the extreme. They didn't know when the demonic beast tide would end, so it was better for them to leave as soon as possible. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others didn't have any objections. They had been on the road for almost a day and night. Their bodies were already exhausted, but the situation in front of them wasn't suitable for them to rest. The 4 set out to return to Azure Water School. Because the demonic beasts had participated in the demonic beast tide, they didn't encounter any demonic beast attacks along the way. Heimu looked at the empty cliff and his eyes were filled with horror. His handsome face became pale. He stretched his head out to look at the bottom of the cliff. The clouds in the sky blocked his line of sight. It was misty and cold below. If Bailey Hongzhuang fell from here, there was no chance of survival. Before the young master left, he had told him to take care of Bailey Hongzhuang. These days, he had been secretly protecting her. In order to not affect Bailey Hongzhuang's training, he kept a certain distance. Bailey Hongzhuang's performance was very amazing and didn't need his help. However, he didn't expect the demonic beast tide to appear. Even with his strength, under the demonic beast tide, he was still in a difficult situation. He wanted to say Bailey Hongzhuang, but at that time, the distance between them was too far. Miss Bailey was the person young lord cared about the most. Heimu knelt at the edge of the cliff, his dark eyes filled with despair and self-blame. The young lord trusted him, which was why he handed Miss Bailey over to him to protect. However, not only did he fail to protect Miss Bailey, he even allowed Miss Bailey to die in the demonic beast rampage. When he thought of this, he wished he could jump off the cliff himself. How could he face the young master like this? However, he couldn't do that. Even if he had to commit suicide to atone for his crimes, he had to first tell the young master about this matter. Heimu slowly stood up, his expression extremely ugly. However, his steps were resolute as he walked out of the falling cloud mountain range. As Bewitching listened to Heimu's report, the smile on his handsome face instantly froze. His clear and bright eyes turned gloomy, as if darkness had swallowed all light, and a terrifying storm was brewing. "You're saying Hongzhuang died in the demonic beast tide?" His godlike handsome face was covered in a layer of frost, and the corners of his mouth were curved in a cold and sinister smile. His eyes were locked onto Heimu, and an enormous and terrifying pressure enveloped him. The entire room began to tremble under this pressure. The atmosphere was terrifyingly cold. And this kind of debation was even more terrifying. "Young lord, this subordinate has not handled things well." Debaching's face was terrifyingly gloomy. That cunning and black-bellied woman, that strong, decisive and resolute woman, the wife that he, Debaching, promised, had actually fallen. "Pa!" Debaching slammed his palm on the top-quality pearwood table. A terrifying force flew out and Heimu was directly sent flying into the wall. He spat out a mouthful of blood and heavily fell to the ground. As for the table, it had long been reduced to dust. Heimu crawled up from the ground, supporting his injured body, and once again knelt in front of Bewitching. It was his fault for not protecting the most important person to the young master. He deserved to die 10,000 times. His cold and sharp eyes were like a wolf on the grassland, cold and murderous. However, Bewitching still waved his sleeves. "Follow me to Azure Water School." As long as he didn't see Bailey Hongzhuang's corpse, he wouldn't believe that such an astute and wise person would fall. "But young master, right now you..." Heimu hadn't finished speaking when that hawk-like gaze locked onto him. If he dared to say another word, silence. Heimu didn't dare to say another word. The fact that the young master didn't kill him was already beyond his expectations. If he dared to say another word, the young master wouldn't be merciful. But, the young master was now at a critical moment of regaining power. If he left now, it would undoubtedly cause a lot of trouble. Looking at Debaching's firm and resolute eyes, Heimu understood that the young master's trip was set. It seemed that he still underestimated Miss Bailey's importance in the young master's heart. Originally, although he felt that the young master treated Miss Bailey differently, he was very clear that the young master and Miss Bailey were only husband and wife in name. Because of this, he didn't treat Miss Bailey as the young master's wife. But now it seemed that Miss Bailey was the young master's wife. Thinking of this, Heimu's heart sank. It was all his fault. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three hurried for several days. Because the entrance was occupied by demonic beasts, they could only take a detour and walk back, wasting a lot of time. Along the way, almost everyone was discussing the demonic beast rampage. From the sorrowful expressions of some people, it was obvious that they had lost their loved ones in the falling Cloud Mountain range. Kanglan City. When Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three arrived at Songlan City, gazes of surprise and joy fell on them. Gong Xiaoqing and the others were famous figures of the Azure Water School. Their trip to the Luoyun mountain range to carry out a mercenary mission had long been unknown. Almost everyone was concerned about whether or not they would be able to return safely, because it was too difficult to escape from the demonic beast tide. During this half a month, the male and female students in the academy were extremely worried. Dong Fengyu and Gong Xiaoqing were the objects of adoration for many female students. Even if they weren't close, it was still a fantasy in their hearts. If the object of their fantasies disappeared like this, then their days at the Azure Water School would be very boring. Lu Qingyue was also the dream of many male students in the Azure Water School. She could be said to be their dream lover. Even if everyone knew that Lu Qingyue loved Gong Xiaoqing, it still couldn't stop their inner fantasies. Not only Lu Qingyue, but Bailey Hongzhuang was also the object of many male students' adoration. Gong Xiaoqing's team of 4 was the dream of almost all the students of the Azure Water School. If this team of 4 died in the Luoyun mountain range, then they would really be disappointed. It was because of this that when Bailey Hongzhuang's team of 4 appeared in Azure Water School, excited voices spread out. Senior Dongfang and the others came back safely. They are all safe and sound. I said that with their strength, nothing would happen to them. I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. I haven't had a good rest these days. Today I can finally have a good sleep. The goddess of my dreams, I feel so happy to see her again. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips hooked up into a playful smile. The youthful atmosphere that pervaded the school really made people feel comfortable. The reputation of Dongfang Yu and the others in the school was not exaggerated. So many students were worried about their safety. It was a commendable thing. Master, there are many people who are happy for your safe return. Seeing that Bailey Hongzhuang seemed to think that these discussions were all for Dongfang Yu and the others, Xiaohei couldn't help but remind her. How could their master be reduced to a supporting role? Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyebrows slightly raised. She had stayed in the school for a total of 3 days. The only friends she knew were Xia Jiqing and the cultivators of the special enrollment class. She didn't know anyone else. Master, your reputation is now equal to Lu Qinyue's. How many men adore you, ha ha ha. Xiaohei touched her head with both hands. Her eyes were curved into crescent moons. In just a few days, so many people were thinking about her master. In the future, she would definitely be popular in the school. Who knew how many men she would capture? Thinking of this, Xiaohei couldn't help but feel proud. The 4 people didn't delay and quickly walked into the school. After such a long time of running, everyone was exhausted. Let's go and report to the teachers first. This time there was a sudden demon beast tide. I don't know how many students are in the Luoyun mountain range. I'm afraid the teachers are also very anxious. Gong Xiaoqing's calm and wise eyes flashed with the light of thinking. As a senior student of the Azure Water School and familiar with the teachers, he knew what to do. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others nodded slightly. These days, the teacher must have been very worried about their safety. When Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 arrived at the mentor's office, Lu Huaiyan and Fu Hongba saw that the 4 of them were safe and sound. A touch of joy appeared in their eyes. Fu Hongba quickly sized up the 4 of them. After confirming that they didn't have any serious injuries, he patted Gong Xiaoqing and Dongfang Yu's shoulders. It's great that you guys came back safe and sound. Lu Huaiyan let out a sigh of relief. When they found out about the demonic beast tide, they knew that things were not going well. They also found out that Gong Xiaoqing's group and Cui Haoyan's group had gone to the Luoyun mountain range. These days, they had been on tenterhooks. The special enrollment students of the Azure Water School were the most anticipated class of the school. If they lost 2 groups, it was really, instructor, have Cui Haoyan and the others returned? Dongfang Yu asked in a deep voice. Fu Hongba sighed and shook his head. He hasn't come back yet. The team that went to investigate also hasn't received any news. If something happened to Cui Haoyan and the others in the Luoyun mountains, they wouldn't feel good. They will definitely come back safely. Bailey Hongzhuang's voice was gentle and full of comfort. At this point, they had done everything they could. They could only wait here for news. Fu Hongbo nodded slightly, his dignified face dignified. This time there were a lot of students in the Luoyun mountains, and now there are no more than 10 people who have returned. As soon as these words came out, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others' hearts sank. Although they didn't know each other, they were all students of the school. They also hoped that they would be safe. The school also had a lot of losses this time. Lu Huaiyan's eyes were dark, obviously he hadn't had a good rest these days. This time even the principal and vice principal were alarmed. Bailey Hongzhuang's clear and bright phoenix eyes flashed. She also had a certain understanding of the principal and vice principal. The principal of the school, Ren Tianxiong, was a strong person. He was usually in closed-door cultivation. Unless there was a serious matter, he generally wouldn't appear. Almost all of the school's affairs were handed over to the teachers. The vice principal, Huan Shuyu, was a powerful 4th-grade alchemist. His alchemy skills were at the peak. Even in Fengbo country, the strongest alchemist was only 4th grade. This showed the strength of Huan Chuyu. But this vice principal also studied alchemy all year round, and generally wouldn't interfere with the school's affairs. This time the principal and vice principal appeared together, showing the influence of the monster tide. If the loss of students this time is too great, maybe we will lower the threshold slightly and recruit some more students. Lu Huayan's face showed a bit of exhaustion and helplessness. In the history of the school, such a thing had never happened. Students going out to gain experience had its own risks. In the past, there were cultivators who died because of this, but this time the loss was too great. They almost didn't know how to explain. Gong Xiaoqing and the others' faces showed a touch of shock. They would actually recruit some more students? From this point, they understood that the matter this time was too serious. The 4 of you must be tired from rushing back. Go back and have a good rest, Fu Hongba said with concern. From the exhaustion that these little fellows inadvertently revealed, it could be seen that they must have rushed back these days. Their bodies had long been overloaded, and they must have a good rest. Then we'll head back first. If there's anything you need us to do, feel free to let us know. Gong Xiaoqing's handsome and cold face was full of sincerity, and his unwavering eyes were full of reliable strength. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows, her clear eyes revealing some surprise. Originally, she thought that someone as cold as Gong Xiaoqing would only cultivate by himself. She didn't expect him to be so concerned about the matters of the academy. Bailey Hongzhuang returned to the dormitory and lay limply on the bed. Xiao He, Xiao Bai, and Bai Shi each found a comfortable place to rest. Phew. Bailey Hongzhuang took a deep breath. These days of high-intensity travel had caused her body to show a trace of discomfort. She had to start improving her physical strength. Now that she was completely exhausted, this was the best time to absorb the medicinal effects. With the addition of the emerald green medicinal liquid, the originally clear and transparent warm water was instantly dyed with a touch of emerald green. The green color continued to ripple and fuse with the clear water, and the clear water completely turned into an emerald green medicinal liquid. Bailey Hongzhuang entered the wooden basin and the warm medicinal liquid surrounded her. Her originally tense muscles gradually relaxed under the warmth of the hot water. Meanwhile, the medicinal power flowed into his body through his pores, constantly strengthening every bit of energy in his cells. Bailey Hongzhuang closed her eyes. This was also a kind of enjoyment. The process of absorbing the medicinal effects was not painful. On the contrary, it was very comfortable. However, in order to successfully absorb the medicinal effects, she had to completely squeeze out every ounce of energy in her body. This was not an easy task. In this comfortable environment, Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but fall into a deep sleep. The curtain of night slowly fell and the sky was filled with stars, shining brightly. Creak. A soft sound came from outside the window. Bailey Hongzhuang still had her eyes tightly closed. She had been too tired these days, so she fell into a deep sleep when she relaxed. Master. Xiao He called out to Bailey Hongzhuang through telepathy. Visiting in the middle of the night, she was most likely not a good person. Master. Little Black shouted twice in a row. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyebrows wrinkled, and her mind sobered up in a very short period of time. A cold light flashed in her deep phoenix eyes. She pulled a piece of clothing not far away to cover her body. Her white clothes fluttered and her black hair poured down. It was like a landscape painting, elegant and charming. At the same time, a white figure also appeared in the room. Wife. The familiar voice startled Bailey Hongzhuang. In her line of sight, Bewitching was still dressed in a white soft robe. Dark plum blossoms were embellished on his robe, fresh and elegant. His godlike handsome face had a teasing smile, and his eyes that were as bright as the stars were even more dazzling, blooming with infinite brilliance. However, Bewitching raised his eyebrows with a hint of mockery and teasing. Bailey Hongzhuang realized the awkward situation in front of her. Her clothes were almost all white, and at this moment, they barely covered her body, but they were still faintly discernible. Bewitching's starry eyes were clearly dyed with a bit of fire, and his gaze was firmly locked onto her body. There was an ambiguous factor in the air. Not using the front door in the middle of the night is not what a gentleman should do. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows slightly. Her black eyes were not nervous at all. Instead, they were unusually calm. Bewitching's beautiful lips curved into a devilish smile as he sized up Bailey Hongzhuang unscrupulously. "I'm your husband, what's wrong with me coming to your room in the middle of the night?" Bewitching was in a very good mood. Along the way, his face was gloomy like water, and his heart was uneasy. When he arrived at Sunglan School, he heard the students say that Bailey Hongzhuang had returned safe and sound. His heart was ecstatic, but also uneasy. He just wanted to see Bailey Hongzhuang as soon as possible. He didn't even knock on the door and directly barged in through the window. The moment he saw Bailey Hongzhuang, his heart rose from hell to heaven. However, looking at the charming and tender scene in front of him, he was a bit restless. Bailey Hongzhuang choked. "You know we are not a real husband and wife." Bailey Hongzhuang's pretty face froze as she looked at Bewitching in astonishment. This guy really wouldn't stop until he said something shocking. "Who wants to give birth to your child?" Please, they were just helping each other out. What was he trying to do with that ambiguous and shy look on his face? Bewitching's smile faded and his eyes darkened. His long and fine eyelashes drooped down slightly, leaving a shadow. His voice sounded even more desolate. "Wifey. Do you hate me that much?" "Hate?" Bailey Hongzhuang was stunned. She was used to Bewitching's cheeky smile. Seeing Bewitching like this made her heart feel a little stifled. She asked herself honestly, she didn't hate Bewitching. On the contrary, she was very fortunate to have met Bewitching. "No," Bailey Hongzhuang spoke slowly. She had never hated Bewitching and didn't want to see him in such a dejected state. In the next moment, Bailey Hongzhuang only saw a flash of white light in front of her eyes before she found herself lying on the large bed. Bewitching covered her body with only a layer of clothing between them, his handsome face that didn't look like a mortal shone brilliantly. Bewitching curved his lips into a faint smile. "I knew it. Wifey has me in your heart." Damn it, this guy's desolation from before was probably all an act. She should have long been used to this guy's slyness and shamelessness, but she still fell for it. Bewitching's handsome face was just inches away from her. His starry eyes were burning with passion and his skin was boiling hot. The ambiguous atmosphere made her blush and her heart beat faster. "Wifey," his deep voice was filled with ambiguity and heat. Bewitching inched closer to Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang's almond-shaped eyes widened. She instinctively felt danger and immediately shouted, "Bewitching. You, get out of here right now." Her exquisite and beautiful face blushed and her deep almond-shaped eyes flashed with a trace of panic. She had never been so close to a man in her previous life. If it was any other life, she would still be able to deal with it. But in this situation, she really didn't know what to do. Bewitching inched closer to Bailey Hongzhuang. Seeing the calmness on Bailey Hongzhuang's face dissipate bit by bit, the passion in his eyes turned into tenderness and love. A kiss as soft as a feather fell on Bailey Hongzhuang's forehead. Bewitching's eyes shined. "Wifey, luckily you're all right." Bewitching's low and serious voice was filled with joy and happiness, as if he had completely let go of the pressure he had been suppressing for a long time. Bewitching's usual teasing appearance was replaced by a thick seriousness. "Take good care of yourself, I'll be back too." Back. With a flash of white, Bewitching's figure disappeared from the room. Outside the room, his handsome and perfect face outlined a smile that could turn the world upside down. His wifey was shy. If he didn't leave, he was afraid that Bailey Hongzhuang would go berserk. More importantly, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to control himself. Bailey Hongzhuang's originally furious heart dissipated a bit after hearing Bewitching's last two sentences. He was worried that something would happen to her during the demonic beast tide, so he came to the Azure Water School. With Bewitching's current situation, he was afraid that he was already very busy in the sect. Just because of her, he left everything behind and came here. She clearly saw the joy in Bewitching's eyes. Her heart trembled a little. Quickly tidying up her clothes, Bailey Hongzhuang's face returned to calmness. But her heart was not calm. But Xiaohei's white fluffy hair was like two blushes, bright red and eye-catching. We didn't see anything. What did you see?" Bailey Hongzhuang face-bombed. Shame, Xiaohei shyly covered her little face and ran around the table. "I don't know, I didn't see anything." Do I believe it? Bailey Hongzhuang was helpless. While Xiao He and Xiao Bai were shy, Baisher had already fallen asleep, although his eyelids were still trembling. It seemed that she couldn't bathe in the house like this in the future. Knock, knock, knock. There was a quick knock on the door, and Bailey Hongzhuang frowned. Did this guy not leave yet? Opening the door, Bailey Hongzhuang found that it wasn't Bewitching standing outside the door, but Xianxia. Hongzhuang, it's great that you're okay. Xianxia's pretty face was full of excitement, and she opened her arms and gave Bailey Hongzhuang a bear hug. When I heard the news of the monster tide, I was really scared to death. Looking at the worry and sigh in Xianxia's eyes, Bailey Hongzhuang felt a trace of warmth in her heart. Although the trip to the Luoyun mountain range was dangerous, she was very happy to see her friend so worried about her. I'm lucky, how could I die so easily? Bailey Hongzhuang's mouth raised a bright smile. When I heard the news of your safe return, I immediately rushed over. Seeing that you're okay, I'm relieved. Did I disturb your rest? Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head slightly. I've already rested well. Under the power of the medicine, every cell in her body was relaxed and strengthened. At this moment, her whole body was indescribably comfortable. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang speak so calmly and seriously, Xianxia's pretty face blossomed into a bright smile. What is this demonic beast tide all about? The two sat on the edge of the bed, and Xianxia asked about Bailey Hongzhuang's experience in the Luoyun mountains. After Bailey Hongzhuang described the horror of the monster tide, Xianxia was even more frightened. Fortunately, her strength was not enough to go to the Luoyun mountain range, otherwise she would have already lost her life. Bai Junyu hasn't returned yet. Xianxia's eyes were filled with worry. Although she didn't have a good impression of Bai Junyu, he was still a friend. Naturally, she couldn't help but worry. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes darkened. Due to the demonic beast frenzy, many cultivators had died. If the white lion had not shown its power at the crucial moment, she did not know what would have happened to her. He could only hope that Bai Junyu and the others would be able to return safely. Bai Junyu and the others are not weak, they should be able to return safely. I hope so. Xianxia sighed faintly. The world is unpredictable. Recently, the atmosphere of the entire college has been very depressing, especially when we received news that a student had fallen. Bailey Hongzhuang's dark phoenix eyes were heavy. She also understood that these days, the cultivators of the college were not feeling good. After the two talked for a while, Xianxia did not leave and the two went to rest. The next day, Bailey Hongzhuang heard the sound of footsteps coming from the corridor, vaguely mixed with anxious discussions. Bailey Hongzhuang and Xianxia looked at each other, their eyes filled with doubts. The two immediately tidied up and opened the door. They saw Bai Junyu's door open and Dongfang Yu and the others gathered inside. Bai Junyu is back? Her clear and bright eyes were filled with concern. If not, everyone would not have gathered in this room. Dongfang Yu nodded slightly. Cui Haoyan and Bai Junyu are seriously injured, Zhang Yunfeng is slightly better, and the other person has fallen. Bailey Hongzhuang's phoenix eyes narrowed. This result was much better than what they had expected, but when she heard that one person had fallen, her heart could not help but jump. Bai Junyu and Cui Haoyan's injuries are very serious? Bailey Hongzhuang frowned. Their dormitory was not small, but at this moment the teachers and students were all gathered here, so they could not see the situation inside. It's very serious, especially Cui Haoyan. The vice principal is already treating them. I hope they will be fine. Her clear eyes flashed with a touch of light. The vice principal was a fourth-grade alchemist. So far, she had never seen the vice principal's face. Bailey Hongzhuang said to Xianxia and slowly walked into the room. She also wanted to see Cui Haoyan and Bai Junyu's injuries, maybe she could help. Gong Xiaoqing and the others saw Bailey Hongzhuang and nodded slightly, but did not speak. At this moment, the vice principal was diagnosing Cui Haoyan's injuries, and they were afraid to disturb him. When Bailey Hongzhuang saw the appearance of Cui Haoyan and Bai Junyu, her eyes could not help but narrow, and her face was filled with shock. Bai Junyu's face was pale, his clothes were ragged, and his exposed skin was covered with scars. Almost no inch of his body was intact. Dark red blood stains stained his clothes, revealing a tragic atmosphere. A large piece of flesh on his right shoulder was gone, and from the jagged scars, it could be seen that he had been bitten by a monster beast. With such serious injuries, it was a miracle that Bai Junyu could still live until now. However, Bai Junyu's injuries were not the most serious, Cui Haoyan's injuries were the most serious. Cui Haoyan's face was black and blue, and the skin on his chest was festering inch by inch, apparently eroded by the poison. At this moment, the poison had already invaded his entire body. Large areas of festering skin were a ghastly sight. Even the blood that flowed out had turned black. Vice Principal, can they still be saved? Gong Xiaoqing frowned, his voice filled with nervousness and worry. Huan Chuyo's weathered eyes were heavy. As long as Bai Junyu survives this stage, he will be able to survive. Cui Haoyan, even I am unable to identify the poison in his body. I can only feed him the antidote pill and do some research. I just don't know if this child will be able to last until then. As soon as he said that, everyone's heart sank. Zhang Yinfeng couldn't help but cry. It's all because of me. Cui Haoyan was attacked by the poisonous python because he wanted to save me. Zhang Yinfeng's tears fell like pearls from a broken necklace. It's my fault. Lu Qingyue patted Zhang Yinfeng's shoulder. Yunfeng, no one wanted this to happen. Don't blame yourself. However, Zhang Yunfeng still stubbornly believed. It's all because of me. I would rather the person lying there right now was me. Qingyue, feed Bai Junyu the recovery pill in my medicine box. The vice principal said. Yes, master. Lu Qingyue skillfully opened the medicine box and took out a white porcelain bottle from the many white porcelain bottles. She took out the recovery pill and fed it to Bai Junyu. No wonder Lu Qingyue was already a level 2 alchemist at such a young age. She had a level 4 alchemist as her master. Azure Water School's special enrollment, level 2 alchemist, and the vice principal's disciple. With all these identities added together, it was no wonder Lu Qingyue's reputation was so high. She was the goddess in everyone's heart. Huan Chuyo's gaze fell on Zhang Yinfeng. You said Cui Haoyan was attacked by a poisonous python? What did the python look like? He didn't know what demonic beast this poison came from. As long as he knew, he would be able to use the right medicine. After all, the antidote pill wasn't omnipotent. A targeted pill would be more effective. That poisonous python was about 20 meters long and as thick as a basin. Its entire body was covered in green scales. Zhang Yinfeng quickly explained. Lulin python. Huan Chuyo's eyes narrowed. He didn't expect it to be a Lulin python. Bailey Hongzhuang also immediately understood what demonic beast Zhang Yinfeng was talking about. Lulin python was extremely strong and had a strong poison. Lulin python lived in Luoyun mountain range. Normally, they wouldn't have come into contact with Lulin python. Only during this demonic beast tide did Cui Haoyan's group encounter it. Lulin python's poison was strong and tyrannical. Normal methods couldn't cure it. Huan Chuyu faintly sighed. His old and benevolent face was filled with helplessness and regret. Although he was a level 4 alchemist, the pill recipes he had were limited. In ancient times, alchemy flourished. All kinds of pill recipes were endless. It wasn't impossible to come into contact with Lulin python's poison. But now, the pill formulas that could treat it had already disappeared. Even he was helpless. Seeing Huan Chuyu like this, everyone was shocked. Zhang Yinfeng didn't even bother to wipe away the tears in her eyes. She was extremely nervous. Vice Principal, can Cui Haoyan be saved? I can only try my best. But, the possibility isn't high. Zhang Yinfeng's face paled. Even the vice principal, a level 4 alchemist, said the possibility wasn't high. Didn't that mean, thinking of this, Zhang Yinfeng's tears flowed even more. Vice principal, is there any other way? Gong Xiaoqing asked in a deep voice. Unless we find a 5th grade alchemist, or find a doctor who knows the vibrating needle technique. Hearing this method, everyone's heart sank again. As everyone knew, the current strongest alchemist was the vice principal. Where could they find a 5th grade alchemist? As for doctors who had mastered the vibrating needle technique, even doctors who knew acupuncture and moxibustion were almost extinct, let alone the vibrating needle technique. Neither of these two methods worked, so there was no other way. Then what should we do? Boo-hoo. Zhang Yinfeng was sobbing uncontrollably. Her entire body was covered in tears. Xiaojiqing looked at Zhang Yunfeng curiously. Does this Zhang Yunfeng like Cui Haoyan? Dong Fengyu nodded slightly, his expression helpless and regretful. Zhang Yunfeng has always loved Cui Haoyan, but she rarely shows it. Now, I'm afraid there's no hope for her to confess. Ah? Xiaojiqing was stunned. She was just a little suspicious, but she didn't expect it to be true. It's really pitiful. The Luoyun mountain range is full of dangers. It really makes people sigh. Just when everyone was in despair, Bailey Hongzhuang slowly walked in front of Cui Haoyan. Huan Chuyo's calm and leisurely eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. He didn't know why this little girl stood up now. Her delicate and beautiful face was filled with confidence and certainty. Although her current strength wasn't worthy of praise, she had absolute confidence in her medical skills. She wasn't familiar with Cui Haoyan, and even Cui Haoyan looked down on her, but it wasn't out of malice. Since everyone was in the same class, and Cui Haoyan was Dong Fengyu's good friend, she couldn't just sit by and watch. Following Bailey Hongzhuang's words, everyone's gaze gathered on her body. The room instantly quieted down, to the point where you could hear a pin drop. If the vice principal wasn't here, they really wanted to ask Bailey Hongzhuang what kind of joke was this. Gong Xiaoqing, Lu Qingyue, Dong Fengyu, and Xiaojiqing all looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in astonishment, doubting what they had just heard. With their understanding of Bailey Hongzhuang, she wasn't someone who spoke without thinking. But for them to believe that Bailey Hongzhuang had a way to detoxify the poison, this was really hard to believe. Huan Chuyu curiously sized up the little girl in front of him. Just by standing there without speaking, this little girl emitted a kind of light, making people unable to ignore her. At this moment, in front of him, she said such unbelievable words, yet she was still calm and composed. That confident and certain appearance made her little face dazzle, showing that she was full of confidence. You have a way to detoxify Cui Haoyan? Huan Chuyo's eyes were filled with kindness and wisdom. He felt that the little girl in front of him wasn't speaking without thinking. Everyone saw that Huan Chuyo's attitude towards Bailey Hongzhuang was so good, and their eyes were filled with jealousy. In the academy, if one was able to obtain the recognition of the vice principal or the vice principal, it was like reaching the heavens in a single bound. This Bailey Hongzhuang is really daring to attract the vice principal's attention. What's the use of attracting his attention now? If she can't detoxify Cui Haoyan's poison, isn't that the same as slapping herself in the face? Zhang Yunfeng's eyes flashed with confusion. Bailey Hongzhuang, now is the time when Cui Haoyan's life is at stake. This isn't the time for you to play tricks. Cui Haoyan's injury was so serious that he couldn't hold on much longer. Bailey Hongzhuang still wanted to delay the vice principal's time to think of a solution. It was too hateful. In Zhang Yunfeng's heart, she did not believe that such a young Bailey Hongzhuang could cure Cui Haoyan. A fifth-grade alchemist? Bailey Hongzhuang was impossible. Vibrating needle technique. Bailey Hongzhuang was even more impossible. Since it wasn't any of them, wasn't Bailey Hongzhuang just trying to please the crowd? Bailey Hongzhuang indifferently glanced at Zhang Yunfeng and ignored her. Instead, she looked at Huan Chuyu. I have an idea. Then give it a try. Huan Chuyu's voice was filled with benevolence. He was truly curious as to what kind of trump card this lass in front of him had to be able to make her so confident. Could it be that she had a fifth-level medicinal pill in her possession? This was the possibility that Huan Chuyu felt was the most likely. Vice Principal. Zhang Yunfeng wanted to stop him. She really didn't understand what the vice principal was thinking. Forget about Bailey Hongzhuang causing trouble. The vice principal actually agreed to it. Huan Chuyu raised his right hand slightly and stopped Zhang Yunfeng's words. Lu Qinyue's gentle eyes were filled with doubt and astonishment. Lu Qinyue silently cursed. What happened to Master? Bailey Hongzhuang walked to Cui Haoyan's side and carefully observed Cui Haoyan's injury. She threw away all distracting thoughts and became abnormally serious. Cui Haoyan had been injured for quite some time and had been relying on medicinal pills to keep his life. Now, the poison had already covered half of his body. If the poison wasn't detoxified today, he would completely lose his life. Ling Jessen's mouth was full of ridicule. This Bailey Hongzhuang's acting is quite good. I want to see how she's going to continue acting. Everyone was silent. Cui Haoyan's injury was obviously something that could only be cured by a master. Bailey Hongzhuang was too far away, making them unable to believe it. After a moment, Bailey Hongzhuang released the hand that was taking Cui Haoyan's pulse. She took out a needle bag from her Qianquan bag and spread it out beside the bed. Silver needles of different lengths and thicknesses appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Everyone's face was filled with astonishment. They never thought that Bailey Hongzhuang would really have a needle bag on her. Bailey Hongzhuang glanced at Ling Jessen indifferently. She didn't know this woman, but, from the moment she appeared, this woman's eyes were filled with disgust and hostility. Feeling Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze, Ling Jessen was startled. Only when Bailey Hongzhuang shifted her gaze did she regain her senses. She thought in her heart, Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze is so sharp, as if she could see through my heart in an instant. The astonishment only lasted for a moment before Ling Jessen's eyes once again filled with disgust. She had already heard from Lu Jingquan that Bailey Hongzhuang dared to kill Yunyang's biological sister. She was really hateful. Girl, you know the art of acupuncture? Huan Qiu's deep eyes revealed a trace of astonishment. This was the only explanation for Bailey Hongzhuang carrying a needle bag on her. According to what he knew, there were very few people who knew the art of acupuncture. Moreover, Bailey Hongzhuang was still so young. No matter if it was medicine or alchemy, it required 10 years of practice. Without a rich foundation and understanding of medicine, it was impossible to master it through a comprehensive study. Bailey Hongzhuang was so young, he was afraid that she wouldn't be able to master much. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly in response to Huan Qiu's words. The poison in Cui Haoyan's body is very strong and overbearing. Just relying on acupuncture alone is still lacking. Huan Qiu's gaze landed on Bailey Hongzhuang. His words contained a hint of warning. Vice Principal, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Bailey Hongzhuang's expression was indifferent. Huan Qiu's words didn't make her nervous at all. She had come into contact with this Lulan python before and had even extracted its poison. Now that she had the antidote, there was no problem at all. Ling Jessen's eyes were full of contempt. She didn't expect this Bailey Hongzhuang to be so arrogant. She even dared to be so arrogant in front of the vice principal. Bailey Hongzhuang, are you going to tell us that you know the vibrating needle technique? Ling Jessen's lips curved into a mocking smile. Do you think all of us are fools? Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows slightly. Her eyes were as sharp as carvings as she looked straight at Ling Jessen. Although he didn't know why this guy hated him, since he hated him, he was his enemy. Don't flatter yourself. There are so many people here, but you're the only fool who is blindly shouting. Her cold and indifferent words revealed a bone-deep disdain and impatience. It was as if talking to Ling Jessen was a waste of time. PFFF Dongfang Yu couldn't help but laugh. The others also couldn't help but laugh as the corners of their mouths twitched. When they heard Bailey Hongzhuang say don't flatter yourself, they didn't understand. It was fine if Ling Jessen was a fool, but she also wanted to call them fools as well. Ling Jessen's face changed. She didn't think that Bailey Hongzhuang would dare to curse her so straightforwardly. She didn't have any scruples in front of the vice principal. Don't go too far. Ling Jessen's face was sullen. The people present all had a high status in the school. She couldn't lose face in front of so many people. Cui Haoyan is your senior, a precious life. You treat Cui Haoyan's life so casually for your own selfish desires. Are you still human? Ling Jessen wasn't stupid. Bailey Hongzhuang's words just now separated her from the crowd. Now that she said this, at least Zhang Yunfeng would be on the same side as her. Sure enough, Zhang Yunfeng's body trembled slightly. Her eyes were also filled with anger. My own selfish desires? Her black phoenix eyes flashed with disgust. What kind of selfish desires do I have? I don't know. Aren't you just trying to perform well in front of the vice principal? That's why you're playing to the gallery. I've already seen through this kind of cheap trick. Ling Jessen's face showed a proud expression. Just as she was about to raise her chin, she noticed Huan Qiu on the side. She quickly put on an elegant and wise appearance. It's fine if you're stupid, but you don't know your own limits. It's really worrying. Bailey Hongzhuang pretended to shake her head in pity. Her words were full of ridicule. What do you mean? Ling Jessen was stunned. Her brain couldn't wrap itself around it. At this moment, it was clear that Bailey Hongzhuang was at a disadvantage. How could she still look at her so proudly? No matter what she thought, there was no problem with what she said. With the vice principal's wisdom, if I'm just deliberately mystifying things, how could he not be able to tell? Her delicate and beautiful face was full of ridicule. You may do this kind of thing to humiliate yourself, but I won't. With a condescending tone and a decisive tone, Bailey Hongzhuang's expression was cold and indifferent. The words she said were the truth, making it impossible for people to refute. Ling Jessen's face changed slightly. She opened her mouth to refute all of this, but in the end, she couldn't say anything. This was because Bailey Hongzhuang's words were clear and logical. Even she herself felt that Bailey Hongzhuang was telling the truth. The expressions of Gong Xiaoqing and the rest changed a little. They were indeed doubting whether Bailey Hongzhuang had that kind of strength, but Bailey Hongzhuang's explanation also clearly told them that if she wasn't confident, she wouldn't have done it. Ling Jessen couldn't refute. Bailey Hongzhuang's words made her unable to refute. If she said that Bailey Hongzhuang was wrong, it would be tantamount to saying that the vice principal was not wise enough. Thinking of this, Ling Jessen could only bitterly wait for Bailey Hongzhuang. She did not expect Bailey Hongzhuang to be so eloquent. Huan Chuyu looked at the tap between the two and didn't say anything. As the vice principal, he had seen many students. Bailey Hongzhuang looked very confident. In this world, there were some geniuses that couldn't be measured by common sense. At a young age, they had reached a height that others could not reach. Maybe this girl in front of him was one of them. Zhang Yunfeng, who was originally complaining, also didn't say anything. Even the vice principal didn't say anything. This was already a kind of explanation. Bailey Hongzhuang took out a silver needle from the needle bag and accurately pierced it into Cui Haoyan's acupuncture point. If Xiao Zifen and the others were here, they would definitely not be worried. Bailey Hongzhuang's name had spread throughout the imperial city. There was no need to mention her high medical skills. One by one, the silver needles were inserted into Gong Xiaoqing's body. When Bailey Hongzhuang treated him so seriously, a great demeanor arose spontaneously. All the actions were done in one go, as if she was a doctor. When Bailey Hongzhuang inserted the first needle, Huan Chuyou's eyes flashed. This girl's medical skills were really not simple. He had seen a doctor who had mastered acupuncture. The doctor had introduced to him several characteristics of acupuncture. Fast, steady, accurate, hands without a trace of trembling, the patient would not show the slightest bit of discomfort. Bailey Hongzhuang had obviously done it. Although he did not have a good understanding of medicine, he could roughly judge that there was no problem with the acupuncture points that Bailey Hongzhuang was treating. Not long after, Cui Haoyan's body was covered with numerous silver needles. At first glance, it made people's scalps tingle. In the next moment, Bailey Hongzhuang's right hand slightly flicked the silver needles. As if performing magic, all the silver needles began to vibrate rhythmically. Lu Qinyua's calm eyes were filled with astonishment. Vibrating needle technique. She had never seen the real vibrating needle technique, but she had heard her master talk about the characteristics of the vibrating needle technique. Therefore, when she saw it, she immediately recognized it. Lu Qinyua's words undoubtedly set off stormy waves in everyone's heart. Vibrating needle technique. It really was the vibrating needle technique, not to mention that the vibrating needle technique had been lost for a long time. Which doctor who could master acupuncture wasn't old? Bailey Hongzhuang was only 15 years old, but she had mastered the top-level vibrating needle technique. How was this possible? Everyone's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Bailey Hongzhuang was the real abnormal. Xia Jiqing's eyes widened. Her face was filled with shock and joy. Hongzhuang is simply a god. I admire her so much. Bailey Hongzhuang had mastered the vibrating needle technique. Did it mean that Bailey Hongzhuang had cured the disease that even the vice president was helpless against? Dong Fengyu's handsome and sunny face was full of astonishment and amazement. Ever since he met Bailey Hongzhuang, he felt that Bailey Hongzhuang was very different. He didn't expect her to be so powerful. Zhang Yunfeng's face was full of surprise. Looking at the serious figure, a trace of guilt emerged in her heart. It turned out that Bailey Hongzhuang really wanted to save Cui Haoyan out of kindness. She was really ashamed of her attitude. Ling Jessen's mouth seemed to be stuffed with an egg. She had such an expression from the moment she saw Bailey Hongzhuang perform acupuncture. Originally, she wanted to wait for an opportunity to ridicule Bailey Hongzhuang and let Bailey Hongzhuang understand the consequences of overestimating herself. But now, she had a bad premonition. Huan Chuyou's eyes flashed. It seemed that he didn't see wrongly. Bailey Hongzhuang really was a talented person. The long-lost vibrating needle technique actually appeared in the hands of a teenage girl. It seemed that Bailey Hongzhuang's master was definitely a terrifying doctor. He didn't know that there was such a genius doctor in the school. The Azure Water School was really full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Everyone held their breaths. No one dared to make a sound to disturb Bailey Hongzhuang, fearing that they would affect her treatment. With the trembling of the silver needle, everyone could clearly see that the black color on Cui Haoyan's body was quickly gathering towards his left wrist. Seeing this scene, Huan Chuyou's deep eyes flashed with a trace of light. Bailey Hongzhuang really cured the poison. The Lulin python's poison was terrifying because it entered every part of the body. It was extremely difficult to expel it. Bailey Hongzhuang used the vibrating needle technique to extract all the poison from the body and gather it in one place. This way, the biggest problem was solved. Cui Haoyan's life was saved. At this moment, Bailey Hongzhuang tilted her head and looked at Huan Chuyu. "Vice Principal, do you have any blood replenishing pills?" Cui Haoyan was already extremely weak. The amount of poisonous blood was not small. Once it was expelled, Cui Haoyan would lose too much blood and fall into another predicament. "Yes, leave this to me." Huan Chuyou's expression was serious. This time, many of the injured cultivators lost too much blood, so he refined many blood replenishing pills. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. The silver needles vibrated faster and faster. The poison on Cui Haoyan's left hand also became darker and darker. It was like an earthworm wriggling continuously, causing one's heart to turn cold. The moment all the silver needles stopped vibrating, Bailey Hongzhuang took out a sharp blade and cut open a wound on Cui Haoyan's wrist. The black poisonous blood continuously flowed out from his wrist. Cui Haoyan's body also twitched slightly. The poisonous blood left in the metal basin and let out a sizzling sound. However, before the poisonous blood completely flowed out, the metal basin had already been corroded by the poison. Seeing this scene, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They all knew that the poison in Cui Haoyan's body was extremely strong and tyrannical. However, they didn't expect the poison to reach such a degree. No wonder Cui Haoyan's body was filled with rotting wounds. After the poisonous blood flowed to the ground, it started to corrode the ground. White bubbles continuously appeared, causing a chill to run down everyone's spine. As the poisonous blood flowed out, the purplish-black color on Cui Haoyan's face gradually disappeared. What replaced it was a pale white. The moment the poisonous blood was expelled, Huan Chuyu directly placed 2 blood-replenishing pills into Cui Haoyan's mouth. Bailey Hongzhuang started to bandage the wound on Cui Haoyan's wrist. Her skillful technique was meticulous and serious. "It's done." Bailey Hongzhuang stood up and looked at Huan Chuyu. "The poison has been expelled. I'll leave the rest to you." Cui Haoyan's injuries were very serious. What she could do was to detoxify him, but if she wanted him to recover at the fastest speed, she would need the best medicinal pills. Although she could completely cure him, it would take a longer time. "Huan Chuyu, Bailey Hongzhuang's, you must be tired. Have a good rest." Only then did everyone notice that Bailey Hongzhuang's forehead was covered in sweat, and her delicate and beautiful face was also a little pale. Obviously, this treatment was not as simple as they thought. Bailey Hongzhuang's burden was not small. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curved into a bright smile. "Many thanks for the vice principal's concern." Huan Chuyou's eyes were filled with praise and admiration. This girl would definitely be extraordinary in the future. To achieve such results at such a young age, no matter how strong her master was, it would be useless if she didn't work hard enough. He didn't think that Bailey Hongzhuang's actions were to attract his attention. He believed that Bailey Hongzhuang's master was definitely not weaker than him. At this time, a slight groan attracted everyone's attention. It turned out that the unconscious Cui Haoyan had opened his eyes. Although his face was full of illness, it was undoubtedly much better than before. Cui Haoyan looked at the familiar people in front of him and the corners of his mouth pulled into a happy smile. He didn't lose his life in the Luoyun mountain range and returned to the Azure Water School. Zhang Yunfeng immediately rushed to Cui Haoyan's side. How are you? Cui Haoyan shook his head slightly. I'm fine. Now he only felt a burst of weakness. Compared to the previous pain, it was much better, much better. Zhang Yunfeng's tears couldn't help but flow, the depths of her eyes were overflowing with joy. Cui Haoyan's life was finally saved. Cui Haoyan frowned and looked at Zhang Yunfeng with pity. I didn't die, why are you crying? Woo-woo, almost. Zhang Yunfeng, who was previously tense, completely collapsed at this moment, sobbing silently. Just a little bit more and she would never see Cui Haoyan again. The originally solemn atmosphere relaxed at this moment. Cui Haoyan and Bai Junyu's lives were not in danger. This was already a blessing in disguise. Bailey Hongzhuang walked back to Xia Jiqing's side. Xia Jiqing excitedly pulled her hand. Hongzhuang, you're too awesome. The lost acupuncture technique, you actually know it. A faint smile appeared on her beautiful face. Even 1,000 years ago, their Bailey family's acupuncture technique was the best in the continent. It was a pity that she would never be able to see those old fellows who had doted on her back then. The layer of paper between Cui Haoyan and Zhang Yunfeng has been broken. Bailey Hongzhuang's clear eyes flashed with a warm smile. The lovers finally got married. It was always something that everyone was happy to see. Dong Fengyu looked at Bailey Hongzhuang's white jade-like beautiful face, his eyes becoming more and more gentle. This is all thanks to you. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her lips and smiled. The rest of the matter had nothing to do with her. After saying goodbye to Dong Fengyu, she returned to her room. Xia Jiqing also didn't stay for long. She still needed to go to class. After all, the ordinary class wasn't as free as the special enrollment class. Inside the house, Bailey Hongzhuang began to cultivate using the demon summoning scripture. After the thrilling escape from the falling Cloud Mountain range, her cultivation had improved by quite a bit. In the end, the cultivation speed of a peaceful life could not be compared to the cultivation speed of experience. Only when faced with danger could one's ability be completely stimulated, and one's cultivation could also be improved. She had made the right choice on this trip to the academy. The next day, Bailey Hongzhuang left the school and went to the market of Tsanglan City. In the market square, most of the things that cultivators needed could be bought here. Therefore, this was the place where the cultivators of the Azure Water School often gathered. Bailey Hongzhuang hugged Baisher. This little guy's appetite was really embarrassing. This time, she did not hunt many demon crystals in the Luoyun mountain range, and White Lion's dry rations had been used up. Yesterday, this guy had been acting all coquettishly, rolling around and acting cute, so she could only come to the market to buy demon crystals. However, this little guy's ability was extraordinary, so it was worth it to invest in him. Just as she entered the market square, Bailey Hongzhuang's ears were shrouded in a hubbub. All kinds of hawking and bargaining were endless. Everywhere she looked, it was an extremely lively scene. Bailey Hongzhuang didn't need anything else. She only came for the demon crystals, and a large amount of demon crystals. In the market, there weren't many people selling demon crystals. Many people directly handed the demon crystals to the mercenary union. After all, besides the alchemists, the students of the Azure Water School didn't have much use for demon crystals. Bailey Hongzhuang walked in the market. After searching for a long time, she didn't see anyone selling demon crystals. Even if she did, it was only 1 or 2 low-level demon crystals. Suddenly, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes fell on a stall. Colorful demon crystals were casually placed on the stall, and the seller was lazily sitting on a chair at the back, taking a nap. Baisher's eyes widened when he saw the demon crystals. His eyes were full of covetousness. His hands were constantly digging, and he hated that he couldn't sleep on a piece of demon crystal. Bailey Hongzhuang touched Baisher's little head. She couldn't let this little guy eat in the market. Be obedient, Bailey Hongzhuang said. Baisher, who couldn't wait to rush over, quietly lay in Bailey Hongzhuang's arms after hearing her words. Only a pair of big watery eyes were still looking longingly at the pile of colorful demon crystals. Bailey Hongzhuang stopped in front of the stall. The seller was a big man about 40 years old. His face was full of stubble, and his hair was fluffy and messy. He looked unrestrained. On the stall, in addition to the demon crystals, there were some other objects, but they were all strange and it was difficult to distinguish what they were. This was the strangest stall Bailey Hongzhuang had seen so far. The other stalls sold weapons and the like, but this stall was too casual. "Uncle, how much are these demon crystals?" Bailey Hongzhuang asked. The seller, who was resting slowly, opened his eyes. He lazily looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and said, "Not selling." When the words came out, even Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but be stunned. If he wasn't selling, why would this person put these things on the stall? "Oh, you're here too. It's really a coincidence." Without waiting for Bailey Hongzhuang to ask why these demon crystals were not for sale, a sharp female voice sounded behind her. Bailey Hongzhuang turned around. Sure enough, she saw Ling Jessen standing behind her. Ling Jessen was wearing a light yellow gauze dress. Her black hair was combed into the most popular bun. Her pretty face could be considered to be above average, but the arrogance and harshness in between her eyebrows destroyed some of her prettiness. Yesterday, she knew that Ling Jessen's hostility towards her, but she didn't know the reason. There was no need for her to spend so much effort on such a big-breasted, brainless woman. "I didn't want to meet you." Bailey Hongzhuang's voice was lazy, her clear eyes faintly showing a bit of impatience. Ling Jessen stared blankly for a moment before smiling speechlessly. She really couldn't believe that Bailey Hongzhuang wouldn't give her any face. "Bailey Hongzhuang, do you know who I am?" Ling Jessen's face became fierce. Her slightly raised chin revealed pride and deterrence. She wanted to let Bailey Hongzhuang know how powerful she was. However, Bailey Hongzhuang didn't care. "If you want to say, I can reluctantly listen." Bailey Hongzhuang looked indifferent. She really didn't have the slightest impression of Ling Jessen's name. "It's you who killed Yunyang's sister, Ji-man." Ling Jessen's eyes flashed a ruthless light. She and Ji-man knew each other. She didn't expect that Ji-man just went home and left forever. Bailey Hongzhuang's phoenix eyes, as deep as an ancient well, were filled with understanding and ridicule. Only then did she understand. So Ling Jessen was also one of Dai Yunyang's people. No wonder she showed such deep hostility when she saw her. She had been at the school for half a month, but she had never seen Dai Yunyang himself. His lackeys came one after another. This Dai Yunyang is really like a ghost that won't go away. Xiao Hei's face was full of disgust. If he has the ability, then he should go and find some useless guys. Maybe Dai Yunyang likes the feeling of being ordered around. Xiao Bai rubbed her chin and thought. Listening to the conversation between Xiao Hei and Xiao Bai, Bailey Hongzhuang's mouth showed a trace of a smile. "So, it's another one of Dai Yunyang's dogs." Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes were sharp and her voice was full of sarcasm. "If Dai Yunyang wants to find trouble, then let him come. I don't have the time to deal with cats and dogs." Bailey Hongzhuang was not polite. Dai Jiman found trouble with her, and now Dai Yunyang came to find trouble with her. It seems that she and the Dai family really did not get along well. But always finding trash like Lu Jingkuan to provoke her, she had already lost her patience. "Dog?" Ling Jessen's voice became more and more sharp. She looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with hatred. This woman dared to call her a dog? "Bailey Hongzhuang. I am Yunyang's woman." Ling Jessen's voice was loud and clear. Her hysterical appearance attracted the attention of many practitioners in the market. Everyone looked over curiously. It seemed like there was going to be some excitement in the market. Ling Jessen was on the verge of collapse. She wasn't one of those lackeys that followed behind Yunyang, but Yunyang's woman. It was because of this identity that almost no one in the school dared to offend her. Even the specially recruited students would give her some face when they saw her. This Bailey Hongzhuang was actually so arrogant. "Oh?" Bailey Hongzhuang's lips slightly hooked. Her eyes were full of surprise and doubt. "You are Dai Yunyang's woman? Why haven't I heard that Dai Yunyang is married?" As soon as these words came out, Ling Jessen's arrogant face was covered with a layer of frost, faintly revealing a bit of embarrassment. This was the most painful part of her heart. Although she was willing to be Dai Yunyang's woman, and there was no one in the academy who didn't know of this identity, Dai Yunyang had never brought her home, so she was still not in the right place. With Dai Yunyang's status and reputation in the academy, who would dare to say anything to his face? However, this Bailey Hongzhuang actually dared to mention this matter in front of so many people. How hateful. "We will get married soon." Ling Jiasun forced herself to maintain her expression, her voice mixed with unspeakable anger. Oh. I see. Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled. Then, I'll congratulate you first. It was clearly a congratulatory sentence, but when it fell into Ling Jiasun's ears, it was full of sarcasm. She clearly knew that Dai Yunyang had never brought her home because he did not have any thoughts of marriage. Even so, she was still willing to be Yunyang's woman. There was no lack of students from the Azure Water School in the crowd. Seeing Ling Jiasun and Bailey Hongzhuang in conflict, their faces were dyed with interest. Whether it was Bailey Hongzhuang or Ling Jiasun, both were very famous in the Azure Water School. No one would have thought that the two would clash today. Bailey Hongzhuang killed Dai Jiman? Is this true or false? According to what they said, it should be Bailey Hongzhuang who killed Dai Jiman before entering the school. I was wondering why Dai Jiman didn't enter the school this year. Everyone was shocked. As a cultivator, killing people was not a strange thing. What they were surprised about was that Bailey Hongzhuang was able to kill Dai Jiman with her strength at that time. I heard that when Teacher Lu and Teacher Fu invited Bailey Hongzhuang to the school, Bailey Hongzhuang refused. A man revealed the inside story. This matter was known by everyone in the Fengbo country, and now it was vaguely known by some students. What the F***ck, is this for real? So arrogant. Everyone's faces were bewildered, their eyes full of doubt. Azure Water School's invitation letter was something countless cultivators yearned for even in their dreams, yet Bailey Hongzhuang actually refused? Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you about these things? The man looked calm. In fact, when he first heard about this matter, his expression was even more exaggerated than everyone else's. Wow, I really didn't expect Bailey Hongzhuang to be so powerful. No wonder she was able to kill Dai Jiman. Bailey Hongzhuang was the first cultivator in history to refuse the invitation letter of the Azure Water School. For her to have this kind of confidence, she naturally had considerable strength. They knew that Teacher Lu and Teacher Fu were very good to Bailey Hongzhuang. Even after being refused, they still had this kind of attitude. It could be seen how much importance they attached to Bailey Hongzhuang. Ling Jiasun's breath was stuck in her throat. Bailey Hongzhuang's gentle and sarcastic words made her unable to refute. If you want to buy things from this stall, unless you can come up with something that the stall owner is interested in, there is no need to talk about it. Ling Jiasun's eyes lit up. Since she couldn't get back her face in other matters, then she would get back her face in this matter. This stall was famous in the Azure Water City market for being difficult to open. The stall owner obviously didn't lack money, so he was able to do business in this way until now. So far, the number of cultivators who had successfully exchanged things from this stall could be counted on one hand. It was because this stall was so strange that many students of the Azure Water School paid attention to it. They were even proud to be able to exchange things here. Usually, cultivators would come to try, but the results were always the same. The stall owner was not interested at all. Look at you. You won't be able to take out anything rare. Just give up. Ling Jiasun's words were full of provocation. She wanted to use provocation to provoke Bailey Hongzhuang into talking big, and then ruthlessly defeat her. Whether I give up or not is my business. If you have the time, why don't you think about how to make Dai Yunyang marry you as soon as possible? Ling Jiasun's pitch-black eyes flashed with a wise and far-sighted light. Ling Jiasun's method of provocation was so low-level, how could she not see through it? Ling Jiasun's face stiffened. This Bailey Hongzhuang really touched a sore spot. Yo, no guts? Bailey Hongzhuang crossed her arms and looked up and down at Ling Jiasun. Do you want to bet with me? What bet? If I fail, then I will give you 100,000 gold coins plus 50 monster crystals, and vice versa. Do you dare? The lazy and mocking tone seemed to confirm that Ling Jiasun didn't dare to bet. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her delicate chin and looked at Ling Jiasun playfully. A sucker sent to her, it would be a waste not to slaughter her. She, Bailey Hongzhuang, didn't have the time to waste with Ling Jiasun. Since she was looking for trouble, then she should pay some price. 100,000 gold coins, 50 demon crystals, this was not a small number. Even for her, it was a huge number. When the crowd heard this bet, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Either one of the two was a price that many cultivators could not afford. Bailey Hongzhuang actually used both as a bet. Just this confidence alone was enough to shock people. They knew how eccentric this stall owner's temper was. Ordinary things simply could not enter his eyes. In the end, was Bailey Hongzhuang really confident, or was she just trying to trick Ling Jessen? No matter which possibility it was, they were sure that Bailey Hongzhuang was a rich person. Ling Jessen stood in the same place. Her pretty face was filled with awkwardness and hesitation. She was the one who started it, and in front of so many cultivators, if she didn't answer, wouldn't it be too shameful? Ling Jessen's eyes stared at Bailey Hongzhuang's face, wanting to see some clues from the latter's face. However, Bailey Hongzhuang was always indifferent, the corner of her mouth rippling with a shallow smile. It was impossible to see her inner thoughts. Oh, no guts? The same sentence Bailey Hongzhuang gave to Ling Jessen. It was even more ironic. Faint sneers could be heard from the crowd. It wasn't uncommon for cultivators to be slapped in the face due to douqi. However, it was rare for someone to give someone a taste of their own medicine and give them a resounding slap in the blink of an eye. This Bailey Hongzhuang really has a personality. Ling Jessen is really unlucky to find trouble with her. Haha, I did not expect this Bailey Hongzhuang to have such a personality. I heard that yesterday she detoxified the seriously injured Cui Haoyan. Even the vice principal was helpless against the poison. I also heard that Bailey Hongzhuang is not only talented in cultivation, but her medical skills are also very good. Special enrollment students had always been the focus of attention of the students of the Azure Water School. The news of Cui Haoyan and Bai Junyu's serious injuries spread throughout the school the moment they came back. The news of the detoxification naturally spread quickly. Everyone knew that the new beauty was actually a godly doctor. Listening to the harsh laughter around her, Ling Jessen's eyes showed a trace of anger. It was very likely that Bailey Hongzhuang was deliberately scaring her. If she really agreed, the one who would be dumbfounded would be Bailey Hongzhuang. She would not be so stupid as to be fooled by Bailey Hongzhuang. Thinking of this, Ling Jessen sneered, I'll bet 100,000 gold coins and 50 demon crystals. Once they fell into her hands, she would have a lot more cultivation resources. Wow, more and more cultivators came to watch the show. Even the stall owners who were not doing business in the market came over. There was going to be a good show to watch. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows and smiled seductively. It's a deal. Don't worry, we're here as witnesses. Among the crowd, a man's loud and clear voice reverberated. Then, everyone patted their chests. That's right. We're here as witnesses. Bailey Hongzhuang walked in front of the stall owner. The stall owner, who was originally resting, also opened his eyes under the attention of so many people. His eyes fell on Bailey Hongzhuang and Ling Jessen. Stall owner, I don't know what you're interested in? Bailey Hongzhuang asked aloud. At least she had to know what the stall owner was interested in before she could think of what to exchange. A glimmer of light flashed through her bright black phoenix eyes. The scope of interest wasn't small. It seemed that this stall owner's vision was extremely high. Ling Jessen didn't say a word, only looking at Bailey Hongzhuang tauntingly. She wanted to see what Bailey Hongzhuang could take out that would interest the stall owner. Bailey Hongzhuang sized up the stall owner, suddenly noticing the bulging veins on his hand, like a roaring dragon, sinister and terrifying. Her lips curved into an enchanting and confident smile. She already had an idea. In the next moment, Bailey Hongzhuang directly took out a white porcelain bottle from her primal chaos ring and handed it to the stall owner. I believe you'll be interested in this. Her light and pleasant voice was filled with confidence and certainty. If she guessed correctly, what this stall owner lacked was the channel opening pill. Channel opening pill, a second-grade pill used to broaden the meridians. The wider the meridians, the more spirit energy that could flow through them, greatly increasing the strength of a cultivator. However, the meridians themselves weren't wide enough. Cultivators with conditions could use the channel opening pill to broaden their meridians, while those without conditions could only try to use their spirit energy to slowly widen their meridians. This process was extremely difficult and one had to be careful. If one used too much force, they would end up like the stall owner. It was likely that the stall owner had already been unable to cultivate for a while. However, the strange thing was that since the stall owner had so many spirit stones, he shouldn't be a poor person. Why didn't he buy a second-grade channel opening pill? Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang so confident, A trace of doubt appeared in the stall owner's deep and cold eyes. Taking the white porcelain bottle, he opened it and his face immediately stiffened. The stall owner's gaze was fixed on the pill. The strange veins and medicinal fragrance clearly told him that this was the channel-opening pill. He wasn't an alchemist and didn't know anything about pills. The only pill he knew was a type of pill, the channel-opening pill. At that time, he had been careless and damaged his meridians. He had gone through untold hardships to find an alchemist to treat him. The alchemist had told him that only the channel-opening pill could heal his injuries, but the recipe for the channel-opening pill had already been lost. He didn't believe it and searched everywhere, but found that what the pharmacist said was true. Unable to continue cultivating, his cultivation stagnated. Thus, he set up a stall, hoping that one day he would be able to find a channel-opening pill. After so many years, he had almost given up all hope, but the pill in front of him was clearly the channel-opening pill. Xianxia and the others looked at the stall owner doubtfully. They saw that the stall owner's hand holding the white porcelain bottle was trembling, and his whole person was immersed in his own world. What exactly did Bailey Hongzhuang give the stall owner to make him reveal such an expression? Xianxia frowned. At this moment, she had a bad premonition. The corners of Bailey Hongzhuang's mouth curled up slightly. Judging from the stall owner's expression, she was sure that her judgment was correct. After a long while, the stall owner's gaze finally landed on Bailey Hongzhuang. His eyes were bloodshot as he asked, "This is the channel-opening pill?" His reddened eyes were filled with repression and nervousness. His expression was firm and calm, but his trembling hands revealed his fear. He was afraid that Bailey Hongzhuang would once again destroy his hope. When Xianxia heard the words channel-opening pill, she couldn't help but laugh. "Haha, stall owner, I think you're confused." Even if she wasn't an alchemist, she knew that the recipe for the channel-opening pill had already disappeared in the annals of history. For the stall owner to say such groundless words, it was truly laughable. "Shut up!" the stall owner roared. His eyes were red like an angry leopard and he didn't give Xianxia any chance to speak. Xianxia was startled by the stall owner's roar. She didn't understand why he was so angry. However, the stall owner no longer paid attention to her. His gaze once again focused on Bailey Hongzhuang, wanting to know the final answer. "Correct." A voice as clear as the wind fell into the stall owner's ears like the sound of nature, causing him to be immersed in an unbelievable happiness. The stall owner looked at Bailey Hongzhuang, then looked at the perfectly round pill in the white porcelain bottle, his heart filled with indescribable excitement. 10 years, a whole 10 years, he hadn't cultivated for a whole 10 years, just to search for this impossible possibility. However, 10 years later, he had actually waited for it. The stall owner grabbed Bailey Hongzhuang's arm. "Is what you said true? This is really the channel-opening pill?" Her deep phoenix eyes flashed with doubt for a moment, then she regained her understanding. 1,000 years ago, the channel-opening pill wasn't some rare pill, it was as common as the Peiyuan pill. From the stall owner's reaction, she deduced that the channel-opening pill had already been lost here, otherwise, the stall owner wouldn't be so excited. A burst of pain came from her right hand, but Bailey Hongzhuang could understand the stall owner's excitement. At this moment, the strength in her hand suddenly disappeared and a figure appeared beside her, directly throwing the stall owner's hand away. Her phoenix eyes turned. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the black figure beside her in astonishment. Gong Xiaoqing was still dressed in a black robe. His handsome and tall figure was as straight and proud as a pine tree. His cold face was like ice that would not melt for 1,000 years, but his deep black eyes flashed with displeasure. Bailey Hongzhuang was slightly surprised. She didn't think that Gong Xiaoqing would appear here, and even more didn't think that he would do this. When everyone saw Gong Xiaoqing appear, they all sighed in their hearts. The #1 student of the Azure Water School, his strength and talent were not just for show. Xianxia glared at Bailey Hongzhuang. Gong Xiaoqing was famous for being difficult to approach in the school, but now he actually stood up to help Bailey Hongzhuang. One had to know that Gong Xiaoqing was famous for his coldness and cruelty. If they were not Gong Xiaoqing's friends, even if they died in front of him, he would not blink. Bailey Hongzhuang had only been in the school for half a month, but Gong Xiaoqing had already accepted her. "Why are you here?" Bailey Hongzhuang asked with a faint smile. Normally, she felt that this guy's cold face was very unpleasant, but today, she felt that it was not bad. "I just happened to pass by." His voice was as cold as ever. However, with Gong Xiaoqing's personality, it was already good enough that he was able to explain. Bailey Hongzhuang then turned her gaze towards the stall owner and said, "This really is the channel opening pill. If you don't believe me, you can appraise it." The stall owner looked deeply at Bailey Hongzhuang and said, "I believe you." These years, he had flipped through ancient books, and the channel opening pill recorded in them looked exactly like this. Moreover, Bailey Hongzhuang was an Azure Water School student. There was no need for her to lie to him. Even if she lied to him, he could still find her in the school. Her elegant and refined face outlined an elegant and perfect smile. "Then, can we do this business?" Once these words were spoken, everyone's jaws dropped. It can't be, right? This stall had so many monster crystals and other things, yet it was all given to Bailey Hongzhuang just like that. Bailey Hongzhuang was full of smiles. The stall owner's actions didn't surprise her. After all, the stall owner had been unable to cultivate for many years. In his heart, the value of the channel opening pill far exceeded anything else. Ling Jessen was completely dumbfounded. Was Bailey Hongzhuang trying to trick him? Channel opening pill, that had disappeared for who knows how many years. How could Bailey Hongzhuang possibly have the channel opening pill? If you want to cheat, shouldn't you at least find a more convincing reason? Yet, the stall owner believed her. Stall owner, this channel opening pill must be fake. Don't be fooled. Ling Jessen hurriedly said. What a joke. It was fine if the stall owner was cheated, but what about her 100,000 gold coins and 50 monster crystals? The stall owner looked at Ling Jessen with disgust. Why couldn't this person see others doing well? I'm willing to be cheated, it's none of your business. Once he finished speaking, the stall owner looked at Ling Jessen with disdain. He took the white porcelain bottle and left the market. He had to quickly test out the effects of this channel opening pill. Everything happened too dramatically. The crowd couldn't react in time. Some cultivators even wanted to ask, was this stall owner really not someone Bailey Hongzhuang found? The refining method of the channel opening pill has been lost for many years. How could Bailey Hongzhuang have it? Too laughable. You're wrong. The vibrating needle technique has also been lost for many years. Doesn't Bailey Hongzhuang still know how to use it? Once these words were spoken, the crowd was stunned. They looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with shock. How could this lost technique appear in Bailey Hongzhuang's hands? Could it be that Bailey Hongzhuang was a cultivator from some powerful family? Ling Jessen's face was pale. No matter how one looked at it, she had won the bet. She actually lost 100,000 gold coins and 50 demon crystals. Where would she get them? Bailey Hongzhuang casually glanced at Ling Jessen. Remember to hand over the bet to me 3 days later. There are so many people here, you won't go back on your word, right? These understated words were like a mountain pressing down on Ling Jessen's heart. She wanted to renege on the debt, but there were so many people present. If she reneged on the debt, how could she survive in the future? With me around, she won't dare to go back on her word. Gong Xiaoqing's cold and indifferent voice suddenly sounded, as if he had decided the outcome of the trial. Ling Jessen's face became even paler. Damn it. Why didn't she know that Gong Xiaoqing liked to help people so much? Everyone's eyes were full of interest. Such a huge number. Ling Jessen was too unlucky. Bailey Hongzhuang methodically put all the things on the stall into her Qianquan bag. With so many demon crystals, it was enough for Baisher to eat for a few more days. Speaking of which, exchanging a second-grade medicinal pill for so many demon crystals was really worth it. The sunlight shone on Bailey Hongzhuang and Gong Xiaoqing's bodies. The two figures stretched out their long shadows, looking exceptionally harmonious. That channel opening pill, is it real? Gong Xiaoqing's indifferent face didn't reveal what he was thinking. He was indeed very surprised. In the past, the channel opening pill was a pill that many cultivators needed. However, it had completely disappeared 200 years ago. Every time Lu Qingyue talked about it, she would sigh endlessly. Today, seeing Bailey Hongzhuang take out the channel opening pill, he was truly shocked. Gong Xiaoqing's deep black eyes stared at Bailey Hongzhuang, an unknown light surging in his eyes, but he didn't say a word. Sure enough, this guy was best at acting cold. Bailey Hongzhuang helplessly shrugged her shoulders. I'll tell you, it's true. Gong Xiaoqing's eyes narrowed, his heart faintly revealing a trace of shock, but he didn't show it on his face as he walked towards the academy. Bailey Hongzhuang was truly extraordinary, whether it was the vibrating needle technique or the lost channel opening pill, they actually appeared in her hands. This was enough to prove that her background wasn't ordinary. Just, who was she? For the first time in his life, Gong Xiaoqing's heart was filled with curiosity. When the students saw Bailey Hongzhuang and Gong Xiaoqing walking side by side, astonishment appeared on their youthful faces. In the past, other than Lu Qingyue, there had never been a woman who could walk with Gong Xiaoqing. Who would have thought that Bailey Hongzhuang would actually walk with him? Everyone's expressions changed. Although Bailey Hongzhuang had only been at the academy for a short period of time, she had already brought them a huge shock. Feeling everyone's astonished gazes, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyebrows slightly raised. Could it be that the news from the market had spread so quickly? When Bailey Hongzhuang returned to the dormitory, she discovered that Zhang Yunfeng was waiting for her outside. Her clear and bright eyes had a trace of understanding as she immediately understood Zhang Yunfeng's intentions for coming. Bailey Hongzhuang. Zhang Yunfeng slowly spoke. Thank you for saving Haoyan. I apologize for my rudeness yesterday. I hope you can forgive me. Her beautiful face was filled with apology and gratitude. Zhang Yunfeng's voice was sincere. Thinking back to how rude she was to Bailey Hongzhuang yesterday, she felt ashamed. Under such circumstances, Bailey Hongzhuang still saved Cui Haoyan. She was truly grateful. I understand your feelings, no need to mind it. Bailey Hongzhuang's smile was full of tolerance and understanding. As a doctor, she had seen many family members, but she would not treat ordinary people. There wasn't much affection between her and Cui Haoyan. The main reason was Dongfang Yu. Zhang Yunfeng was touched. Bailey Hongzhuang was so generous. Compared to her, she was too narrow-minded. Hongzhuang, thank you. If you need Haoyan and I in the future, just let us know. We won't refuse. Zhang Yunfeng's eyes flashed with a determined light. She should repay the kindness of others with a gushing spring. In the future, Bailey Hongzhuang's matters would be her matters. Bailey Hongzhuang smiles gently. Senior sister, you don't have to care too much. Just take good care of Senior Cui. Zhang Yunfeng nodded and bowed deeply. This time I really have to thank you. Inside the room, Bailey Hongzhuang placed the demon crystals on the bed. Baishir had already jumped onto the bed happily. Its furry body lay on top of the demon crystals, and its mouth opened into a bright smile. Its two claws grabbed a demon crystal and chewed on it. Its whole little face was filled with happiness. Bailey Hongzhuang touched Baishir's little head. The demon crystals were very hard. This little guy's teeth were really good. This Zhang Yunfeng seems to be not bad. She's not as annoying as yesterday. Xiaobai said as she tidied up her fur. Humph, at least she knows how to repay kindness. Xiaohei snorted. Its master was already very kind to help, but they still dared to say such things. With Cui Haoyan and Zhang Yunfeng's status, it wasn't a bad deal to have them owe him a favor. Haha, I knew master wouldn't do a bad deal. Xiaohei proudly raised her eyebrows. Gong Xiaoqing had just returned to his room when Dongfang Yu knocked on the door. Gong Xiaoqing, today I learned about Bailey Hongzhuang from a cultivator from Fengbo Country's imperial city. It's really too outrageous. Do you want to hear it? Dongfang Yu blinked his peach blossom eyes and looked at Gong Xiaoqing with a smile that wasn't a smile. Gong Xiaoqing lazily glanced at Dongfang Yu. If you want to say it, then say it. Dongfang Yu's smile widened. With Gong Xiaoqing's temperament, he didn't completely refuse because he wanted to know. Previously, we all thought that Bailey Hongzhuang was the general's daughter. Later, I learned that she was bullied in the general's household. In the past, she was widely known as trash in the imperial city. Until this year, Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly rose up and shone brightly. Not only did she win first place in the royal hunting competition, she was also a famous genius doctor in the imperial city. After understanding all this, Dongfang Yu's shock couldn't be any greater. He finally understood why Bailey Hongzhuang had such a reaction when he said that Bailey Hongzhuang was a pampered young lady. She was bullied and ridiculed when she was young. How could she be pampered? She couldn't even compare to the life of a commoner. Gong Xiaoqing's eyes also revealed a trace of surprise. With Bailey Hongzhuang's current performance, they couldn't tell that she had experienced such a past. So, Bailey Hongzhuang's transformation happened this year? Dong Fangyu nodded slightly, correct. Whether it was opening Godly Doctor Square or revealing her strength, it all happened this year. In my opinion, Bailey Hongzhuang must have endured for many years before finally erupting this year. What a strong endurance. His gentle and handsome face revealed shock and sorrow. If it was an ordinary person, they would have already been overwhelmed under such circumstances, not to mention accumulating all their strength for a day to erupt, more than 10 years of enduring humiliation in exchange for a resounding slap on everyone's face. His temperament was simply terrifying. He had always felt that Gong Xiaoqing's calmness in cultivation was terrifying, but after knowing about Bailey Hongzhuang's experience, he felt that Bailey Hongzhuang was the most powerful. Adversity made people grow, but Bailey Hongzhuang was in a desperate situation. If that's the case, then Bailey Hongzhuang is very scary. Gong Xiaoqing used the word terrifying because if one did not personally experience it, one would not be able to understand how painful it was to struggle under such circumstances. He was afraid that the driving force behind Bailey Hongzhuang's growth all these years was her hatred towards the general's residence. However, they couldn't feel this from Bailey Hongzhuang at all. It was clear that Bailey Hongzhuang was very thoughtful. Scary? Dong Fangyu's long eyebrows slanted, his pink peach blossom eyes twinkling with a charming light. I don't think so. As a cultivator, the most important thing is perseverance and patience. Gong Xiaoqing did not deny it. With such qualities, Bailey Hongzhuang's future could be imagined. Cultivation is one thing, but medical skills. It's impossible to rely on Bailey Hongzhuang alone. Gong Xiaoqing's voice deepened. She must have a powerful master. I think so too. Perhaps it was this master who cured Bailey Hongzhuang. Such a stubborn girl, full of pride and arrogance, made him feel distressed. Hey, don't call Bailey Hongzhuang a stupid girl in the future. Otherwise, I won't let you go. Dong Fangyu punched Gong Xiaoqing's chest, his hands behind his head, and leisurely returned to his room. Gong Xiaoqing's expression changed for a moment. Dong Fangyu seemed a little different. Because they completed the mercenary mission of the armored rhinoceros, Bailey Hongzhuang received 100 points. There were a lot of things to do in the school, and they couldn't continue the mission in a short time, so she simply went to the cultivation tower to take a look. As the most attractive cultivation tower in the Azure Water School, there must be a reason for it to be famous. She didn't know if 100 points was a lot or a little, but in any case, she first went to take a look. The cultivation tower was the tallest building in the Azure Water School, with a total of 21 floors. Even outside the Azure Water School, one could see the existence of the cultivation tower at a glance. The cultivation pagoda was completely black, reserved and deep. It was made of a special material that was slightly transparent like colored glass. Even under the sunlight, it did not reflect the slightest bit of light. It was like a huge magnet that completely absorbed everything. Just by looking at this appearance, one could feel that it was unusual. The moment she entered the cultivation tower, Bailey Hongzhuang clearly felt a vague aura scanning her. Presumably, this was to determine whether or not she was a student of the Azure Water School. Standing on the first floor, Bailey Hongzhuang felt an unusually rich spirit energy. This spirit energy was all pouring into her body. Her dark and bright eyes flashed with excitement. No wonder the cultivation speed of the Azure Water School's cultivators was far faster than other cultivators. Cultivating in this kind of place, one's cultivation speed would be much faster than before. Glancing around, Bailey Hongzhuang found that there were 8 rooms on the first floor. The place was very spacious, and each stone room was not small. At this time, Bailey Hongzhuang noticed a plaque hanging next to the entrance. It clearly explained the amount of points needed to cultivate on each floor for a day. The first floor, 100 points a day. The second floor, 95 points a day. The third floor, 90 points a day. The higher the floor, the lesser the points required. Because the origin power was all gathered underground, the lower the floor, the better the effect of cultivation. Bailey Hongzhuang had 100 points, but she could only cultivate for 1 day on the first floor. Although the effect of this cultivation tower is good, the points required are also very large. If I want to cultivate on this floor for a few more days, how many missions would I have to complete? Bailey Hongzhuang was secretly speechless. She had followed Gong Xiaoqing and the others to complete the mission. The level of the mission was not low, and the four of them had an average of 100 points each. The points earned by the other students of the Tsanglan school were probably even less. It seemed that everyone was saving their points. It turned out that points were the most important thing for the students of the Tsanglan school. "Master, this place is amazing," Xiao He and Xiao Bai said excitedly. Such abundant and dense essence energy was similarly beneficial to their cultivation. "Let's go up first and find a good place to cultivate." Her delicate and beautiful face outlined a playful smile. Other people who came here could only cultivate by themselves, but she could cultivate with Xiao He, Xiao Bai, and Bai Shi. It was worth it to spend these points. Although it consumed a lot of points, Bailey Hongzhuang found that almost every room was filled with people. There were also many cultivators guarding the floor, waiting for other cultivators to come out of the stone rooms. Outside the stone room, there was a sign on the door showing how much time the cultivator had left to cultivate. It was convenient for everyone to find a place to cultivate. Bailey Hongzhuang arrived at the 11th floor. Here, her points were enough to cultivate for 2 days. Even if she went up, unless she reached the 15th floor, her points were only enough to rest for 2 days. The 11th floor also had 8 stone rooms, but compared to the first floor, the space was a bit narrower. Bailey Hongzhuang found that each floor had 8 stone rooms, but the space was gradually narrowing. On the 11th floor, each stone room could hold about 3 people. She believed that on the 21st floor, the stone room could only hold 1 person, and it was still slightly narrow. Bailey Hongzhuang noticed that one of the stone rooms would end in an hour, so she simply waited outside the room. Sitting on the ground, Bailey Hongzhuang also entered into a state of cultivation. Cultivating in this open space was also very beneficial, but the cultivation pagoda clearly stated that you can only sit and rest in the open space when you're waiting. Otherwise, your points will be deducted. With such a punishment, all the students followed the rules. After all, the dignity of the Azure Water School was not to be trifled with. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. Only to hear a slight gotcha sound, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes flashed with joy. It was finally her turn. Inside the stone room, a green-robed man walked out. When the man saw Bailey Hongzhuang's face, he was stunned for a moment, but then he immediately took a step forward and prepared to come out. At this time, a familiar and untimely voice suddenly rang out. "Chen Tianjing, just in time, your cultivation is finished. Give this stone room to me." When Peng Yunxiang arrived at the 11th floor, he found that Bailey Hongzhuang was also here. Previously, he was publicly humiliated by Bailey Hongzhuang at the Mercenary Union. This hatred had not been avenged yet. It was really a small world. Chen Tianjing was his brother. As long as he opened his mouth, this stone room would definitely belong to him, although 50 points a day was very expensive. As long as he could make Bailey Hongzhuang unhappy, he would be happy. Chen Tianjing naturally knew why Peng Yunxiang did this. He immediately smiled and said, "No problem. I was just about to come out. You can go in." Bailey Hongzhuang narrowed her eyes. She didn't expect that Peng Yunxiang would dare to find trouble with her again. Just as Peng Yunxiang was about to enter the stone room, Bailey Hongzhuang stood in front of Peng Yunxiang, her red lips parting slightly. "Everything has a first come first serve." Both Peng Yunxiang and Chen Tianjing burst into laughter. "Bailey Hongzhuang, there are only 3 of us here. As long as the 2 of us affirm the truth, what's the use of refuting?" Peng Yunxiang's eyes flashed with a sinister light. It was because of this woman that he had never been humiliated in front of anyone. Everyone and everything here was because of Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes were indifferent and emotionless. "I said, this stone room is mine." Her cold voice was filled with deterrence. Her icy gaze swept across Peng Yunxiang and Chen Tianjing's faces, sharp as a knife. This was her warning. Peng Yunxiang sneered, "Bailey Hongzhuang, don't think that you're so great just because you have some strength. We're not afraid of you." He admitted that he alone was no match for Bailey Hongzhuang. However, with the 2 of them working together, Bailey Hongzhuang was definitely no match for them. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled into an enchanting smile. Her enchanting and delicate face emitted a charm that could turn all living things upside down. Her pair of phoenix eyes were like a poisonous snake, flashing with a vicious and ruthless light. Bailey Hongzhuang, didn't like to casually make a move, so did she think that she was easy to bully? One had to know that she had never been a good-tempered person. Bang! Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly threw a punch at Peng Yunxiang. A turbulent surge of energy exploded on her fist, sending Peng Yunxiang's body flying over 10 meters. Although Peng Yunxiang was also at the Mystic Yuan middle stage, Bailey Hongzhuang had never placed him in her eyes. The sudden turn of events had exceeded Chen Tianjing's expectations. Before Peng Yunxiang could even react, Bailey Hongzhuang had already made her move. "I'm bullying your brother, what can you do about it?" Her contrasting black and white eyes flashed with a dazzling light. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her chin slightly, her attitude arrogant and domineering. Chen Tianjing's eyes widened in anger. He had wanted to help Peng Yunxiang get back at her today, but he didn't expect Peng Yunxiang to be beaten up again. He felt that this punch didn't land on Peng Yunxiang's body but on his face. "Bailey Hongzhuang, you're a specially recruited student. I admit that your strength and innate talent aren't bad, but I'm at the Mystic Yuan late stage." Even if he wasn't a specially recruited student, he had cultivated for a longer time than Bailey Hongzhuang, and his strength was also stronger than Bailey Hongzhuang. Perhaps in another year's time, he might not be Bailey Hongzhuang's match, but the current Bailey Hongzhuang wasn't his match. Mystic Yuan late stage. Bailey Hongzhuang's pretty face revealed a look of shock and faintly revealed traces of fear. In the next moment, Bailey Hongzhuang changed the topic. "Is it that great?" Chen Tianjing's eyes were filled with anger. This Bailey Hongzhuang was simply too hateful. His casual words were filled with mockery and insult. "You're courting death." Chen Tianjing gritted his teeth as the essence energy in his body burst forth. If he didn't teach Bailey Hongzhuang a lesson, then Bailey Hongzhuang would be too arrogant. "Beat him up." Xiaohei waved her fists angrily. "Such an eyesore should be stomped to death." Bailey Hongzhuang flicked her right hand, and Xiaohei and Xiaobai were sent flying. Bang! Bang! Two soft sounds were heard. Xiaohei and Xiaobai's bodies smashed into Chen Tianjing's eyes. "Ah!" Chen Tianjing let out a howl of anguish. An intense pain came from his eyes, and the half-gathered origin energy also suddenly dispersed. Bailey Hongzhuang kicked Chen Tianjing in the stomach and sent him flying more than 10 meters away. Just as Peng Yunxiang stood up while clutching his abdomen, he saw Chen Tianjing rushing towards him at lightning speed. "Ah!" With another howl, Peng Yunxiang was heavily pressed under Chen Tianjing's body. Peng Yunxiang's body was thin and weak, but Chen Tianjing was a solid fatty. At this moment, he was free-falling onto Peng Yunxiang's body. Peng Yunxiang immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and was pressed to the point of being half dead. "Chen Tianjing, get up quickly!" Peng Yunxiang wailed. If he was pressed down like this, his life would really be over. "I'll get up immediately." Chen Tianjing nodded repeatedly and looked angrily at Bailey Hongzhuang. "You actually used a hidden weapon." Under Xiaohei and Xiaobai's attack, Chen Tianjing's eyes were already swollen like a panda. At this moment, he could barely open his eyes, but he couldn't see the scene in front of him clearly. Pong. The two of them once again fell to the ground. Peng Yunxiang spat out another mouthful of blood, his face already pale. "The two of you better take a detour when you see me in the future. Otherwise, next time, I will make you completely disappear from this world." The cold voice was filled with dense killing intent, causing Peng Yunxiang and Chen Tianjing to shiver. This killing intent sent a chill down their spines. Bailey Hongzhuang no longer paid attention to the two of them. She inserted her points card into the card slot and closed the door. The spirit energy in the stone room was much denser and purer than outside. Bailey Hongzhuang took a deep breath. This kind of place was really the best place to cultivate. Xiaohei, Xiaobai, and Baisher each chose a place. One person and 3 beasts began cultivating in the cultivation pagoda. After the stall owner took the channel opening pill, his original inability to cultivate completely improved. He was even more certain that this was the real channel opening pill. There were many people in the city square who understood the stall owner's situation. When they found out that the stall owner was already able to cultivate, they were all shocked. The long-lost channel opening pill had appeared once again. This news spread like the wind in Songlan City. There were many cultivators who had personally witnessed Bailey Hongzhuang using the channel opening pill to trade with the stall owner. At this moment, they even added oil and vinegar to the story. Channel opening pill. This was a pill that many cultivators needed. as long as their meridians were widened, their cultivation speed would greatly increase. At the same time, it would be beneficial for them to walk further on the path of cultivation. Azure Water City was in a huge uproar. Many cultivators wanted to find Bailey Hongzhuang and find out the truth. It would be best if they could find a way to obtain a channel opening pill. That would be great. Some cultivators knew that Bailey Hongzhuang was doing business with the stall owner for monster crystals. Although they didn't know what Bailey Hongzhuang wanted monster crystals for, they all began to collect them. As long as there were enough monster crystals, they believed that they could exchange for a channel opening pill. That was a pill that had been lost for generations. As long as they had it and other cultivators didn't, their cultivation speed would undoubtedly be much faster than other cultivators. Although monster crystals weren't cheap, they were useless to them. How could they be more important than the channel opening pill? While everyone was looking for Bailey Hongzhuang, they discovered that Bailey Hongzhuang had disappeared. There was no longer a Bailey Hongzhuang in the dormitory. When Dong Fengyu and the others found out, they were shocked. Who knows how many cultivators were wandering outside the dormitory? As long as Bailey Hongzhuang appeared, they didn't doubt that these cultivators would swarm her, completely surrounding her. How did Bailey Hongzhuang have a channel opening pill? Dong Fengyu's handsome eyes flashed with doubt. Bailey Hongzhuang's performance was truly shocking. Lu Qingyue frowned slightly. Her delicate and gentle face was filled with thoughts. Is Hongzhuang also an alchemist? She shouldn't be. Dong Fengyu rubbed his chin. This girl was already a genius doctor who had grasped the vibrating needle technique. If she was also an alchemist, then how much energy did she have? Cultivation, medical skills, and alchemy, no matter which of these three, they all required a huge amount of energy and time. The worry in the depths of Lu Qinyue's eyes gradually dissipated. She was originally the well-deserved goddess in the eyes of all the cultivators in the Azure Water School, but ever since Bailey Hongzhuang appeared, everything became precarious. The number one beauty, everyone was already talking about her. She and Bailey Hongzhuang could be said to be on par with each other. Her identity as an alchemist also added a lot of value to her. Who would have thought that Bailey Hongzhuang actually mastered the long-lost vibrating needle technique? With the title of godly doctor hanging on her head, she wasn't much weaker than an alchemist. If Bailey Hongzhuang was also an alchemist, then she would be completely defeated. However, her thoughts were the same as Dong Fengyu's. After all, a person's energy was limited. It was impossible to master everything. Moreover, the conditions to become an alchemist were very harsh. How could there be such a coincidence? Gong Xiaoqing looked at the many students downstairs. This was only the situation inside the school. Outside the school, there were even more people who wanted to find Bailey Hongzhuang. When he saw that scene in the market yesterday, he had already anticipated that such a situation would occur. The channel opening pill was indeed very attractive to cultivators. Where did Bailey Hongzhuang go? Dong Fengyu's handsome eyebrows rose. Yesterday he saw Bailey Hongzhuang, how come he didn't know where she went today? Cultivation Tower. Leaving behind these three indifferent words, Gong Xiaoqing turned around and returned to his room. Oh? Dong Fengyu suddenly understood, so it was like that, but, how did this guy know? Dong Fengyu rubbed the hair on the back of his head and also turned around to return to his room. 100 points, he wouldn't be able to stay in the cultivation tower for long. Lu Qinyue looked at Gong Xiaoqing's back as he left, her clear eyes filled with a complicated expression. Normally, Gong Xiaoqing didn't pay attention to anything. They didn't even know where Hongzhuang went, so how did Gong Xiaoqing know? Her heart tightened for a moment, but Lu Qinyue didn't show it on her face. Ling Jessen was undoubtedly the most depressed person. Ever since she left the market yesterday, she had been piecing together gold coins and demon crystals. Even if she gathered everything she had, it would not be enough for 100,000 gold coins and 50 demon crystals. She had no choice but to scrape together and borrow some from her friends. With Gong Xiaoqing's deterrence, it was impossible for her to renege on her debt. She had no choice but to sell her most precious points. Only then was she able to gather enough. She was in such a miserable state, but Bailey Hongzhuang had become the target of all cultivators. How hateful! As long as she waited for Yunyang to come back, she would definitely make Bailey Hongzhuang pay it back 1,000 times. While the entire Canglan city was going crazy over the channel opening pill, Bailey Hongzhuang was immersed in the cultivation pagoda. Such abundant essence energy was truly greatly beneficial to cultivation. During the trip to the falling cloud mountain range, her strength had increased to a certain extent. Cultivating in the cultivation pagoda would allow her to maximize her progress. Xiaohei and Xiaobai were excitedly absorbing the essence energy in the cultivation pagoda. At their level, wanting to increase their strength was already very difficult, but cultivating was still something they had to do every day. Compared to Xiaohei and Xiaobai's seriousness, Baisher found a comfortable place to eat and sleep and eat, because Baisher was a beast king. It only needed to sleep to be able to absorb essence energy and increase its cultivation. After knowing this, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but feel a little envious. Eating and sleeping and eating could increase one's cultivation. This was too great. Other cultivation methods used the body's main meridians to cultivate and raise one's cultivation, but the demon summoning scripture used all the meridians in the body to cultivate together. Ever since Bailey Hongzhuang started cultivating the demon summoning scripture, she cultivated 2 more meridians than other cultivators. And now, the meridians she cultivated were 3 more than others. This number didn't seem large, but as long as one was a cultivator, they would understand the weight of these 3 meridians. What's more, these meridians were still constantly being opened, and in the future, her cultivation speed would far surpass other cultivators. This was the heaven-defying aspect of a forbidden cultivation method. When the 2 days were up, a subtle reminder sounded and Xiaohei and Xiaobai climbed back onto Bailey Hongzhuang's head, while Bailey Hongzhuang carried Baisher and left the cultivation pagoda. In a short 2 days of cultivation, Bailey Hongzhuang realized the benefits of the cultivation pagoda. She needed to earn more points so that she could raise her cultivation faster. However, when Bailey Hongzhuang returned to the dormitory, she was shocked by the sea of people. When did our dormitory become so lively? Her ink-black phoenix eyes revealed a trace of astonishment. Could it be that in these 2 days, something lively had happened in the special enrollment class? Jiang Pingyi had already waited outside the dormitory for 2 days, but he still hadn't seen Bailey Hongzhuang, and his heart was filled with helplessness. Logically speaking, the demonic beast tied in the falling cloud mountain range had only passed a short time ago, and she shouldn't have gone out to accept missions. Then where did she go, and why was there no trace of her? When they heard the shocking news of the channel opening pill, they didn't have any hope at first. After all, they didn't have any friendship with Bailey Hongzhuang, and Bailey Hongzhuang didn't have any need to help them. However, he inadvertently discovered that his roommate Xiao Zifan was actually from the same dynasty as Bailey Hongzhuang, and Xiao Zifan was even Bailey Hongzhuang's friend. In this way, as long as Xiao Zifan spoke, wouldn't they have hope? Jiang Pingyi, let's go back. Hongzhuang is very busy every day. Let's not disturb her. Xiao Zifan looked embarrassed. Bailey Hongzhuang was very good to him and gave him a Peiyuandan. He had always remembered this kindness in his heart. However, he had nothing to repay Bailey Hongzhuang. At this moment, he was dragged by Jiang Pingyi and the others to disturb Bailey Hongzhuang. He felt a great burden in his heart. Xiao Zifan, we just want to find an opportunity to exchange monster crystals for channel opening pills. We're not asking for pills. Please help us with this. Jiang Pingyi had a pleading look on his face. With their current strength, it would be very difficult for them to achieve anything in the Azure Water School. If they had the channel opening pill, it would be much better for them. One had to know that before the channel opening pill was lost, any cultivator with the right conditions would use it because the effect of broadening the meridians was too great. They also knew that asking Xiao Zifan for help was a bit difficult, but this was the only way they could get close to Bailey Hongzhuang. During this conversation, Jiang Pingyi's eyes lit up and he excitedly looked forward. Bailey Hongzhuang is back. Currently, Bailey Hongzhuang's name was in everyone's mind. Therefore, when Jiang Pingyi whispered that Bailey Hongzhuang was back, almost all the cultivators looked over. Master, did you do something that even the heavens wouldn't tolerate? Xiao Hei's face stiffened. This group of people shouldn't be the helpers that Peng Yunxiang found, right? Xiao Bai shrunk his neck. The number of people is a bit scary. They had seen group fights before, but the formation in front of them seemed a bit too big. This group of people is too arrogant. They even dare to block the entrance of the dormitory. Xiao Hei rubbed his fists. Looks like it's time for us, the black-white double demons, to come out. Bailey Hongzhuang. Excited shouts rang out from the crowd, following which all the cultivators rushed forward. The black mass made Bailey Hongzhuang feel even more pressure. Just as the black-white double demons were about to make their move, the students also shouted out their intentions. Bailey Hongzhuang, do you still have more channel opening pills? Bailey Hongzhuang, please sell me a channel opening pill, I don't care how much it costs. Bailey Hongzhuang, I prepared a lot of monster crystals, I'll give them all to you as long as you give me a channel opening pill. Bailey Hongzhuang finally realized that so many people had come for the channel opening pill. It seemed that the stall owner had already proven the effects of the channel opening pill. The channel opening pill was a very common pill back in her time, but it was abnormally precious here. Because without it, it was all precious. This was actually good news for her. If she used the channel opening pill to exchange for monster crystals, she wouldn't need to worry about preparing food for Baishur. Thinking about the points she needed, Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled up. She seemed to have found a very feasible method. Dongfeng Yu heard the commotion below and immediately understood that Bailey Hongzhuang had returned. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so lively. He hurriedly walked out of the room. If he was surrounded by so many cultivators, it wouldn't be easy to walk out. Everyone quiet down and listen to me. Bailey Hongzhuang spoke out. With so many students surrounding her, she didn't even have a chance to speak. The students at the front had quietened down, while the students at the back began to scramble for medicinal pills. For a moment, the scene was very chaotic. A trace of helplessness appeared in her ink-black, jade-like phoenix eyes. It looked like she had to use her ultimate move. However, just as Bailey Hongzhuang was about to unleash her ultimate move, a blue figure appeared beside her. Following the man's action, the noisy students around him miraculously quieted down. Bailey Hongzhuang turned around and looked at Dongfeng Yu in astonishment. She didn't expect Dongfeng Yu to appear so timely. Dongfeng Yu was wearing an aqua-blue brocade robe, which accentuated his tall and straight figure. His temperament was as gentle as jade, and his facial features were picturesque. It could be said that he was the most pleasing sight in the academy. Dongfeng Yu craftily winked at Bailey Hongzhuang with his charming peach blossom eyes. He reached out his hand and pulled Bailey Hongzhuang out of the encirclement. Seeing this scene, the students were all startled. What was the relationship between Dongfeng Yu and Bailey Hongzhuang? Although Dongfeng Yu usually treated all the students very well, this was the first time they saw him holding a female student's hand. Bailey Hongzhuang was also surprised. However, Dongfeng Yu let go of her hand when he brought her out of the encirclement and stood at the entrance of the dormitory. In order to reduce the trouble, I pulled you here. You don't mind, right? Dongfeng Yu's warm and pleasant voice was filled with inquiry and concern. His peach blossom eyes were bright and resplendent. Everyone, listen to me first. A light and beautiful voice came out from Bailey Hongzhuang's mouth. With Dongfeng Yu present, all the students quietly looked at Bailey Hongzhuang, wanting to know if Bailey Hongzhuang still had any more channel opening pills in her hands. I know that everyone is here for the channel opening pills, and I do indeed have some on hand. However, since this is a business transaction, then the price should be clearly stated. 7 days later, I will take out 3 channel opening pills for auction. Everyone can use points, monster crystals, or other rare herbs to try and exchange for them. How about it? An enchanting smile appeared on her delicate face. Her originally otherworldly figure was now like a playful elf, attracting everyone's attention with each and every action. Bailey Hongzhuang was very clear on how to maximize the value of a channel opening pill. In her previous life, she had done this kind of thing many times. When the students heard this, they were startled at first, but then a strong determination emerged in their eyes. 3 channel opening pills were already much better than what they had imagined. As long as they had the pills, they would have hope. Moreover, although the auction format was somewhat out of their expectations, cultivators who weren't familiar with Bailey Hongzhuang didn't need to worry about others trying to curry favor with her. This was absolutely fair. As for how to obtain the channel opening pills, that would depend on their own abilities. Dongfeng Yu's amorous peach blossom eyes flashed with surprise and admiration. He had never thought that Bailey Hongzhuang would have such a method. Not only was he shocked that Bailey Hongzhuang still had 3 channel opening pills, but why would such a long-lost pill be in Bailey Hongzhuang's hands? At this moment, he was even more impressed with Bailey Hongzhuang's business acumen. An auction format was something that had never happened before in the history of Azure Water School. This kind of method could maximize the benefits. Points were treasures that many students wouldn't sell. However, he believed that in 3 days, there would be many students who would want to exchange for points. 7 days later, at the same time, let's meet here, how about it? With a confident smile on her beautiful face, Bailey Hongshuang's tone was indifferent. Since the channel opening pills were in her hands, then the right to speak was naturally in her hands. Ling Jessen put in a lot of effort and took out all the things that could be used to raise money. Only then was she able to raise 100,000 gold coins and 50 demon crystals. Today, she was completely penniless. If Dai Yunyang didn't return, then she really didn't know how she would continue to live. However, when Ling Jessen arrived at the dormitory, she saw a lively scene. Bailey Hongshuang was like a goddess standing in front of everyone. Everyone's expectant eyes fell on her, waiting for her to give orders. Ling Jessen's pure white fingers quietly clenched, her heart was simply depressed to the extreme. Why did she have to fall into such dire straits, while Bailey Hongshuang had endless glory? Bailey Hongshuang, you're not an alchemist, where did these pills come from? You couldn't have just casually brought out a pill and wanted to fool everyone, right? Ling Jessen's voice suddenly rang out. Bailey Hongshuang's eyebrows twitched. Looking at Ling Jessen, who was gradually approaching, the corners of her mouth curled up in a mocking smile. Oh, isn't this Ling Jessen? Are you here to repay your debt? She, Ling Jessen, was considered a rather famous person in Azure Water School. Now that she was in such dire straits because of Bailey Hongshuang, this woman actually dared to say it in front of so many people. Isn't it just these things? I'll give it to you. Ling Jessen walked in front of Bailey Hongshuang and directly handed over 100,000 gold coins and 50 monster crystals to Bailey Hongshuang. Her expression and eyes were filled with disdain, as if these things were nothing to her. Bailey Hongshuang's eyes flashed with a trace of craftiness. How come I heard that Miss Ling has become quite haggard recently in order to gather these things? She, Bailey Hongshuang, wasn't someone who would suffer a loss. If you want to ruin her show, you have to consider whether you have the ability to do so. Everyone's gaze fell on Ling Jessen and Bailey Hongshuang. Everyone had heard of the conflict between the two. If it wasn't for the bet, they wouldn't have known that Bailey Hongshuang had the channel opening pills. Thus, although Ling Jessen was in dire straits these days, they were still very grateful to her. Ling Jessen's eyes flashed. This Bailey Hongshuang always had the ability to anger people to death with her words. Since she couldn't win, Ling Jessen simply didn't continue to argue with Bailey Hongshuang on this matter. Bailey Hongshuang, don't change the topic. Ling Jessen's eyes flashed with a sinister light of hatred. You're not an alchemist, how can you guarantee that the pills you take out are real? Dongfang Yu looked at Bailey Hongshuang with concern. This Ling Jessen, every time she stirred up trouble, Bailey Hongshuang gave Dongfang Yu a reassuring smile, then turned to look at Ling Jessen with ridicule. What? Do you want to bet with me again? When these words came out, the students present couldn't help but sneer. Didn't they see that Ling Jessen's face was already red? You. Ling Jessen was unable to restrain her anger. She only lost a bet, but she felt that she would never be able to raise her head in front of Bailey Hongshuang for the rest of her life. Bailey Hongshuang's eyes became indifferent. That beautiful face of hers slightly raised as the golden sunlight sprinkled on her body. She was magnificent, and a noble aura emanated from her body. Why do I need to prove my pills to you? A sharp and terrifying light flashed in her eyes. Who do you think you are? As for the effects of the channel opening pill, if everyone believes in it, then come back 7 days later. If not, then forget it. I, Bailey Hongshuang, don't like to explain myself. His extremely arrogant voice was filled with the arrogance that came from his bones. She never to explain herself. If everyone believed it, then so be it. If not, then so be it. Just how arrogant, how confident was confidence did she? Of course, after saying her last sentence, Bailey Hongshuang turned around and walked into the special enrollment dormitory with Dongfang Yu. The other cultivators looked at Ling Jessen with disdain and displeasure. They originally wanted to ask some more questions, but because of Ling Jessen's interference, they no longer had the chance. They had never doubted the effects of the channel opening pill. That stall owner had already used his own experience to clearly tell them that the channel opening pill was real. Moreover, no matter how you looked at it, Bailey Hongshuang didn't seem like someone who lacked money. Why would she ruin her reputation in the school for such a small amount of money? Special enrollment, godly doctor, which of these two identities wasn't worth more than 3 channel opening pills? Feeling everyone's disgusted gaze, Ling Jessen's face became even uglier. She shouted, "What are you looking at? Aren't I doing this for your own good?" Hearing this, everyone was speechless. If it wasn't for Dai Yunyang's identity, they would have rushed up and taught Ling Jessen a lesson. Such an attitude, no matter who saw it, would inevitably arouse some anger. What a crazy woman. There are idiots every year, but this year there are especially many. Why bother with her? Don't lower your own style. Words of ridicule were casually spoken by the students. They obviously didn't have a good impression of Ling Jessen. The students gradually dispersed, leaving Ling Jessen standing there in a daze. In the past, these people used to look at her with envious eyes. Among them, there was no lack of people who tried to curry favor with her. What happened today? Why did everyone stand on Bailey Hongshuang's side? How hateful! Ling Jessen was incomparably eager for Dai Yunyang to come back. As long as Dai Yunyang came back, these people would definitely not dare to treat her like this. Dong Fengyu and Bailey Hongshuang walked together in the hallway of the dormitory. You've been in the cultivation tower for the past 2 days? Bailey Hongshuang smiled and nodded. Yes, I used up all my points after cultivating for 2 days. However, cultivating in the cultivation tower is indeed very effective. Dong Fengyu raised his eyebrows. It seemed that Gong Xiaoqing was very familiar with Bailey Hongshuang's movements. Senior Dongfeng, there is something I need to ask of you. Bailey Hongshuang stared at Dong Fengyu, her clear and bright eyes filled with expectation. What is it? As long as I can do it, there won't be a problem. Dong Fengyu replied very straightforwardly. His voice was light and cheerful. I hope that you will appear in the auction 3 days later. Your reputation in the school is quite high. With you there, everyone will be more orderly. Her dark and bright phoenix eyes flashed with wisdom. Although her reputation in the school was quite resounding, it still wasn't as good as Dong Fengyu's. After all, reputation wasn't something that could be built up overnight. Dong Fengyu had already stayed in the school for a year and had an irreplaceable position in the hearts of the students. Dong Fengyu suddenly nodded and said, "No problem. Don't worry. Thank you in advance." Returning to her room, Bailey Hongshuang immediately took out her pill furnace. She didn't have any extra channel opening pills on hand and needed to start refining now. The channel opening pill that she had given to the stall owner was originally for her own use. Because of the demon summoning scripture's special nature, not only did it need to open up the meridians, it also needed to widen the meridians. Thus, using the channel opening pill was extremely effective. The stall owner's demand for the channel opening pill had exceeded her expectations, but now that things had developed to this point, it was quite good. The news that Bailey Hongshuang still had a channel opening pill in her hands spread throughout the entire Azure Water School. This news was very exciting for everyone. As long as they had enough items to exchange for it, they would be able to obtain the channel opening pill they yearned for in their dreams. Although it was in the form of an auction, the students' impression of Bailey Hongshuang increased a bit. This was because Bailey Hongshuang had chosen to auction it within the school and not at Azure Water City's auction house. Otherwise, with their financial resources, they wouldn't be able to compete with those merchants. It was because of this that no one could say that Bailey Hongshuang placed benefits above all else. She was also taking care of the students of the Azure Water School. Everyone knew that the only things that could move Bailey Hongshuang were monster crystals, points, and herbs. Gold coins were the most useless, so everyone was collecting special materials in order to move Bailey Hongshuang. At the same time, some rumors about Bailey Hongshuang and Dong Fengyu began to spread. Although Senior Dongfeng treats everyone well, he treats Bailey Hongshuang too differently. I think Senior Dongfeng might like Bailey Hongshuang. Then what should we do? I've liked Senior Dongfeng for a long time. If Senior Dongfeng really has a sweetheart, then the female students' hearts were filled with sorrow. They only hoped that this wasn't true. After all, if their sweetheart had someone else by her side, they wouldn't have the slightest bit of hope left in their hearts. Bailey Hongshuang is so beautiful, isn't it normal for Dong Fengyu to like her? Don't mention Dongfang Yu, almost every man would like her. The male students weren't surprised at all. No matter how you looked at it, Bailey Hongzhuang was fully deserving of being called a proud daughter of heaven. Although Lu Qingyue was known as Azure Water School's #1 beauty, they felt that the newcomer was more down-to-earth. Compared to the various discussions in the outside world, Bailey Hongzhuang didn't know a thing. She was only focused on refining pills in her room. Master, haven't you already refined 4 channel opening pills? Why do you still need to refine? Xiaohei was bored to death as she brushed Xiaobai's hair. When Master was serious about something, she was very awesome. For example, refining pills. Ever since Master came back, she had been refining pills. It seemed like she wouldn't stop until her mental force couldn't take it anymore. 3 pills for the auction and 1 for herself, so 4 pills should be enough. Bang! The lid of the furnace was lifted. Another channel opening pill had been successfully refined. Bailey Hongzhuang placed the channel opening pill into a white porcelain bottle while smiling. Senior Dongfang, Jiqing, and the others are all my good friends. Every cultivator needs channel opening pills, so I prepared one for them. Towards true friends, she was never stingy. Although the grade of the channel opening pill wasn't high, it was still quite useful for cultivators. All along, Dongfang Yu and the others had treated her extremely well and helped her a lot. She had no way of repaying them, so the channel opening pill was undoubtedly an excellent choice. Upon hearing this, Xiaohei finally understood. She immediately went up to Bailey Hongzhuang and asked, Master, what do you think of Senior Dongfang? Bailey Hongzhuang narrowed her eyes. Her instincts told her that Xiaohei's question was not as simple as it seemed. What are you trying to say? Xiaohei clasped her hands together. Master, although I also think that Senior Dongfang is not bad, I'm still on Bewitching's side. Dongfang Yu had always taken good care of its master, and it could vaguely feel that, but it was more interested in Bewitching, haha. Pa. Bailey Hongzhuang sent Xiaohei flying with a slap. Little furball, don't think about such a profound question. Ah. Xiaohei crashed into the wall and miserably rolled back. She quietly sat on the side, not daring to speak. Xiaobai sighed and helplessly looked at Xiaohei. I told you, Master still likes Senior Dongfang. You just didn't believe me, so you were beaten. Bailey Hongzhuang was just about to continue refining pills when she suddenly heard Xiaobai's words. She was speechless and casually sent Xiaobai flying to the side. As soon as these words were spoken, Xiaohei and Xiaobai's expressions changed. With great tacit understanding, they covered their mouths with their hands and obediently sat under the bed, indicating that they would no longer speak. Baisher proudly walked to Bailey Hongzhuang's side and took a demon crystal from Bailey Hongzhuang's hand. He ate it with a crunchy sound while proudly looking at the other 2 fellows who were being punished. A villain intoxicated by success. Xiaohei angrily said. Don't look at how Baisher usually acted like a natural airhead and acted cute all day. In reality, he was very smart. White Lion proudly stretched his back and twisted his plump buttocks, thinking to himself, who asked you to be so blind? Now you're in for it. Xiaobai angrily clenched his teeth. He felt that he hadn't hit anyone in a while and his hands were itching. Xiaohei and Xiaobai looked at each other. It seemed that they couldn't let Baisher, this little baby, continue to be arrogant. The next day, Bailey Hongzhuang finished refining the channel opening pill and walked out of the room. Slowly walking up to the 3rd floor, Bailey Hongzhuang knocked on Dongfang Yu's room but found no one inside. A trace of doubt appeared in her bright black eyes. Could it be that Dongfang Yu went out? Just as Bailey Hongzhuang was thinking, the door behind her suddenly opened. Looking for Dongfang Yu? An indifferent and cold voice slowly sounded. Who else could it be other than Gong Xiaoqing? Bailey Hongzhuang turned around and slightly nodded, smiling sweetly. It's the same if you're here. Gong Xiaoqing's expression was slightly puzzled. He opened the door and motioned for Bailey Hongzhuang to enter. When Bailey Hongzhuang walked into the room, she found that Dongfang Yu and Lu Qingyue were both here. Her eyes couldn't help but reveal a trace of surprise. You were looking for me? Dongfang Yu stood up and smiled at Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. Since you're all here, I came to give you something. Taking out 3 white porcelain bottles from her spatial pouch, Bailey Hongzhuang handed them to Dongfang Yu and the other 2. The channel opening pill should be of help to you. As soon as she said this, the three looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in astonishment. The channel opening pill was the most popular pill in Azure Water School. Its value was self-evident, and Bailey Hongzhuang actually gave it to them. We can't accept this pill, Gong Xiaoqing said in a deep voice. They didn't know how Bailey Hongzhuang, but they couldn't just accept it. But they couldn't accept it. But they couldn't accept. That was the highest bid. But they didn't expect Bailey Hongzhuang to give it to them. That was a pill that many cultivators yearned for. Ever since I came to Azure Water School, you've always taken care of me. I have nothing to repay you with, so don't decline. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled sweetly and placed the white porcelain bottles in their hands. To me, the channel opening pill is only a second-grade pill. You don't need to care too much about it. To other cultivators, the channel opening pill was a lost pill, a priceless treasure. But to her, who grasped the pill recipe, it was only an ordinary second-grade pill. Lu Qingyue looked at the channel opening pill in her hand and couldn't hide her shock. After the news of the channel opening pill spread, she asked her master and looked up the characteristics of the channel opening pill from ancient books. It was exactly the same as the pill in front of her. Regardless of whether it was the lost vibrating needle technique or the lost channel opening pill, who was Bailey Hongzhuang, others might not know the significance of the channel opening pill, but as an alchemist, she was very clear about it. Grasping the channel opening pill's recipe was akin to grasping a huge treasure. Every pill recipe was exceptionally precious, not to mention a pill recipe that everyone needed and had been lost for a long time. Gong Xiaoqing looked deeply at Bailey Hongzhuang, his bright eyes filled with a dark light, unable to hide the shock in his heart. Bailey Hongzhuang, how do you have so many channel opening pills? Among the three, Dong Fangyu was the closest to Bailey Hongzhuang, thus his question was very natural. Lu Qingyue's gaze also focused on Bailey Hongzhuang, her clear eyes filled with doubt and probing. Hongzhuang, you are an alchemist? She had always felt that Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't cultivate and study medicine at the same time, or even learn alchemy at the same time. With a person's energy, it was impossible to do all three at the same time. However, whether it was the qi-returning pills that Bailey Hongzhuang took out in Luoyun mountain range or the channel-opening pills that she took out now, if it was an ordinary cultivator, it would be impossible to prepare so many pills. Even if one's family was wealthy, it was impossible for one person to buy so many channel-opening pills. Thus, there was only one reason left: Bailey Hongzhuang was an alchemist. However, Lu Qingyue still felt that this result was inconceivable. That's right, I'm an alchemist. Bailey Hongzhuang calmly admitted with a smile that was like a spring breeze on her beautiful face. To her, this wasn't a secret. When she said this, Dong Fangyu, Gong Xiaoqing, and Lu Qingyue's gazes all fell on Bailey Hongzhuang. Although they had faintly guessed this result, when Bailey Hongzhuang admitted it, they couldn't help but feel shocked. Was she still human? His energy level was too abnormal. Lu Qingyue's usually gentle face was now slightly stiff. Hongzhuang, this channel opening pill, it couldn't have been refined by you, right? Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. That's right, I refined it. Gulp. Dong Fangyu swallowed a mouthful of saliva and looked at Bailey Hongzhuang as if he was looking at a non-human. He simply couldn't believe that a 15-year-old girl could achieve such high achievements in so many aspects at the same time. This was too heaven-defying. Gong Xiaoqing's usually expressionless face had an additional trace of shock at this moment. With Bailey Hongzhuang's age, as long as she had such achievements in strength, medical skills, or alchemy, she was already a genius. However, Bailey Hongzhuang had achieved such impressive results in all three areas. One could imagine the shock in their hearts. Lu Qingyue opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. The channel opening pill was a second-grade pill. This meant that Bailey Hongzhuang was a second-grade alchemist. She had just passed the Alchemist Guild's second-grade alchemist exam this year and was already called a genius by many seniors. Bailey Hongzhuang was younger than her by a year, yet she had also become a second-grade alchemist. A year's difference didn't seem big, but the difference in talent wasn't small at all. If she was a genius, then what was Bailey Hongzhuang? She simply couldn't imagine what kind of results Bailey Hongzhuang would have if she had put all her energy into alchemy instead of studying medicine. What kind of results would Bailey Hongzhuang have now? Now that Dong Fangyu had accepted Bailey Hongzhuang's channel opening pill, he no longer had the mental burden from before. what alchemists didn't lack the least was pills. As long as they were given the ingredients, they could refine them into exceptionally precious pills. Such a peerless genius was actually the trash that everyone in the imperial city sneered at. Were those fellows in the imperial city blind? Dongfeng Yu felt a burst of helplessness. If General Bailey knew of Bailey Hongzhuang's current results, he really didn't know what he would think. Hongzhuang, did you take the alchemist exam at the Alchemist Association? Lu Qingyue inquired. I didn't. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled into a beautiful smile. Previously, she had heard Jiqing mention the Alchemist Association and had planned to take the exam there. However, she hadn't found the time to go recently. Lu Qingyue was even more puzzled. Previously, her master had told her that Bailey Hongzhuang might have an extremely powerful force behind her. No matter how one looked at it, Bailey Hongzhuang wasn't an ordinary person. So why didn't she take the exam at the Alchemist Association? Once she joined the Alchemist Association, it would be very convenient for alchemists. If you have time, you might as well take the exam at the Alchemist Association. Lu Qingyue smiled. What are the benefits of taking the exam at the Alchemist Association? Lu Qingyue's beautiful eyes were filled with inquiry. If there weren't any benefits, then there was no need for her to take the exam. After all, she didn't care about her rank as an alchemist. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Lu Qingyue was even more puzzled. How could such an extraordinary Bailey Hongzhuang not know anything about the Alchemist Association? The Alchemist Association has a very powerful system. Many rare ingredients are given priority to the alchemists of the Alchemist Association. This is extremely convenient for us. Then, what do we need to pay? Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. Since the Alchemist Association was providing them with convenience, then they also needed to fulfill certain obligations. The Alchemist Association doesn't have any rigid requirements for alchemists. However, when the Alchemist Association needs a certain pill and needs your help to refine it, they will pay you a sufficient reward. Bailey Hongzhuang's phoenix eyes that were as black as ink had an additional trace of understanding. She immediately understood the meaning of the Alchemist Association's existence. Pill recipes were the most precious thing to every alchemist. Therefore, although there were many alchemists, not every alchemist could refine a certain type of medicinal pill. With the existence of the Alchemist Association, there was another way to seek out medicinal pills. The Alchemist Association could directly find an alchemist who could refine this medicinal pill and pay enough remuneration to obtain the medicinal pill. In this way, the medicinal pills would have an additional platform for circulation. This was a win-win situation. It didn't have too many restrictions on the alchemists. Even if the Alchemist Association came to ask for help, alchemists could refuse. It was just that the vast majority of alchemists wouldn't refuse when they enjoyed the convenience provided by the Alchemist Association. I understand. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curved into a lotus-like smile, an idea already forming in her mind. Since she wanted to publicly auction the channel opening pill in the academy, it would be best to get the Alchemist Guild's approval. Although she didn't care about it, it was good that no one would criticize her. She had always been a person who did what she said. She wanted to obtain the Alchemist Guild's approval before the auction began. The moment Bailey Hongzhuang walked out of Azure Water School, numerous gazes fell on her. Ever since Bailey Hongzhuang came to Azure Water School, she had always been the center of attention. Now, because of the channel opening pill, she had become the center of attention in Azure Water City. Dressed in white, pure as snow, her fine black hair fluttered in the wind, and her appearance was exquisite. She was so beautiful that it was as if she had walked out of a painting. Apart from Bailey Hongzhuang, who else could wear a white robe with such an elegant and otherworldly feeling? Thus, the moment Bailey Hongzhuang appeared, everyone recognized her identity. Gazes filled with curiosity and excitement. The news of Bailey Hongzhuang preparing to auction off 3 channel opening pills had already spread. Everyone knew that Bailey Hongzhuang still had channel opening pills on her. Now, a single channel opening pill represented a sky-high price. Unfortunately, Bailey Hongzhuang was preparing to auction off 3 channel opening pills to Principal Shui's cultivators, so they didn't have a chance. Some merchants became restless, wanting to get close to Bailey Hongzhuang. Perhaps Bailey Hongzhuang still had other channel opening pills on her hands. That was a huge business opportunity. Master, you've become the most popular person in everyone's eyes. Xiao Hei's eyes flashed with excitement. It was as if it could see countless gold coins flying towards them. The channel opening pill was too important to cultivators. Almost every cultivator needed it. Because it had been lost, everyone could only endure it. Now that the channel opening pill had appeared, although it was only a second-grade pill, it was no less popular than a high-grade pill. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curved into a shallow arc. She also felt the gazes of the people around her. Let them look. At this moment, a pot-bellied middle-aged man walked up to Bailey Hongzhuang's side. His narrow eyes were filled with the shrewdness of a merchant. Miss Bailey, I would like to discuss a business deal with you. May I know if that's possible? The man's face was full of smiles as he looked at Bailey Hongzhuang ingratiatingly. Bailey Hongzhuang glanced at the man. She had already guessed what he was thinking when he walked over. Currently, I only plan to sell 3 channel opening pills to the students. I don't plan on doing any other business for now. Bailey Hongzhuang went straight to the point and expressed her attitude. Right now, she mainly focused on cultivation and did not have much desire for money. To her, the most important thing was the points she gained from cultivating in the cultivation tower. Gold coins were only a means to improve her cultivation. She did not intend to neglect the essentials. The middle-aged man immediately understood Bailey Hongzhuang's meaning. He did not continue to pester her and only smiled. Miss Bailey, if you have any needs, feel free to contact me. The man told Bailey Hongzhuang about the shop he opened in Songlan City before leaving. His goal had already been achieved. When the surrounding merchants saw the middle-aged man leave, they understood that Bailey Hongzhuang did not plan on selling the pills. Thus, they did not approach. The Alchemist Guild was not far from the Mercenary Guild. Usually, many mercenaries would sell the herbs they picked from the mountains to the Alchemist Guild, especially the precious ones. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the tall and imposing building not far away. On the glazed tiles that reflected the light, there was a pill furnace design that was solemn and magnificent. It was filled with boundless nobility and arrogance, just like the status of an alchemist in the Xianxia continent. The Alchemist Guild was not as lively as the Engineer Guild. A dignified and noble aura greeted them. There were very few people inside, but the surrounding people were full of respect when they looked at the people who walked out. From this, it could be seen that alchemists had a special status in the Xianxia continent. Standing in the Alchemist Guild, Bailey Hongzhuang sized up the environment in front of her. The interior of the Alchemist Guild was filled with a slightly oppressive black color, revealing a dignified and solemn aura. The moment you walked in, you couldn't help but be infected by this atmosphere, and your entire person would become strict and serious. Directly facing the front desk of the Alchemist Guild was a large black table facing the door. A graceful woman was standing in front of the front desk, paying attention to every person who walked in. The Alchemist Guild was very large, but there were very few people inside, so it seemed very spacious. In the Alchemist Guild, there were a few people wearing black robes walking by. This was the alchemist robe that represented glory, and only alchemists could wear it. As long as you wore this robe, you would receive the respect of countless people while walking in the crowd. Every alchemist treated it as a treasure of glory and treasured it. However, the alchemists wearing the alchemist robes were mostly middle-aged people. Because it was very difficult to become an alchemist, the amount of time and energy spent was also not little, so by the time they achieved a certain level of success, they were already not young. Lu Qingyue was fully deserving of the title of a genius alchemist. At such a young age, she had already become a second-rank alchemist. Even in the entire Xianxia continent, there were not many people who could do this. Bailey Hongzhuang slowly walked to the front desk. When the woman at the front desk saw Bailey Hongzhuang arrive, she revealed a polite smile. "Miss, are you here to sell medicinal ingredients or to buy pills?" Young cultivators basically only had these 2 reasons to come to the Alchemist Guild, so the attendant directly asked. Bailey Hongzhuang faintly smiled. Her smile was incomparably beautiful, and her voice was gentle and sweet. "I'm here to participate in the alchemist examination." As soon as she said this, the waiter looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in surprise, as if he couldn't believe what Bailey Hongzhuang had said. "Miss, you're here to take the alchemist test?" The attendant asked again in disbelief. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded and said firmly, "That's right." Seeing that Bailey Hongzhuang answered with such certainty, although the attendant was a little shocked, he quickly regained his composure and said, "The alchemist test is on the second floor. You can take the test after paying 1,000 gold coins." 1,000 gold coins was an enormous number to ordinary people. But to alchemists, this was not a number that had a deterrent force. The reason why the alchemist examination required a fee of 1,000 gold coins was to prevent some people from disrupting the examination. After all, participating in the alchemist test required an alchemist to observe. At this moment, a girl about the same age as Bailey Hongzhuang walked over. The girl was wearing a goose yellow dress. Her skin was white and clean, and her palm-sized oval face was delicate and charming. But her eyebrows were filled with arrogance. Her line of sight was slanted upwards. No matter if it was her eyes or her demeanor, they all revealed a thick arrogance. It was as if ordinary people could not enter her eyes. "I want to participate in the alchemist test. Miss Wei." The attendant bowed and handed another identity card to Wei Meidai. It was obvious that she recognized Wei Meidai. "It just so happens that the two ladies are taking the test together. I will go inform the master." The attendant smiled. Hearing this, Wei Meidai raised her eyebrows and her gaze fell on Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang frowned. Wei Meidai's gaze was filled with provocation and disdain, as if a superior person was sizing up a lowly person. There was no need to consider the other party's feelings. It was as if just looking at the other party was the other party's glory. She had seen many arrogant people, such as Bailey Yuyan and Shan Yuanhuan. However, this was the first time she saw someone like Wei Meidai. It made her feel disgusted from the bottom of her heart. "Which master's disciple are you?" Wei Meidai's eyes revealed a trace of disdain. There weren't many young alchemists in Songlan City. Those who dared to take the alchemist test were even fewer. She was very familiar with the alchemist guild, but this was the first time she saw the person in front of her. She should be an alchemist apprentice from some remote village. She thought that she was amazing just because she grasped some superficial knowledge. How could it be so easy to pass the alchemist test? Bailey Hongzhuang indifferently glanced at Wei Meidai before looking forward. She had no intention of answering Wei Meidai. Unreasonable people were never worthy of others' respect. Wei Meidai saw that Bailey Hongzhuang didn't even look at her and a trace of anger appeared on her delicate face. This person who came from some remote village dared to not give her face. "Hey, I'm talking to you." Wei Meidai raised her voice and looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with displeasure. "Do I have to answer just because you're talking to me?" Bailey Hongzhuang played down her words. Wei Meidai's words had attracted the attention of everyone in the Alchemist Guild. The Alchemist Guild had always been quiet, but Wei Meidai's words broke the silence. Everyone frowned and looked at Wei Meidai. However, when they saw Wei Meidai herself, they understood. Clearly, Wei Meidai was very familiar with the Alchemist Association. The people here all had a certain understanding of her. Wei Meidai didn't care about everyone's gazes. She only looked at Bailey Hongzhuang sharply. "Do you know who I am?" In the entire Alchemist Association, other than Lu Qingyue, she did not care about anyone else. No one in the same generation as her dared to give her the slightest bit of face. Since this woman dared to treat her with such an attitude, she would definitely not let her off easily. "Not interested." Bailey Hongzhuang's tone was languid and impatient. It was as if Wei Meidai was an annoying fly that she couldn't be bothered with. Wei Meidai's face quickly turned red. Originally, she should have had the upper hand, but now, she was being suppressed by Bailey Hongzhuang. Every word she said was blocked by Bailey Hongzhuang, making her choke on her anger and resentment. "You." Because of her anger, Wei Meidai's chest constantly heaved up and down. Usually, when she said a threatening sentence, the other party would be endlessly afraid. However, she had never met such a person. "Do you know the consequences of offending me?" Wei Meidai's eyes slightly narrowed. Her pitch-black and bright almond eyes revealed a threatening and gloomy coldness. This woman dared to make her lose face in front of so many people. Truly hateful. Hearing these words, Wei Meidai was completely stunned. She was clearly the one threatening Bailey Hongzhuang, but now she was the one being threatened by Bailey Hongzhuang. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they all revealed expressions of watching a good show. Normally, they only saw Wei Meidai bullying others, but this was the first time they saw someone making Wei Meidai suffer. "I think you're the one asking for a beating." Bailey Hongshuang's words completely ignited Wei Meidai's anger. Wei Meidai's face was completely red and her eyes were fierce. She unhesitatingly sent a slap towards Bailey Hongshuang. Seeing this, Bailey Hongshuang's deep eyes flashed with a cold light. Her right hand shot out like lightning and heavily slapped Wei Meidai's face before the latter's slap could reach her. Pa! The sound of the slap was exceptionally clear in the silence of the Alchemist Guild. Time seemed to freeze for a moment. The surrounding people all stared with their eyes wide open, not daring to believe that this young lady who came for the first time really hit Wei Meidai. Who is this young lady? She actually dares to hit Wei Meidai. I've never seen her before, but this young lady's appearance is outstanding and her temperament is extraordinary. She shouldn't be an ordinary person. Have you heard of the Azure Water School's Bailey Hongshuang who has the channel opening pill? Wearing a white dress, elegant and refined, exquisite beyond compare. This young lady's image is too fitting. When this person mentioned Bailey Hongshuang's name, everyone's faces revealed expressions of understanding. The people of the Alchemist Guild weren't interested in cultivators. What they cared about was alchemy. Therefore, they might not know what kind of cultivation genius appeared in the Azure Water School, but Bailey Hongshuang who had the channel opening pill had a resounding reputation in the Alchemist Guild. However, none of them would have thought that Bailey Hongshuang's age was actually so young. You're right, this young lady is most likely Bailey Hongshuang. After confirming Bailey Hongshuang's identity, the anticipation in everyone's eyes intensified. It seemed that this was destined to be a good show. Wei Meidai stood rooted to the ground in a daze. She felt a burning pain on her right cheek. Under the burning pain, she felt a deep sense of humiliation. She had lived arrogantly for so many years. She had always been the one slapping others, but no one had ever slapped her. However, this woman actually dared to hit her. At this moment, extreme madness appeared in Wei Meidai's eyes. The curious gazes from the surrounding people only fueled her anger. "I will kill you." Wei Meidai was enraged. She couldn't care less about her image and attacked Wei Meidai directly. The moment Wei Meidai made her move, Bailey Hongshuang knew that this fellow had put all her energy into studying alchemy and was not proficient in cultivation. She was simply unable to pose any threat to her. Bang! Bailey Hongshuang immediately pinned Wei Meidai down on the counter with her hands behind her back. An enchanting smile blossomed on her exquisite and beautiful face. Her eyes were as sharp as knives, like a bolt of lightning cutting through the void. Her voice was cold and indifferent. "Don't disturb me while I'm talking. Otherwise, I'll let you know how to write the word regret." Wei Meidai was stunned. She looked at the exquisite face in front of her in horror. She felt a chill run up her spine from the bottom of her feet. Seeing the fear and nervousness in Wei Meidai's eyes, Bailey Hongshuang released her hand and stood to the side with an indifferent expression. Wei Meidai rubbed her aching hand. Just now when Bailey Hongshuang attacked, her strength wasn't small at all. Her wrist already had a purple bruise. Her dark and watery eyes flashed with resentment. Wei Meidai hated Bailey Hongshuang in her heart. She had never lost face in front of so many people, only, Bailey Hongshuang's strength made her fearful. She didn't dare to act rashly. Otherwise, she was really afraid that Bailey Hongshuang would do something to harm her. "I'll let you off for now. This debt, I'll definitely get it back 1,000 times. Wei Meidai fiercely said in her heart. The front desk attendant quickly walked over. She was keenly aware that something seemed to have happened when she left. Wei Meidai's attitude was no longer as arrogant as before. "I've already notified the examiner master. The two of you can go to the second floor." The female attendant smiled. Bailey Hongshuang turned and walked to the second floor. When everyone saw Bailey Hongshuang and Wei Meidai going to the second floor together, they immediately understood the reason why Bailey Hongshuang came to the Alchemist Guild. Their eyes immediately lit up with interest. In the entire Cunlan city, other than Lu Qingyue, only Wei Meidai was able to participate in the alchemist examination at such a young age. Bailey Hongshuang was the third person. Bailey Hongshuang had just walked to the second floor when she saw the signboard not far away. There were 3 big words written on it, Examination Hall. Wei Meidai walked in front of Bailey Hongshuang. Her familiar appearance seemed to want to tell Bailey Hongzhuang that her status in the Alchemist Guild was not ordinary. Unfortunately, Bailey Hongzhuang wasn't the slightest bit interested in this. When Bailey Hongzhuang and Wei Meidai walked into the examination hall, a middle-aged man was already standing inside. The man wore a black alchemist robe. On the chest of the robe, there were 2 shining stars, representing his status, a second-tier alchemist. Alchemist Tong. Wei Meidai's face revealed a smile as she sweetly called out. Tong Qingyuan slightly nodded. Wei girl, today is your 3rd time participating in the first-tier alchemist examination. I will definitely succeed this time. Wei Meidai's eyes flashed with determination. This time, she had put in a lot of effort to participate in the assessment. She believed that she would definitely succeed. Seeing Wei Meidai's confidence, Tong Qingyuan smiled lovingly. Your master didn't come today? Master will be here later. Tong Qingyuan's gaze then landed on Bailey Hongzhuang. Miss, are you also here to participate in the Grade 1 Alchemist examination? No. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head. Wei Meidai looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in astonishment. She had clearly heard the front desk attendant say that Bailey Hongzhuang was here to participate in the alchemist assessment. Could it be that she had made a mistake? Wei Meidai was speechless. Could it be that she had made a mistake? Since that was the case, what was she doing in the examination hall? Tong Qingyuan had the same doubts. He didn't understand what this lady was doing here. However, Bailey Hongzhuang's next sentence caused Tong Qingyuan and Wei Meidai to fall into shock. I am here to participate in the second-tier alchemist examination. Tong Qingyuan's gentle face couldn't help but reveal a surprised expression. Bailey Hongzhuang's age didn't seem to be more than 15 or 16 years old. She actually announced that she wanted to participate in the second-tier alchemist examination. Wei Meidai was also stunned. However, in the next moment, she couldn't help but laugh. Wei Meidai's eyes were filled with disbelief. Ever since she was discovered to have the talent to become an alchemist, she had always been obsessed with alchemy. Her talent was already very good, but now she was only participating in the first-grade alchemist exam. In her opinion, apart from Lu Qingyue, this abnormal talent in alchemy, there was absolutely no other person. Little girl, you already passed the first-grade alchemist exam? Tong Qingyuan didn't doubt Bailey Hongzhuang because of this. Geniuses were always rare, but it didn't mean that they didn't exist. At least, their alchemist guild had a living example. Lu Qingyue was a rare genius alchemist in Songlan City. Bailey Hongzhuang slightly shook her head. No. Hee. Wei Meidai's cold voice immediately rang out. Hey, I say, if you want to brag, you should be a bit more reliable. Second-grade alchemist, are you still dreaming? Because Tong Qingyuan was present, Wei Meidai's courage also increased a bit. She believed that Bailey Hongzhuang absolutely wouldn't dare to make a move in front of Tong Qingyuan. Bailey Hongzhuang indifferently glanced at Wei Meidai. You don't have the ability, but that doesn't mean I don't. Such an arrogant sentence. Bailey Hongzhuang's tone was calm and natural. It was clearly a provocative sentence, but she said it with indifference. Tong Qingyuan's eyes slightly changed. Bailey Hongzhuang's tone was very thought-provoking. This was already not a mutual provocation between people of the same level. Bailey Hongzhuang's tone meant that she didn't put Wei Meidai in her eyes. This was contempt from the bottom of her heart. Wei Meidai was usually arrogant, but she didn't expect that today there would be a girl even more arrogant than Wei Meidai. You said my disciple doesn't have the ability? Following Bailey Hongzhuang's words, a vicissitude and sullen voice suddenly rang out behind Bailey Hongzhuang. Wei Meidai's eyes lit up as if she had found her confidence. The original trace of worry disappeared in an instant. Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang, her gaze was filled with pride and resentment. Master. Wei Meidai shouted loudly, her chin raised as she looked at Bailey Hongzhuang provocatively. Her master was already here. She wanted to see if this woman could still be so arrogant. Gutsong Yun was in a very good mood today. His precious disciple was going to participate in the Grade 1 Alchemist assessment. During this period of time, he had seen Wei Meidai's hard work. He believed that as long as she performed well, it wouldn't be difficult for Wei Meidai to pass the Grade 1 Alchemist exam. However, he did not expect to see a young lady criticizing his disciple as soon as he arrived at the examination hall. If his disciple was incapable, who else could be capable? Gu Songyen's heart was filled with displeasure. Young people these days were like newborn calves who were not afraid of tigers. They didn't even know the other party's identity and yet they dared to speak so arrogantly. Bailey Hongzhuang turned around slightly and saw Wei Meidai's master. The old man was about 60 years old. His beard was white, but his wrinkled face was flushed red. There was a trace of arrogance between his eyebrows, and his whole body was exuding a noble air. The old man's arrogance was different from Shen Yuanhuan's innate arrogance. Instead, it was an acquired habit. As long as it was an alchemist, they would all exude such arrogance and disdain. This was because alchemists were a high and mighty profession and were used to being pursued by cultivators. Grandmaster Gu, you've come. Tong Qingyuan saw Gu Songyan arrive and his face immediately showed a respectful and polite smile. Although he and Gu Songyan were both alchemists, Gu Songyan was a third-grade alchemist while he was only a second-grade alchemist. Moreover, Gu Songyan was older than him and was his senior. Gu Songyan nodded slightly, but his gaze was locked onto Bailey Hongzhuang. What is your name? You dare to be so rude to my disciple. Gu Songyan's deep voice was filled with anger and questioning. Gu Songyan had always been famous for being protective of his own people, not to mention that Bailey Hongzhuang was talking about the disciple he was so proud of. Whether it was Fengbo country or Yansu country, there were very few alchemists who could participate in the alchemist exam at Wei Meidai's age. Only Huan Qiu's disciple, Lu Qingyue, was a true alchemist genius and was slightly better than Wei Meidai. Although this girl in front of him was not bad-looking, she dared to look down on his disciple. That was unforgivable. Wei Meidai stood behind Gu Songyan, her pretty face filled with a proud smile. She wanted to see if this girl would still dare to be so arrogant after her master arrived. Bailey Hongzhuang's long, shapely eyebrows slightly wrinkled, a cold light flashing through her black, beautiful eyes. What she hated the most was the other party's arrogant appearance, as if they were not on the same level. Since the other party was so rude, she had no need to answer. Respect was always between two parties. A mere third-grade alchemist did not have the qualifications to make her answer. Bailey Hongzhuang indifferently glanced at Gu Songyan and Wei Meidai, but did not answer. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang's attitude after Gu Songyan's arrival, Wei Meidai was stunned. Did this girl know her master's identity? Anyone in Songlan City who saw her master had to treat him with respect. This girl who came from God knows where actually dared to ignore her master's question. Hey, my master is asking you a question, how dare you not answer? Wei Meidai raised her voice and questioned Bailey Hongzhuang. She looked as if Bailey Hongzhuang had done something outrageous. Bailey Hongzhuang's expression was slightly cold. Her ink-black phoenix eyes were cold and distant. Your questions don't mean that I have to answer. Her cold voice was pleasant to the ears, but her words caused the atmosphere to stagnate. Tong Qingyuan looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in surprise. Although he believed that this matter was largely caused by Wei Meidai's arrogance, Bailey Hongzhuang daring to treat Gu Songyan with such an attitude was really beyond his expectations. The onlookers' jaws dropped. This Bailey Hongzhuang was too bold, wasn't she? Normally, not to mention the Alchemist Guild, even in the entire Songlan city, no one dared to disrespect Gu Songyan and Wei Meidai. Now, Bailey Hongzhuang dared to disrespect Gu Songyan to his face, not to mention other things. Just this courage alone was admirable. Grandmaster Gu is famous for being stingy and protective. Bailey Hongzhuang actually dared to offend him? Wei Meidai's usual actions were all connived by Grandmaster Gu. Bailey Hongzhuang's actions really made me happy. AI, but offending Grandmaster Gu, Bailey Hongzhuang won't have a good time in Songlan City. Gu Songyan's dark yellow eyes flashed with a trace of anger. He had been in Songlan City for so many years and anyone who saw him had to respectfully call him Grandmaster. Young cultivators had always been proud to be able to speak to him, yet this little girl dared to be so disrespectful to him? Do you know that offending an alchemist is a very unwise move? His low and cold voice contained a warning. Obviously, Bailey Hongzhuang's actions had angered him. Tong Qingyuan's heart sank. Gu Songyan wasn't as magnanimous as Grandmaster Huan, who would hold a grudge over such a small matter. Bailey Hongzhuang had most likely thoroughly offended Gu Songyan today. Although he didn't know Bailey Hongzhuang, he didn't want Bailey Hongzhuang to offend such a powerful enemy. Thinking of this, Tong Qingyuan winked at Bailey Hongzhuang, hinting for her to say something soft. After all, Gu Songyun was an elder and he believed that Gu Songyun couldn't do anything to Bailey Hongzhuang. When Bailey Hongzhuang saw Tong Qingyuan's reminder, she couldn't help but have a good impression of Tong Qingyuan. She and Tong Qingyuan didn't know each other, yet Tong Qingyuan reminded her. It could be seen that Tong Qingyuan was a very good person. However, if he wanted her to say something soft to Gu Songyun, impossible. Do you know that offending an alchemist is also a very unwise move? Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curved into an enchanting and elegant smile, and her cold voice was also full of threats. She didn't put a mere third-grade alchemist in her eyes, she was now a second-grade alchemist. What's more, as long as her cultivation improved, refining third-grade pills wouldn't be a problem at all. As a result, Gu Songyun didn't have the slightest deterrence to her. Following Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Gu Songyun and Wei Meidai's expression suddenly changed. They thought that Bailey Hongzhuang would definitely beg for mercy, but they didn't expect that not only did she not, but Bailey Hongzhuang instead threatened Gu Songyun. Hee. Gu Songyun was furious to the extreme, but in order to maintain his image, he sneered, "Since you have such courage, then tell me your name. I'd like to see what gives you the confidence to be so unreasonable." Rude and unreasonable? Xiao had a mocking look on her face. I think this old man is the shameless one. A despicable person is invincible. This Gu Songyun and Wei Meidai are the same kind of trash. Xiao Bai's face was full of disdain. Master, he must want to take revenge on you. Xiao He and Xiao Bai looked displeased, but Bailey Hongzhuang looked indifferent. There was no need for her to be angry at such a lowly fellow. I am Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang remained calm and unperturbed. She was not afraid of Gu Songyun's revenge. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's name, Tong Qingyuan's expression changed a bit. A few days ago, Bailey Hongzhuang's name had spread throughout Azure Water City. This was all because the long-lost channel opening pill had appeared in Bailey Hongzhuang's hands. The Alchemist Guild paid the most attention to pills, not to mention a long-lost pill. After hearing this news, they also wanted to contact Bailey Hongzhuang. However, Azure Water School had its own rules. No matter what organization they were from, they could not enter the school to look for students. They didn't expect that Bailey Hongzhuang would actually come to the Alchemist Guild today. Gu Songyun had been in seclusion researching pills these days and didn't know about the channel opening pill. Naturally, he didn't know about Bailey Hongzhuang's name. Gu Songyun's voice was cold and his eyes were filled with anger. However, there were too many people around and he couldn't act out on the spot. However, if he wanted to teach Bailey Hongzhuang a lesson, he had plenty of ways. At this moment, a familiar and slightly surprised voice entered everyone's ears. Bailey Hongzhuang? Bailey Hongzhuang slowly turned around and saw Azure Water School's vice principal, Huan Chuyu, slowly walking over. His benevolent and tolerant face was filled with a slight smile. Huan Chuyu had a very deep impression of Bailey Hongzhuang. This young girl actually mastered the long-lost vibrating needle technique. It was really shocking. Vice Principal. Bailey Hongzhuang respectfully bowed and greeted. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang call Huan Chuyu as Vice Principal, Gu Songyun immediately understood Bailey Hongzhuang's identity. Old Huan, she is a student of your school? Huan Chuyu smiled and nodded. Correct, Bailey Hongzhuang is a new student of Azure Water School this year. No wonder, she is really a newborn calf. Gu Songyun sneered, his dissatisfaction was obvious. Old Gu, you are wrong. Huan Chuyu waved his hand. Bailey Hongzhuang is not a junior who doesn't know anything. Hearing Huan Chuyu's words, Gu Songyun only thought that Huan Chuyu was protecting Azure Water School's student. A young girl dares to speak such nonsense. Isn't she a newborn calf that is not afraid of tigers? She has not seen the dangers of the world. Huan Chuyu's gaze sized up Gu Songyun and Bailey Hongzhuang. From Gu Songyun's thorny attitude, he understood that there was a conflict between the two. Old Gu may not know, but in terms of medical skills, Bailey Hongzhuang is fully deserving of the title of a master. Huan Chuyu's expression was serious and his tone was sincere. His words did not seem to be false. Everyone listened to Huan Chuyu's praise of Bailey Hongzhuang and their eyes revealed surprise. In this huge Azure Water City, Huan Chuyu was definitely a respected master. For Bailey Hongzhuang to receive such praise from Huan Qiyu, it was a great honor. Elder Huan, what do you mean? Gu Zongyan's face was still dissatisfied, but there was a trace of doubt in his eyes. He had known Huan Qiyu for many years, so he had a certain understanding of Huan Qiyu's personality. Since Huan Qiyu said so, then there must be some truth behind it. Wei Meidai looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with displeasure. She really didn't understand what kind of background this Bailey Hongzhuang had to make Grandmaster Huan speak up for her. How hateful. Bailey Hongzhuang is a doctor who can cure the poison of the Lulin python. Huan Qiyu smiled faintly, a trace of unfathomable meaning appearing on his calm face. Following Huan Qiyu's words, everyone's expression changed. The poison of the Lulin python was a great taboo for cultivators. No cultivator wished to encounter the Lulin python because once infected with its poison, their life would be in danger. But now, Grandmaster Huan actually said that Bailey Hongzhuang could cure the poison of the Lulin python. What kind of concept was this? Gu Zongyun naturally knew how difficult it was to cure the poison of the Lulin python. Even he was helpless. How could a little girl like Bailey Hongzhuang have a solution? Elder Huan, aren't you exaggerating too much? Gu Zongyun was skeptical and his words carried a trace of probing. This time, Cui Haoyan from the special enrollment class was poisoned by the Lulin python. If it wasn't for Bailey Hongzhuang saving him, Cui Haoyan's life wouldn't be guaranteed. Huan Qiyu's smile remained. Although he didn't know what kind of expert was behind Bailey Hongzhuang, he thought highly of Bailey Hongzhuang. Whether it was her personality or her way of dealing with people, he admired her a lot. Thus, he didn't mind praising her a bit more. Many people knew that Cui Haoyan was a special enrollment student. Hearing Huan Qiyu's words, everyone's face was filled with shock. If that was the case, then what Huan Qiyu said must be true. I didn't think that Cui Haoyan's injury was cured by Bailey Hongzhuang. Yes, no wonder I saw Zhang Yunfeng thanking Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang's medical skills are so good at such a young age. It's really unexpected. Tong Qingyuan's face was filled with shock. He smiled and said, previously, I thought that Cui Haoyan's injury could only be treated by Fengbo Country's godly Dr. Square. I didn't think that it would be cured by Miss Bailey. Haha, Huan Qiyu laughed. Fengbo Country's godly Dr. Square was opened by Bailey Hongzhuang. As soon as these words came out, everyone stared at Bailey Hongzhuang, dumbfounded. Although godly Dr. Square was far away in the imperial city, its reputation spread far and wide. Everyone knew that godly Dr. Square could cure all kinds of illnesses. They also knew that the owner of godly Dr. Square was young. However, no one thought that godly Dr. Square was opened by Bailey Hongzhuang. Wasn't this age too young? I didn't hear wrongly, right? Tong Qingyuan's face was filled with disbelief. Godly Dr. Square was opened by Miss Bailey? Since ancient times, heroes come from the youth. Huan Qiyu smiled faintly. Gu Zongyun had also heard of godly Dr. Square's reputation. However, he couldn't connect godly Dr. Square with Bailey Hongzhuang. At this moment, when she recalled that he had said that Bailey Hongzhuang was a newborn calf, she felt a little embarrassed. Wei Meidai stood there in a daze. She couldn't believe what she had just heard. The owner of godly Dr. Square was a true master of medicine, Bailey Hongzhuang. How is this possible? Bailey Hongzhuang's beautiful face rippled with a faint smile. Even though Huan Qiyu praised her, she didn't reveal the slightest bit of complacency. This scene caused many people to nod secretly. This was the demeanor of a great clan. If they were like Wei Meidai, who was afraid that others wouldn't know, then they would be at a disadvantage. Even if this Bailey Hongzhuang's medical skills are outstanding, she might not be good at alchemy, right? Gu Zongyun was still arrogant. Although doctors were very good, alchemists were obviously even better. Bailey Hongzhuang had such exquisite medical skills, but her alchemy skills were definitely not that good. After all, a person's energy was limited. Hearing this, Huan Qiyu's bright eyes flashed with a trace of doubt. Bailey Hongzhuang, you're here to participate in the alchemist exam today? Bailey Hongzhuang nodded, yes. After understanding Bailey Hongzhuang's medical skills and hearing that she was going to participate in the alchemist exam, everyone's expression became strange. Previously, no one knew that Bailey Hongzhuang was a doctor. They only knew that she had the long-lost channel opening pill and thought that Bailey Hongzhuang was an alchemist. Now that they knew, they couldn't believe that Bailey Hongzhuang could pass the alchemist exam. Whether it was medical skills or alchemy skills, they were both very difficult to learn. With Bailey Hongzhuang's age, it was already hard to believe that her medical skills had reached such a level. It wasn't that everyone didn't believe in Bailey Hongzhuang's ability. Wei Meidai had been learning alchemy from Gu Songyun since she was a child, but she still hadn't become a first-grade alchemist. Even so, Wei Meidai was still a genius alchemist. Because other alchemists of the same age, except for Lu Qingyue, didn't even have the qualifications to participate in the first-grade alchemist assessment. For Bailey Hongzhuang to be able to achieve such heaven-defying achievements in medicine, it was already enough to stun people. If she also had achievements in alchemy, then she wouldn't be human. Old Huan, I don't know how good Bailey Hongzhuang's medical skills are, but she publicly declared that her alchemy skills are better than Meidai's. Isn't this nonsense? Gu Songyun slightly raised his chin, his weathered face full of displeasure. The previous matter made him lose face, so no matter what, he had to get back this face from Bailey Hongzhuang. He didn't care how good Bailey Hongzhuang's medical skills were, as long as Bailey Hongzhuang's alchemy skills weren't good, then it was her fault. Master, this old man is going too far. Xiao Hei's face was full of resentment. This old man was really shameless. Bailey Hongzhuang's ink-black, jade-like phoenix eyes were filled with a touch of coldness. She was also very disgusted with Gu Songyun. From the beginning until now, it was Gu Songyun and his master who had been looking for trouble with her, but now all the blame was pushed onto her. She had seen shameless people before, but she had never seen such a shameless person. You haven't understood my alchemy skills, so what right do you have to say that I'm talking nonsense? Her cold and indifferent words revealed a trace of provocation. Since Gu Songyun was shameless, Bailey Hongzhuang didn't need to worry about his face. Gu Songyun wanted to first talk about Bailey Hongzhuang's nonsense. Later, if Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't pass the alchemist assessment, then the one who would be embarrassed would naturally be Bailey Hongzhuang. However, he never thought that Bailey Hongzhuang would actually ask him a question. Bailey Hongzhuang, my master is talking to Grandmaster Huan, how can you interrupt? Wei Meidai had been watching from the side and didn't have a chance to speak. Now that she saw Bailey Hongzhuang being disrespectful to Gu Songyun, she immediately jumped out to express her opinion. Bailey Hongzhuang raised an eyebrow and glanced at Wei Meidai teasingly. You and I don't know each other. What does it have to do with you? Wei Meidai was stunned. Why didn't Bailey Hongzhuang play her cards according to common sense? It's reasonable to say that Bailey Hongzhuang should be flustered when she put such a big hat on her head. However, Bailey Hongzhuang didn't care too much about this matter. She didn't know how to answer this question. Gu Songyun frowned. Old Huan, this student of yours is too outrageous. She really has no manners. The moment Gu Songyun said this, Bailey Hongzhuang's black eyes suddenly deepened. Then, a sharp and cold light suddenly appeared and shot straight at Gu Songyun. Although she, Bailey Hongzhuang, wasn't sure who her biological parents were, she absolutely couldn't allow others to slander them. If you have the guts, say it again? Her voice was as cold as a snowy mountain without the slightest warmth. Bailey Hongzhuang no longer had her previous gentle and indifferent appearance. Instead, it was replaced by a bone-chilling cold. Although she was very disdainful of Gu Songyun, she didn't act out because he was an elder. However, Gu Songyun was becoming more and more excessive, so she couldn't be blamed. Huan Chuyu furrowed his brows. Gu Songyun's words were indeed too much. He and Gu Songyun had known each other for many years, so he had a certain understanding of the latter's petty character. Whoever angered him, he would think of ways to vent his anger. However, the person behind Bailey Hongzhuang was definitely not simple. He wasn't an ordinary person with no background. Bailey Hongzhuang's question made Gu Songyun lose face. He couldn't believe that Bailey Hongzhuang dared to say such words in front of Huan Chuyu. What did you just say? Gu Songyun's eyes were filled with anger. He gritted his teeth and asked again. He didn't believe that Bailey Hongzhuang would dare to say it again. I said, if you have the guts, then say it again. Bailey Hongzhuang's expression didn't change. Her cold voice sounded again. As the head of an aristocratic family in her previous life, she had seen countless alchemists, but no one dared to say such words to her. Even if she was reborn, she would never allow someone like Gu Songyun to humiliate her. Feeling Bailey Hongzhuang's sharp gaze, Gu Songyun's heart trembled. In this gaze, he clearly felt a strong murderous intent. As a third-grade alchemist, he had seen many experts, but this was the first time he felt such a terrifying murderous intent. In a split second, Gu Songyun stood there in a daze, unable to say a word. Huan Qiyu also noticed Bailey Hongzhuang's sharp aura and his eyes lit up. Bailey Hongzhuang was indeed extraordinary. For such an aura to appear on a teenage girl, it was truly rare. Tong Qingyuan was secretly speechless. His fear of Bailey Hongzhuang increased. From this performance, Bailey Hongzhuang's confidence was even greater than Gu Songyun's. Seeing the atmosphere become so awkward, Huan Qiyu couldn't help but stand up to smooth things over. Since Bailey Hongzhuang and Mei Dai are here to participate in the alchemist test, why don't we start the test first? Gu Songyun was standing awkwardly in his original spot. Now that Huan Qiyu had given him a way out, he took advantage of the situation and walked down. Alright, I'd like to see just how amazing this Bailey Hongzhuang's alchemy skills are. Gu Songyun angrily snorted, flicked his sleeves and walked directly into the examination hall. Wei Meidai angrily glared at Bailey Hongzhuang before following Gu Songyun in. Huan Qiyu shook his head. Only then did he invite Tong Qingyuan and Bailey Hongzhuang into the examination hall. After seeing Gu Songyun and the others enter the assessment hall, the onlookers couldn't help feeling an itch in their hearts. Unfortunately, the assessment hall was not a place they could enter. This Bailey Hongzhuang is really bold. She treats Grandmaster Gu like this, but Grandmaster Gu can't do anything. Master Gu and Wei Meidai are usually very arrogant. It's rare for someone to make them suffer. Bailey Hongzhuang is really something. Bailey Hongzhuang is the owner of Godly Physician Square. So many people are begging her to treat their illnesses. Naturally, she wouldn't care about Master Gu. When these words came out, everyone nodded their heads. What they said was very reasonable. In terms of alchemy skills, there was still Grandmaster Huan above Grandmaster Gu. But in terms of medical skills, there was no one above Bailey Hongzhuang. In terms of talent, Bailey Hongzhuang was fully deserving of the title of Grandmaster. It was just that she was too young, so people couldn't call her a Grandmaster. Bailey Hongzhuang slowly walked into the assessment hall. Behind the thick black curtain, the assessment hall appeared in front of her eyes. Surrounding the cauldron was a high circular platform. Clearly, this was where the judges would be seated. Standing on this high platform, they would be able to see all the conditions of the alchemists participating in the exam. Bailey Hongzhuang, you can choose any seat and prepare to refine pills. Huan Qiyu said. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang walked down the high platform and casually stood next to a cauldron. Next, we will begin the first-grade alchemist exam. I will first introduce the rules of the exam. Tong Qingyuan slowly said. Wei Meidai naturally understood the rules, but since it was Bailey Hongzhuang's first time participating in the exam, Tong Qingyuan specially introduced the rules to Bailey Hongzhuang. The pill to be refined will be randomly selected by the alchemist. You will have a total of 3 sets of ingredients. As long as you can refine a pill within the time limit, you will pass the exam. The time limit is 2 hours. Bailey Hongzhuang secretly nodded. The rules of the exam were very fair. Even for alchemists, there was a chance of failure. The higher the grade of the pill, the higher the chance of failure. The reason why there were 3 sets of ingredients was so that if the refinement failed, the alchemist could continue to refine. The failure rate had always been an existence that all alchemists took seriously. Looking at an alchemist's strength, on one hand, it was based on the highest grade of pill they could refine. On the other hand, it was based on the success rate of refining pills. It was precisely because the failure rate of refining pills was very high that every alchemist relied on countless precious ingredients. If one didn't have enough ingredients to practice, it was impossible to become an alchemist. How about I pick the exam topic today? Just as Tong Qingyuan was about to pick the topic, Gu Songyun took the lead and said. Tong Qingyuan subconsciously looked towards Bailey Hongzhuang. With Gu Songyun's vengeful personality, the topic he picked would not be beneficial to Bailey Hongzhuang. Noticing Tong Qingyuan's gaze, Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. With her strength, no matter what topic Gu Songyun came up with, she would not be afraid. Gu Songyun and Wei Meidai were unexpected variables. She also didn't want to make things difficult for Huan Chuyu and Tong Qingyuan. Since Gu Songyun wants to deal with me, then let him come. In any case, she was confident that Gu Songyun would be the one to be slapped in the face in the end. Seeing that Bailey Hongshuang had no objections, Tong Qingyuan agreed. All right. Gu Songyun took out a piece of paper from the box filled with test questions, glanced at it, and said, "The pill needed for today's test is Qi returning pill." As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Songyun slipped the note into his sleeve. Obviously, it didn't matter what pill was actually written on that slip of paper. Hearing the words energy recovery pill, Wei Meidai's eyes lit up and her pretty face brimmed with uncontrollable joy. This Qi returning pill was precisely the pill that she had been practicing refining these days. A few days ago, she had successfully refined the Qi returning pill. She didn't expect that the topic of today's assessment would be the Qi returning pill. Even the heavens were helping her. Thinking of this, Wei Meidai proudly glanced at Bailey Hongshuang. Now, she wanted to see how Bailey Hongshuang could compete with her. Bailey Hongshuang didn't take this matter to heart. She usually refined the most Qi returning pill. Previously, in order to go to Luoyun mountain range to gain experience, she had specially refined many Qi returning pills. This could be said to be the pill with the highest success rate among all the pills she had refined. The Alchemist Guild's attendant quickly brought over the ingredients needed to refine the Qi returning pill and placed them in front of Bailey Hongshuang and Wei Meidai. Looking at the ingredients on the table, Bailey Hongshuang didn't delay any longer. With a thought, the flame under the pill furnace started to burn. Seeing Bailey Hongshuang calmly preparing to refine the pill, Wei Meidai was a little surprised. The Qi returning pill was one of the most difficult pills to refine among the first-grade pills. Moreover, every alchemist had a different pill formula. Although alchemists usually had the pill formulas for the most common pills on the market, the Qi returning pill's pill formula was very precious and not everyone had it. Bailey Hongshuang's calm and composed appearance at the moment, could it be that she was faking it? The Qi returning pill isn't an easy pill to refine. Don't put on an act and just give up. Don't embarrass yourself later. Wei Meidai looked at Bailey Hongshuang mockingly, her words full of sarcasm. No matter how Bailey Hongshuang tried to please the crowd, she wouldn't believe that Bailey Hongshuang could really refine the pill. Bailey Hongshuang glanced at Wei Meidai indifferently. If you don't have the ability to pass the assessment, then don't chirp here. Hearing Bailey Hongshuang's merciless reply, Wei Meidai was furious. She really didn't understand how Bailey Hongshuang could be so confident. You're just a doctor, not an alchemist. Wei Meidai's eyes were filled with jealousy as she coldly said. Seeing Wei Meidai being so noisy, Bailey Hongshuang leaned over and looked at the former condescendingly. Don't you know that Godly Doctor Square also sells pills? Wei Meidai's expression froze. She naturally knew that Godly Doctor Square sold pills and the price of the pills was 20% higher than the market price. Even though the price was so much higher, there was still an endless stream of people going to buy the pills. A few days ago, her master had sent someone to buy a pill from Godly Doctor Square. After careful research, she found that the effects of the pills sold by Godly Doctor Square were much better than the ones circulating in the market. It was really inconceivable. Thinking of this, Wei Meidai's eyes flashed with a trace of doubt. Perhaps she could find out the secret of Godly Doctor Square's pills from Bailey Hongshuang. After all, Bailey Hongshuang was the owner of Godly Doctor Square. I don't know which pill master is the pill, but if someone offers a higher price, then the pill will have nothing to do with you. Don't tell me you're the one selling the pills in Godly Doctor Square? TSK TSK. Wei Meidai laughed hysterically. Her face was filled with ridicule and sarcasm. Bailey Hongshuang's lips curved into an enchanting smile. Her beautiful face that could topple a nation was beautiful beyond compare. But the words that came out of her mouth made Wei Meidai stunned. It's rare for you to be smart for once. Bailey Hongshuang's words were light as a feather, indifferent and confident. From beginning to end, Bailey Hongshuang was like a great master, giving Wei Meidai a feeling of superiority. Wei Meidai was stunned. The mocking smile on her face disappeared with Bailey Hongshuang's words. Impossible, impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Wei Meidai emphasized. She heard from her master that godly Dr. Square's pills must have been refined by a master of alchemy to bring out the medicinal effects perfectly. If she had the chance to get to know him, her master would have to call him a master. Ding, Tong Qingyuan struck the copper gong, signaling the start of the test. On the other side, the incense had already been lit. Bailey Hongzhuang no longer paid any attention to the noisy Wei Mei Dai and began to refine pills. She had refined the qi returning pill many times, so she was very familiar with the process. First, she placed a stalk of star blue into the pill furnace. The flame quickly engulfed the star blue. In her line of sight, the star blue quickly withered and turned yellow. Finally, under the purification of the flame, the impurities were all removed, leaving behind a pure powder. Bailey Hongzhuang then picked up another stalk of pill and placed it into the pill furnace. The flame engulfed it again. Under the control of Bailey Hongzhuang's mental power, the flame danced like a jumping spirit. Stalk after stalk of medicinal herbs were purified. Bailey Hongzhuang's movements were as smooth as flowing water. This flame that was hard to control in others' eyes was as docile and obedient as an obedient baby in her hands. Her delicate and beautiful face was calm and indifferent, displaying the demeanor of a master. When Huan Chuyu saw the way Bailey Hongzhuang refined the pill, his gaze gradually changed and finally turned into a flash of light. Once an expert made a move, one would know whether or not they were skilled. Bailey Hongzhuang's movements were so experienced. It was obvious that she had spent a lot of effort on refining pills. Even if it was them, their pill refining techniques wouldn't be better than hers. Bailey Hongzhuang's pill refining was like a piece of art. She was calm and composed, giving people a feeling of beauty. On the other hand, Wei Meidai's movements were slow and awkward, revealing nervousness and worry. She was afraid that the flame would go out of her control if she wasn't careful. Pill refining techniques were also the result of countless trials and tribulations. Only after going through many trials and tribulations would the sluggishness gradually disappear. Comparing the two, one could see the difference between them. Tong Qingyuan's eyes revealed a trace of admiration. Bailey Hongzhuang looks very extraordinary. Her pill refining techniques are so natural, making people gasp in amazement. There was one more thing that Tong Qingyuan did not say out loud. He felt that his alchemy skills were not as good as Bailey Hongzhuang's. It was just that he could not say it out loud. Huan Chuyu nodded slightly, his eyes filled with admiration. Bailey Hongzhuang is indeed a genius. He had seen many geniuses in the Xianxia continent, but he had never seen someone as monstrous as Bailey Hongzhuang. Others might not be able to achieve this even if they spent tens of years, but they saw this from a girl who was only in her teens. How could they not be amazed? The complacent look on Gu Zhongyan's face gradually dissipated. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva, unable to believe what he was seeing. At this moment, there was almost no doubt that Bailey Hongzhuang was absolutely a genuine alchemist. If Bailey Hongzhuang passed the first-grade alchemist test, then he would lose all his face. However, Tong Qingyuan and Huan Chuyu's attention was currently on Bailey Hongzhuang, so they did not pay attention to his thoughts. After all the herbs had been purified, Bailey Hongzhuang closed the lid of the furnace, her spiritual power wrapping around the whole furnace. The most complicated thing was to combine the purified herbs and refine them into a dan. Huan Chuyu and the rest looked at Bailey Hongzhuang's indifferent appearance, as if she was taking a stroll in the garden. There was no doubt that she would be able to successfully refine the pills. Wei Meidai saw her master looking at Bailey Hongzhuang as if she had seen a ghost. She was puzzled and could not help but turn to look at the former. With this look, Wei Meidai was also stunned. Just as Wei Meidai was puzzled, a sound was suddenly heard. Following that, a burnt smell spread out. As it turned out, when Wei Meidai was distracted, the herbs had already been burnt to ashes. Wei Meidai's face instantly turned ugly. She didn't think that her momentary distraction would cause the first set of herbs to fail. She angrily glared at Bailey Hongzhuang, only to discover that Bailey Hongzhuang didn't even look at her. When she raised her head again, she saw Gu Zhongyan's slightly reprimanding gaze. She didn't dare to delay any longer and quickly picked up the second set of herbs to start refining. Time slowly passed. Bailey Hongzhuang's expression didn't change and she was confident. Finally, when a whiff of fragrance came from the pill, her delicate and beautiful mouth hooked up into a faint smile. The pill was about to be refined successfully. Huan Chuyu and Tong Qingyuan also had smiles on their faces. Bailey Hongzhuang would definitely pass the first-grade alchemist test. Wei Meidai smelled the familiar and quiet medicinal fragrance and her face instantly turned ugly. Refined. Bailey Hongzhuang actually succeeded. She had previously said that Bailey Hongzhuang wouldn't be able to refine successfully. Now that she was still purifying the pill, Bailey Hongzhuang's pill was actually about to be refined successfully. Wei Meidai's heart was abnormally chaotic. The last bit of support she had was completely gone. Thinking back to the scene that happened in the guild hall, she was afraid that after today's matter was spread out, she would lose all her face, qi. Another familiar sound rang out. Wei Meidai's almost finished refining herbs were actually burnt to ashes again. Wei Meidai's face turned green. She wasn't proficient in controlling flames. Once her heart was in chaos, she couldn't control it. Ding! Bailey Hongzhuang flicked her white hand and the pill furnace lid was opened. A perfectly round pill was in the pill furnace. Casually picking up the white porcelain bottle on the table, Bailey Hongzhuang placed the pill into the white porcelain bottle. Everything was so simple and orderly, as if it was formed by nature. Placing the white porcelain bottle on the table, Bailey Hongzhuang looked towards Huan Chuyu and Tong Qingyuan who were on the stage. It's done. Huan Chuyu and Tong Qingyuan walked to Bailey Hongzhuang's table and opened the white porcelain bottle to take a look. A perfectly round and plump qi-returning pill was quietly placed within the bottle. The rich medicinal fragrance filled their nostrils. Huan Chuyu nodded, not concealing his satisfaction in the slightest. This energy-returning pill was refined very well. It can be said to be perfect. Tong Qingyuan also had a look of agreement. Indeed. So? Did I pass the first-grade alchemist exam? Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly and asked aloud. Of course, Tong Qingyuan hurriedly replied. As a Tier 2 alchemist, he was usually sought after by everyone. However, in front of Bailey Hongzhuang, who was known as a godly doctor, he could not put on any airs. Many thanks. Bailey Hongzhuang cupped her hands and smiled. On the other side, Wei Meidai, who was completely ignored by everyone, stood awkwardly in the same spot. The stipulated time was not up yet, but everyone had clearly forgotten about her existence. Was she going to continue refining this pill or not? Bailey Hongzhuang glanced at Gu Songyun indifferently and the corner of her mouth hooked up into a mocking smile. There was no need to say anything, the meaning was clear. Gu Songyun's face flushed red. With a wave of his sleeve, he strode away. Let's go. Wei Meidai did not know what to do. Hearing Gu Songyun's words, she hurriedly left. Seeing Gu Songyun and Wei Meidai leave, Huan Chuyu and Tong Qingyuan did not say anything. If I want to participate in the second-rank alchemist exam, should I continue the exam? Bailey Hongzhuang slowly spoke out her thoughts. Since she was already here, she might as well take the exam together to save herself the trouble. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Tong Qingyuan's expression changed. In his opinion, with Bailey Hongzhuang's age, passing the first-rank alchemist exam was already very difficult. He did not expect that Bailey Hongzhuang still wanted to participate in the second-rank alchemist exam. After seeing Gu Songyun get slapped in the face, he also understood that Bailey Hongzhuang was not someone who spoke without thinking. Since she said so, she must have the confidence to pass the exam. All along, he thought that only Lu Qingyue was an alchemy genius. He did not expect that Bailey Hongzhuang was also one. Moreover, Bailey Hongzhuang was also proficient in medicine. Comparing the two, Bailey Hongzhuang could be called a demon. Huan Chuyu was not too surprised. Bailey Hongzhuang was not an ordinary person. It seemed that anything that happened to her would not be strange. Miss Bailey, you still cannot participate in the second-rank alchemist exam. Tong Qingyuan replied. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. Her clear eyes revealed some doubts. Why? We need to first register your first-rank alchemist identity and inform the other alchemist guilds of this identity. After you receive your first-rank alchemist robe, you can then participate in the second-rank alchemist exam. Bailey Hongzhuang finally understood, so it's like this. Tong Qingyuan faintly smiled. After all these are done, it will take at least a week before you can participate in the second-rank alchemist exam. After all, not everyone can be like Miss Bailey, able to pass 2 ranks of the exam at once. Tong Qingyuan's honest voice was filled with sorrow. The time that Tong Qingyuan spent in the Alchemist Guild was not short. Apart from Bailey Hongzhuang, there was no one else who wanted to directly complete the second-rank alchemist exam. After other alchemists passed the first alchemist exam, who knew how many years it would take before they could participate in the second alchemist exam? Even for Lu Qingyue, the time span was not short. I understand. Bailey Hongzhuang lightly nodded, then I will participate in the second-rank alchemist exam in a few days. Under Tong Qingyuan's lead, Bailey Hongzhuang left the Alchemist Guild. After the alchemist robes were made, the Alchemist Association would send someone to deliver the alchemist robes to her. As for the second-rank alchemist exam, she was not in a hurry. As long as his identity as an alchemist was verified, no one would question the authenticity of the channel-opening pill in his hands. The reason why she came to the Alchemist Guild was so that the auction for the 3 channel-opening pills could proceed smoothly. After Bailey Hongzhuang left, Tong Qingyuan looked towards Huan Qiyu. Old Huan, this Miss Bailey isn't a simple person. Huan Qiyu faintly smiled. Bailey Hongzhuang's every movement is filled with the demeanor of a great family. Her true background is definitely not simple. Then, should we investigate? Huan Qiyu raised his right hand, stopping Tong Qingyuan's thoughts. No matter what her background is, it has no conflict with us. Why should we investigate? If we anger the power behind her, I'm afraid the gains won't make up for the losses. The moon was bright, the stars were sparse, and the cool breeze was like water. Bailey Hongzhuang was cultivating in her room when suddenly, a series of footsteps came from outside the door, followed by a knock. Hearing this familiar knocking sound, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes revealed a trace of a smile. After Xia Jiqing had come many times, she could tell that it was Xia Jiqing just by listening to the sound of her footsteps. Jiqing, you've come. Bailey Hongzhuang opened the door and welcomed Xia Jiqing in, her delicate and perfect face rippling with a gentle smile. What a coincidence, I was planning to find you tomorrow, but since you're here, I don't need to go. Hearing this, Xia Jiqing raised her eyebrows in surprise. You're looking for me for something? Bailey Hongzhuang nodded, her right hand brushing her Qianquan bag, and a white porcelain bottle appeared in her hand. This is for you. Xia Jiqing took the white porcelain bottle and opened it, only to see a perfectly round pill placed inside. Her mind turned, and Xia Jiqing's eyes widened. Hongzhuang, this can't be, it can't be. Seeing Xia Jiqing's appearance of wanting to say something but not saying it, Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled. That's right, this is the channel opening pill. Hiss, Xia Jiqing sucked in a breath of cold air. From the moment Bailey Hongzhuang handed the white porcelain bottle to her, she already had some guesses in her heart. But after knowing that it really was the channel opening pill, she still couldn't believe it. Such a precious pill. This is too precious, I can't accept it. Xia Jiqing said. Although she had long regarded Bailey Hongzhuang as a close friend, they hadn't known each other for long. She didn't have anything, so how could she accept such a precious gift from Bailey Hongzhuang? One had to know that ever since the news of the 3 channel opening pills being auctioned spread, all the students in the school were thinking of ways to bid for them. Just accept it, this pill will be of great help to us right now. Xia Jiqing shook her head. I know it's a great help, but that's why I can't accept it. She sincerely regarded Bailey Hongzhuang as a friend, and did not want to covet Hongzhuang's benefits. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. Jiqing, I know what you're thinking. Since we're friends, there's no need to think too much. Although she and Xia Jiqing had not known each other for a long time, the two of them were extremely congenial. Seeing how serious Bailey Hongzhuang was, Xia Jiqing hesitated for a moment before accepting the channel opening pill. Hongzhuang, if you need me in the future, I will definitely not refuse. She was very touched that Bailey Hongzhuang treated her so sincerely. Xia Jiqing secretly decided that in the future, as long as Bailey Hongzhuang needed her, she would definitely do her best. That's right, Jiqing, what did you come to find me for? Bailey Hongzhuang asked, her beautiful black eyes twinkling with a smile. Oh, I almost forgot. Xia Jiqing then remembered. Actually, I didn't come for anything important. I just heard some news and came to tell you. What news? Xia Jiqing smiled. I heard today that there will be a new special enrollment student coming to the school tomorrow. You should have received the notice for tomorrow's morning meeting, right? Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. She had heard the news when she returned from the Alchemist Guild, but she didn't know why. Yes, I have never heard of the existence of a third special enrollment student. It is precisely because of this that this special enrollment student is so special. Xiaojiqing's face was full of excitement. The status of a special enrollment student in the Azure Water School was already extraordinary, and the identity of this special enrollment student was even more special. Bailey Hongzhuang's beautiful eyes revealed a trace of doubt. She had never heard of this special enrollment student before, and Dong Fengyu and the others had never mentioned it. She believed that they also did not know of the existence of a third special enrollment student. So to speak, this third special enrollment student was really a special existence. This is not the main point. The main point is that I heard that this special enrollment student is not only strong, but also exceptionally handsome. Xiaojiqing raised her eyebrows, her eyes full of excitement. For girls of her age, there was nothing more attractive than a handsome man. Looking at Xiaojiqing's excited appearance, Bailey Hongzhuang's pretty face revealed a helpless smile. Sure enough, this was the point that Xiaojiqing was most concerned about. This third special enrollment student has not yet arrived. How do you know that he is handsome? Bailey Hongzhuang teased. Xiaojiqing blinked. There is no lack of people in the school who are well informed. Ordinary students and special enrollment students are slightly different. To be able to become a special enrollment student, you must put all your energy into cultivation. However, ordinary students are still very interested in gossip, especially girls. Since you know, then why don't you put all your energy into cultivation? Bailey Hongzhuang found it somewhat funny. Don't you want to come to the alchemist class as soon as possible? Naturally, I want to. Xiaojiqing smiled brightly. When I was cultivating, I heard my roommate talk about it. This news is so shocking, naturally I couldn't help but listen for a while. Now, everyone is very curious about the identity of this special enrollment student. You know, among the special enrollment students, Gong Xiaoqing is very close to Lu Qingyue, and Dong Fengyu has a very good relationship with you. How many girls' hearts have been broken, and now only Bai Junyu is left. At this moment, hearing that there is another outstanding and handsome man coming, isn't everyone on steroids? Bailey Hongzhuang was slightly startled. Dong Fengyu and I are just classmates. Gong Xiaoqing and Lu Qingyue's relationship was ambiguous, but there was nothing between her and Dong Fengyu. Of course I know. Xiaojiqing nodded and then spread out her hands. However, the other students don't know. Senior Dongfeng has always been gentle and amiable. He's loved by all the girls in the school. Ever since you and Senior Dongfeng got to know each other, everyone believed that your relationship with Senior Dongfeng wasn't shallow. I've heard that many senior sisters were crying silently in the dead of night. Master, your sin is too great. Xiao He lamented. Xiao Bai nodded in agreement. If Di Baichen knew about this, he would definitely be jealous. The corner of Bailey Hongzhuang's mouth twitched. If Jiqing wasn't here, she would have sent these two furballs flying. It's not that bad. Bailey Hongzhuang said helplessly, it seems that I have to be more careful in the future. Xiaojiqing shook her head and pulled Bailey Hongzhuang's hand, looking very serious. What does it matter? Senior Dongfeng is a very good person. If you can be together with Senior Dongfeng, I will be happy for you. Looking at Xiaojiqing acting like a matchmaker, Bailey Hongzhuang quickly dispelled her idea. Don't think so much, there is no romantic relationship between me and Dong Fengyu. Bailey Hongzhuang explained with a beautiful smile on her delicate and perfect face. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang being so serious and not trying to hide anything, Xiaojiqing couldn't help but take a deep look at Bailey Hongzhuang. Is what you said true? You really don't have any romantic feelings for Senior Dongfeng? No, I really don't. Bailey Hongzhuang was helpless. Xiaojiqing sighed, her eyebrows full of disappointment. It's a pity, Senior Dongfeng is such a good partner, but you don't have any ideas. It's really a pity, I don't know which woman will benefit in the future. Listening to Xiaojiqing's sigh, Bailey Hongzhuang rolled her eyes. How come she didn't know that Xiaojiqing's mind had so many messy ideas? If you are interested in Senior Dongfeng, then you should take advantage of him. Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled. Senior Dongfeng is yours, I never had any ideas. Xiaojiqing quickly waved her hand. She understood that she couldn't bully her friend's husband. Hee hee, Bailey Hongzhuang smiled, her eyes bright and bright. I think you and Bai Junyu are good. Xia Jiqing's eyes widened, that noisy guy? I'm not interested. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. Jiqing was not interested in Bai Junyu, but Bai Junyu seemed to be very interested in Jiqing. Senior Dongfeng is so outstanding, why don't you like him? Xia Jiqing's eyes narrowed, her eyes flashing with doubt. Do you already have someone in your heart? Someone in my heart. Bailey Hongzhuang's mind couldn't help but outline a pale golden figure, tall and straight, peerless. Ever since they met, he had always stood firmly by her side. When he found out that she was in danger, he left everything behind to come see her, just to make sure that she was safe. Xia Jiqing originally just wanted to test the waters, but when she saw Bailey Hongzhuang in a daze, her eyes suddenly changed. Could it be that she had hit the jackpot? Did Hongzhuang really have a sweetheart? Hongzhuang, be honest. Xia Jiqing said proudly. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. Who knows what will happen in the future? Seeing Hongzhuang speak so deeply, Xia Jiqing also didn't ask more. After all, there were some secrets that no one could pry into. The next day, the sun shone brightly, the sky was high and the clouds were light. Bailey Hongzhuang woke up early in the morning. Yesterday, she had received news that the academy was going to hold a meeting this morning. Now that she thought about it, it should be to introduce the third specially recruited student. I wonder how special this third specially recruited student is. To be able to make the academy make an exception for him, this third specially recruited student is naturally not simple. However, the monster tide this time has caused the academy to lose a lot of talents, so it's reasonable to expand the enrollment. Bailey Hongzhuang walked slowly with Baisher in her arms. Along the way, she heard everyone talking about the third specially recruited student. When Bailey Hongzhuang arrived, Dongfeng Yu and the others had already arrived. As the backbone of the academy, they had already come early to help prepare. Only Bai Junyu and Cui Haoyan had not yet recovered from their injuries. Bailey Hongzhuang, you're here. His handsome face revealed a warm and elegant smile. Dongfeng Yu greeted Bailey Hongzhuang as soon as he saw her. Generally, the students of our special enrollment class would come early for the morning meeting. You and Bai Junyu are newcomers, so there's no need for that. Lu Qinyue walked to Bailey Hongzhuang's side, her eyes shining. Hongzhuang, I heard you passed the first grade alchemist exam yesterday? Lu Qinyue was Huan Chuyo's disciple, so Bailey Hongzhuang wasn't surprised that she heard the news so early. She immediately nodded in acknowledgement. Your speed is really fast. Lu Qinyue chuckled. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. In 5 days, I will begin auctioning off the channel opening pills. Taking the exam early is also to prevent people from gossiping. Did you hear? There's a third special enrollment student coming to the school today. Lu Qinyue's delicate and beautiful face was filled with curiosity. This is the first time in the history of the Azure Water School. Thinking about it, this new student shouldn't be a simple character. Dongfeng Yu raised his eyebrows, his flirtatious peach blossom eyes filled with an enchanting smile. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly, declining to comment. No matter what kind of special character the other party was, it didn't matter to her. While everyone was talking, the principal and vice principal had already slowly walked over. Hello principal, hello vice principal. Seeing the principal and vice principal, all the students saluted and greeted them. The two principals walked up the stage together. Looking at the many students gathered below, a kind and gratified smile appeared on their faces. Today, I've gathered everyone here to introduce a new special enrollment student. Principal Ren Tianxiong got straight to the point. As a cultivator, he didn't like to waste time on unnecessary formalities. What he adhered to was that cultivators were straightforward. Once these words came out, all the students' eyes were filled with curiosity. It seemed that the rumors they heard were true. They just didn't know who this third special enrollment student was. To be able to receive an exceptional admission from the Azure Water School and receive a grand introduction from the principal and vice principal, this wasn't treatment an ordinary person could receive. As soon as Ren Tianxiong finished speaking, a man slowly walked up the stage. The man wore a light golden soft robe, and his figure was tall and straight. His ink-black hair was tied up with a crown made of suet jade, and his chiseled face was peerlessly handsome. His long eyebrows reached his temples, and his narrow eyes were deep. He had a graceful bearing and was as calm as the wind. The golden sunlight shone on his tall and straight figure, making him look like a god. Everyone below the stage looked at the specially recruited student on the high platform and let out a gasp of surprise. Heavens, the rumors are indeed true. This new special enrollment student is really a rare handsome man. This is the first time I've seen such a good-looking person. I'm drunk. She's the woman of my dreams. All the women present went crazy. Gong Xiaoqing and Dong Fangyu had always been their dream lovers. It's just that Gong Xiaoqing and Lu Qingyue were extremely close. Dong Fangyu also seemed to have a close relationship with Bailey Hongzhuang. They probably didn't have any hope. Now, this third special enrollment student had surpassed Gong Xiaoqing and Dong Fangyu. Compared to Gong Xiaoqing's coldness and Dong Fangyu's gentleness, this third special enrollment student was noble. He seemed to be a natural aristocrat. His every movement exuded an innate noble aura, making people intoxicated. Some people, even if they don't say anything, do nothing, just stand there quietly and you can feel their extraordinariness. This special enrollment student just stood on the high platform and a natural momentum spread out, making everyone not dare to underestimate him. Even the experienced and knowledgeable Gong Xiaoqing and Dong Fangyu felt a trace of shock in their hearts. They were also outstanding talents, so this feeling was even more obvious. This special enrollment student is definitely not simple. Below the stage, Shan Yuanhuan stared at the figure standing on the high platform, his eyes full of disbelief. Impossible, this is impossible, Shan Yuanhuan kept shouting in his heart. This can't be true, isn't he a cripple? He has been sitting in a wheelchair for so many years, how can he stand up now? In the past few years, Bewitching has always been the target of his bullying and sarcasm, the mud he ruthlessly trampled under his feet. But now, this piece of mud had the appearance of a peerless talent and had completely defeated him. How can there be a day when he can stand up? Xiao Zifan also stared blankly at Bewitching on the stage. Bewitching has always been very famous in the imperial city. He has seen the handsome and perfect, but unfortunately he is a cripple Prince Chen. Only, in front of him. This elegant young master exuding a noble aura, whereas the slightest sign of a cripple, Xiao Zifan couldn't help but think of the waste Bailey Hongzhuang who has been ridiculed by everyone these years. Didn't she also wash away the shame under everyone's shock and become a first-class genius? In his mind, the rumor of the imperial city slowly emerged, a blind man and a cripple, a match made in heaven. Now it seems that Prince Chen and Bailey Hongzhuang really are a match made in heaven. Only, this can be called a perfect match made in heaven. Looking at the pale golden figure, Bailey Hongzhuang's beautiful eyes that were as calm as an ancient well rippled, revealing shock and surprise, and even a trace of surprise. Bewitching has always told her that he will come to find her when he is done. Only, she didn't expect Bewitching to appear in front of her in such an unexpected way. Kanglan School's special enrollment? Could it be that he wanted to stay at the Azure Water School to cultivate? Haha, Bewitching is here. That's right. It's really exciting. He must be worried about Master staying here. Haha. Xiao He and Xiao Bai were jumping around excitedly. Bailey Hongzhuang felt as if there were two balls rolling around on her head. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Did these two fellows have any awareness of being pearl hair clips? If other people were to see the hair clip rolling around on her head, wouldn't they be shocked? Fortunately, everyone's attention was now on Bewitching, who was on the high platform, and no one noticed this. I am Bewitching, and I am honored to be a member of Songlong College. His deep and mellow voice was full of magnetism. Bewitching's handsome eyebrows carried a handsome smile, and his eyes undisguised looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in the crowd. Wearing a white dress, she was quiet and beautiful. Even standing in the crowd, she was still so conspicuous, like a luminous pearl, dazzling and captivating. Noticing Bewitching's gaze, Bailey Hongzhuang's mouth slightly rose, and a little bright smile appeared in her eyes. Bewitching's mouth also evoked a smile, handsome and extraordinary. I believe everyone already knows about the demonic beast tide that appeared in the Luoyun mountain range. Many students were killed in the demonic beast tide. Ran Tianxiong's expression was heavy. Usually, students would go to the Luoyun mountain range to train and complete missions. This rare demonic beast tide was really unexpected. In the history of the Azure Water School, there had never been such a large number of casualties. His mood was very heavy. The students under the stage all nodded after hearing this. They all understood that this matter was very serious. A classmate that they used to cultivate with had fallen just like that and would never come back. Everyone was feeling very sad. After discussing with the vice principal, we have decided to make an exception and recruit a new batch of students. Ran Tianxiong slowly said. With the current situation of the school, this was the only solution. The students all showed an understanding expression. The Azure Water School had always adhered to the principle of choosing the best and not the most. Therefore, the number of students in the school was not many. After the demonic beast died, the number of students in the school became even less. Under these circumstances, it was also very good to recruit a new batch of students. Ren Tianxiong and Huan Qiyu discussed for a few days before making this decision. Although the quality of the students recruited under these circumstances would be slightly worse, they still maintained the principle of choosing the best. Filling the student pool was also very important. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes flashed with a complicated light. It seems that the principal and vice principal made this decision after careful consideration. Gong Xiaoqing, I'll leave Debaichen's residence to you. Huan Qiyu looked at Gong Xiaoqing and said. Gong Xiaoqing nodded and replied, I understand. Huan Qiyu nodded slightly and looked at Dong Fangyu, you bring Debaichen to familiarize himself with the school's environment. Vice principal, you can rest assured. Ren Tianxiong explained a few more things in the school before leaving with Huan Qiyu. Following the departure of the two, the originally quiet morning field suddenly became lively. The gazes of the female students condensed on Debaichen. They were too curious about Debaichen. Gong Xiaoqing was already taken, so Dong Fangyu didn't have much hope. This Debaichen had just arrived at the academy, so they had to seize this opportunity. There was no lack of bold women in the crowd. Looking at the extraordinarily handsome Debaichen who was still standing on the high platform, they shouted, Debaichen, do you have a woman you like? Hua, as soon as these words came out, the crowd went into an uproar. However, there were even more people who were jeering. The woman was hidden in the crowd, and no one knew who had shouted. Xia Jiqing's face showed a touch of amazement. I didn't expect the women of our Kanglan College to be so open. However, this Debaichen is just like what I heard. He's even more handsome than Dong Fangyu and the others. Xia Jiqing excitedly touched Bailey Hongzhuang's shoulder and smiled, don't you think so? Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly and couldn't deny it. Debaichen had always been outstanding, and this excellence had far exceeded the standard of excellence in the eyes of ordinary people. Dong Fangyu and Gong Xiaoqing also looked at Debaichen with interest. As men, they could feel that Debaichen was definitely a very outstanding man. Lu Qingyue's beautiful eyes also showed curiosity. She had always thought that Gong Dage was outstanding enough. However, when she saw Debaichen for the first time, she felt that Debaichen was different from the rest. He was extraordinary and could even be called perfect. This was the combination of nobility and God. Even if she didn't understand his strength, from the confident smile on Debaichen's face, it wasn't hard to guess that his strength was absolutely not weak. Hong Zhuang, do you think Debaichen has a sweetheart? Xia Jiqing didn't hide her curiosity at all. She tilted her head and asked Bailey Hongzhuang. Just as everyone was curiously looking at Debaichen, wanting to know how Debaichen would answer, Debaichen's gaze fell on Bailey Hongzhuang's body. Debaichen's beautiful pink lips curled up in an evil smile. His eyes revealed a bit of craftiness. Looking at Debaichen's smile, Bailey Hongzhuang instinctively felt that things weren't good. She was afraid that, just as Bailey Hongzhuang was about to leave, Debaichen's voice suddenly rang out. Sorry, this one already has a wife. As soon as these words came out, the scene was once again in an uproar. Everyone was stunned. Although there was no lack of cultivators present who had already married, outstanding men like Debaichen had always married relatively late. What's more, to be able to make Debaichen so calmly admit it, this wife must have made Debaichen very satisfied. Dong Fangyu's amorous peach blossom eyes revealed a bit of a smile. This new special enrollment student's temperament is really calm, haha. Saying this, Dong Fangyu's gaze couldn't help but look at Gong Xiaoqing and the others. But when he saw Bailey Hongzhuang's slightly strange expression, he frowned. Bailey Hongzhuang, what's wrong? Lu Qinyue and Xia Jiqing also looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and wondered, Hongzhuang, what are you doing? However, Gong Xiaoqing noticed the way Bewitching looked at Bailey Hongzhuang. He had a vague premonition. It seemed like Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang knew each other. Bewitching's reply undoubtedly hurt the hearts of the girls who were full of expectations. It was rare for the academy to have such a handsome and extraordinary man, but he was already married. Didn't that cut off all their hopes? It was unknown whether Bewitching was too outstanding or if the female student was joking, but a voice rang out again. Then, do you mind having another wife? Following this, the cheers grew even louder. Even the group of male students had the mentality of watching a good show. In the Xianxia continent, polygamy was a normal thing. Especially outstanding men, having several beautiful wives following behind them was a very normal thing. However, Bewitching had only just arrived at the Azure Water School. Everyone didn't even have the slightest understanding of Bewitching, but there were already girls who wanted to devote themselves to him. It really made people sigh with emotion. Bewitching's mouth hooked up in an evil and elegant arc. He walked down the high platform and slowly walked towards Bailey Hongzhuang. As for this, it depends on whether my wife allows it or not. Then, under the shocked eyes of the crowd, Bewitching walked to Bailey Hongzhuang's side and directly put his hand on Bailey Hongzhuang's shoulder. Bewitching's smile was warm and elegant, like cherry blossoms in March, gentle and intoxicating. Wife, am I right? Bewitching's words were like a heavy bomb that exploded in an instant. Xiaojiqing stared blankly at Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching. Previously, she had jokingly made a bet with Hongzhuang about whether or not Bewitching had a wife. She didn't expect that the wife Bewitching spoke of was actually Hongzhuang. This scene had changed too quickly, she couldn't change it at all. Lu Qingyue was stunned. She looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and Gong Xiaoqing in astonishment. This was too unexpected. Dong Fengyu and Gong Xiaoqing's expressions weren't much better. Before Bewitching said this, they simply couldn't relate Bailey Hongzhuang to Bewitching. Dong Fengyu's heart was stunned. He had previously inquired a lot about Bailey Hongzhuang, but he had never heard that Bailey Hongzhuang was already married. Everyone's eyes fell on Bailey Hongzhuang. Whether this was true or not, they would have to see Bailey Hongzhuang's reply. Bailey Hongzhuang helplessly looked at the handsome face in front of her. From the moment this guy appeared, she had already expected this scene to happen. Explain, she had no way to explain. Deny it, this was the truth. How could she deny it? Since it didn't work, she could only admit it. What do you think? Bailey Hongzhuang's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of craftiness. If you are willing, I naturally have no problem. Bewitching had kicked this question to her. She didn't want to be the villain who would shatter the hearts of thousands of young girls. It was better to directly throw this question back. Listening to Bailey Hongzhuang's undeniable answer, everyone had to believe that Bailey Hongzhuang was Bewitching's wife. This discovery made the girls of the school completely collapse. Before, Dong Fengyu was the male god in everyone's mind. Who would have thought that since Bailey Hongzhuang came to the school, Dong Fengyu would be very close to her, causing everyone to be heartbroken. Now they had finally welcomed a new male god. This was only the first day he came to the school, but he was already Bailey Hongzhuang's husband. The one who strikes first gains the advantage, and the one who strikes later suffers. But Bailey Hongzhuang's speed was too fast, right? Did she want people to live? Did she want them to have a trace of hope in their hearts? At this time, not only were the hearts of the female students broken, the male students who admired Bailey Hongzhuang were also broken. Bailey Hongzhuang was the new goddess in their minds. Who would have thought that she would fall in Bailey Hongzhuang? They didn't have the slightest hope. Now, they didn't have any hope at all. How was he a special enrollment student of the school? He clearly came to the school to find his wife. Seeing the sly look in Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes, Bewitching's black as jade eyes were filled with a touch of pampering and nostalgia. When he first met Bailey Hongzhuang, she was also sly, directly reaching out to him and asking for 100 gold coins. Now seeing her still standing in front of him, his heart had an indescribable joy. Fortunately, she was still well. Wife, if you say so, your husband will be sad. Bewitching smiled evilly. My heart has always only held you, there is no room for anyone else. Everyone looked at Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang's high-profile display of affection. The whole square was scattered with the sound of heartbreak. Was it necessary? Was it necessary? Such a blatant confession simply didn't give them any chance at all. Xia Jiqing looked at Di Beichen's affectionate expression. She finally understood why Hong Zhuang didn't have the slightest bit of romantic feelings for Dong Fengyu. It turned out that an even better man had already appeared in her life. Although she didn't understand Di Beichen's situation, at this moment, Di Beichen and Bailey Hongzhuang standing together were truly a match made in heaven. Di Beichen was handsome, dashing, and confident, while Bailey Hongzhuang was a stunning beauty. That light golden figure and that white figure intertwined, creating an indescribable harmony. She believed that with Hong Zhuang's excellence, her husband would definitely not be a mediocre person. This new special enrollment student must have a lot of extraordinary aspects. Bailey Hongzhuang listened to Di Beichen's corny words and only felt a burst of uneasiness. This guy really didn't care about where he was speaking. Dong Fengyu looked at the golden couple Di Beichen and Bailey Hongzhuang standing to the side. His peach blossom eyes that had been filled with a smile had unknowingly restrained a bit. The originally relaxed smile had disappeared and was replaced by a touch of deep sadness. It was as if the originally bright and beautiful sunny day had suddenly turned into rain. There wasn't the slightest bit of sunshine, only depression and gloom. He didn't know why, but Dong Fengyu only felt that the two people standing together were too dazzling, making his heart feel a bit stifled. Gong Xiaoqing still had an unshakable iceberg face. But when Bailey Hongzhuang admitted her relationship with Di Beichen, a ripple appeared in his calm eyes. This sudden turn of events was far beyond his expectations. This was something that no one had expected. Lu Qinyue's mouth blossomed into a deep smile. When no one was paying attention, she quietly let out a sigh of relief. Her eyebrows revealed relief and relaxation. Di Beichen, since you're a new special enrollment student, I'll arrange for your room to be next to Bailey Hongzhuang's. How about it? Dong Fengyu quickly concealed the sadness in his eyes, and the corner of his mouth blossomed into his usual gentle smile. Di Beichen was supposed to stay with Bailey Hongzhuang and Bai Junyu since they were all specially recruited students of the same grade. Although Dong Fengyu covered it up very quickly, it still didn't escape Di Beichen's eyes. He nodded slightly. Thank you. It seems that his Wang Fei's charm really wasn't small. Even Dong Fengyu, who had never been moved by any woman, was moved. As the morning assembly ended, the other students dispersed. Before they returned, they were filled with anticipation. After the meeting, they were heartbroken. Now that they no longer had any thoughts, there was no point in continuing to stay here. Xiao Zifan slowly walked towards Bailey Hongzhuang. After all, he knew her. Since Di Beichen was here, he should come and say hello. Xianxia. Xiao Zifan cupped his hands and said, I didn't expect you to also come to Kanglin College. Although he knew Di Beichen before, he had never communicated with Di Beichen. He understood that the current Xianxia was no longer the same as before. From the moment he stood up, he was no longer the Xianxia who was bullied everywhere. What's more, Kanglin College didn't accept incompetent people. Since Di Beichen was able to become a special enrollment student of Kanglin College, this proved that Di Beichen's strength was also very outstanding. Thinking of this, Xiao Zifan's heart was filled with emotion. Di Beichen's eyes fell on Xiao Zifan. From Heimu's mouth, he had learned how Xiao Zifan and Hong Zhuang met. Di Beichen appreciated and was satisfied that Xiao Zifan was able to stand on Bailey Hongzhuang's side in the face of the Hell Wolves. Di Beichen's thin lips slightly raised, Hong Zhuang is here, so I naturally have to come. Xiao Zifan smiled slightly. He had long heard that the relationship between Xianxia and Chen Wangfei was very good. Seeing it today, it really lived up to its reputation. Shen Yuanhuan was not far away from Xiao Zifan and Di Beichen's conversation. The shock in his heart had not calmed down. How was this Di Beichen the same as the waste he had bullied before? For 3 years, Di Beichen had never stood up. How could he suddenly stand up? Could it be? Di Beichen's sudden departure was to treat his leg. Shen Yuanhuan's mind turned 1,000 times. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this matter was inconceivable. It seemed that he had to quickly send this news back to confirm it. When Dong Fengyu and the others heard Xiao Zifan's name for Di Beichen, their eyes were filled with a trace of astonishment. Chen Wangye? Xia Jiqing's eyes widened. Di Beichen is a Wangye? Xiao Zifan nodded. Yes, he is a Chen Wangye. Xia Jiqing was speechless. So, Hong Zhuang, aren't you a Wang Fei? Although they came to Canglan school with the status of a student, but the status of a prince and a princess was still extremely noble. Bailey Hongshuang's lips slightly curved. She did not care much about this identity. She had been the young miss of the general's household for 15 years. Was her identity not noble? But in fact, she had survived under the disdain and trampling of others for 15 years. It was because of this that she did not care about these identities. Bewitching also didn't know how to react. To him, being a prince wasn't an honor, but a disgrace. However, Bailey Hongshuang and Bewitching's indifferent and even disdainful attitude made them seem even more superior in everyone's eyes. They clearly had such honorable identities, yet they were able to hide it all this time. It could be seen how extraordinary their temperaments were. Waves of shock surged in Dongfengyu's heart. Previously, he had inquired about Bailey Hongshuang's life in the general's household, but he didn't know what happened afterwards. It turned out that the current Bailey Hongshuang was no longer the miss of the general's mansion, but Princess Chen of Fengbo State. Bailey Hongshuang, it's Bewitching's first time at Canglan school. Why don't you show him around? We'll go back first. Dongfengyu's expression was gentle, and the corner of his mouth was as warm as a peach blossom smile. It was impossible to see through his inner feelings. Hearing this, Bailey Hongshuang thought for a moment, then nodded, okay. Even if she went back now, Bewitching would still look for her. It just so happened that she also had some things to discuss with Bewitching. Seeing Bailey Hongshuang so frankly agree, Dongfengyu's heart felt even more stifled. He immediately found an excuse to leave. Gong Xiaoqing looked at Dongfengyu's back as he left, and then looked at Bailey Hongshuang, who didn't seem to notice. His gaze was slightly complicated. He and Dongfengyu had been good friends for many years. How could he not know what the latter was thinking? Big brother Gong, Hongshuang, and Bewitching haven't seen each other for a long time. They must have a lot to talk about. Why don't we go first? Lu Qingyu's delicate face rippled with a faint and gentle smile. Her voice was light and cheerful. Hongshuang, Xiao Zifan, and I will also leave first. Xia Jiqing excitedly blinked at Bailey Hongshuang. It was said that absence makes the heart grow fonder. If they continued to stay here, it would be too much of a hindrance. Bailey Hongshuang noticed everyone's ambiguous gazes, but didn't say anything to explain. She understood that in this situation, even if she explained, no one would believe her. In this case, it was better not to explain. If everyone misunderstood, then let them be. Seeing that everyone had disappeared in a flash, Bailey Hongshuang was a little helpless and turned to look at Bewitching next to her. Are you done with your business? According to her understanding, Bewitching had stayed in Fengbo country for 3 years, so there must be a mess behind him. It was definitely not easy to deal with it. However, Bewitching had not left for long. Could it be that he had dealt with everything in such a short time? If this was the case, then Bewitching's efficiency in dealing with things was not ordinary. If I didn't come back, I'm afraid that my wife would have run away with someone else. Bewitching's mouth had a charming smile, and his low and magnetic voice was full of charm and teasing. However, there was a trace of indescribable seriousness in the depths of his dark eyes. Bailey Hongshuang was sluggish. This guy really could say anything he wanted to say. It was originally a very normal thing, but why did it sound like she was having an affair when it came out of his mouth? Xiao He and Xiao Bai looked at each other. Sure enough, this was Bewitching's style, haha. Bailey Hongshuang's Baisher also looked at Bewitching. This was the second time it had seen Bewitching since the last time it bathed in the world. However, when it thought of the last time, oh, it was really embarrassing. Baisher lowered its head again and arched in Bailey Hongshuang's arms. It was a very shy beast. Nonsense. Bailey Hongshuang refuted. She knew that the 2 restless fellows above her must be laughing at her in their hearts. Hearing Bailey Hongshuang's words, Bewitching's eyes lit up and the smile on his face became even more beautiful and enchanting. In that case, even if I am not by wife's side, wife's heart is still concerned about me? Bailey Hongshuang was slightly startled. She angrily stared at the devilish face in front of her. This was a trap. This was a huge trap. Bewitching had clearly calculated everything. No matter how she answered, she would definitely fall into his trap. You think too much. Bailey Hongshuang narrowed her eyes and spoke with a hint of coldness. However, Bewitching was completely unaware of it. The smile on his face was still brilliant and the gaze he used to look at Bailey Hongzhuang with was still gentle. He tightened his grip on Bailey Hongzhuang's hand. Today is really a good day. I am in a very good mood to be able to see my wife again. Bailey Hongzhuang then noticed that Bewitching's hand was still on her shoulder. She could not help but ask, "Can you let go of this hand now?" Bewitching raised his brows. He did not want to let go, but when he saw Bailey Hongzhuang's cold expression, he quietly let go. "Of course, I will listen to my wife's words." Bailey Hongzhuang furrowed her brows. "Don't tell me you are too immersed in your role. I'm not your wife." As Bailey Hongzhuang's voice fell, the smile on Bewitching's face faded a little, and his eyes became a little more serious. "Don't tell me you don't want to be my wife?" However, just when Bailey Hongzhuang thought that Bewitching finally understood, the latter's voice suddenly rang out. "Then, this prince will call you princess consort?" "I'm not your wife, nor am I your princess consort," Bailey Hongzhuang emphasized. Was this guy clear about their relationship, or was Bewitching trying to confuse their relationship? Okay, whatever you say," Bewitching hurriedly said. "Then, I'll call you Zhuang. Or, little sweetheart? I'll call you whatever you like, how about it?" Bewitching was full of smiles. His originally handsome face, coupled with this bright smile, was like the brightest pearl, dazzling people's eyes. However, in Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes, it wasn't the case. "Really?" Bailey Hongzhuang's mouth hooked up in an enchanting smile. "You'll call me whatever I like?" "Of course." Bewitching blinked his starry eyes, his expression sincere and gentle. "But if you call me Bailey Hongzhuang or something like that, it won't show how close we are." Bailey Hongzhuang was defeated. She shouldn't have discussed this with this guy. After all, in terms of shamelessness, she was definitely not Bewitching's opponent. After Dong Fengyu returned to his room, Gong Xiaoqing and Lu Qinyue went to find him. "Dong Feng, when you were investigating earlier, why didn't you find out that Bailey Hongzhuang is princess consort Qin?" Gong Xiaoqing asked in a deep voice. What happened today was truly beyond their expectations, catching them completely off guard. Dong Fengyu sighed slightly. "I only asked about Bailey Hongzhuang in the general's estate, but I didn't ask about what happened after she left the general's estate." He remembered that at that time, the other party seemed to want to say something to him, but someone happened to come looking for him, so he didn't say anything. "I see." Gong Xiaoqing's expression was complicated. "I've always heard that Fengbo country's Prince Chen is a peerless talent, but his legs are crippled. Today I see that he is a dragon among men." A surprised expression appeared on Lu Qinyue's elegant and beautiful face. "Bewitching is the crippled prince of Fengbo country?" Fengbo country's crippled prince was very famous, but she only knew about the crippled prince. She didn't know that this prince was Bewitching. In that case, it's amazing that Hongzhuang and Bewitching are together. Lu Qinyue couldn't hide the surprise in her eyes. The situation of Hongzhuang and Bewitching before was too similar. After the marriage, the two people were like different people. Looking at Hongzhuang and Bewitching now, no one would be able to connect them with the bullied miss of the general's estate and the crippled prince. Dong Fengyu and Gong Xiaoqing's expressions were also very strange. It seemed that this matter was really too bizarre. Bailey Hongzhuang's change was already hard to believe, and now there was another Bewitching. It was really too shocking. Suddenly, Gong Xiaoqing's eyes lit up. Bailey Hongzhuang is a godly doctor. Could it be that she cured Bewitching's legs? When these words came out, Dong Fengyu and Lu Qinyue's eyes lit up. From the matter of Bailey Hongzhuang curing Cui Haoyan, it could be seen that the poison that even the vice principal was helpless against was easily cured by Bailey Hongzhuang. It could be seen that Bailey Hongzhuang's medical skills were brilliant. "I'm afraid that's the case." Dong Fengyu's eyes flashed with a pondering light as he nodded his head. Bailey Hongzhuang was indeed a strange woman. Her appearance caused the people around her to undergo earth-shattering changes. This Bewitching is also not a simple character. Gong Xiaoqing's eyes were deep and distant. "Previously, I only heard that Fengbo country's Prince Chen was born with a disability and was bullied everywhere. But since his legs were healed, his strength has also become so strong. It can be seen that his cultivation is not something that can be done overnight. At least, his cultivation. I can't see through it." Gong Xiaoqing's deep and magnetic voice was filled with complex emotions. His face was grave and stern, and it was impossible to see his emotions. Dong Fengyu nodded his head in agreement. Yes, his strength is unfathomable. Hearing Gong Xiaoqing and Dong Fengyu's words, Lu Qinyue's eyes widened in disbelief. You too can't see through his strength? As everyone knows, when the difference in strength is large, the weaker cultivator can't see through the cultivation of the stronger cultivator. Since Gong Xiaoqing and Dong Fengyu can't see through it, it proves that Bewitching's strength is not ordinary. Even if Bewitching is slightly older than them, such a large gap in strength is still amazing. It seems that Bewitching's purpose is not to come to Azure Water School to cultivate. I'm afraid it's completely for Bailey Hongzhuang. Gong Xiaoqing's cold voice was filled with certainty. With just a little thought, he could judge everything. This Prince Chen is definitely not a simple person, and Bailey Hongzhuang is very important to him. Dong Fengyu's slightly red peach blossom eyes were filled with wisdom, but a trace of bitterness quietly emerged in his heart. With Bewitching's strength, there is no need for him to waste time at Azure Water School. But for Bailey Hongzhuang, he specially came. From this, it can be seen how important Bailey Hongzhuang is in Bewitching's heart. Whether it was appearance or strength, Bewitching was impeccable. Coupled with his sincerity towards Bailey Hongzhuang, they were truly an enviable couple. There were some waves in Lu Qinyue's eyes. This matter really gave her too much of a shock. Bailey Hongzhuang had once carried the title of trash, but in her opinion, Bailey Hongzhuang was not only strong, her medical skills were superb, and she was even a rare peerless genius in alchemy. It was hard to believe that such a perfect woman had lived for 15 years in humiliation. Could it be that the people of Fengbo country were all idiots? If that wasn't the case, why would they trample on a genius that any power would view as a treasure? Looking at Lu Qinyue's constantly changing expression, Gong Xiaoqing said, no matter what the identity of Bailey Hongzhuang is, she is our friend. Hearing this, Lu Qinyue's mind shook. Big Brother Gong was protecting Hongzhuang. Big Brother Gong, who usually didn't care about worldly affairs, suddenly said this because he was worried that it would lead to some unfavorable speculations towards Hongzhuang. Dong Fengyu also nodded. That's right, we only need to know that Hongzhuang is our friend. That's enough. Bailey Hongzhuang took Bewitching for a tour around Azure Water School before bringing Bewitching to the special enrollment dormitory. Looking at the door next door that already had Bewitching's name hanging on it, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but sigh. Azure Water School's efficiency was extremely fast. Bewitching's gaze fell on Bailey Hongzhuang's door, teasing, Wifey, won't you invite me in to sit? The new students' dormitories are all the same. If you want to sit, you can go directly into your room. Bewitching's lips slightly rose, revealing a teasing smile. Wifey's room is always different. That night I came in too much of a hurry, I didn't see it too carefully, I'm afraid. I have to think about it. Following Bewitching's voice, Bailey Hongzhuang's face flew up with a touch of red clouds. She naturally understood what Bewitching was talking about. If she was not defenseless, how could she let Bewitching take advantage of her? Shame, shame, shame. Gotcha. Bailey Hongzhuang opened the door. Come in. Bewitching's smile widened a bit, stepping into Bailey Hongzhuang's room. Although his wifey was completely capable of taking care of herself, but she was still very shy about this kind of thing, making his heart soften. Are you really going to cultivate at the Azure Water School? Bailey Hongzhuang's elegant and refined face revealed some doubts, looking at Bewitching with some puzzlement. Although the Azure Water School was the most ideal place for cultivation in the minds of many cultivators, but that was only for low-level cultivators. The black and white fluffballs had already told her before that Bewitching's strength was very strong. To be able to make the black and white fluffballs say that Bewitching was very strong, his strength was truly strong. It was precisely because of this that the Azure Water School would not be of much help to Bewitching. Bewitching's mouth hooked up in an evil charming arc, smiling ambiguously and warmly, wherever wifey is, your husband will naturally be there. Bailey Hongzhuang glanced at Bewitching. This guy's words were so ambiguous, simply not proper. You're so talkative, I'm seriously asking you. Bailey Hongzhuang's ink-black jade-like beautiful eyes revealed some helplessness, she said with a straight face. Bewitching smiled handsomely, what I said is also true. Bailey Hongzhuang was speechless for a while, just as she was about to speak, she saw the seriousness in Bewitching's eyes, her eyes suddenly focused. What he said was true. But Bailey Hongzhuang did not understand, why did he want to stay with her at the Azure Water School? With Bewitching's identity, he could be called a proud son of the heavens. She had told him all's herbs, she had already told him all the herbs is herbs. The herbs she had told these find herbs stays, ttt if it's for your body, you can come back to me after you've found all the herbs. Bailey Hongzhuang slowly said. Bewitching stared at Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes, a complex look flashed through his black pupils. To me, you're not a doctor. Without waiting for Bailey Hongzhuang to speak, Bewitching continued, no matter where I practice, it's still practice, you don't have to worry about me. Bailey Hongzhuang also fell into silence, it was really hard to explain. The relationship between the two of them seemed to have a trace of ambiguity that was hard to say. Come in. Suddenly, Bewitching said towards the door. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyebrows showed a trace of doubt, she did not know what Bewitching meant, was there someone outside the door? As soon as his voice fell, the door was opened. He Mu, dressed in black, walked in, seeing Bailey Hongzhuang, he bowed and said, Miss Bailey. He Mu. Now that she saw the two of them again, her heart was filled with an indescribable joy. It was just that she did not show it in front of Bewitching. Bewitching saw that Bailey Hongzhuang was so happy to see He Mu, and a trace of astonishment appeared in his dark eyes. Wasn't this a little too enthusiastic? Could it be that his wife liked He Mu's type? Miss Bailey. He Mu's face was filled with guilt. When His Highness left, he left me in charge of your safety. I didn't think that I would fail to protect you during the demonic beast rampage and put you in danger. He Mu. I really don't have the face to see Miss Bailey and His Highness anymore. Bailey Hongzhuang was stunned. Earlier, when the black and white furballs had warned her, she knew that someone had been following her. Originally, she had wanted to wait and see who was following her. Later, she found that this person had been following her like a shadow and had not done anything harmful. It was because of this that she did not find out who was following her. She did not expect that He Mu had been following her all this time. No wonder Bewitching had rushed over after the demonic beast rampage. She knew that Bewitching could not have found out that she had met with danger during the demonic beast rampage so quickly. So it was He Mu who had told him. An excited smile appeared on Xiaohei's face, Bewitching definitely likes Master. Otherwise, why would he ask He Mu to protect her? He Mu is Bewitching's personal hidden guard. I think so too. Otherwise, why would Bewitching be in such a hurry to come back? Xiaobai nodded in agreement. Bailey Hongzhuang listened to Xiaohei and Xiaobai's conversation, and her mind was filled with thousands of thoughts. She naturally understood that Bewitching had left He Mu by her side. It was clear that Bewitching valued her greatly, but the demonic beast rampage happened too suddenly. This is very normal. You don't have to take it to heart. Bailey Hongzhuang comforted her. This was completely an accident, and it was not something that could be changed by human means. She could completely understand why He Mu couldn't save her in time. Not to mention He Mu, even she was helpless at such a crucial moment, wasn't she? It was already not easy for He Mu to survive the demonic beast tide. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, He Mu felt even more apologetic. He didn't complete the task given to him by the young master. Seeing Miss Bailey being so understanding, he felt even more guilty. Miss Bailey, I promise that I will never put you in danger again. He Mu's expression was serious. Once was enough for such a mistake. If there was a second time, there was no need for the young master to say anything. He could just go and die. Bewitching narrowed his eyes as he observed the situation between Bailey Hongzhuang and He Mu. Suddenly, he heard He Mu vow that he wouldn't put Bailey Hongzhuang in danger. Why did he feel that something was wrong? It looked like he would have to find someone else to protect Bailey Hongzhuang in the future. He couldn't leave any threat behind. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. He Mu, you don't have to worry too much. Just protect Bewitching well. Bewitching waved his hand. He Mu, since my wife has already forgiven you, you can leave. He Mu nodded and turned to leave the room. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Bewitching. Her clear eyes were filled with gratitude as she slowly said, thank you. Bewitching's gaze landed on the white lion in Bailey Hongzhuang's arms, this is the demon pet you obtained from the royal hunting competition? Bailey Hongzhuang nodded, that's right, it's him. I named him White Lion. White Lion. Good name. Bewitching stroked White Lion's head, this little guy is quite cute. Bailey Hongzhuang patted White Lion's head. Ever since Bewitching arrived, this little guy had been burying his head. Only its white furry body could be seen, but not its appearance. After being patted by Bailey Hongzhuang, White Lion raised his head and looked at Bewitching. When Bewitching saw White Lion's appearance clearly, shock surfaced on his extraordinarily handsome face. His hand touched the king word on White Lion's head, the shock in his eyes had yet to dissipate. This is actually a beast king? Seeing that Bewitching and Mo Yunjue back then had generally said that White Lion was a beast king, Bailey Hongzhuang also confirmed White Lion's identity. You know about beast kings? Bailey Hongzhuang's phoenix eyes slightly raised, I don't know much about beast kings, can you introduce them? Bewitching nodded, naturally, no problem. From Bewitching's introduction, Bailey Hongzhuang had a certain understanding of the beast king's identity. As it turned out, this beast king had only appeared a few hundred years ago. In her previous life, beast kings didn't exist, so she didn't know anything about them. A few hundred years ago, there was a huge change in the demonic beast forest. Many demonic beasts went extinct, and some new demonic beasts were born. Beast kings were the most special and the most powerful among these newly born demonic beasts. Once a beast king appeared, all demonic beasts bowed their heads. A beast king was an existence that commanded all demonic beasts. The most special thing was that there was always only one beast king. Only when the old beast king fell would a new beast king appear, therefore, the beast king was an extremely terrifying existence. Logically speaking, it was impossible for a beast king to become a cultivator's contracted beast. However, it had now become Bailey Hongzhuang's contracted beast. This was simply too unbelievable. The royal family is actually so generous? Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. I'm afraid that even they themselves don't know what kind of demonic beast is sealed in this demonic beast egg. Bewitching nodded. Beast King is a precious pet beast that many forces would scramble to get their hands on. If the royal family knew about this, they definitely wouldn't have offered it as a reward. Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled. From the fact that Baishar was able to stop the monstrous beast tide with a single roar, one could see how extraordinary Baishar was. If the royal family knew about this, they would probably regret it so much that their intestines turned green. When Bewitching saw that Bailey Hongzhuang did not seem to care, he could not help but emphasize, Baishar's identity should not be exposed. Once others know about it, it will inevitably be coveted. At that time, you will be in danger. A man's wealth is his own ruin. Based on Bailey Hongzhuang's current level of power, she was still unable to protect Baishar. Seeing Bewitching's serious expression, Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. I understand. Then what do you plan to do? Bewitching frowned. Since Baishar was Bailey Hongzhuang's pet beast, it would naturally follow her around. It couldn't possibly stay in the house every day, could it? A confident and enchanting smile appeared on the corners of Bailey Hongzhuang's lips. I have my own ways. Bewitching looked at Bailey Hongzhuang suspiciously. However, Bailey Hongzhuang always had her own unique methods. After I left this time, I also inquired about the Lan family's situation, Bewitching slowly said. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes narrowed and a serious expression appeared on her pure and beautiful face. How was it? That jade pendant was her only proof of identity. Ever since she found out she wasn't Bailey Xianxia's biological daughter, she had always worn it in front of her chest. She also wanted to know more about her origins. Bewitching pursed his thin lips, his handsome eyes heavy. The Lan family sealed off the news very tightly. I sent people to inquire about it, but the Lan family members all kept their mouths shut about this matter. However, it still confirmed that Lan Yunxiao had a falling out with the family. Furthermore, it happened exactly 15 years ago. As soon as he said this, Bailey Hongzhuang's expression changed. The time matched, plus the matter of the jade pendant, if there was no accident in the middle, she was afraid that this was her real identity. Did you find out why Lan Yunxiao had a falling out with the family? Bailey Hongzhuang was puzzled. Since Lan Yunxiao was the Lan family head's most beloved son and was very likely to become the next successor of the Lan family, then, There was no reason for Lan Yunxiao to fall out with the family. Bewitching looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with a complicated expression. I also heard some news. I'm afraid it was because of you that Lan Yunxiao fell out with the family. Bailey Hongzhuang was startled. Because of me? Bewitching nodded. That's right. This news was very secretive. Even after I inquired about it many times, I only found a few words. However, after piecing together the information, I roughly understood the truth. Do you remember your dantian shattering? Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes, as deep as an ancient well, rippled. You mean to say that the reason why Lan Yunxiao and the Lan family became enemies was because my dantian was broken? Could it be that my dantian's shattering was caused by someone? When this conjecture appeared in Bailey Hongzhuang's mind, her eyes instantly turned sharp. All along, she had thought that the shattering of her dantian was caused by her birth. After all, the world was full of wonders. Although it was rare for a newborn to have their dantian shattered, it was not unheard of. But if all of this was man-made, then the 15 years of suffering that Bailey Hongzhuang had suffered were all caused by this person. That's very likely. Bewitching's face darkened, his expression unfathomable. That's why Lan Yunxiao left the Lan family with his wife and daughter. In that case, the person who destroyed my dantian is from the Lan clan? Bailey Hongzhuang was very smart. Although Bewitching did not say it clearly, she had already analyzed the situation. If this was true, then there was no doubt that she was carrying hatred. At that time, I was just a child. How cruel was the other party to actually attack a child? A baby in swaddling clothes actually had his dantian forcefully destroyed. What kind of pain was that? What kind of hatred did the other party have for them to be so cruel? I haven't found out about this matter yet. It's obviously the Lan family's top secret, but I will find out more. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. With Lan Yunxiao's status in the Lan family, the person who wanted to attack him was definitely someone with a high status in the Lan family. Moreover, for a large family of cultivators like the Lan family, a baby in swaddling clothes being murdered was no less than a huge scandal. Back then, the Lan family should have had someone who competed with Lan Yunxiao for the position of family head. Bailey Hongzhuang narrowed her eyes as a wise luster flashed through them. As the head of an aristocratic family in her previous life, she was no stranger to the family's methods. In order to compete for the position of family head, many people had become sacrificial lambs. Fortunately, she had used her strength to intimidate everyone, so no one dared to lay a hand on her. However, she had seen many similar things in other families. All kinds of despicable and filthy methods. If it wasn't for everyone's support, the birth of every family head must have been through bloodshed. Bewitching's gaze focused on Bailey Hongzhuang. She really had an exquisite heart. He didn't need to say anything as she had already seen through everything. That's right, Lan Yunxiao's eldest brother, Lan Jingquang. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled into a cold smile. With this, she could almost determine who was the mastermind behind the scenes. Lan Jingquang is now the Lan family's family head. His daughter, Lan Qingyan, is also a well-known genius. She is extremely famous in the entire Xianxia continent. It is said that his daughter, Lan Qingyan, has extraordinary talent. Once she started cultivating, she showed extraordinary results. In recent years, her reputation has been resounding. Lan Qingyan is favored by the entire Lan family. In the future, she will most likely become the Lan family's first female family head. It seems that this Lan Qingyan is not an ordinary person. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes concealed a sharp light. The first female family head and everyone's support. She must have extraordinary abilities. Bewitching nodded slightly. Lan Qingyan is indeed not simple. However, she mostly cultivates by herself. I have never seen her before. No wonder Lan Yunxiao ended up being hunted down after falling out with his family. It turns out that the other party is also an extraordinary person. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curved into a smile, but her eyes were cold. Previously, she didn't know about her background. Now that she knew that her parents became enemies with the family because of her unfair treatment and ended up being hunted down, the killing intent in her heart almost solidified. She could almost imagine that with Lan Yunxiao's noble status in the Lan family, if he let bygones be bygones, he would still be the successor of the family head, even if one of her children was disabled, she could still give birth to another one. But Lan Yunxiao didn't. For her sake, he had turned against his entire family. He had given up all his glory and wealth just to seek justice for his daughter. Even if Lan Yunxiao was powerful, how could he rely on his mother's strength to deal with the entire Lan family? In Bailey Hongshuang's heart, the Lan family had already been listed as an enemy. Even though she was also a member of the Lan family, she had severed all ties with the Lan family ever since the Lan family treated her unfairly. Di Beichen noticed the change in Bailey Hongshuang's expression. When he felt the murderous aura that had almost solidified, a look of shock appeared in his eyes. Murderous aura was a very mysterious thing. It was related to the strength of the cultivator. The stronger the cultivator's strength, the more blood they had experienced, and the stronger the murderous aura they could emit. However, such a dense murderous aura completely exceeded Bailey Hongshuang's current cultivation. What exactly had Bailey Hongshuang experienced? Even he might not be able to emit such a terrifying murderous aura. No one would be able to calmly accept such a background. If Lan Yunxiao and his wife died here, then Bailey Hongshuang would have to bear a blood feud. Thinking of the enormous Lan family, Di Beichen's heart sank. Did you find out if my parents are still alive? Even someone as calm as Bailey Hongshuang couldn't help but feel nervous when she asked this question. She had never seen her parents, but she could feel their love for her. She only hoped that they were still alive so that they could be reunited one day. Otherwise, no matter how enormous the Lan family was, she would completely destroy this family that had destroyed her family. After Lan Yunxiao and his wife left the Lan family, there was no news of them. I've already started investigating, but I haven't received any news yet. Di Beichen looked at Bailey Hongshuang with some worry. Lan Yunxiao and his wife's current situation was probably Bailey Hongshuang's greatest obsession. After all, anyone would be extremely concerned about this. It was because of this that he immediately went to inquire about Lan Yunxiao and his wife's whereabouts after he was almost certain of Bailey Hongshuang's identity. Unfortunately, the Lan family had been very secretive when this incident happened. Moreover, Lan Yunxiao and his wife had been hiding from their pursuers, so their route was very well hidden. Even though he had sent many people to inquire about them, he still hadn't received any useful information. Bailey Hongshuang's expression didn't change. This result wasn't out of her expectations. Lan Yunxiao had been pursued back then. From the fact that Qin Yayun had adopted her and her swaddling clothes were covered in blood, it could be seen how desperate the situation had been. Since Lan Yunxiao was hiding from his pursuers, he must have done his best to hide his escape route. It was naturally more difficult for Di Beichen to investigate this now, but she believed that if Lan Yunxiao and his wife were still alive, they would definitely come back to find her. From the fact that they had risked their lives for her safety, it could be seen how deep their love was for her. If they hadn't come back, then everything pointed to disaster. Bailey Hongshuang's heart sank at this thought. If they had really died, she would definitely make the entire Lan family accompany her parents in death. Di Beichen placed a hand on Bailey Hongshuang's shoulder and gently patted her back. Wife, let's take things step by step. We'll eventually understand everything. Sensing Di Beichen's heartfelt concern, the coldness in Bailey Hongshuang's eyes faded a little. Turning to look at Di Beichen, Bailey Hongshuang's eyes, a trace of emotion flashed through her eyes. Back then, Bailey Beichen to help Lan Yunxiao and Bailey to help her. When Di Beichen returned, he would be busy with a lot of things. Heimu was left behind to protect her, and he also sent people to help her inquire about the Lan family. Bailey Hongjing to Bailey's to Bailey to Bailey. His thoughtfulness exceeded her expectations. She was indescribably moved. She, Bailey Hongshuang, had always been the kind of person who respected her 10 times over. For Di Beichen to treat her like this, she would remember it all in her heart. Thank you for helping me gather so much information. Bailey Hongshuang's black eyes flickered with emotion. Her voice was sincere. You've worked hard during this time. Di Beichen also sighed in relief when he saw that Bailey Hongshuang wasn't immersed in sorrow. The Lan family, in a place like Fengbo country, simply understood what kind of colossus the Lan family was. Even the entire Fengbo country could be easily destroyed by the Lan family. The two were not on the same level. The Lan family had existed in the Xianxia continent for many years. It was impossible to fight against the entire Lan family with one person's strength. In the Xianxia continent, new forces were born every day and old forces were destroyed. However, when a force became a colossus with many years of history, it was extremely difficult for it to be destroyed. This was because every force with a long history had an extremely huge foundation. As the saying goes, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. After reaching a certain level, even if they fell into a difficult situation, it would only be a short period of silence. They would only need a short period of time to recover. He did not know if the current Bailey Hongzhuang could understand what kind of force the Lan family was. He was also worried that after his introduction, Bailey Hongzhuang would fall into an extreme state. If Bailey Hongzhuang was frightened by the Lan family's colossus and could not recover, this was not what he wanted to see. However, if Bailey Hongzhuang's heart was filled with vengeance and could no longer be happy, this was also not what he wanted to see. Fortunately, Bailey Hongzhuang was not like what he had imagined. She was indeed not an ordinary woman. I only want you to be happy. Bewitching's voice was warm and sincere. Bailey Hongzhuang's red lips slightly pursed. Her calm face did not show any emotion. I understand. One day, I will find out the truth. Everything that the Lan family has destroyed, I will make them pay back 1,000 times. Her deep black eyes flashed with an extremely cold light, hiding a power that could devour everything. An indescribable domineering aura exploded from Bailey Hongzhuang's body. She had never cared about any colossus and never knew how to write the word fear. She only knew that everything depended on effort. People lived to do what they wanted to do. Embarking on the path of cultivation, it was also for the sake of living a happy life. If she gave up on her blood feud because of fear, then what was the point of talking about martial arts? She, Bailey Hongzhuang, was never afraid of anything. Since she had decided to do something, she would definitely do it. Bewitching noticed the extreme flames flickering in Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes. He was deeply shocked. He never knew that there was such a powerful soul in Bailey Hongzhuang's body. From that pair of firm and confident eyes, he saw Bailey Hongzhuang's confidence and persistence. He had once heard from his master that what a cultivator needed the most was a fearless heart that pressed forward courageously. However, most cultivators did not. It was precisely because his master saw his fearless appearance that he made an exception and accepted him as his disciple. He never thought that his wife was also such a person. In that case, they really were a match made in heaven. You're right. It doesn't matter how big the Lan family is. As long as we have the determination, it's not impossible to succeed. The corners of Bewitching's lips curled into an enchanting and bloodthirsty angle. A natural domineering aura of a ruler filled the air from within his body. That pair of deep eyes rippled with a bright luster of confidence. The greatest meaning of life was to fight for what one wanted to do in one's lifetime. Hearing Bewitching's words, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes flashed with astonishment. She then curled her lips into an enchanting smile of understanding. Don't you think that my idea is very unrealistic? Bailey Hongzhuang raised her phoenix eyes slightly as an enchanting smile appeared on her elegant and refined face. Bewitching's lips curled into a devilish smile as he wrapped an arm around Bailey Hongzhuang's shoulder. No matter what my wife wants to do, your husband will naturally accompany you. Besides, what others may think is unrealistic may not necessarily be unrealistic to us. As Bewitching spoke, the smile on Bailey Hongzhuang's lips widened. She had only realized today that they were the same kind of people. They didn't know what the word fear meant. Xiao Bai, don't you think that master and Bewitching look alike? Xiao He asked. Xiao He nodded in agreement. No wonder the two of them could become a couple. They're both evildoers. To others, making such a decision might be too crazy. However, whether it was master or Bewitching, they had already considered the feasibility of the matter before making such a decision. Master naturally didn't have to say much. She had been the head of an aristocratic family in her previous life and naturally knew the difficulty of destroying an aristocratic family. It was because she had such an understanding of aristocratic families that she also understood the conditions needed to destroy an aristocratic family. There was no power that would never fall. It was just a matter of when a more powerful person who could destroy this power would appear. Baisher, who was in Bailey Hongzhuang's arms, also raised his head to look at Master and Bewitching. He had to admit that these two were truly evildoers. With these two fearless people together, the Lan family would be in for a bad time. Then, my wife, what do you plan to do next? Bewitching asked with a gentle smile. Bailey Hongshuang shrugged. Food must be eaten one bite at a time, and roads must be walked one step at a time. My current abilities aren't enough to fill the gaps between the Lan family's teeth. Naturally, I'll cultivate and increase my cultivation first. Once I have a certain level of ability, I'll contact the Lan family. She had already waited for 15 years. Naturally, she didn't mind waiting a little longer. My wife's decision is very good. Bewitching smiled and nodded. That was a long-term goal. Right now, taking every step well was the most important thing. Don't worry, I'll help you find out about the Lan family. Then I'll have to trouble you. Between you and me. There's no need for thanks. Bewitching whispered into Bailey Hongshuang's ear, his voice gentle and full of charm. Bailey Hongshuang felt a warmth on her neck and her ears trembled. She immediately took 2 steps back. After all, this kind of appearance was really too ambiguous. Bewitching looked at Bailey Hongshuang's red ears, and the smile in his eyes deepened. His wife, my SSS. Bailey Hongshuang had the long-term goal of dealing with the Lan family, and he also had the long-term goal of capturing Bailey Hongshuang's heart. His wife would not give up, and he would not give up either. Bewitching's arrival set off a wave of excitement in the Azure Water School. However, after learning about the relationship between Bewitching and Bailey Hongshuang, the excitement subsided. The female students who originally thought that Dongfeng Yu had no hope were once again rekindled. Since Bewitching and Bailey Hongshuang were a couple, then Dongfeng Yu was still the male god in their hearts. In a short time, Dongfeng Yu's reputation once again increased. He became the object of a group of female students' infatuation. This auction was one that the students of the Azure Water School were eagerly looking forward to. The 3-channel opening pills would not be sold to outsiders and would be sold to the students of the school. Just this point alone made the students have a good impression of Bailey Hongshuang. If it was someone else, they would only want to obtain more benefits and would not leave the channel opening pills to their classmates. Bailey Hongshuang got up early. The auction would be held in a while and there would be many students coming, so she had to be prepared. Just as Bailey Hongshuang opened her door, Bewitching's door also opened. Therefore, as soon as Bailey Hongshuang opened her door, she saw Bewitching's bright smile. Wife, did you dream of me last night? Bewitching blinked his charming eyes and smiled ambiguously. Bailey Hongshuang glanced at Bewitching, the corners of her mouth hooked up into an enchanting and crafty arc. I dreamed of a bear last night. I wonder if it was you. Xianxia had just entered the special enrollment dormitory when she heard the conversation between Bailey Hongshuang and Bewitching. She could not help but laugh out loud. The sudden laughter made Bailey Hongshuang and Bewitching look towards the source of the sound. They saw Xianxia wearing a purple gauze dress slowly walking over. Hongshuang, you husband and wife are really interesting. Xianxia's smile did not disappear. I didn't mean to eavesdrop on your conversation. Bailey Hongshuang looked at Xianxia helplessly before turning her gaze to Bewitching. Bewitching shrugged his shoulders, his expression innocent and pure. He also did not know that Xianxia would appear at this time. Jiqing, why did you come so early? Bailey Hongshuang's light and sweet voice was filled with joy. The corners of her mouth opened into a smile that was as gorgeous as cherry blossoms. Xianxia shook her head, her expression a bit exaggerated. I'm not early, there are already many students waiting outside your dormitory. Today, I originally planned to come later, but my roommate woke up early, and the students in the next room had already left. I also got up. Just now, it took me a lot of effort to squeeze out of the crowd and come to your special enrollment dormitory. Xianxia said helplessly. This scene was really beyond her expectations. She could almost imagine how popular today's auction would be. Are there a lot of people outside already? Bailey Hongshuang raised her eyebrows and asked. Xianxia nodded again and again. That's not an ordinary amount, it's simply a sea of people. Bailey Hongshuang was slightly startled. There was still some time before the auction began. She had woken up early to prepare. She hadn't thought that the students would arrive even earlier than her. It could be seen just how attractive the channel opening pill was to them. Kacha. The sound of the door opening could be heard. The seriously injured Bai Junyu also walked out after hearing Xianxia's voice. Jiqing, you've come. Bai Junyu said with a smile. Xiaojiqing looked at Bai Junyu, whose face was still a bit pale, but was much better than before. She smiled and said, "Your injuries have recovered quite well." "Hehe, it's all thanks to Hong Zhuang. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have lost my life." Bai Junyu looked at Bailey Hongzhuang, his eyes filled with gratitude. From the moment he was bitten by the monster beast, he had fallen into despair. He was afraid that he would not be able to keep his right hand, and would never be able to become an outstanding cultivator in the future. Great kindness couldn't be expressed with words of thanks. This kindness was deeply engraved in his heart. His life was saved by Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang lightly smiled. "It's your own luck that allowed you to recover so quickly. In a few more days, you'll be able to completely recover." Bai Junyu had been staying in his room all day and was bored to death. Seeing that everyone had come out today, he also wanted to come out and join in the fun. Bai Junyu smiled and nodded. "I'm looking forward to my injuries recovering quickly so I can move around. It's too boring right now." Xiaojiqing glanced at Bai Junyu. Bai Junyu was such a chatterbox that no one talked to him all day. It was indeed very boring. Just as everyone was talking, Dongfang Yu, Gong Xiaoqing, and Lu Qinyue also came down from upstairs. "Everyone's early." Lu Qinyue's face was brimming with a bright smile. "We wanted to come out earlier, but we didn't expect you all to already be together." Bailey Hongzhuang lightly smiled and nodded. "Not only are we early, the students participating in the auction seem to be even earlier." "Oh?" Lu Qinyue raised her eyebrows in surprise. "Isn't there still some time before the auction starts? The temptation of the channel opening pill for cultivators is huge." Bai Junyu laughed out loud. "These past few days, I heard that the students of the school have been searching everywhere for treasures for today's auction." Xiaojiqing sized up Lu Qinyue in front of her. She felt that Lu Qinyue usually wasn't this cheerful. She wasn't interested in Lu Qinyue. She was never interested in such a soft and weak girl. Moreover, looking at Lu Qinyue and Hong Zhuang getting along, there was always an indescribable feeling in her heart that made her want to guard against Lu Qinyue. However, today, this feeling seemed to have dissipated a bit. Why was that? Xiaojiqing frowned. For a moment, she couldn't figure out what the problem was. Dongfang Yu's gaze fell on Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching, who was standing beside her. His eyes once again darkened. However, in the blink of an eye, he returned to his usual sunny and warm self. "Since we're all ready, why don't we go out and take a look?" "That's good too." Bailey Hongzhuang smiled, revealing her beautiful dimples. "Let's go out." Bewitching leisurely followed behind Bailey Hongzhuang as they walked out of the dormitory. His lazy and casual gaze fell on Dongfang Yu from time to time. Even though Dongfang Yu's expression changed extremely quickly, it still didn't escape his eyes. That expression was clearly one of sadness and desolation from not being able to obtain it. As a man, he was very clear about the meaning of such an expression. It seemed that Dongfang Yu's feelings were deeper than he had imagined. Fortunately, Dongfang Yu still hadn't expressed his feelings. His wife was still very slow when it came to emotions. Bewitching rejoiced in his heart. Thinking about it this way, his wife's dullness might not be a bad thing. Heimu was very sad. In the past, he had always been the young master's secret guard. After the young master left, he was responsible for protecting Miss Bailey's safety. Now that the young master had returned, he should naturally be the young master's personal secret guard. But just yesterday, the young master had told him to stay hidden and that he didn't need to follow him all the time. Heimu was puzzled. What did he do wrong? When Bailey Hongzhuang and her group arrived outside the dormitory building, everyone was shocked by the sea of people in front of them. Bai Junyu opened his mouth wide, his handsome face full of astonishment. This is too many people, right? Except for the day of the freshman assessment, he had never seen so many students gathered together. Xiaojiqing was also speechless. When she came in, there weren't so many people. In such a short time, the number had increased. Looking at the distance, there was still a steady stream of students gathering. Presumably, when the auction started, it would really be a sea of people. The corners of Dongfang Yu's mouth curled up into a smile, his eyebrows revealing a hint of ridicule. "Hongzhuang, this auction of yours is too grand. The entire special enrollment dormitory is packed. Bailey Hongzhuang laughed. At that time, she had proposed this because they were blocked in front of the dormitory door. At that time, she didn't think that there would be so many students here today. According to this trend, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to stay near the dormitory. Lu Qingyue stared at the scene in front of her. When she looked at Bailey Hongzhuang again, her eyes couldn't help but have a trace of envy. As an alchemist, she was very clear about the significance of the lost pill recipes. Before Bailey Hongzhuang appeared, she was the alchemist genius in Songlan City. Now, Bailey Hongzhuang was not only a second-grade alchemist, but she was also a godly doctor with superb medical skills. She was younger than her and had lost pill recipes in her hands. As a disciple of the vice principal, although she also had some pill recipes, those pill recipes were very common and couldn't be compared with the lost pill recipes. She thought that there were few young people who could compare with her in alchemy, but since Bailey Hongzhuang appeared, she seemed to have been pulled down from the altar. Her heart couldn't help but feel a bit lonely. Bewitching's eyes were full of appreciation and pride. His wife was different from the rest. No matter what she did, she was always the center of attention. There are more and more people coming. I'm afraid it won't be possible to hold the auction here. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyebrows wrinkled, her eyes falling on the students who were constantly rushing over. In my opinion, we might as well go to the morning assembly square to hold the auction. Dong Fengyu's smile was handsome and sunny. There is a high platform there and the surroundings are spacious enough. You can stand on the high platform and hold the auction. It will be more convenient for us to assist from the side. Listening to Dong Fengyu's proposal, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes lit up. Morning assembly square, can we use it? The morning assembly square was usually used. She knew that it was the best place to hold the auction, but she was worried that it wouldn't be suitable. Dong Fengyu waved his hand, his smile as bright and brilliant as the morning sun. It doesn't matter, leave this matter to me. Long, Bailey Hongzhuang's, of Suvs. I'll have to trouble you then. I of the of Hongzha is of a A's, I of them, of course, of a, I of. Okay. Gong Xiaoqing replied in a deep voice. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes were full of gratitude. Whether it was Dong Fengyu or Gong Xiaoqing, ever since she came to Songlan School, both of them had helped her a lot. When the students outside the dormitory saw Bailey Hongzhuang and the others walk out, their eyes were filled with fiery anticipation. Ever since Bailey Hongzhuang announced the auction of the channel opening pill, they had been looking forward to today. They had been searching everywhere for monster crystals, herbs, and other treasures, all for the sake of successfully bidding for the channel opening pill today. Although these things were not cheap, they still could not be compared to the channel opening pill. After all, these things could be obtained at any time, but one's cultivation could not be increased at any time. Normally, when cultivating in the school, there was a lot of competition. If one's cultivation speed could be slightly increased, then in the long run, the benefits would multiply. Junior Bailey, when will the auction begin? A man couldn't help but ask. Although the special enrollment dormitory wasn't small, with all the students gathered here and constantly trying to push forward, it was not a comfortable feeling. Most of the people have already arrived, why don't we start now? That's right, let's start the auction now. Following this man's words, the others also followed suit. Almost no one in the entire Azure Water School was willing to give up on the auction of the channel opening pill. The earlier the auction began, the less competition there would be. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curved into an indifferent and beautiful smile. She raised her hand slightly, indicating for everyone to quiet down. Even in the face of so many students, Bailey Hongzhuang was still calm and composed, not showing the slightest hint of nervousness. Today's auction has so many students, it's really beyond my expectations. Everyone came so early, and in such a crowded place, it must be very uncomfortable. After Bailey Hongzhuang opened her mouth, the originally noisy environment miraculously quieted down. Everyone's gaze focused on Bailey Hongzhuang, carefully listening to her words. Bewitching and the others sized up Bailey Hongzhuang. Her body seemed to have a calming power. Just a casual gesture or a casual sentence was enough to attract everyone's attention. This was a very special ability, also known as leadership. It was not something that anyone could possess. Everyone nodded. What Bailey Hongzhuang said was exactly what they were thinking. Bailey Hongzhuang wasn't the only one who didn't expect so many students to come. Even they didn't expect it. It was said that many cultivators who went out rushed back after hearing the news. Even the students who were in seclusion came out one after another. It was precisely because of this that there were so many students attending the auction. Even the headmaster's morning meeting did not have so many people. Therefore, I have decided to hold the auction at the morning assembly square. Thank you for your hard work. Bailey Hongzhuang had an apologetic look on her face. Everyone had rushed here early in the morning, and now they had to move again. It was inevitable that there would be some resentment. However, this was the only way for the auction to proceed smoothly. However, the crowd did not complain after hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words. Instead, they turned around and walked towards the plaza. Compared to blocking the entrance of the special admission students' dormitory, it was obviously more comfortable at the morning assembly square. Moreover, everyone knew that it was indeed not the time for the auction to begin as Bailey Hongzhuang had mentioned. They had simply been too anxious to arrive. Looking at everyone's actions, the smile on Bailey Hongzhuang's face widened. As the crowd moved to the morning assembly square, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others also set off. Bai Junyu's injuries had not yet healed and he should have stayed in the room to recuperate and avoid his injuries being touched. But after seeing such a lively scene, he did not want to stay in the room and immediately went to watch the auction with Xianxia. Although Xianxia was not interested in Bai Junyu's chatterbox, he was injured so her attitude was a bit better. When Bailey Hongzhuang and the others arrived at the morning assembly square, Dong Fengyu was already waiting for them. Seeing Dong Fengyu, Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and asked, "Senior Dong Feng, did the vice principal agree?" Dong Fengyu nodded. "The vice principal has always been easy to talk to, naturally there is no problem." "That's good." Bailey Hongzhuang was relieved, and her figure jumped directly onto the high platform. Bewitching and the others also jumped onto the high platform. Bailey Hongzhuang stood in the middle of the high platform and they stood on both sides of the high platform. Below the high platform, the crowd of students was already eagerly waiting, hoping that the auction would start soon. After a moment, Bailey Hongzhuang saw that the time was up and said, "The time is up, the auction will begin." As soon as the words came out, the crowd cheered. They were all looking forward to the auction. The morning assembly square of the Azure Water School faced the school's gate. Outside the gate, many cultivators stretched their heads to look at the situation. They were also very envious of the channel opening pill, but unfortunately, Bailey Hongzhuang had set the rules that only Azure Water School students could participate in the auction. They did not have the slightest chance. Even though they knew that they did not have the chance to bid, they did not want to miss this excitement. As long as they remembered who won the channel opening pill and went to find that person after the auction, they might have a chance. I believe that everyone already knows the method of this auction. The sun shone brightly on Bailey Hongzhuang's body. It was warm and beautiful, and the light of confidence lingered on her beautiful face. It was unforgettable. All eyes were on Bailey Hongzhuang, who was on the stage. Her every move made everyone feel like they were appreciating art. Because this auction will be held in our academy, we won't use gold coins to bid. The auction method is the same, the highest bidder wins, but it depends on the demon crystals, medicinal herbs, and things related to cultivation that you take out. Everyone nodded. They had already heard of the requirements, so they had been searching for these treasures for the past few days. Xianxia frowned doubtfully. I understand the auction method, but everyone's things are different. It's difficult to determine the value of gold coins. How can this be auctioned? Bai Junyu shook his head awkwardly. He could not understand this point either. All the auctions he had attended had always used gold coins to bid for items. He had never heard of this kind of auction before. Lu Qingyue and the others' eyes were also filled with doubt. How could they judge? Dong Feng, ask Bailey Hongzhuang if she needs any help. Gong Xiaoqing slowly said. The auction method that Bailey Hongzhuang proposed was too strange, increasing the difficulty of the auction. I believe everyone understands that this kind of auction is very complicated. In order to simplify the auction process, I've thought of a way. Following Bailey Hongzhuang's words, everyone looked at Bailey Hongzhuang curiously, not knowing what she had thought of. I prepared a pen and paper. Why don't everyone write down their names and the things they want to bid for? After I look at it, I'll choose the 3 pieces of paper with the highest value. These will be the 3 people who bid for the channel opening pill. What does everyone think? Bailey Hongshuang's face rippled with a confident smile. This was the most efficient and time-saving method. Otherwise, who knew when the auction would end? When Bailey Hongshuang proposed this method, everyone's eyes lit up. This could be said to be the best method. In this way, the entire process would be simplified and there would be no need to bid. At the same time, it would also avoid conflicts between students. I didn't think that Hongshuang would be so smart. Xiaojiqing's face was full of praise. This method could easily solve all the difficult problems. Bai Junyu nodded in agreement. This is the first time I've heard of this method. In this way, the possibility of malicious bidding will be reduced. It's too wonderful. The worry between Dong Fengyu's brows had already dissipated and was replaced with an appreciative smile. See, we were worried for nothing. Gong Xiaoqing's gaze fell on Bailey Hongshuang. At this moment, Bailey Hongshuang was no longer a stupid woman. This method really made people sigh with admiration at her wisdom. This further proved that she didn't hold this auction for her own benefit. The auction used this method of bidding to maximize profits. Bailey Hongshuang's actions until now had never placed profits at the top of her list. It could be seen that her original goal was to help the students of the academy. Bewitching stood on the side of the stage with an indifferent expression. His deep and charming eyes were filled with appreciation and pride. His wife was naturally extremely smart. This kind of bidding method, even he couldn't help but sigh in admiration. After breaking away from her identity as the second miss of the general's estate, her radiance had become more and more dazzling. No one could associate her with the original second miss of the general's estate. She should have been born to shine brightly. Seeing the crowd of students nodding their heads without any objection, the smile on Bailey Hongshuang's face widened a bit. She turned to look at Xiaojiqing and the others. I'll have to trouble everyone to help me distribute the pen and paper. Xiaojiqing was the first to agree. Leave it to me. Bewitching, Dong Fengyu, and the others also came forward. Since Hongshuang had asked them to do something, they naturally had to do it well. When the cultivators outside the academy saw this scene, they couldn't help but reveal a puzzled expression. Wasn't this an auction? Why didn't he start bidding? Instead, he picked up a pen and paper. Not far away, Principal Ren Tianxiong and Vice Principal Huan Qiyu stood together and observed the situation in the morning assembly plaza. This Bailey Hongshuang is not only strong, but also very smart. Ren Tianxiong's calm eyes revealed a bit of appreciation. As the principal of the Azure Water School, he had seen many outstanding students. However, an outstanding student like Bailey Hongshuang was rarely seen. Have you investigated Bailey Hongshuang's background? Ren Tianxiong slowly asked, his gaze still focused on the group of students who were writing down the items. I haven't investigated, but I have a certain understanding from Lu Huayan and Lu Huayan. Huan Qiyu smiled. After this background, Bailey Hongshuang should still have many secrets. Ren Tianxiong's eyes flashed with approval. Not only Bailey Hongshuang, but Bewitching is also not simple. This time, the new students who came to the school are quite extraordinary. Huan Qiyu's voice was somewhat emotional. Demonic beast tide, second-grade alchemist, junior sect master, they are truly extraordinary. Hearing this, Ren Tianxiong's lips curled into a smile. As long as we know that they are students of the Azure Water School, that is enough. As the principal of the Azure Water School, their goal was to cultivate more talents. As for their lives and ambitions, it was not something they wanted to participate in. Xiaojiqing distributed the paper and pens, and the students participating in the auction were also very cooperative. However, when Xiaojiqing looked at the person who came to take the paper and pen, her gaze changed a bit. Ling Jessen, didn't you say that the channel opening pill in Hongshuang's hand was fake? Then why did you come here to bid? Xiaojiqing's eyes flashed with disgust and disdain. She didn't have the slightest good impression of this woman who kept finding trouble with Hongshuang. She actually came to the auction today. Could it be that she wanted to cause trouble? Ling Jessen's expression was a bit awkward. She thought that with so many people coming today, if she changed her appearance a bit, no one would notice her. Moreover, she was using the method of writing a note. She only needed to change her name and Bailey Hongshuang wouldn't know. She didn't think that when she was distributing the paper and pens, she would be recognized by Xianxia. After being discovered, Xianxia awkwardly raised her head and puffed out her chest. This auction doesn't have any rules about who can't bid. Can't I participate in the auction? Xianxia sneered. Your face is really thick. Xiaxia's face stiffened. This Xianxia's words were really not polite at all. Compared to Bailey Hongzhuang, she was even more vicious. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Give me the pen and paper. As she said this, Xianxia didn't want to talk to Xianxia anymore and directly took the pen and paper from her hands. Xianxia looked at Xianxia coldly. This kind of person was really rare. After distributing the pen and paper, Xianxia returned to the high platform. Hongzhuang, I saw Xianxia when I was distributing the pens and paper. She also came to participate in the auction. You must not choose her. Xianxia curled her lips, and her eyes were full of disgust. That woman, she must be up to no good. Such a treasure can't be given to her. Looking at Xianxia's dissatisfied look, Bailey Hongzhuang's mouth evoked an elegant smile. It doesn't matter, I just saw her. But I think that since she was collecting money to pay off her gambling debts, I don't think she has many things to bid for now. After Xianxia reminded Bailey Hongzhuang, her mood became better. Although it was being auctioned in the school, she believed that these 3-channel opening pills would definitely be sold for a high price. End of chapter 356. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.